Lin Xuan traverses the Tianyuan continent, unexpectedly binding with a divine-level duplication system. Ding. Successfully copied Peerless cultivation talent. Ding. Acquired ancient divine body. From an unnamed youth in a remote city to an unparalleled being capable of shattering the heavens with a single sword strike. Witness how Lin Xuan utilizes the power of duplication to seize opportunities across myriad realms, embarking on an invincible path that leaves all prodigies in despair. Chapter 1. The Divine Level Duplication System. In Qingyu City, within the Lin family's martial arts arena, the family is conducting its monthly strength assessment. Amidst the crowd, a strikingly handsome youth gazes into the void, his expression lost in thought. A month has passed, and I never expected my golden finger to finally arrive. In the void, there exists an attribute panel visible only to this handsome young man. Swish. Divine Level Duplication System. Host, Lin Xuan. Realm, Body Refinement Level 7. Talent, Medium Grade Cultivation Talent. Martial Arts, Rolling Stone Fist First Stage. Upper Grade Small Accomplishment. Yellow Sand Palm First Stage. Medium Grade Great Accomplishment. Energy Points, 573. Personal Space, 7. Gazing at the rows of attributes, Lin Xuan exhales deeply, his expression dazed as he reflects on his past and present. Indeed, he is not a native of this world. In his previous life, he was merely an ordinary orphan, diligently working as an employee to survive. Little did he know that upon awakening, he had traversed to this world where martial prowess reigned supreme, the Tianyuan continent. This continent resembles the web novels he had read in his former life, with rules that are strikingly similar. The only difference is that in the Tianyuan continent, every individual is born with innate talent, the lowest being a cultivation aptitude. Thus, it can be said that everyone aspires towards martial arts. Moreover, the degree of one's martial talent largely determines a warrior's future achievements. After his arrival, Lin Xuan quickly accepted the memories and reality of his previous life, becoming the Lin Xuan of this world. Although he initially felt regret for not receiving a golden finger, he was fortunate not to be an ordinary waste, but rather a minor genius within the Lin family. While he may not compare to the 3 great talents of the Lin family, he is certainly a close second. Now, a month has elapsed, and Lin Xuan has adapted to life here. On the day of the Lin family's monthly strength assessment, he was preparing to test his combat skills when, unexpectedly, his golden finger arrived, leaving him with a bittersweet smile. Without the golden finger, he could still live quite well, albeit as an ordinary martial artist, much like in his previous life. However, with the golden finger, a more extraordinary life awaits him. At that moment, a torrent of information surged into his mind, causing a slight ache. Before long, Lin Xuan absorbed it all, his eyes sparkling with ecstatic joy. He never anticipated that this golden finger would exceed his expectations. Moreover, duplicating talents is merely one of its functionalities. It is no wonder that Lin Xuan, who has lived 2 lives and usually maintains a calm demeanor, would be overwhelmed with such joy. However, before long, Lin Xuan composed himself. Regardless of how powerful the golden finger is, progress must be made gradually after all. One cannot rush. Subsequently, Lin Xuan continued to delve into the mysteries of the divine level duplication system. It seems this system lacks sentience. How then can I acquire energy points? Soon, a question arose in Lin Xuan's mind. Lin Xuan, what's wrong? At that moment, a light and melodious voice reached him, belonging to a gentle and refined young girl. Dressed in green, her long hair cascaded down her back, and her appearance was as pure as water. Though merely 15 or 16 years old, she already possessed such beauty, hinting at the breathtaking figure she would become in the future. "Yuner, I'm fine," Lin Xuan replied, turning to smile at the girl beside him. This young lady, dressed in green, is Lin Xuan, his betrothed since childhood. The two have shared a close bond throughout their lives and have agreed to marry upon reaching adulthood. This shared connection has also aided Lin Xuan in adapting to this world swiftly. That's good. Lin Xuan chuckled lightly. Since he could not unravel the secrets of the system, Lin Xuan chose to set it aside and engage in playful banter with Lin Xuan. Soon, he had her giggling softly. Having come from a technologically advanced era, he still held some advantages over the martial artists of this world in certain aspects. Meanwhile, from a distance within the crowd, a slightly effeminate young man observed the affectionate exchange between Lin Xuan and Lin Xuan, his eyes filled with jealousy. "Lin Lei, you should challenge Lin Xuan next and make him suffer a bit, draw some blood, and feel some pain after all. Who dares disregard my words?" The effeminate youth sneered. Brother Hai, don't worry, leave it to me, said a robust young man next to him, cracking his knuckles as he looked toward Lin Xuan. Soon, the two combatants on the stage settled their contest, determining their strengths. Next, who wishes to challenge? The referee called, surveying the arena. I will, Lin Lei shouted as he stepped onto the stage. Who do you wish to challenge? The referee inquired. Lin Xuan, Lin Lei proclaimed, his voice booming, drawing the attention of everyone in the martial arena. The referee nodded and turned to Lin Xuan, announcing, Lin Xuan, step onto the stage. The surrounding Lin family members exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a mixture of surprise and intrigue. Lin Hai's lackey, Lin Lei, dares to challenge Lin Xuan. This will be interesting. Indeed, Lin Hai, the grandson of the elder, has long coveted Lin Xuan's fiancée, Lin Shuyun, but was firmly rejected by both Lin Xuan and Lin Shuyun. In the past, Lin Shuyun always protected Lin Xuan. This time, he must fend for himself. The gazes of the onlookers towards Lin Xuan were tinged with a sense of schadenfreude. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. He had not anticipated that Lin Hai would remain unyielding. After spending over a month in the Lin family, Lin Xuan had gained an understanding of the family dynamics. Lin Shuyun, Lin Hai, and the clan leader's son, Lin Yun, were the three great talents of the Lin family, with Lin Xuan following closely behind as a minor genius. As one of the three great talents and the most beautiful girl in the Lin family, Lin Shuyun inevitably attracted the attention and envy of many Lin family members, including Lin Hai. However, Lin Shuyun had always harbored feelings for Lin Xuan. Chapter 2. The instant kill. Lin Xuan was taken aback to discover that Lin Hai would take such measures during the monthly strength assessment. However, Lin Xuan felt no fear at all. He had long been eager for a duel, having thoroughly honed his two primary martial arts. Be careful, brother Lin Xuan, Lin Shuyun said with concern. The monthly strength assessment allowed for free challenges, with the only rule being that one could not engage in a match against a weaker opponent. However, when it came to peers of the same level, one must not shy away from battle. Both Lin Xuan and Lin Lei were at the 7th layer of body refinement, thus they were obliged to fight, leaving her with no choice. Rest assured, I have confidence, Lin Xuan replied, gently patting Lin Shuyun's delicate hand with a smile. He then made his way to the arena. At that moment, many spectators turned their attention towards him. Ding! Multiple individuals are focusing their attention on the host, generating significant mental waves. Energy point absorption mechanism activated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 24 energy points from Lin Yu, a 6th layer body refinement warrior. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 67 energy points from Lin Yuan, a 7th layer body refinement warrior. Hearing the system notifications that only he could perceive, Lin Xuan's expression momentarily froze before a smile crept onto his face. So this is how energy points are acquired. With this, his golden finger could indeed be put to use. Is it not sufficient to deal with you, Lin Lei? With that thought, Lin Xuan felt a newfound lightness in his step. He strode confidently onto the stage, facing off against Li Lei from a distance. His gaze swept across. Name, Lin Lei Cultivation, 7th layer of body refinement talent, medium grade cultivation talent, inferior grade strength talent martial arts, rolling stone fist, 1st tier, upper grade, perfected, personal treasure, none. As expected, he could observe the attribute panels of others. Lin Xuan gazed at Lin Lei's attributes with a knowing smile. No wonder Lin Lei was so self-assured. He possessed an inferior grade strength talent. One should not underestimate this talent. An inferior grade strength talent can nearly double one's power at the body refinement stage, ample enough to create a significant gap among peers. However, Lin Xuan was more interested in the attributes of the referee. While the opponent might not possess high talent, decades of cultivation and personal treasures would far exceed that of a young warrior like Li Lei. His gaze swept across. Name, Li He Cultivation, mid-stage of enlightenment talent, inferior grade cultivation talent, inferior grade strength talent martial arts, shattering stone fist, 2nd tier, lower grade. Pinnacle, personal treasure, a bottle of qi nourishing pills. Observing the attribute panel of the referee Li He, Lin Xuan's expression brightened further. Fortune smiled upon him. Lin Xuan then turned his attention to his own attribute panel. At this moment, his energy points had exceeded 1,000. Lin Xuan contemplated. The energy points required to replicate treasures of varying grades differ. 1st tier treasures or inferior grade talents require merely 200 energy points. 2nd tier treasures or lower grade talents demand 300 energy points. 3rd tier treasures or medium grade talents necessitate 1,000 energy points. Currently, his energy points were limited, yet sufficient to exhaust Li He and Lin Lei's treasures. With a thought, his energy points diminished. Simultaneously, a crisp notification echoed in his mind. Ding, 200 energy points consumed. Replication successful. Acquired, inferior grade strength talent. Ding, 500 energy points consumed. Replication successful. Acquired, shattering stone fist, second tier, lower grade, pinnacle. Before long, he had replicated the treasures from Li He and Lin Lei. Merge. Lin Xuan silently commanded. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring inferior grade strength talent. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the pinnacle level of the second tier lower grade martial art, shattering stone fist. Instantly, Lin Xuan felt waves of warmth coursing through him, which quickly dissipated. He sensed a significant enhancement in his physical strength. Turning his gaze to the attribute panel, he was met with a notable transformation. God-level replication system. Host, Lin Xuan. Realm, 7th layer of body refinement. Talent, medium-grade cultivation talent, inferior-grade strength talent. Martial arts, shattering stone fist, second tier, lower grade, pinnacle, rolling stone fist, first tier, upper grade, perfected. Yellow sand palm, first tier, medium grade, perfected. Energy points, 37. Personal space, 7. At this moment, his attribute panel exhibited significant changes. Lin Xuan felt a surge of confidence regarding the forthcoming duel. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Unnoticed by anyone in the arena, the referee cast a glance at both competitors before announcing, the challenge begins. Lin Xuan, how dare you disregard Brother Hai's command? Such audacity. Lin Lei sneered, cracking his knuckles ominously. It's time you learned your lesson. Enough with the chatter. Let us fight, Lin Xuan replied nonchalantly. Very well. Lin Lei's expression hardened as he charged towards Lin Xuan, launching a punch. Rolling stone fist. Down you go. The force of his punch erupted like a cascade of rolling stones, displaying remarkable might. The spectators gathered in the martial arts arena turned their attention, intrigued. They were aware that although both were 7th layer body refinement prodigies, Lin Xuan was considerably inferior to Lin Lei. However, their expressions soon froze in disbelief. On the stage, Lin Xuan remained unfazed, mirroring the attack with his own punch. Rolling stone fist. His might matched Lin Lei's blow without faltering. In an instant, the two punches collided. Bang! An explosive sound echoed through the air. Yet the ensuing scene left the crowd astonished. After the impact, the two separated. Lin Xuan merely trembled slightly and scathed, while Lin Lei was sent flying, screaming, tumbling off the stage. The spectators gaped in astonishment, eyes wide. This outcome far exceeded everyone's expectations. Not only had Lin Xuan not been defeated, but he had also sent the robust Lin Lei flying with a single punch. The vast disparity in power was utterly unbelievable. On the stage, having propelled Lin Lei away with a punch, Lin Xuan maintained a calm demeanor. He had fused two inferior grade strength talents. Although not reaching the lower grade, it nonetheless vastly surpassed Lin Lei's capabilities. With identical martial arts at play, this result was hardly surprising. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The essence lay in the fact that this battle had illuminated a plethora of ways for Lin Xuan to amass energy points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for garnering 87 astonishment points from Lin Hai, a 9th layer body refinement warrior. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 172 surprise points from Li He. Mid-stage of enlightenment. Listening to the crisp notifications echoing in his ears, Lin Xuan's smile widened. It seemed his predictions were indeed correct. Next, he would harvest energy points in abundance and significantly elevate his strength. Chapter 3. The Rise in Strength in this challenge. Lin Xuan emerged victorious. Referee Li He announced the result, looking at Lin Xuan with a hint of surprise. Lin Xuan's aura felt slightly inferior to Lin Lei's, yet he had unexpectedly triumphed. And so effortlessly with a single punch. As Li He's words fell, the arena erupted into a wave of commotion. Everyone regarded Lin Xuan with astonished expressions. The arena buzzed with excitement. Lin Xuan actually won? With just one strike? It appeared Lin Xuan had concealed a considerable amount of strength. Whispers filled the air as others expressed their astonishment. Lin Xuan's ability to send Lin Lei flying with a single punch spoke volumes about his prowess. Even if he did not match the likes of Lin Hai, Lin Shiyun, or Lin Yun, he was certainly stronger than the other prodigies. Deserving of the title of the 4th prodigy of the Lin family. Even the higher-ups of the Lin family, who had gathered at a distance to observe the monthly strength assessment, shifted their attention towards the unfolding drama. With Lin Xuan's victory in this challenge, Lin Shiyun was overjoyed, while Lin Hai's expression darkened. Useless. Lin Hai cursed under his breath, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. Lin Xuan gazed at the attribute panel, the energy points surging dramatically after Li He announced the results, his smile widening. In such a brief moment, he had already surpassed the threshold of 3,000. Quite impressive indeed. Just then, Li's voice echoed, Lin Xuan, you may step down now, as it is time for other disciples to challenge. However, Lin Xuan merely smiled nonchalantly and inquired, Judge, may I initiate a challenge next? Li was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a question from Lin Xuan. Typically, after each challenge, different disciples would take turns to compete, as a fierce battle would deplete their energy. If one wished to challenge, they would need to wait for a while to recover. It was unexpected that Lin Xuan would deviate from convention. It is permissible. But before he could finish, Lin Xuan interrupted, That's good, then I shall challenge. His expression remained calm, devoid of impulsiveness, since it was within the rules. Li found it difficult to dissuade him and asked, Whom do you wish to challenge? Lin Hai. Lin Xuan replied without hesitation. Over the past month, he and Lin Xuan had endured enough torment from Lin Hai. Additionally, he could reap a wave of energy points. Hearing this, Li He's expression shifted in disbelief, almost thinking he had misheard. Among the Lin family's 3 prodigies, Lin Yun had reached the pinnacle of body refinement at the 9th level, while Lin Xuan and Lin Hai had both attained the 8th level peak. They were the strongest disciples of the Lin family, their status unassailable. Typically, apart from challenges among themselves, no one dared to challenge them. Lin Xuan's choice to challenge Lin Hai was astonishing to Li He. When he looked back at Lin Xuan, who nodded affirmatively, Li He confirmed that he had not misheard. Taking a deep breath to quell his astonishment, Li He realized that even if Lin Xuan was overestimating his abilities, he was merely an ordinary steward, lacking the authority to advise against it. He could only hope Lin Xuan could endure for a while, without sustaining severe injuries. For compared to Lin Hai, Lin Xuan had always treated outsiders with greater kindness. Li He then announced loudly, The next match features Lin Xuan initiating a challenge against Lin Hai. Lin Hai, step onto the stage. As his words fell, the arena fell into silence, only to erupt into an uproar far exceeding the previous commotion. Did I hear that correctly? Lin Xuan is challenging one of the 3 prodigies. Lin Hai? It had been ages since anyone dared to challenge the 3 prodigies. Lin Xuan seemed to be getting a bit too ambitious. Perhaps after defeating Lin Lei, he felt emboldened and sought revenge against Lin Hai, given their past grievances. Nevertheless, Lin Xuan was courting disaster, after all. He was only at the 7th level of body refinement. How could he possibly contend against Lin Hai at the peak of the 8th level? It was likely he would suffer greatly. The crowd buzzed with speculation, their gazes on Lin Xuan on the stage, astonished by his audacity, mixed with schadenfreude, mockery, and derision. In this confrontation, virtually no one favored Lin Xuan. Even Lin Xuan, upon hearing the news, felt a surge of anxiety, contemplating seeking her father's assistance. However, upon noticing the confident glint in Lin Xuan's eyes, she paused. This time, she chose to trust him. On the other hand, upon hearing the challenge, Lin Hai burst into laughter. He had been searching for a way to teach Lin Xuan a lesson, and unexpectedly, Lin Xuan had delivered himself to him. Although he was unsure where Lin Xuan had found the courage to confront him, he would not let such an opportunity slip by. Without hesitation, he rose and strode toward the arena. This challenge involved one of the 3 prodigies, Lin Hai. The higher-ups of the Lin family on the elevated platform began to take notice. Soon, Lin Hai had reached the stage, standing opposite Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan's gaze swept across. Name, Lin Hai. Cultivation, 8th level of body refinement. Talent, medium-grade cultivation talent. Inferior-grade strength talent. Inferior-grade speed talent. Martial arts, Gale Palm, 2nd tier, low-grade, minor success. Rolling Stone Fist, 1st tier, upper grade, major success. Carried treasures, none. Gazing at Lin Hai's attribute panel, Lin Xuan's eyes sparkled with delight. As expected, Lin Hai possessed quite a number of treasures, all of which would now belong to him. With a mere thought, Lin Xuan activated his abilities. Ding, consuming 1,000 energy points. Replication successful, acquired medium-grade cultivation talent. Ding, consuming 200 energy points. Replication successful, acquired inferior-grade speed talent. In an instant, the replication was complete. Subsequently, Lin Xuan chose to merge. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring inferior-grade speed talent. Ding, congratulations to the host for upgrading to upper-grade cultivation talent. Ding, congratulations to the host for upgrading to lower-grade strength talent. A gentle warmth coursed through him, and Lin Xuan felt his physical strength multiply several times. His attribute panel had also undergone significant changes. Dealing with Lin Hai was no longer a concern. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, unnoticed by others. As Lin Xuan's strength surged once more, Judge Li glanced at the two and sighed internally before announcing, "The challenge begins. Lin Xuan, you have some nerve challenging me. However, with your current strength, it seems you are still lacking to seek revenge," Lin Hai taunted, seemingly in no rush to make a move. "Spare me your nonsense." Let us see if your strength matches your arrogant tongue. Lin Xuan retorted without restraint. Chapter 4. The unexpected defeat when facing Lin Hai. Lin Xuan felt no need for courtesy. Lin Hai's expression darkened at his words, and without further ado, he charged at Lin Xuan. Gale palm. A palm struck forth. The wind howling, the force of the strike overwhelming. To ensure he thoroughly taught Lin Xuan a lesson, Lin Hai held nothing back with this attack. Even other disciples at the 8th level of body refinement would struggle to withstand it. This will surely leave Lin Xuan heavily injured. Lin Hai thought to himself. A cold smile creeping onto his face. The crowd's eyes were glued to the scene. Many disciples sensed the might of Lin Hai's strike, their expressions shifting. Most were certain Lin Xuan would struggle to withstand it. They were all fixated on the arena, eager to see how Lin Xuan would respond. On the stage, Lin Xuan felt the rush of wind and the explosive force of the palm strike. His expression remained unchanged as he retaliated with a punch. Shattered stone fist. The punch surged forth with incredible ferocity, cutting through layers of air like a force of nature, meeting Lin Hai's attack head-on. The surrounding disciples gasped in astonishment as Lin Xuan chose to confront Lin Hai directly rather than evade. Lin Xuan looked on in extreme concern, while many other disciples displayed gleeful expressions, anticipating Lin Xuan's impending misfortune. In the next moment, as fists and palms collided, a crisp sound echoed through the arena. Crack. After the clash, both fighters staggered back. The outcome, however, exceeded the expectations of nearly everyone present. Lin Xuan retreated 3 steps before stabilizing his stance, while Lin Hai, as if struck by a heavy blow, was forced back several meters before finally coming to a stop, trembling uncontrollably. A piercing scream followed, drawing the attention of all. Lin Hai's palm dripped with blood, his right arm grotesquely contorted, clearly fractured. Witnessing this, the disciples in the training ground fell into a state of stunned disbelief, their eyes wide with incredulity. After a moment, murmurs of astonishment began to spread through the crowd. Is this real? In a single strike, Lin Xuan has defeated Lin Hai? His strength is astonishing. Even Lin Hai couldn't take a single punch from him? It appears Lin Xuan has been concealing his true abilities all along. The disciples were in a cacophony of astonishment as they gazed upon Lin Xuan atop the ring, their expressions rife with disbelief. None had anticipated that he would emerge victorious, especially not by defeating Lin Hai with a single punch. Such a scene was almost beyond their comprehension. Among the crowd, Lin Xuan's initial shock swiftly transformed into elation. She had expected Lin Xuan to sustain significant injuries, yet he had astonishingly triumphed over Lin Hai, who was at the 8th level of body refinement, while Lin Xuan was merely at the 7th. This unexpected turn of events filled her with uncontainable joy. Conversely, the disciples aligned with the elder faction and Lin Hai himself appeared dazed, utterly unable to accept that Lin Hai, one of the 3 prodigies of the Lin family, had been defeated in such a manner, especially at the hands of Lin Xuan. On the high platform, the senior members of the Lin family were equally astonished. The status of the 3 prodigies had remained unchallenged for an extensive period, and yet today, Lin Hai had been vanquished by Lin Xuan in a single strike, defying their expectations. Elder Lin Qiyu observed Lin Hai's pitiful defeat with a look of disbelief. What audacity, as a fellow disciple of the Lin family, to engage in such ferocity during a sparring match. Let us see if I do not teach you a lesson. With that, he unleashed his aura and prepared to descend from the high platform. Calm yourself, elder. Injuries are inevitable during peer-to-peer sparring. As an elder, it would be prudent not to interfere, a voice interjected. This voice, though unassuming, carried an undeniable authority. The senior members of the Lin family turned to see a tall, handsome man clad in white, seated at a distance, regarding them with a gentle smile. Upon recognizing him, the elders felt a jolt of apprehension and respect, quickly averting their gazes. Even elder Lin Qiyu, who had intended to confront Lin Xuan, suddenly appeared subdued, leaning back in his seat, his earlier fervor dissipated. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan remained unaware of the elder's ire, as someone had intervened on his behalf. He stood with a smile, gazing at the ethereal attribute panel before him. The rapid increase in energy points further brightened his expression. Indeed, he had not erred in his decision. In this brief moment, his energy points had exceeded 10,000 and continued to surge upward at an astonishing pace. He mused to himself, contemplating the potential for an even greater surge. By the conclusion of this strength assessment, perhaps he could surpass the formidable threshold of 100,000 energy points. Across from him, Lin Hai grimaced in pain from his injured right arm, groaning softly as he stared at Lin Xuan in disbelief. How is this possible? How can you be so strong? Lin Hai struggled to accept that he had fallen to Lin Xuan, especially in a single, devastating blow. Yet the persistent agony in his arm and the blood dripping from his wounds forced him to confront the harsh reality. Leave now. Lin Xuan's gaze flickered toward him. sharp as ice, causing Lin Hai to avert his eyes. What? Must I ask you to leave? With a disdainful snort, Lin Xuan prepared to strike again. Lin Hai trembled at the thought of Lin Xuan's formidable punch, a flicker of fear igniting within him. Consider this your victory, Lin Xuan, but next time will be different. With a hasty retort, he retreated from the platform, disappearing into the crowd. Lin Xuan watched Lin Hai's retreating figure with a smile. This battle had illuminated the immense power of innate talent. Though he was at a lower level than Lin Hai and wielded the same grade of martial arts, he had merged the three subpar powers of his innate talent, elevating them to a low-grade strength talent. In a fierce confrontation, he had effortlessly pushed Lin Hai back and inflicted considerable harm. It was as if he were the 8th level of body refinement while Lin Hai was merely at the 7th. This disparity underscored the importance of martial talent in his mind. He then turned his attention to the referee, Li He, who was equally stunned. He had presumed Lin Xuan would inevitably lose and merely wished for him to avoid severe injury, given the level disparity. Yet the outcome had completely reversed expectations, with Lin Hai being defeated in a single strike. As the 5th chapter unfolded, the arena reverberated with shock. This unexpected turn of events had far surpassed any predictions, leaving Li He momentarily speechless. After several breaths, he finally declared, "In this challenge, Lin Xuan emerges victorious." The announcement ignited a wave of excitement throughout the crowd. All eyes were fixed on Lin Xuan, a mix of astonishment and complexity reflected in their expressions. Lin Yun, Lin Hai, and Lin Xuan. These three had long held a secure position as the Lin family's prodigies, impervious to threats. Yet today, Lin Xuan had achieved the unthinkable, defeating Lin Hai with a single punch. From this moment onward, Lin Xuan would take his place among the three prodigies, while Lin Hai's status would diminish. The significance of Lin Xuan's achievement was profound, especially considering he had reached this milestone at the 7th level of body refinement, shattering records that had stood for decades. The weight of this accomplishment resonated deeply among the onlookers. On the platform, Lin Xuan gazed at the surge of energy points on his attribute panel, a broad smile gracing his face. At that moment, Li He's voice broke through the noise. "Lin Xuan, do you wish to continue your challenges?" Noticing Lin Xuan lingering on the platform, he posed the question, though he was not entirely surprised. However, Lin Xuan's subsequent response exceeded all expectations. "Yes, I wish to challenge again." His light laughter echoed through the arena. Li He was momentarily taken aback, struggling to process the implications. The disciples below were equally stunned, their disbelief palpable. Had they truly heard Lin Xuan express a desire to continue challenging? Having just defeated Lin Hai and claimed his place among the prodigies, he sought further competition? The disciples were seized by a wave of shock, their gazes locked onto Lin Xuan, eager to hear his next words. "I wish to challenge Lin Yun this time." Lin Xuan's declaration was calm, yet it reverberated through the crowd like thunder, igniting a frenzied uproar far surpassing the previous excitement. "What? Am I dreaming? Did I really hear Lin Xuan challenge Lin Yun?" Whispers of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Lin Xuan must have lost his mind. Surely, after defeating Lin Hai, his confidence had inflated beyond reason. How could he think to challenge Lin Yun? Lin Yun was the Lin family's foremost prodigy. At the pinnacle of the 9th level of body refinement, a formidable opponent far beyond Lin Hai's capabilities. The disciples erupted into a chorus of astonishment, their gazes filled with incredulity and, for some, derision. A few murmured insults, as if Lin Xuan had committed an unforgivable transgression, entirely disregarding his newfound status among the top 3 prodigies. Among the crowd, Lin Xuan's earlier joy vanished, replaced by concern. She knew well the strength of Lin Yun, whose prowess rivaled that of some weaker initial-stage practitioners. The thought of Lin Xuan daring to challenge him filled her with dread. However, once a challenge commenced, it could not be interrupted, as per the rules. All she could do was silently pray for Lin Xuan's safety. On the other side of the crowd, upon hearing the news, Lin Hai first froze in surprise, then swiftly transformed that into uncontainable joy. "Lin Xuan, you have sought your own demise. I eagerly await the sight of your grim fate." Lin Hai murmured, unable to suppress his delight. He had not anticipated that Lin Xuan would take such a reckless step. Challenging Lin Yun, wasn't that tantamount to courting disaster? The last person who attempted something similar had ended up bedridden for several months. Imagining Lin Xuan facing a similar fate, Lin Hai couldn't help but chuckle. On the high platform, the prominent members of the Lin family were equally stirred. The family head, Lin Qixing, furrowed his brow at the sight. He had initially believed he had discovered a promising talent, only to find such arrogance. Subsequently, Lin Qixing shook his head. Meanwhile, the elder Lin Qiyu revealed a smile. Though he was restrained from acting against Lin Xuan due to the intimidation factor, he was nonetheless pleased to see Lin Xuan receive a thorough lesson from Lin Yun. In the arena, upon hearing the declaration, Li stood frozen. as if struck by lightning. It took him a while to process the information. His gaze fell upon Lin Xuan, complex emotions swirling within. Lin Xuan was challenging Lin Yuan, the first genius of the Lin family. Li was at a loss for words and could only announce the impending match, awaiting its developments. Next up, Lin Xuan challenges Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, to the stage. As the words resonated, a hush fell over the arena, all eyes converging upon the slender figure of Lin Yuan at the eastern platform. In previous monthly strength assessments, Lin Yuan had merely gone through the motions. Yet today he was being challenged. Even a single swift strike would captivate the audience's interest, as they had not witnessed the first genius of the Lin family in action for quite some time. Under the collective gaze, Lin Yuan rose slowly and approached the arena. A glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes as he regarded Lin Xuan. To avoid incessant challenges, he had always been reluctant to engage. After severely injuring a so-called genius who had dared to challenge him 6 months prior, he had enjoyed a period of peace. Yet, here was someone seeking to challenge him again, this time, a mere 7th-level body refiner. It appeared he would have to exert himself even more, lest some individuals, emboldened by a modicum of strength, remain unaware of their limitations. Before long, Lin Yuan stood on the arena, facing Lin Xuan from a distance. After a quick glance at both contestants, Li proclaimed, "The challenge begins." At that moment, all eyes were fixated on the stage, not to observe Lin Xuan, but rather to witness how Lin Yuan would swiftly defeat him. Lin Xuan, however, was unfazed. On the contrary, he was exceedingly pleased, for this encounter would significantly increase his energy points. Even in defeat, he would not be at a loss. Subsequently, Lin Xuan assessed Lin Yuan's attributes: name, Lin Yuan cultivation, 9th-level body refinement talent, superior cultivation talent, inferior strength talent, inferior speed talent, martial arts, mountain crumble strike, 2nd tier. Medium grade, minor achievement, shattered jade fist, 2nd tier, low grade, major achievement, treasures, none. Gazing at Lin Yuan's attribute panel, Lin Xuan felt a stir of emotions. Truly, as the first genius of the Lin family, his attributes far surpassed those of Lin Hai and included numerous treasures. Lin Xuan would not let this opportunity slip away, especially now that he possessed a sufficient number of energy points. Chapter 6. Gaining the upper hand with a thought, Lin Xuan activated his abilities. Ding. Consumed 6,000 energy points. Replication successful. Obtained superior cultivation talent. Ding. Consumed 500 energy points. Replication successful. Obtained mountain crumble strike, 2nd tier, medium grade, minor achievement. In an instant, the replication was completed, and he chose to utilize it. Ding. Congratulations, host cultivation talent has improved. Ding. Congratulations. Host has acquired minor achievement in the 2nd tier medium grade martial art, mountain crumble strike. A warm current flowed through him, and Lin Xuan felt his strength increase significantly. Upon revisiting his attribute panel, ding. God-level replication system. Host, Lin Xuan. Realm, 7th level body refinement. Talent, superior cultivation talent, inferior strength talent, inferior speed talent. Martial arts, mountain crumble strike, 2nd tier, medium grade, minor achievement. Shattered stone fist, 2nd tier, low grade, peak. Rolling stone fist, 1st tier, upper grade, major achievement. Energy points, 140,000. Spatial storage, 7. The changes in his attribute panel gave Lin Xuan newfound confidence for the upcoming contest. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, unnoticed by those around him. At this moment, Lin Yuan's indifferent voice reached him. "I wonder who bestowed upon you the audacity to challenge me?" Lin Yuan's expression was frigid as he gazed back. "However, since you dared to come forward, you must be prepared to pay the price. Prepared to be defeated." With that, Lin Yuan sprang into action, charging towards Lin Xuan with a powerful kick. Shattered jade fist. With a resounding crack, his fist sliced through the air, causing an explosive ripple. The ferocity of his punch pierced through the atmosphere, surging towards Lin Xuan. Compared to Lin Hai's earlier strike, this was imbued with even greater might. It was clear that Lin Hai would never withstand such force. Around them, the gazes of the disciples were glued to the unfolding scene, their expression shifting as they sensed the power of Lin Yuan's punch. Not a single disciple present could withstand such an assault. Injuries, even severe ones, were almost inevitable. They turned their attention to Lin Xuan, eager to see how he would respond. On the arena, Lin Xuan's expression tightened. However, he had come prepared for this challenge. Relying on his enhanced talents, he too delivered a punch. Shattered stone fist. It was also a 2nd-tier low-grade martial art. The force surged forth, akin to a cascade of pulverized stones, formidable in its own right. The surrounding disciples gasped in disbelief. Lin Xuan had chosen to confront Lin Yuan head-on. This left them incredulous. It was important to note that in the realm of body refinement, the focus was on honing the physique and enhancing vitality. The most significant transformation at this level was the augmentation of strength. The might of a 9th-level body refiner was more than double that of a 7th-level refiner. In such a confrontation, Lin Xuan risked debilitating his right arm, facing a grim outcome. Many disciples turned their heads away, unable to witness the impending calamity. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the moment arrived. In the arena, their fists collided with tremendous force. Boom! The sound reverberated, reminiscent of colossal stones crashing together. After the impact, both fighters recoiled, yet the outcome defied all expectations. Rather than the anticipated cries of agony, both retreated about 10 meters, stabilizing themselves unscathed. Moreover, Lin Xuan had retreated an additional 3 meters compared to Lin Xuan, indicating that Lin Xuan had emerged with the advantage. A profound silence enveloped the arena. All present stared in disbelief at this astonishing scene. Suddenly, the training ground erupted in a frenzy. No way. Am I dreaming? Lin Xuan withstood Lin Yuan's strike and emerged victorious? When did Lin Xuan become so formidable? The murmurs crescendoed, and the astonished gazes directed at Lin Xuan brimmed with profound shock. No one had anticipated such an outcome. In this duel, not only had Lin Xuan avoided annihilation, but he had also gained the upper hand after clashing fists with Lin Yuan. Such a spectacle left the onlookers in a state of disbelief. Even Lin Xuan, who had always been well acquainted with Lin Xuan, stood frozen in astonishment. Lin Xuan's strength was astonishing, leaving Lin Xuan murmuring incomprehensible words of hope. Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. On the other side, Lin Hai growled softly, his eyes aflame with disbelief. Lin Yuan found himself at a disadvantage, and the shock of being defeated by Lin Xuan's punch left him in disbelief. After all, Lin Yuan was at the pinnacle of the 9th level of body refinement, while Lin Xuan was merely at the 7th level. The disparity between them was 2 significant realms. How could Lin Hai dare to accept such a reality? Above the arena, the prominent members of the Lin family were equally taken aback, their expressions frozen in astonishment. This scene exceeded their expectations. Lin Xuan possesses remarkable talent, Lin Qixing, the family head, remarked casually as he cast a glance at the middle-aged man in white seated nearby, suppressing his emotions. Indeed, this Lin Xuan is quite impressive. The other high-ranking members echoed dryly. Not far away, the middle-aged man in white gazed at Lin Xuan on the stage, revealing a faint smile. On the arena, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host, for receiving the astonishment of the mid-stage warrior Lin Xuan, 357. Another chime followed. Congratulations, host, for receiving the surprise energy from Lin Xuan. Also at mid-stage, 749. As Lin Xuan listened to the cool voice of the notifications in his ears, a smile graced his face. The outcome of this strike was beyond his expectations as well. He had not anticipated that after merging the talents of Lin Hai, Lin Yuan, and Li He, his power would increase so significantly. Despite still being at the 7th level of body refinement, he had managed to gain the upper hand against Lin Yuan, who was at the pinnacle of the 9th level. Lin Xuan was filled with joy and newfound confidence for the upcoming contests. He then cast a glance at the high platform, yearning to acquire the treasures possessed by the high-ranking members of the Lin family. If the treasures belonging to Lin Yuan could elevate his strength to such heights, what would happen if he could obtain those of the other high-ranking members? The thought was exhilarating. However, he lamented his current limitations, as he could only replicate within a 10-meter radius. Patience was required. His gaze shifted toward Lin Yuan, brimming with fighting spirit. If he could defeat Lin Yuan, he would replace him as the new prodigy of the Lin family. This would likely lead to a summons from the family elders to the high platform, where he could replicate freely. Chapter 7. The Clash on the Arena. Lin Yuan was incredulous. How could I find myself at a disadvantage? He gazed at Lin Xuan, his expression a mix of disbelief and astonishment after feeling the force of that previous punch. After taking a deep breath, Lin Yuan solemnly addressed Lin Xuan. You, at the 7th level of body refinement, managed to push me back with a single punch. Perhaps you are indeed the true prodigy of the Lin family. The arena erupted in shock again. The audience was astounded, yet found it plausible. Lin Xuan, at the 7th level of body refinement, had repelled Lin Yuan at the pinnacle of the 9th level with a single blow. It seemed Lin Xuan's talent might genuinely surpass that of Lin Yuan, thus qualifying him as the family's foremost genius. However, Lin Yuan continued, yet, you are still merely at the 7th level. Your cultivation is insufficient. I shall still emerge victorious in this contest. With a smile replacing his earlier cold demeanor, Lin Yuan acknowledged Lin Xuan's strength, recognizing that a stronger Lin Xuan would benefit the Lin family and himself. I shall not hold back any longer, Lin Yuan declared with a calm smile. Neither shall I, Lin Xuan replied with a light chuckle. The crowd was once again shaken, disbelief etched on their faces. Lin Yuan, being the pinnacle of the 9th level and the family's top prodigy, had previously held back. Now, Lin Xuan, merely at the 7th level, was expected to face Lin Yuan's full strength. Good. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had not encountered a worthy opponent among his peers for quite some time. The talented disciples from the other major factions in Xingyu City were formidable, and a battle between them could spark a conflict. Lin Xuan's confidence was refreshing. If Lin Xuan could provide a thrilling challenge, he would gladly relinquish the title of the Lin family's top prodigy. With that, Lin Yuan launched another attack, Mountain Crumble Strike. His punch erupted like a collapsing mountain, overwhelming in its might. The air shattered around the punch, its power magnified several times compared to the previous blow. The surrounding disciples turned pale. They knew they could not contend with such strength. Even some elder caretakers, at the Qi awakening stage, regarded Lin Yuan's talent with solemnity. The force of this punch transcended the body refinement realm, rivaling that of the weaker Qi awakening stage. All eyes were fixed on the arena, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Lin Xuan's expression grew serious. He felt a considerable threat from Lin Yuan's punch. Truly, the Lin family's foremost prodigy possesses remarkable strength. Lin Xuan mused silently. Without hesitation, he countered with his own punch, Mountain Crumble Strike. His fist surged forward, like mountains and rivers shattering, unmatched in its power. The crowd gasped collectively. It was no surprise that both Lin Xuan and Lin Yuan wielded the same martial art in the Lin family. Direct descendants could freely choose from first and second-tier martial arts without restriction. However, mastering second-tier martial arts was far more challenging than first-tier. Most body refinement disciples spent considerable time and effort merely to grasp the basics, far less than the ease of practicing first-tier techniques. What astonished the spectators was that both Lin Xuan and Lin Yuan had reached the minor accomplishment stage with their second-tier martial arts. To successfully practice martial arts beyond their level was already commendable, and to achieve a minor accomplishment was truly remarkable. The crowd was left in awe, realizing they were witnessing true genius. Compared to Lin Xuan and Lin Yuan, other talented individuals from the Lin family seemed utterly ordinary. As the duel continued, the two fists collided once more. A thunderous sound reverberated through the air, sending visible ripples in all directions. Both combatants staggered back, each retreating 7 or 8 steps. The outcome still undecided. The crowd was stunned. If the first encounter had been a coincidence, the second was undeniable. Lin Xuan truly possessed the strength to contend with Lin Yuan. The audience was in a state of shock. Even Lin Hai stood frozen, unable to comprehend the spectacle before him. On the stage, Lin Yuan exclaimed in delight, "I was right. Lin Xuan, your talent is extraordinary. Let us continue. Bring it on." Lin Xuan shouted back. The two charged at each other once more, Mountain Crumble Strike. Mountain Crumble Strike. They unleashed the same martial art yet again. This represents the pinnacle of martial arts for these two individuals. The sound of powerful collisions resonates continuously, shattering the air and echoing in all directions. Almost everyone present is fixated on the two figures on the stage, moving swiftly, separating, and then colliding again. Their hearts are filled with awe. They never anticipated that such a fierce battle would unfold during this month's strength assessment. Nor did they foresee Lin Xuan's sudden rise, managing to confront Lin Yuan, who stands at the peak of the 9th layer of body refinement, despite being only at the 7th layer, without losing ground. This scene profoundly stirs their emotions. As time flows slowly, the entire training ground falls into a hushed silence, punctuated only by the sounds of breathing and the resounding impacts of the two fighters' fists. 5 minutes have passed. With a thunderous impact, the two exchange blows and separate, standing at opposite ends of the stage, gasping for breath. "Lin Xuan, you are formidable," Lin Yuan exclaims, looking at Lin Xuan with admiration. "You are not lacking either." Lin Xuan replies, feeling a surge of power within him, far beyond what he experienced before. This fierce battle with Lin Yuan has unexpectedly yielded additional gains, surpassing his expectations. At this moment, he senses a gradual enhancement of his physical prowess. Lin Xuan realizes this must be the effect of his innate talent improving. Initially, his talent among the Lin family disciples was commendable, but not exceptional. However, after assimilating the talents of Lin Hai, Li He, Lin Yuan, and others, he has ascended to the pinnacle of the Lin family, potentially surpassing even the original top genius. This enhancement is not merely a change in talent level, but also a subtle transformation of his physical being, elevating him to the ranks of true prodigies. However, the intense combat with Lin Yuan has significantly accelerated this process. Lin Xuan feels that every aspect of his physicality is improving at a perceptible rate. He believes it will not be long before his strength surges once more, at which point he should be able to defeat Lin Yuan. With a surge of fighting spirit, Lin Xuan calls out again. After a brief moment of recovery, both rush toward each other, their fists striking heavily against one another once more. The resonating sounds of their conflict fill the air. The onlookers gaze at the stage, mesmerized and in shock. Suddenly, a shout pierces the air. Look! The crowd's attention shifts, and they are met with an even greater shock. On the stage, Lin Xuan and Lin Yuan collide once more. This time, Lin Xuan only steps back 3 paces, while Lin Yuan is forced to retreat 10. Immediately thereafter, Lin Xuan charges forward again, and Lin Yuan finds himself retreating even more. The dynamics of the battle have drastically shifted, with Lin Xuan, at the 7th layer of body refinement, now holding the upper hand. The spectators can scarcely believe their eyes. Yet the scene unfolds before them, leaving no room for doubt. As the situation on the stage becomes clearer, it is evident that Lin Xuan initially held a slight advantage. But soon Lin Yuan is being driven back, his ability to resist diminishing at an alarming rate. Lin Yuan's expression turns to one of horror as he gazes at Lin Xuan, filled with disbelief. He had assumed their duel would end in a stalemate, or that he would likely emerge victorious, given he was at the peak of the 9th layer of body refinement, 2 layers above Lin Xuan. Even if Lin Xuan possessed greater talent, he believed it would be challenging to overcome such a disparity. However, to his astonishment, as the battle rages on, Lin Xuan's strength visibly accelerates. Initially, Lin Yuan could fend off Lin Xuan's attacks, but soon, the force behind Lin Xuan's punches becomes exponentially more powerful, sending shockwaves through the air. Lin Yuan realizes he can no longer withstand the onslaught and must evade. Yet, he is further taken aback to find that Lin Xuan's speed is also increasing, making evasion exceedingly difficult. After a while, Lin Yuan, overwhelmed and exhausted, can no longer defend himself. A devastating punch from Lin Xuan lands squarely on his chest. The sound of the impact reverberates through the air as Lin Yuan, as if struck by a boulder, spits out blood and is sent flying off the stage with a dull thud. In an instant, the arena falls into a profound silence. Everyone is transfixed, as if turned to stone, their gazes locked on Lin Xuan, filled with disbelief. Not only the crowd within the arena, but also the onlookers from the surrounding forces in Qingyu City, along with the senior members of the Lin family on the platform, share this astonishment. The atmosphere ignites with fervor as whispers fill the air. Is this a mirage? Did I really witness Lin Yuan's defeat? Lin Yuan, the Lin family's foremost genius, has fallen. To think he was vanquished by Lin Xuan, who is only at the 7th layer of body refinement. This is utterly preposterous. The realization that even Lin Yuan has succumbed to Lin Xuan's prowess implies that Lin Xuan must indeed be the true genius of the Lin family. A cacophony of discussions erupts, and yet all eyes remain riveted on Lin Xuan. Even as the shock begins to settle, the awe in their eyes only deepens. Although many had anticipated Lin Yuan's potential defeat when he began to falter, they did not expect it to occur so swiftly. Lin Yuan, as the Lin family's top prodigy, stands alongside the foremost talents of the other 2 great families, the Wu and Qin families, as well as the city lord's residents, forming a quartet of exceptional individuals in Qingyu City. His strength could rival that of the weaker early-stage Enlightenment realm fighters, and his position was far more stable compared to Lin Hai and others. Yet, despite this, Lin Yuan has been defeated by Lin Xuan, who is merely at the 7th layer of body refinement, leaving them all in utter shock. Amidst the crowd, Lin Xuan is equally astonished, never expecting Lin Xuan to claim victory. Her shock quickly transforms into elation. Lin Xuan, this is wonderful. Perhaps we have a chance, she exclaims, her excitement palpable, though her words remain somewhat incoherent. On the other hand, Lin Hai's reaction is markedly different. Gazing at Lin Xuan, who is now the center of attention, he is filled with disbelief. How is this possible? How could Lin Xuan be so powerful? Even Lin Yuan has fallen. He murmurs in astonishment, retreating quietly, hoping to slip away from the training ground. Previously, he had plotted against Lin Xuan multiple times, but now, with Lin Xuan's talents revealed and his strength unleashed, he has claimed the title of the Lin family's top genius. While he is stunned, he is also fearful of Lin Xuan's retribution. Until he can match Lin Xuan, he intends to avoid any confrontation. With Lin Xuan's victory capturing the attention of the entire arena, Lin Hai manages to slip away unnoticed. On the platform, the senior members of the Lin family also fix their gazes on Lin Xuan, their astonishment palpable. Despite their broader experiences compared to the disciples below, they too are shaken by Lin Xuan's extraordinary achievement, defeating the peak of the 9th layer of body refinement while being at the 7th layer. They have never witnessed such a spectacle in their lifetimes. The implications of Lin Xuan's success are monumental, showcasing his exceptional talent. Lin Qixing, the family head, observes Lin Xuan's triumph over his son Lin Yuan, and rather than feeling anger, he is filled with admiration and joy. Even the previous tensions between them dissipate. Lin Xuan's ability to surpass 2 layers and defeat Lin Yuan signifies that his talent far exceeds that of Lin Hai. To comprehend the situation, one must acknowledge that Lin Yun, as the foremost prodigy of the Lin family, possesses innate talents that rank among the elite of Qingyu City. However, Lin Xian's potential transcends that of Lin Yun. His formidable abilities, once fully developed, are destined to yield immeasurable benefits for the Lin family. He is not merely Lin Yun's father, but also the head of the Lin family. How could one harbor disdain for such a genius, invaluable for the family's expansion? Rather, he ought to be nurtured extensively. Meanwhile, the elder Lin Xiu displayed an array of emotions on his countenance, letting out a cold snort, but refraining from further comments. Chapter 9. Unique Physique. As the high-ranking officials exhibited varied expressions, shaken by Lin Xian's prowess, none noticed that the white-clad middle-aged man, whom Patriarch Lin Qixing regarded with trepidation, had departed unnoticed. On the arena, it was initially presumed that Lin Xian would face defeat, perhaps in a matter of seconds, and sustain considerable injuries. Yet, contrary to all expectations, after a single clash, Lin Xian not only stood his ground but emerged victorious against Lin Yun, who had reached the pinnacle of the 7th level of body refinement, thus setting a new record for the Lin family. This unprecedented outcome shattered previous assumptions, leaving onlookers in profound astonishment. With a complex gaze directed at Lin Xian, the announcer proclaimed, "In this challenge, Lin Xian emerges triumphant." At that moment, Lin Xian was gazing at the attribute panel suspended in the void before him. The total energy points had exceeded an astonishing 50,000, filling him with immense joy. Such a bounty surpassed his wildest expectations, stemming from the events that had spread throughout Qingyu City, thereby generating substantial energy points. He believed this would suffice to elevate the entire upper echelon of the Lin family. At this juncture, Li He's voice reached him. Lin Xian collected his thoughts, stowing away the attribute panel, nodding at Li He with a serene smile as he descended from the arena. With Lin Yun, the former prodigy, defeated, there was no need for him to linger on the stage any longer. He would now await his rewards. As Li He concluded, the arena erupted once more in a cacophony of astonishment. All eyes were glued to Lin Xian, brimming with disbelief, envy, and reverence. Following this day, Lin Xian would usurp Lin Yun's title as the new prodigy of the Lin family, one of the 4 great talents of Qingyu City, and thus commanded their respect. Wherever Lin Xian traversed, the crowd instinctively parted, creating a broad passage akin to that which Lin Yun had once enjoyed. "Shiyun, I told you, I am perfectly fine," Lin Xian said, gently grasping Lin Shiyun's delicate hand with a playful smile. "Really? When did you become so strong?" "I had no idea," Lin Shiyun replied, her face radiating warmth. "Forgive me for keeping it from you for so long," Lin Xian said, enveloping Lin Shiyun in an embrace. "Consider it a surprise for you, if you will." All right, she cooed, leaning into him and forgetting her inquiries. Indeed, it seemed that when in love, women often displayed a lack of discernment. Lin Xian mused inwardly, relieved that he had not yet devised a means to explain his circumstances. As for the system, it would remain his greatest secret. Akin to the origins of his transmigration, something he would never divulge to anyone. With the referee announcing the results, Lin Yun was carried away for healing, while challenges continued. However, with Lin Xian's prior victories, each more impressive than the last, culminating in Lin Yun's fall from grace, the subsequent matches appeared rather dull in comparison. Most spectators remained fixated on Lin Xian, still in a state of shock. Lin Xian and Lin Shiyun bantered amiably, outwardly unfazed, though a flicker of seriousness lingered in his eyes. Suddenly, the name and attributes of Lin Shiyun appeared before him. Name: Lin Shiyun. Cultivation, Body Refinement Level 8 Talent, Superior Cultivation Talent, Inferior Strength Talent, Inferior Speed Talent. Unique Physique, Spirit Rhythm Body, Awakening Pending, Martial Arts, Tied Palm, 2nd Tier Superior, Minor Accomplishment, Flower Hand, 2nd Tier Middle, Minor Accomplishment, Spirit Serpent Step, 2nd Tier Inferior, Minor Accomplishment. Upon examining Lin Shiyun's attributes, Lin Xian was taken aback. He had not anticipated that her talents were on par with Lin Yun's, and her martial arts level surpassed his. Lin Shiyun's strength likely rivaled or even exceeded that of Lin Yun, though her reluctance to engage in combat had kept her abilities concealed. Lin Xian was astonished to discover that his betrothed harbored such hidden depths. Had he not acquired his unique ability to view others' attribute panels, he might have remained oblivious. What truly left Lin Xian in awe was the revelation of Lin Shiyun's legendary unique physique, the Spirit Rhythm Body. Although he was unfamiliar with its specifics, he understood that unique physiques were akin to divine gifts, bestowing exceptional innate qualities that made breakthroughs in cultivation as effortless as the most mundane tasks. Rumor had it that even the most mediocre unique physiques surpassed the finest talents. Lin Xian had never anticipated that Lin Shiyun would possess such a gift, signifying her extraordinary potential. This realization instilled within Lin Xian a sense of urgency. To be worthy of his fiancée, he must intensify his own training. The thought of being left far behind by Lin Xuan, regardless of her indifference, was a burden he could hardly bear. At the same time, an unsettling premonition gnawed at him. Lin Xuan remained blissfully unaware of any shift in the atmosphere, though a hint of worry lingered in the depths of her beautiful eyes. Soon, Lin Xuan shook off such feelings. After all, he was a man endowed with a unique advantage. How could he fear being outdone by someone with a unique physique? With renewed determination, he recalled his unique ability. He would attempt to replicate Lin Xuan's unique physique. If successful, it would be an incredible boon. Resolute, Lin Xuan focused his thoughts. Ding, consuming 3,000 energy points, replication successful. Obtained, superior cultivation talent. Ding, consuming 500 energy points, replication successful. Obtained Tide Palm, second tier superior. Minor accomplishment. Ding, replication failed. Soon, the replication was complete, but Lin Xuan's expression turned grave. Typically, replication succeeded, and failures occurred only when the item exceeded his energy point capacity. Could the unique physique possess such high standards? He promptly expended additional energy points for another attempt. Once again, he met with failure. It seemed that even unawakened, her unique physique held immense value. Lin Xuan decided to temporarily abandon this pursuit. The remaining points could be utilized on the upper echelons of the Lin family, and wasting them was not an option. Subsequently, Lin Xuan opted to employ the newly acquired treasures. Chapter 10. Grand Replication. Ding, congratulations to the host for the enhancement of cultivation talent. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring minor accomplishment in the second tier superior martial art, Tide Palm. After integrating the acquired treasures, Lin Xuan felt a notable surge in his strength. He continued to jest and converse with Lin Xuan as they awaited the conclusion of the day's strength assessment. This time, no one dared to make remarks. Only envy and admiration shone in their gazes towards the pair. Time flowed slowly. Unbeknownst to them, an hour slipped by. The strength assessment of the day was nearing its conclusion as the final challenge awaited. Upon the elevated platform, the family head, Lin Xuan, rose and surveyed the assembly with a tranquil smile, declaring in a resonant voice, "The strength assessment for this month has now concluded. Before we proceed, I would like to share a few words." Following this, Lin Xuan recounted a plethora of family achievements interspersed with motivational anecdotes. This was a customary procedure during the monthly strength assessments, aimed at nurturing the disciples' loyalty to the family. Many of the younger disciples were yet to reach adulthood, making it an opportune moment for instilling such values. On the surface, Lin Xuan appeared to listen attentively, yet internally, he rolled his eyes in exasperation. Having endured such lectures in his previous life, he had long since developed immunity to them. Fortunately, Lin Xuan's monologue was brief, lasting no more than 15 minutes. After a brief pause, he continued, "In this strength assessment, the most outstanding performance was by Lin Xuan, who triumphed in 3 consecutive battles. According to our clan's regulations, strength is paramount in the Lin lineage. Today, Lin Xuan has openly defeated Lin Yuan in the arena. From this day forth, Lin Xuan shall be recognized as the foremost prodigy of the Lin family and the chief disciple, entitled to all the training and resources afforded to the position." With that, he invited Lin Xuan to ascend the platform and receive the golden token of the chief disciple. This was a strategic promotion devised by the Lin family to inspire the younger generation. As his words echoed, thunderous applause erupted from the crowd. All eyes turned to Lin Xuan, filled with admiration, respect, and awe. The title of chief disciple encompassed not merely a name, but also a significant status and resource allocation, akin to that of a regular elder. In the Lin family, only those at the pinnacle of the gathering Qi realm could assume the elder roles. Imagine a body-refining martial artist possessing elder-level resources. The wealth of such an opportunity was immense. Moreover, he would enjoy a status comparable to that of an elder, commanding respect even from the family head. The other disciples were filled with envy, yet it was a pure admiration rather than jealousy. After all, Lin Xuan had defeated Lin Yuan to attain this position, overcoming an opponent at the peak of the 9th layer of body refinement, while he himself was merely at the 7th layer. His extraordinary talent likely surpassed that of Lin Yuan, placing him leagues ahead of the others, who found it difficult to harbor jealousy, leaving only admiration in its stead. Surrounding the square, other factions from Qingyu City cast complex glances at Lin Xuan. They had anticipated a routine strength assessment, merely going through the motions. But they were astonished to witness the emergence of such a prodigy capable of defeating opponents 2 realms above him. Furthermore, he had vanquished Lin Yuan, one of the 4 great prodigies of Qingyu City. In comparison, Lin Xuan now stood as the foremost talent in Qingyu City, eclipsing the other 4 prodigies. Such a monumental event would surely reverberate throughout the entire city. Lin Xuan, upon hearing this, displayed a glimmer of joy. An opportunity had indeed arisen. and his strength would soon soar. He then patted Lin Xuan's small hand and, under the gaze of the assembled crowd, approached the platform. Drawing from his previous life's experiences, Lin Xuan maintained a calm demeanor, betraying no emotion. This scene, however, drew different perceptions from the senior members of the Lin family, who noted his maturity and composure with approval. Soon, Lin Xuan arrived at the platform, casting his gaze around. Name: Lin Xuan. Cultivation: Pinnacle of Gathering Qi Realm. Talent: Superior Cultivation Talent, Inferior Strength Talent, Inferior Speed Talent, Inferior Earth Attribute Talent, Inferior Water Attribute Talent. Martial Arts: by Boju, 3rd Tier, Superior, Perfected. Lin Xuan, 3rd Tier, Superior, Perfected. Pai Shan Dao Fa, 3rd Tier, Superior, Perfected. Sun Fengbu, 3rd Tier, Superior, Perfected. Personal Treasures: None. Name: Lin Qiyu. Cultivation: Pinnacle of Gathering Qi Realm. Talent: Superior Cultivation Talent, Inferior Strength Talent, Inferior Speed Talent, Inferior Wind Attribute Talent. Martial Arts: Personal Treasures: None. In an instant, Lin Xuan scanned the entire platform. Unsurprisingly, only the family head and the elder held the highest cultivation levels and the most treasures. The others were not far behind. Lin Xuan glanced at his own attribute panel. Despite previous expenditures, he had accumulated an impressive 58,000 energy points. Resolutely, Lin Xuan made a decision. Drawing from his earlier experiences, he understood that talent was of utmost importance. Thus, he intended to seize every beneficial talent available to him during this gathering, considering martial arts and other treasures only afterward. The energy points at his disposal would suffice for replication. With a thought, he activated the process. Ding, consuming 3,000 energy points. Replication successful, acquired superior cultivation talent. Ding, consuming 1,000 energy points. Replication successful, acquired, Lin Xuan, 3rd Tier, Superior, Perfected. Before long, all replications were complete, and Lin Xuan wore a satisfied expression. This would undoubtedly elevate his strength significantly. Subsequently, Lin Xuan chose to disengage, as the attention of the senior members of the Lin family rendered it somewhat inconvenient. This transpired in the blink of an eye, unnoticed by the crowd. Lin Xuan, come forth. Lin Qixing's voice rang out. Yes. With a solemn expression, Lin Qixing continued. Lin Xuan, receive the chief disciple's golden token. Yes. Lin Xuan bowed respectfully, extending his hands. Lin Qiyu placed a holy golden token into Lin Xuan's grasp, stating, accept this golden token. From this moment on, you are the chief disciple. All Lin family disciples shall recognize you as their leader, holding the highest status among them. I hope you will maintain your momentum, advance courageously, and bring glory to our Lin family. Yes, head of the family. Lin Xuan replied earnestly, securing the golden token. Chapter 11. Relocation with Lin Xuan receiving the chief disciple's golden token. The monthly strength assessment came to a definitive close. He tucked the token into his robe, smiling as he descended the platform under the watchful eyes of all present. This strength assessment had yielded bountiful rewards. Not only had he replicated numerous treasures and enhanced his talents, but he had also ascended to the position of chief disciple, ensuring an ample supply of cultivation resources for the foreseeable future. One could even say it was a resounding success. Before long, he reached Lin Xuan's side. The two exchanged playful banter before parting ways. The audience from various factions watched as Lin Xuan and Lin Xuan enjoyed a moment of intimacy before separating. Lin Xuan's father, Lin Qiyu, was the third elder of the Lin family and the strongest individual in both the family and all of Qingyu City, holding an esteemed position. His residence was such that even the family head could not approach without permission. After parting, Lin Xuan made his way to his own courtyard. Although he was a direct descendant, he had lost his parents in an unfortunate accident and was now an orphan. Fortunately, he was recognized as a gifted disciple of the Lin family, and, with his engagement to Lin Xuan, had the backing of Lin Qiyu, thus avoiding any oppression or insult. However, upon reaching his courtyard, Lin Xuan encountered an elderly, gray-clad martial artist and several servants awaiting him. Housekeeper Lin, is there something you need? Lin Xuan inquired respectfully. This gray-clad middle-aged man was the esteemed steward of the Lin family estate, responsible for managing most everyday affairs and held in high regard. Esteemed chief disciple, you humble me. Please, rise, the housekeeper urged, assisting Lin Xuan to his feet. You are now the chief disciple of our Lin family and can no longer reside in such a modest dwelling. I have come to assist you with your relocation. You are to move to the chief disciple's courtyard. Though he served as the chief steward of the Lin family, managing most external affairs, he was ultimately just a servant. For the Lin surname was merely a bestowed title. In the presence of ordinary Lin family disciples, he could still maintain an air of authority. However, standing before Lin Xuan, the chief disciple equivalent to an elder, he dared not exhibit even a hint of arrogance. He had to show utmost respect. Lin Xuan rose, feeling somewhat disoriented. When he had first encountered the steward, they were on equal footing, and he had to afford the steward a measure of respect. After all, the steward was the chief servant of the Lin family estate, a confidant to the family head, capable of speaking in the presence of the master. For disciples like him, merely catching a glimpse of the family head was a rare opportunity. Yet now, in just a few days, the roles had completely reversed. The steward now had to show him respect, even reverence. Such a dramatic shift in status left Lin Xuan deeply contemplative. This was all a result of strength, and it ignited within him a greater desire for power. Then let us relocate, Lin Xuan stated. The residence of the chief disciple was far more luxurious and comfortable, situated within the core area of the Lin family, ensuring greater security. Lin Xuan had no reason to refuse. Yes, hurry along and assist the chief disciple with the move. Under Lin Xuan's guidance, they entered the small courtyard. Many of the furnishings and items inside were remnants from his past life, imbued with memories and nostalgia. Lin Xuan did not mind taking them along. The commotion of the move was considerable, and since the small courtyard was located within the residential area of the clan's main lineage, many were drawn out by the noise to observe and speculate. Isn't this Lin Xuan's small courtyard? Why is he moving? Have you not heard? I overheard my little one say that Lin Xuan has become a significant figure, having attained the position of chief disciple. How can that be? Isn't Lin Xuan still at the 7th level of body refinement? How could he possibly become the chief disciple when Lin Yun, the young clan leader, is at the pinnacle of the 9th level? Is there any doubt? My family Eschinger has confirmed it. Lin Xuan challenged Lin Yun and emerged victorious, claiming the title of the new chief disciple. So, he's moving into the chief disciple's residence? That appears to be the case. The surroundings buzzed with chatter. As news of Lin Xuan's ascension as the new chief disciple spread, members of the Lin family's main lineage were left in shock, their expressions filled with disbelief. After a while, they regained their composure. The gazes directed at Lin Xuan were no longer indifferent, but rather filled with awe, respect, and envy. The position of chief disciple surpassed that of an elder, and historically, anyone who achieved such a rank possessed remarkable potential, destined to rise within the family hierarchy, far surpassing them. This naturally evoked feelings of reverence and envy among them. Before long, several servants had packed Lin Xuan's prized possessions, departing the small courtyard for the chief disciple's residence in the core area. The onlookers from the Lin family's main lineage could only watch from a distance, their hearts heavy with unspoken lament. From this moment forth, Lin Xuan would be irrevocably distanced from them. They were no longer on the same level. Many felt a pang of regret. Who would have thought that Lin Xuan could become the chief disciple? Had they known of his extraordinary talent, they would have endeavored to cultivate a relationship with him earlier, perhaps reaping significant rewards in the future. But now, as Lin Xuan had relocated to the core area, any chance of ingratiating themselves was lost. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived at the core area, at the residence designated for the chief disciple. The steward hastily instructed the servants to arrange the newly moved items properly. After a few minutes, everything was settled, and he respectfully took his leave. After taking a brief tour of the residence, Lin Xuan's face broke into a smile. This abode was substantially larger than his previous one, more than twice the size, and far more opulent. It featured a grand hall, a study, a bedroom, a training room, and a storeroom, essentially encompassing all necessities. Lin Xuan felt a surge of excitement. In this martial world, he finally had a residence that befit his status. More importantly, he could now gaze out and see the residence of Lin Xuan, the third elder of the Lin family. This would greatly facilitate his interactions with Lin Shiyun in the future. After organizing his belongings, Lin Xuan proceeded to the training room, preparing to utilize the treasures he had replicated from the high-ranking martial artists of the Lin family earlier that day, aiming to enhance his innate abilities. Today's experiences had underscored for him the paramount importance of strength in this world. Status, wealth, and power were mere illusions, mere byproducts of strength. Only one's own power could provide lasting assurance. Chapter 12. The Tremor of the Green Jade. Within the training room, Lin Xuan sat cross-legged on a mat. With a mere thought, he began to employ the treasures he had replicated from the high-ranking members of the Lin family during the examination on the platform. Ding. Congratulations to the host for the enhancement of martial talent. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 3rd-tier top-grade martial art, the Cracking Rock Fist, at mastery level. Ding. Congratulations to the host for the enhancement of strength talent. The cool, crisp notifications from the system resonated in his ears, and Lin Xuan's aura gradually intensified. Meanwhile, as Lin Xuan engaged in his secluded cultivation, the entire Green Jade city trembled in response to his rise. Following the monthly strength assessments of the Lin family, various factions typically dispatched observers, as well as curious onlookers and wandering martial artists, who would then return to their respective residences. These wandering martial artists and common folk eagerly discussed and shared the news, quickly spreading it throughout Green Jade City. In Green Jade City, for major factions held sway, the City Lord's Mansion, the Lin family, the Wu family, and the Qin family. The most exceptional talents from these factions were collectively known as the Four Talents of Green Jade City. Each of these four prodigies boasted equal prowess, all at the pinnacle of the 9th level of body refinement. Within their respective factions, they were the absolute top-tier existences, unassailable in their positions. However, the news that emerged today shattered the status quo. During the Lin family's monthly assessment, the young prodigy Lin Xuan, at the 7th level of body refinement, first dispatched the fellow prodigy Lin Lei with a single punch. He then went on to defeat Lin Hai, one of the 3 great prodigies at the 8th level, and ultimately challenged and overcame Lin Yuan, the foremost prodigy of the Lin family, surpassing 2 levels to seize the title of the first prodigy and chief disciple. This news spread like wildfire, leaving all who heard it in shock and disbelief, including the high-ranking members of the various factions. It should be noted that Lin Yuan, as one of the 4 talents of Green Jade City, was no ordinary 9th-level body refiner. He was exceptionally strong, rivaling even the weaker initial stages of the Enlightenment realm. Among his peers, only the other 3 top talents could stand against him, and even then, it was a formidable challenge. The fact that he was defeated by someone who had surpassed 2 levels was almost inconceivable. Yet, the news confirmed that Lin Yuan had indeed been challenged by Lin Xuan, who had surpassed 2 realms and had been defeated. Such a result shattered their understanding and left them in disbelief. The high-ranking members of the various factions, even with their subordinates' repeated assurances, found it difficult to accept this reality. Without exception, the high-ranking officials of the factions mobilized their forces and deployed spies into the Lin family, striving to ascertain the veracity of this astonishing news. Green Jade City was not large, and the factions wielded considerable power. It was true that Lin Xuan, at the 7th level of body refinement, had indeed surpassed 2 levels to defeat the pinnacle body refiner Lin Yuan, thereby claiming the title of the new first prodigy and chief disciple of the Lin family. If there had been any lingering doubts before, they were now thoroughly dispelled. Now, with such overwhelming evidence before them, even those unwilling to believe must concede to the truth. In the wake of this revelation, the high-ranking officials of various factions simultaneously turned their gaze toward the Lin family, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions. The fact that Lin Yuan could reach the 7th level of physical refinement, surpassing 2 realms to defeat even the pinnacle of the physical refinement stage, clearly indicated that Lin Xuan's innate talent eclipsed that of Lin Yuan. Not only was it not a slight difference, but it was significantly pronounced. As one of the 4 prodigies of Qingyu City, Lin Yuan stood shoulder to shoulder with the foremost talents of the other 3 major factions. In comparison, Lin Xuan's abilities had evidently surpassed the original 4 prodigies of Qingyu City. Although Lin Xuan had taken Lin Yuan's place among the new 4 prodigies, in truth, he had already distanced himself from the other 3 prodigies by a considerable margin. He not only claimed the top position among the 4 prodigies, but also ascended to the status of the number 1 talent in Qingyu City. This was no longer a mere rivalry among the original 4 prodigies. In light of this situation, the high-ranking officials of various factions were not only astounded, but also silently lamented. The foremost powerhouse of Qingyu City, Lin Xuan, who even the city lord regarded with trepidation, was affiliated with the Lin family. Now, the number 1 talent of Qingyu City had also emerged from the Lin family. The implications of this were unmistakable. It was likely that the future of Qingyu City would not be tranquil. The equilibrium among the 4 major factions had already begun to unravel. Meanwhile, smaller factions, wandering martial artists, and commoners remained oblivious to these developments. Yet, they too were shaken by the news. After all, the hierarchy of the 4 prodigies had remained unchanged for several years, and today it was completely shattered. This disruption left them profoundly unsettled. Naturally, despite lacking the resources of the major factions, they were not naive and would undoubtedly question the veracity of this news. The impact of this revelation was simply too immense. However, without the clout of the major factions, they could only rely on their own means or wait for time to validate the truth. As time passed, the news fermented with increasing intensity. Yet, none of the major factions, including the city lord's office and the Lin family, emerged to refute or deny the claims, seemingly accepting them as fact. Such an attitude unequivocally indicated that the astonishing news was indeed true. Instantly, Qingyu City was once again swept by a wave of excitement. The fervor surrounding this news had reached its zenith. Even in the various corners of Qingyu City, People could not help but discuss it during their idle chatter over tea and meals. At this moment, Lin Xuan's popularity within Qingyu City soared to unprecedented heights. It could almost be said that, aside from the heads of the three major families and the city lord, no one could rival Lin Xuan. He was hailed as the #1 talent of Qingyu City, no longer simply one among the original four prodigies. As time flew by, several days slipped away unnoticed. In the training room, Lin Xuan executed a series of powerful punches, crashing palms, and shattering kicks, drenched in sweat, his garments thoroughly soaked. Suddenly, a faint cracking sound echoed. A surge of even greater energy emanated from Lin Xuan, radiating outward in all directions. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xuan savored the torrent of energy coursing through his body. A smile gracing his lips. I have finally broken through to the 9th level of physical refinement. 5 days had passed since the last strength assessment, and he had finally ascended to the 9th level. In terms of cultivation, he had truly earned the title of Chief Disciple. Chapter 13. Breakthrough with a light chuckle. Lin Xuan reflected on the past 5 days. Aside from his seclusion for cultivation, he had also spent time leisurely exploring Qingyu City with Lin Xuan. As the foremost prodigy of the Lin family, and now the #1 talent in Qingyu City, his name had already spread throughout the city, and many recognized him. Thus, he had not encountered any foolish individuals attempting to challenge him, allowing him to enjoy himself thoroughly. During these days, while balancing play and practice, he had only devoted a maximum of half a day to cultivation. Nonetheless, he had remarkably broken through 2 levels. In stark contrast, during the month prior to his arrival, he had been trapped at the 7th level of physical refinement, with his previous incarnation requiring several months to achieve a breakthrough. The vast difference made Lin Xuan acutely aware of the terrifying potential of innate talent. Originally possessing a medium-grade cultivation talent, he had now ascended to a top-grade level, a 2-tier elevation yielding such remarkable results. It was evident that he must continue to prioritize enhancing his talent. Lin Xuan mused to himself. Furthermore, had he accumulated 110,000 energy points? Excellent. Gazing at the number of energy points, Lin Xuan's smile widened. The more energy points he amassed, the more treasures he could replicate, thereby accelerating his strength enhancement, which naturally delighted him. After tidying up, Lin Xuan strode out of the training room. He entered the bathing area, refreshed himself, and donned clean garments. Following his recent breakthrough to the 9th level of physical refinement, he had swiftly solidified his new rank. However, since he had only just broken through, further cultivation within a short time would yield minimal results, and he deemed it unnecessary to squander time. Additionally, if his estimations were correct, Lin Xuan would soon arrive to invite him out for more leisure. This had been the pattern for the past few days. Given that she was the closest person to him in this life, Lin Xuan would certainly not refuse. Thus, he prepared himself before her arrival. As anticipated, after preparing everything, Lin Xuan did not have to wait long. Accompanied by the melodious sound of her laughter, a fragrant breeze wafted through as a tall, exquisitely delicate figure stepped through the doorway. Brother Lin Xuan called out cheerfully. I'm here. Suddenly, Lin Xuan felt a gentle warmth envelop him as Lin Xuan leapt into his embrace. Brother Lin Xuan, it's been a long time. Her sweet voice rang out. Yinner, it's been too long, Lin Xuan replied gently, patting her back, though a weight lingered in his heart. She had far surpassed her previous self. Lin Xuan had no aversion to the affection of the one he cherished. Rather, it brought him joy. Yet, inexplicably, a persistent shadow loomed over his heart. One that he could not dispel, no matter how hard he tried. Lin Xuan held him tightly for several breaths before reluctantly releasing him. Her cheeks flushed as she gazed at his handsome face, exclaiming, Brother Lin Xuan, you've broken through to the 9th level of physical refinement. Indeed. Have you not also made a breakthrough? Lin Xuan chuckled, his eyes sparkling. The elevation of his physical refinement and cultivation realms brought forth a surge of strength and vitality. However, unless he actively released his aura, it would be challenging for other martial artists, even those in the gathering Qi realm, to detect it. Yet, Lin Xuan had discerned his breakthrough with just a glance. Clearly, she was even more talented than he had imagined. Then, Brother Lin Xuan, you are truly the chief disciple now, no longer merely in terms of strength. Lin Xuan smiled warmly, her beautiful eyes briefly reflecting astonishment. Just 5 days prior, during the routine strength assessment, Brother Lin Xuan had been at the 7th level of physical refinement. In just 5 days, he had astonishingly advanced 2 levels. Such a rapid pace of cultivation was indeed remarkable. She felt left behind. However, as long as he remained her brother Lin Xuan, she paid little heed to these comparisons. Yinner, shall we go out for some leisure? Lin Xuan's light laugh resonated. Brother Lin Xuan, we cannot today, Lin Xuan replied, shaking her head solemnly. My father wishes to see you. Will you accompany me to meet him? Her tone carried a hint of earnest appeal. Of course. I would be glad to meet the future father-in-law. Lin Xuan laughed heartily, readily agreeing. What? I'm ignoring you now, humph. Lin Shiyun's delicate face flushed. Her petite nose twitched as she playfully shook off Lin Xuan's arm, yet she still held on tightly. Subsequently, the two of them laughed and chatted as they made their way toward the residence of the third elder. Along the path, Lin Xuan appeared relaxed, engaging in light-hearted banter with Lin Shiyun, though his heart was steeped in contemplation. As a disciple of the Lin family, he had heard tales of Lin Shiyun's father, Lin Shiyun, the most talented individual in the Lin family, and even the entire Qingyu city. It was said that Lin Shiyun, along with the current family head Lin Qixing and the two elders, had once been close brothers, all vying for the position of family head. However, unwilling to harm his kin, Lin Shiyun chose to leave the Lin family to pursue his own path. Years later, upon his return, he had reached the late stage of the Qi transformation realm, emerging as the strongest individual in Qingyu city, unmatched even by the ancestral figures of the other two prominent families and the city lord. The family head was ultimately determined, and although Lin Shiyun was the strongest, he had no desire to manage the family, thus taking on the role of the third elder. With Lin Shiyun's formidable presence, the Lin family had rapidly ascended, rising from an awkward fourth place among the four major powers to second place, even posing a threat to the city lord's estate. This was all the more remarkable considering Lin Shiyun had seldom intervened in family matters. Otherwise, the Lin family would have already claimed the title of the foremost power in Qingyu city. As for Lin Shiyun's mother, Lin Shiyun had never mentioned her, and no one dared to inquire. Over the years, Lin Shiyun's primary focus had been the simple act of nurturing Lin Shiyun. Even the family head rarely saw Lin Shiyun, let alone a disciple like Lin Xian. Thus, Lin Xian was perplexed by Lin Shiyun's sudden summons. As Lin Xian pondered, they soon arrived. He gazed at the opulent courtyard, even grander than the family head's residence, and silently marveled at the truth that in this world, power reigns supreme. Despite the theoretical highest status of the family head, in the presence of the mightier Lin Shiyun, he felt dwarfed. This was evident from the grandeur of the estate. Brother Lin Xian, let us enter. Lin Shiyun's gentle voice interrupted his thoughts. Very well, he replied, and together they stepped through the grand entrance. Before them lay a vast expanse of lawn, with a small grove of flowers in the distance and servants bustling about their duties. Upon seeing Lin Shiyun, they all bowed respectfully. Miss, young master, you have arrived. The master is waiting for you inside. An amiable-looking elderly steward in gray approached them, bowing slightly. Jobo, what are you saying? Lin Shiyun's cheeks turned crimson, her voice sweet yet flustered. Come along, Jobo chuckled, understanding her shy nature and refraining from further comment as he led the way. Before long, the elderly steward brought Lin Xian and Lin Shiyun to a spacious hall before taking his leave. In the hall, seated at the head was a middle-aged man clad in white, possessing a handsome visage that bore a resemblance to Lin Shiyun. Though he did not exude any overt power, he resembled a slumbering lion, concealing formidable strength within. Lin Shiyun released Lin Xian's arm and approached the white-clad man, her voice soft as she said, Father, Brother Lin Xian has come. The middle-aged man smiled and affectionately ruffled Lin Shiyun's hair. In that moment, Lin Xian realized the true identity of the man before him. Disciple Lin Xian pays respects to the third elder. He promptly bowed. Have a seat. Lin Shiyun's voice resonated. Lin Xian found himself rising involuntarily, as if compelled by an unseen force. In an instant, a tumultuous wave surged within him. Clearly, the strength of this third elder surpassed his expectations. He took a seat beside the chair, directing his gaze toward Lin Shiyun. The elder's countenance was chiseled as if sculpted from stone, a true heartthrob. However, what truly captured Lin Xian's attention was Lin Shiyun's attribute panel. Name, Lin Shiyun Cultivation, second layer of the condensation realm talent, exceptional cultivation talent, intermediate strength talent, inferior speed talent, inferior metal affinity talent, inferior fire affinity talent, substandard swordsmanship talent martial arts, golden flame technique, 5th tier, intermediate, minor accomplishment, crimson flame blade technique, 5th tier, intermediate, minor accomplishment, shattering gold fist, 5th tier, inferior, major accomplishment, jade refinement technique, 5th tier, intermediate, minor accomplishment, floating passage, 5th tier, inferior, major accomplishment, personal treasures. None gazing at Lin Shiyun's attribute panel suspended in the air, Lin Xian was taken aback. Wasn't it rumored that Lin Shiyun had reached the peak of the Qi transformation realm? Yet now he was at the second layer of the condensation realm. To Lin Xian's knowledge, the martial realms were categorized into 9 layers of body refinement: Qi awakening, Qi gathering, Qi transformation, condensation, spirit awakening, and beyond. The condensation realm was a tier above the Qi transformation realm, indicating greater strength. Lin Xuan had not anticipated that Lin Xuan had silently broken through to the condensation realm, specifically the second layer. When Lin Xuan was still at the peak of the Qi transformation realm, he was already the strongest in Qingyu City, invincible. If news of his breakthrough to the condensation realm spread, the leaders of the other three major powers would surely be left in shock. At such a level, they would not even dare to consider a confrontation. They were simply on different tiers. Nonetheless, this was of little concern to Lin Xuan. After a moment of astonishment, he was filled with elation. Truly, as the strongest in Qingyu City, Lin Xuan's attributes were astonishingly rich. The treasures he possessed were of high quality, far surpassing those of Lin Qixing, the Grand Elder, and other high-ranking members of the Lin family. With a thought, he activated his ability. Ding. Consumed 10,000 energy points. Copy successful. Obtained exceptional cultivation talent. Ding. Consumed 10,000 energy points. Copy successful. Obtained minor accomplishment 5th tier intermediate martial art. Crimson Flame Blade Technique. In an instant, Lin Xuan had copied all the treasures he found appealing from Lin Xuan, depleting his accumulated energy points to a mere 10,000. However, the rewards from such an endeavor made the cost insignificant. Remarkably, all of this transpired in the blink of an eye, unnoticed by anyone present. At this moment, Lin Xuan spoke. Your foundation is impressive. You are worthy of the title of chief disciple. With his discerning eye, he could easily perceive Lin Xuan's robust foundation, far exceeding that of Lin Yun and other disciples of the Lin family. He estimated that no one in Qingyu City could compare. With this knowledge, he felt a measure of reassurance. Thank you for your praise, third elder. Such talent deserves to be with Shiyun, Lin Xuan continued. Father, how can you say that? Lin Shiyun's face flushed a deep crimson, instantly becoming charming. Although their relationship had already been clarified, her father's words still made her shy. Rest assured, third elder. Lin Xuan will treat Shiyun well and will never let her down. Lin Xuan solemnly vowed. Instantly, Lin Shiyun's gaze softened as it lingered on Lin Xuan's handsome face. Unable to look away, Lin Xuan nodded, then turned his attention to Lin Shiyun. Observing his daughter's demeanor, he could only sigh inwardly. He then inquired. In half a month, during the great competition of the four major powers, the Luoyuan sect will come to recruit disciples. Do you feel confident? I'm confident, Lin Xuan replied. The Luoyuan sect was one of the four major sects of the Zhongyuan kingdom, its power rivaling that of the royal family. Qingyu City fell under the jurisdiction of the Luoyuan sect. Every 3 years, the sect would send representatives to recruit new disciples. The great competition of the four major powers was held for this purpose, where the young disciples would engage in combat to determine the top 10. Those who excelled would earn an opportunity to join the Luoyuan sect. Lin Xuan was already well aware of this. Similarly, he possessed absolute confidence in this matter. Without mentioning how much his strength would increase in half a month, even now, he could secure a place among the top 10. Lin Shiyuan's eyes glimmered with satisfaction. After casually inquiring for a while, he allowed Lin Xuan and Lin Shiyun to leave. However, unbeknownst to the two as they departed, Lin Shiyuan's smile vanished abruptly, replaced by an expression of solemnity and sorrow, culminating in a deep sigh, seemingly laden with endless nostalgia and reluctance. Upon exiting the residence of the third elder, Lin Xuan and Lin Shiyun wandered through Qingyu City, indulging in leisurely exploration. Although Qingyu City was merely a small town within the Zhongyuan kingdom, it was not inferior to a prefecture-level city from a previous life. The city boasted numerous extraordinary sights, far too many for two body-refining warriors to explore in a short time. Their days of wandering had been refreshing, as they had not revisited a single location. Time flowed like water, slipping by unnoticed. During the day, Lin Xuan accompanied Lin Shiyun in their excursions, while the evenings were dedicated to secluded cultivation. As the chief disciple, his monthly resource allocation surpassed that of the elders, compounded by the various elixirs and spiritual herbs he had previously replicated, alongside his extraordinary talent that shone brightly in Qingyu City. Even with only a fraction of his day devoted to cultivation, his progress was remarkable. In the training chamber, Lin Xuan sat cross-legged on the mat, channeling the Ziyu decision. This 5th-tier, mid-grade body-refining martial art, replicated from Lin Xuan, was exceptionally suited for both body refining and opening the meridians, providing strength far superior to that of others at the same level. However, it required significant resources. Fortunately, Lin Xuan had ample supplies, allowing him to maintain his practice. Suddenly, a gentle breeze emanated from Lin Xuan, creating a soft rustling sound. He slowly opened his eyes, gazing into the void before him. The God-level replication system activated. Host. Lin Xuan realm. Early opening of Meridian's talent. Superior cultivation talent. Mid-grade strength talent. Low-grade speed talent. Attribute talents. Low-grade sharp gold. Low-grade crimson fire. Second-tier thick earth. Second-tier heavy water. Low-grade gale. Second-tier blade Dao talent. Martial arts. Jinyan decision. 5th tier mid-grade. Minor achievement. Qi and blade technique. 5th tier mid-grade. Minor achievement. Shattered jade decision. 5th tier mid-grade. Minor achievement. Cracking gold fist. 5th tier low-grade. Major achievement. Floating crossing. 5th tier low-grade. Major achievement. Energy points. 1. 790. 000. Spatial storage. 21. Gazing at the transformed attribute panel, feeling the surging power within, Lin Xuan smiled. Over the past 2 weeks, through relentless practice of the Ziyu decision, he had honed his physique and elevated his cultivation level, ultimately breaking through from the 9th layer of body refinement to the early stage of meridian opening. His efforts had not been in vain. With the newfound strength, several times greater than that of the peak body refining stage, Lin Xuan's smile widened. 3 days hence, the grand competition among the 4 major factions would commence. He wondered how many more meridians he could open within this time frame. The process of opening the meridians was crucial, as the more meridians one opened, the stronger they became. Due to the high grade of his body-refining martial arts and his commendable cultivation talent, he had swiftly consolidated his breakthrough post-haste. Lin Xuan once again immersed himself in his training. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The morning sun streamed warmly through the window. In the training chamber, Lin Xuan gradually rose, having opened 12 meridians. He felt a surge of power within him, vastly stronger than just 3 days prior, and his face was alight with joy. It was uncertain whether the impending competition motivated him or if there were other reasons. But Lin Xuan had not sought him out during these 3 days. Unable to visit the third elder's residence, he had devoted his time to intensive cultivation, resulting in a significant breakthrough as he opened 12 meridians, multiplying his strength manifold. With such power, Lin Xuan felt well prepared for the upcoming competition among the 4 major factions. Regrettably, all the resources he had received as chief disciple, along with the elixirs, had been entirely consumed. After organizing his belongings, Lin Xuan departed from the chief disciple's courtyard, making his way to the arena. Today marked the day of the grand competition, where disciples from the Luyan sect would also come to recruit new members. The younger generation of the Lin family was gathering at the arena, led by the family head to the city lord's residence for the competition. A notification he had received from the old steward earlier. Before long, he arrived. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow, surveying the scene with surprise. He had assumed he had arrived early, only to find that he was somewhat late. The arena was already filled with numerous disciples, including the Lin family's upper echelons. Family head, elder, and third elder had all arrived. Upon noticing Lin Xuan's arrival, the disciples turned their gazes toward him, filled with awe, and parted to create a path. Lin Xuan walked forward as the chief disciple. He was not only among the higher-ups, but also needed to lead the way to the front. Brother Lin, Lin Xuan, standing beside Lin Xuan, chuckled and approached. Wrapping her arm around his Yuner, Lin Xuan replied with a smile. Lin Xuan watched with a wry expression, while the family head, Lin Xixing, and the other senior members focused on a different matter. Lin Xuan, you have broken through to the opening of meridians? Lin Xixing exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically. Instantly, all eyes in the arena turned to Lin Xuan. Yes, Lin Xuan nodded calmly. The arena fell silent for a moment before erupting into a cacophony of astonishment. Gasps of disbelief filled the air. He has broken through to the opening of meridians? How is that possible? It has barely been a month. Previously at the 7th layer of body refinement, he had now ascended to the opening of meridians, a leap of 3 layers and a major realm. The crowd buzzed with incredulity as they regarded Lin Xuan with astonished expressions, their disbelief palpable. Even the family head and the elder displayed signs of shock, their expectations shattered. They had anticipated that after more than half a month, Lin Xuan would merely reach the 9th layer of body refinement, yet upon his arrival, he exuded the aura of someone who had undeniably reached the opening of meridians, and it was evident that he had stabilized his newfound strength. The senior members of the Lin family were left astounded. Lin Hai, standing beside the elder, stood rooted in place, his eyes wide with disbelief. His expression was one of fear as he hurriedly retreated behind the elder, fearing that Lin Xuan might notice him. In order to secure a place among the top 10 in the competition, he had received numerous precious elixirs from the elder over the past weeks, helping him reach the 9th layer of body refinement. He had thought this would allow him to contend with Lin Xuan, yet here stood Lin Xuan, who had transcended the 7th and 8th layers, and now stood firmly at the opening of meridians. Such an alarming rate of advancement was beyond his comprehension, something he had never heard of or witnessed before. Yet, here it was, unfolding before his eyes, and even the family had acknowledged it. How could it be anything but real? At that moment, despite his reluctance to accept it, he had no choice but to concede. The disparity between the Qi awakening realm and the body refinement realm is immense, categorically distinct. Moreover, Lin Xuan had already defeated Lin Yuan, who was at the pinnacle of the body refinement realm, while he himself was merely at the 7th level of the same realm. Now that he has broken through to the Qi awakening realm, his strength has undoubtedly surged exponentially. He is no longer a contender for Lin Yuan. The thought of resisting faded instantly. Lin Yuan quietly concealed himself behind the Grand Elder, fervently hoping that Lin Xuan would not notice him. Although many senior members of the Lin family, including the Grand Elder and the head of the family, were present, Lin Hai knew that Lin Xuan would not turn his aggression towards him. Nonetheless, he was utterly intimidated by Lin Xuan's terrifying rate of cultivation and only wished to avoid him, forgetting everything else. Chapter 16. Shocked beside the family head. Lin Qixing, the erstwhile Lin family's foremost prodigy, Lin Yuan, was momentarily stunned, gazing in disbelief at Lin Xuan. He had been at the peak of the body refinement realm, and with the imminent competition and being the family head's son, he had access to ample cultivation resources, allowing him to successfully break through to the Qi awakening realm. He had assumed that after this breakthrough, he would at least be on par with Lin Xuan, if not surpass him. After all, there is a significant gap between the Qi awakening realm and the body refinement realm. However, to his astonishment, in just over half a month, Lin Xuan had made continuous breakthroughs, leaping from the 7th level of body refinement directly to the Qi awakening realm. Such a spectacle left him utterly astonished, unable to comprehend the reality before him. Previously, Lin Xuan had fought above his level, but now their realms were equal. How could he possibly contend with Lin Xuan? Simultaneously, Lin Yuan gained a newfound understanding of Lin Xuan's talent. Perhaps Lin Xuan had merely been a minor genius before, limited by insufficient cultivation resources that hindered the full expression of his potential. However, as the chief disciple, with the rank equivalent to an elder, he had received abundant cultivation resources. In the span of just over half a month, Lin Xuan had made successive breakthroughs, transcending several significant realms to achieve the Qi awakening realm. This clearly illustrated that his talent was extraordinary, far surpassing that of the so-called first genius of the Lin family. It could be said that Lin Xuan was the true first prodigy of the Lin family. Even the foremost genius of Qingyu City, Lin Yuan silently mused. In this regard, Lin Yuan felt no jealousy, only admiration and delight. After all, martial talent is an innate gift from the heavens. One's standing is determined by fate. And he could not harbor jealousy. Instead, he felt some envy and joy. Lin Xuan, a disciple of the Lin family, had achieved the status of the greatest talent in Qingyu City, unmatched by anyone. His future achievements would undoubtedly be remarkable, and surpassing Qingyu City would not pose a significant challenge. Should Lin Xuan choose to benefit the Lin family in the future, he, as a member of the Lin family, would also reap considerable rewards. Perhaps this could pave the way for him to advance further along the martial path. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring 487 shock energy from Qi awakening realm warrior Lin Qixing. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring 500 shock energy from Qi awakening realm warrior Lin Qiyu. Lin Xuan, wearing an indifferent expression, gazed at the increasingly abundant energy points displayed on the attribute panel, a smile gracing his lips. The Qi awakening realm also involves honing the physique and strengthening the vital essence. Had he chosen not to reveal any aura, none of the senior members of the Lin family, including the head Lin Qixing, aside from Lin Qiyuan of the condensation realm, would have sensed his presence. However, he deliberately leaked a hint of his aura, allowing Lin Qixing and the others to perceive it, all for the purpose of harvesting these energy points. The results were indeed fruitful. Then, with a light smile, Lin Xuan remarked, "This is nothing. Yuner and even the young master Lin Yuan have also broken through to the Qi awakening realm, haven't they?" This realization was derived from his observation of the attribute panel. Instantly, a minor stir arose among the crowd. Many disciples shifted their gazes toward Lin Shiyun and Lin Yun. However, the majority remained fixated on Lin Xuan. Compared to the breakthroughs of the other two, Lin Xuan's ascent was more profound, provoking greater waves of astonishment. Seeing Lin Xuan's continuous breakthroughs culminating in the Qi awakening realm, the family head Lin Qixing exhibited no signs of arrogance. Rather, he appeared calm and composed, more satisfied than ever. He said with a smile, "This time is different. You have also broken through to the Qi awakening realm. During the competition, you will surely show the other three major powers a thing or two." The surrounding senior members of the Lin family nodded in agreement, smiling. Lin Xuan had previously been capable of defeating Lin Yuan, who stood at the pinnacle of the body refinement realm, even while he himself was at the 7th level. Now that he had reached the Qi awakening realm, his strength had undoubtedly soared to an unimaginable level. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan had only recently broken through to the Qi awakening realm, and the other 3 major powers' top talents were on par with him, suggesting they were at a similar level. However, given that Lin Xuan evidently possessed the highest talent, it was reasonable to assume his strength was unparalleled. The Lin family harbored immense confidence in Lin Xuan. Even the Grand Elder Lin Qiyu, who had held some biases due to Lin Hai, now wore a smile. Lin Xuan had once again demonstrated a talent that was incomparable to Lin Hai's. It was only a matter of time before he would surpass the Lin family and even Qingyu City. With such reasoning, the past grievances between them dissipated, and any lingering biases were eradicated. In fact, considering Lin Xuan's remarkable talent, Lin Qiyu contemplated whether he should urge his grandson Lin Hai to apologize to Lin Xuan to resolve their enmity. Previously, Lin Hai had repeatedly conspired against Lin Xuan, and should Lin Xuan grow stronger in the future and seek vengeance, it could lead to complications. However, as the Grand Elder, he found it difficult to lower himself to the point of having his grandson apologize to an ordinary clan member like Lin Xuan. At that moment, the family head Lin Qixing's voice resonated. Is everyone ready? Let us depart. With a smile, he led the way, heading toward the city lord's mansion. The 3rd elder Lin Qiyuan, the strongest member of the Lin family after him, followed closely, followed by the Grand Elder. Lin Xuan, the chief disciple, came next, with Lin Shiyun tightly clutching his arm. The other senior members and disciples trailed behind them. Though Qingyu City was not small, its area comparable to a prefectural city from a previous life, the 4 major powers of Qingyu City were the strongest factions, with the Lin family ranking second among them. Naturally positioned in the core area, the distance was not far, and they arrived in no time. Upon entering the city lord's mansion, the Lin family was soon ushered to a grand plaza, which was more than twice the size of the Lin family's martial arts arena. This was due to the fact that various major competitions were held at the city lord's mansion, necessitating a vast and sturdy structure. By the time the Lin family arrived, the 3 major powers, Wu family, Qin family, and the city lord Zhang family, had already gathered. The entrance of the Lin family immediately captured the attention of the entire venue. At present, the Lin family was the most prominent among the 4 major powers, overshadowing even the city lord's mansion. The first strongest warrior of Qingyu City, Lin Qiyuan, was from the Lin family, and now, the number 1 genius of Qingyu City, Lin Xuan, was also part of the Lin family. It could be said that both the current strongest warrior and the future strongest talent resided within the Lin family, drawing significant attention. In a corner of the plaza, the other 3 major powers, the Wu family, Qin family, and Zhang family of the city lord's mansion convened. Their talented junior disciples gathered together, their gazes fixated on the newly arrived Lin family members. Due to the continuous growth of the Lin family, they had begun to threaten the authority of the city lord's mansion, prompting these 3 major powers to form an alliance. Thus, the outstanding junior disciples congregated in this manner. Zhang He, look over there. That is Lin Xuan. The foremost prodigy of the Qin family, Qinyu, pointed towards Lin Xuan in the crowd. Addressing the top talent of the city lord's mansion, Zhang He. Chapter 17. The competition begins. As Chunyu's words fell, the surrounding disciples were visibly shaken, their gazes converging toward the direction indicated by Chunyu. The emergence of Lin Xuan, hailed as the foremost genius of Qingyu City, has certainly captured the attention of all. His strength is formidable, and his prowess is not to be underestimated. Wu Qili, the first talent of the Wu family, spoke with a solemn expression. He could not discern the exact level of Lin Xuan's cultivation, whether he had indeed broken through to the Qi awakening stage, yet, even from a distance, he felt an overwhelming sense of threat. He dared not dismiss him in the slightest, understanding that Lin Xuan's renown was well-deserved, not merely a facade. Lin Xuan? Who is this Lin Xuan? A voice of confusion arose. The surrounding disciples cast peculiar glances at the speaker. Zhang He, I heard you've been in seclusion every day. Have you gone foolish in there, not knowing that Lin Xuan has recently risen to fame, claiming the title of Qingyu City's top genius? Qingyu remarked, his expression one of incredulity as he looked at Zhang He. He was well aware of Lin Xuan, having learned of his reputation after the Lin family's strength assessment concluded and Lin Xuan's name spread throughout Qingyu City. He had even obtained Lin Xuan's portrait and various related information. Before Lin Xuan's rise, the 4 geniuses of Qingyu City were considered equal. Notably, despite being part of the 4, one among them was acclaimed as the premier genius, the number 1 talent of Qingyu City. However, Lin Xuan emerged dramatically, cultivating at the 7th level of body refinement, surpassing 2 realms to decisively defeat Lin Yuan, who stood at the pinnacle of the 9th level. Not only did he replace Lin Yuan as the premier talent of the Lin family, but he also became the new foremost genius of Qingyu City, surpassing the original 4 geniuses. Zhang He had been closely monitoring Lin Xuan's ascent and recognized the significant sense of crisis it posed to his own Zhang family within the city lord's mansion. Consequently, he had acquired abundant cultivation resources, allowing him to successfully break through to the Qi awakening stage and open 5 meridians. At the initial phase of the Qi awakening stage, he considered himself a formidable expert. His feelings toward Lin Xuan were complex, and upon finally meeting Lin Xuan face to face, he could not help but feel a grave sense of respect. He sensed that Lin Xuan would be a formidable adversary. Nonetheless, despite Lin Xuan's growing fame and exceptional talent, Zhang He felt a significant level of confidence for the upcoming grand competition among the 4 major powers. Recently, his family had discovered a fragmented blood-based martial art, boiling blood technique. Although it was only of the 2nd tier, it could invigorate one's blood to exchange for strength. In fact, with his blood vitality, if he operated the boiling blood technique, he could reach the late Qi awakening stage, temporarily opening over 50 meridians. He could not believe that, despite Lin Xuan's genius, breaking through to the Qi awakening stage in just over half a month was the fastest possible achievement, let alone possessing the strength of the late Qi awakening stage. Of course, as a blood-based martial art, it came with significant drawbacks. After its use, one would require a substantial amount of blood-restoring pills and herbs, and would need to rest for over a month before regaining mobility. However, if he could secure first place in the competition, such damage would be inconsequential. Led by Lin Qi, the Lin family entered the square, where individuals from the city lord's mansion promptly arranged accommodations for them. Surrounding the square were 2 viewing platforms. The eastern platform hosted individuals from the 4 major powers, while the western platform was occupied by representatives from various other factions within Qingyu City. Outside the square, a dense crowd had gathered. In this world, where martial prowess was revered, the society still adhered to traditional feudal norms, with few forms of entertainment. The grand competition among the 4 major powers was considered the most significant event in Qingyu City, leading many martial artists to purchase tickets to witness it. Those with weaker backgrounds or abilities stood outside the square, watching from a distance. Adjacent to the eastern platform was a high dais, where martial artists from the Luyun sect, responsible for recruiting disciples, along with the strongest from the 4 major powers, sat as judges for the competition. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 457 astonishment points from the Qi gathering stage martial artist Zhang Quan. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 178 astonishment points from the Qi awakening stage martial artist Lu Wan. On the eastern platform, Lin Xuan leaned back in his seat, holding hands with Lin Shiyun. Observing the attribute panel before him, he noted the rapid accumulation of energy points, a glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes. Such grand occasions were indeed delightful, allowing him to gather so many energy points upon arrival. Subsequently, Lin Xuan scanned the entire square, his gaze sweeping across, and attribute panels materialized before him. Although he felt confident about the upcoming competition, he still decided to observe the situation of others, just in case. Before long, disappointment crept into Lin Xuan's expression. Among the outstanding disciples from the 4 major powers, only 3 from the remaining 3 powers had broken through to the Qi awakening stage, 1 from each faction. The only one who had stabilized his realm was Zhang He, the top genius of the city lord's mansion. The other 2 had not yet solidified their realms, their auras fluctuating and clearly having just recently made their breakthroughs. They posed no real threat. It seemed that this grand competition would have no worthy opponents. Lin Xuan then turned his attention to other martial artists. His current objective was to identify those among the higher echelons of the various factions who bore treasures he could replicate. However, disappointment lingered once more. After replicating Lin Qiyuan, his attribute panel had risen to match Lin Qiyuan's level, except for the cultivation section, where he fell short. None of the higher-ups from these factions could compare to Lin Qiyuan, not even half as formidable. It was not worth his while to expend energy points on replication, leading to his sense of disillusionment. Fortunately, it wasn't a futile endeavor. He had at least discovered that on the high dais, Zhao Tsuxin, the martial artist from the Luyun sect handling recruitment, was at the early stage of the condensing rotation realm, with an attribute panel slightly stronger than Lin Qiyuan's. Yet, given his lower cultivation, his replication range was limited to within 10 meters, clearly beyond the dais's reach. He would have to bide his time. Nonetheless, Lin Xuan was determined to perform splendidly in this grand competition. as it presented a valuable opportunity to accumulate energy points that he could not afford to miss. This all transpired within just a few breaths, unbeknownst to anyone regarding Lin Xuan's contemplation. Lin Xuan, what's wrong? Lin Xuan's gentle voice broke through his thoughts. It's nothing, Lin Xuan replied with a serene smile, engaging in light-hearted banter with Lin Xuan. Time flowed slowly, after a few more minutes. The bright sunlight bathed the square, signaling that the time had come. On the high dais, Zhang Wenyong, the city lord of Qingyu City, rose from his seat, scanning the crowd before him. Silence. The aura of the Qi transformation stage gradually spread, and the crowd fell silent, their gazes fixed upon the dais. Zhang Wenyong then proclaimed, I hereby announce that the grand competition among the 4 major powers begins now. Chapter 18. The contest begins with Zhang Wenyong's declaration. The crowd stirred with anticipation, their eyes fixed on the center of the square. The grand event of Qingyu City, the competition among the 4 major powers, was finally set to commence. In the center of the square stood a single arena, indicating that the competition would unfold as a series of contests. Although it was a competition among the 4 major powers, only disciples of the 8 levels of body refinement or higher were eligible to participate. For instance, within the Lin family, only 6 met the criteria. Collectively, the 4 major powers had fewer than 30 participants. The contest would proceed rapidly, one after another. A supervisor from the city lord's mansion, a Qi gathering stage martial artist, leaped onto the central arena. I am Zhang Ping, the supervisor of the city lord's mansion. I will oversee the proceedings of this grand competition and facilitate the matches. Let me explain the rules of this competition. The top 10 will be awarded places in the Luoyuan sect, as well as generous rewards. The top 10 will each receive a bottle of blood-nourishing pills. In third place, the reward consists of 3 bottles of blood-nourishing pills and 1 blood ginseng. For second place, the prize is a mid-grade 4th-tier martial art. As these words fell, a wave of astonishment rippled through the arena. Everyone gazed in disbelief at Zhang Ping, standing on the high platform in the arena. The blood-nourishing pills are 2nd-tier high-grade elixirs that can replenish vital energy, while the blood ginseng is a lower-tier 3rd-grade spiritual herb capable of enhancing one's vitality. The rewards were understandable, but what truly shocked everyone was the offering of a 4th-tier martial art as a prize. 4th-tier martial arts can only be wielded to their full potential by masters of the Qi transformation realm. In the entire Qingyu City, only the 4 major factions possess such knowledge. Moreover, even among these factions, it is a rarity, reserved for only a select few like the clan leader, the Grand Elder, and the young clan leader. Typically, such secrets are closely guarded. To have it presented as a reward today left the crowd both astonished and perplexed. Even more astonishing was that this prize, which was previously unattainable even for the first place, was now being offered for second place. They could hardly fathom what the reward for the first place would entail. Subsequently, everyone looked at Zhang Ping with eager anticipation. Zhang Ping continued, for the first place, the reward is a single Qi condensing pill. As soon as the words were spoken, the arena fell into a profound silence. This was swiftly followed by a clamorous uproar. Filled with excitement. Did I hear correctly? A Qi condensing pill as a reward? The 4 major factions are indeed generous. No wonder the second place prize was a 4th-tier martial art. The first prize is a Qi condensing pill. The crowd buzzed with astonishment. The Qi condensing pill is a 3rd-tier mid-grade elixir, yet its value surpasses many 4th-tier treasures. As its name suggests, the Qi condensing pill aids an enlightenment realm martial artist in solidifying their true energy seed, allowing them to enter the gathering Qi realm. However, the efficacy of the Qi condensing pill extends far beyond this. Firstly, using the Qi condensing pill guarantees a 100% success rate in breaking through to the gathering Qi realm. Furthermore, the energy contained within the pill can help break through several meridians during the process, thus significantly enhancing one's foundation. Such remarkable utility renders the Qi condensing pill extraordinarily valuable. In fact, it is not even available for sale in Qingyu City. One must travel to the nearest county city, Qingyu County, to purchase it. Even there, it is a restricted item. Without a certain status or identity, one cannot acquire it, even with wealth. For the people of Qingyu City, the Qi condensing pill is akin to a legendary treasure. They never expected that today. Not only would the Qi condensing pill appear in Qingyu City, but it would also be offered as the first prize in this grand competition. For a while, the arena remained in a state of unrest. The anticipation for the upcoming matches surged among the crowd. With such generous rewards, the younger disciples were filled with fighting spirit. A Qi condensing pill? How intriguing. Lin Xuan also displayed a look of interest. After a few breaths, Zhang Ping raised his hands to calm the crowd, and gradually silence returned to the arena. Zhang Ping continued, now that the rewards have been announced, it is time for the formal competition to commence. I will serve as the referee. The first round will be a point-based match. Contestants will face off in pairs. The winner earns 1 point, while the loser receives none. The top 10 will be determined based on the points accumulated. He held up a list. The matchups have been drafted collaboratively by the higher-ups of the 4 major factions to ensure fairness. When I call your name, please ascend to the arena for your duel. The first match is Lin Gu versus Wu Qilian. After announcing, he stepped aside. The crowd's attention turned to the arena. From the eastern spectator area, 2 disciples from the Lin and Wu families emerged, leaping onto the stage to battle. Both were at the 8th level of body refinement, with their skills closely matched. After several exchanges, Wu Qilian, exhausted, was knocked off the stage by Lin Gu, determining the victor. The second match followed, Zhang Qingshan versus Qinli. Zhang Ping's voice rang out again. The 2 disciples ascended the arena and engaged in combat. Time slowly passed as match after match unfolded. Soon, 5 or 6 matches had transpired. The next match was Lin Xuan against Qin Feng. Zhang Ping continued. At this announcement, the crowd stirred with renewed energy. Their gazes fixated on Lin Xuan from the eastern stands, filled with heightened expectation. Lin Xuan was reputed as the foremost genius of Qingyu City, recently basking in the spotlight. Now, they would finally witness his true prowess. Lin Xuan lightly patted Lin Shiyun's small hand, wearing a serene smile as he stood and walked toward the arena. It was time to earn some energy points. In the Chun family area, a young man stood up, his expression darkening as he muttered about his misfortune. He never anticipated that his first opponent would be none other than Lin Xuan, the first genius of Qingyu City. The weight of his reputation is undeniable. He feared he would likely lose this match. However, he had no intention of conceding outright. He had yet to truly gauge Lin Xuan's strength. How could he retreat without a fight? Moreover, being able to say he battled against the top genius was a point of pride. He then stepped out from the spectator area. Moments later, the 2 stood facing each other in the arena. Zhang Ping surveyed them, giving Lin Xuan a more scrutinizing glance before announcing, "Let the duel begin." Qin Feng, wearing a serious expression, clasped his hands and said, "Lin Xuan, I know you're formidable, but I'm not to be underestimated either." Just as Qin Feng prepared to express a few words, Lin Xuan had no intention of granting him that opportunity. "No need for words, just step down," he declared, rolling stone fist. The moment the words left his lips, Qin Feng's expression shifted dramatically. He realized too late that Lin Xuan had already appeared before him. Shot coursed through Qin Feng's mind, but he had no time to contemplate further. Lin Xuan's fist descended upon him. The force of the blow was akin to a crashing boulder, shattering the air in layers with overwhelming might. Staring at his predicament, Qin Feng was momentarily frozen, unable to react. Chapter 19. The top 10. The spectators were momentarily dumbfounded, their faces reflecting astonishment. While they had anticipated Lin Xuan's victory in this match, given that he had previously forced Lin Yun at the peak of body refinement at the 9th level to retreat over half a month ago, they did not expect the outcome to be so swift and decisive. Qin Feng, being merely at the 8th level of body refinement, stood no chance against Lin Xuan. However, none could have predicted the match would conclude so abruptly. Qin Feng likely had not even registered what happened before he was defeated. The disparity in their strengths was so vast it felt as though they were from entirely different realms. Only then did the crowd begin to gain a semblance of confidence in Lin Xuan, the first genius. What had previously been mere hearsay was now witnessed firsthand. On the arena, Zhang Ping's expression also reflected surprise. He hadn't anticipated the battle would conclude so swiftly. This was the quickest of the 8 matches since the competition began. He then declared loudly, "In this match, Lin Xuan is victorious and earns 1 point." Instantly, a wave of excitement surged through the crowd. Lin Xuan glanced at the rapidly increasing energy points on his attribute panel. A calm smile gracing his lips as he leaped down from the arena and made his way back to the spectator area. Qin Feng looked on with a mix of astonishment and bitter resignation. He had hoped to exchange a few blows with Lin Xuan, yet the reality was starkly different. He hadn't even had the chance to defend himself before being knocked off the stage. The gap was insurmountable. Rubbing his sore chest, Qin Feng walked toward the stands. Although Lin Xuan had only used a single move, Qin Feng had gleaned enough insight into his strength to gauge that he was at least on par with their family's first genius, Qin Yu. He realized he was in no position to compete with him. It was better to concede. The competition continued with match after match unfolding. During this time, Lin Shiyun, Lin Yun, and the other first geniuses from the 3 major factions, including Qin Yu, Wu Qili, and Zhang He, who had all broken into the gathering Qi realm, also took to the arena, and their opponents were all, without exception, at the 8th level of body refinement. To demonstrate their prowess, on par with Lin Xuan, they too swiftly dispatched their opponents in a single move. This arrangement must have been orchestrated by the higher-ups of the four major factions, ensuring that genuine geniuses who had not yet broken through to the Qi opening realm would not face one another, thus maintaining a semblance of fairness. Before anyone realized, an hour had elapsed. The next match, Lin Xuan versus Wu Qixing. The voice of the referee, Zhang Ping, echoed through the arena. It was Lin Xuan's turn to compete. The crowd turned their gaze in anticipation. Soon, both contenders ascended the stage. This time, Wu Qixing remained at the 8th level of body refinement. Let the match commence, Zhang Ping declared. Lin Xuan maintained a calm demeanor, preparing to make his move. For him, this was merely a formality, an opportunity to accumulate some energy points without wasting much time. At that moment, a voice came from across the stage. I concede, Wu Qixing declared loudly, after which, he leapt off the platform and made his way towards the stands. The audience was taken aback by this seamless and practiced display. Lin Xuan too was momentarily stunned, unprepared for such an outcome. With that, Lin Xuan emerged victorious, earning a point. Zhang Ping, momentarily taken aback, soon grasped the situation and announced the result. It appeared that Lin Xuan's reputation as the foremost genius of Qingyu City, coupled with his previous match where he dispatched his opponent with a single blow, had led Wu Qixing to believe that victory was unattainable, prompting him to concede. This was understandable. The disparity in strength was vast, rendering Wu Qixing's surrender a reasonable choice. Once Lin Xuan regained his composure, a knowing smile spread across his face as he descended from the platform and headed toward the stands. He had not anticipated that his formidable reputation would reach such heights, allowing him to achieve victory without combat. Quite remarkable indeed. As he gazed at the rapidly increasing energy points on his attribute panel, his smile deepened. With Zhang Ping's announcement, the crowd erupted into a fervor, markedly louder than before. The competitions continued, and before long, another half hour had passed, bringing the first round of the points tournament to a close. Bang! A dull thud resounded as one contestant was thrown off the stage. The final match of the first round concluded with a decisive result. After announcing the outcome, Zhang Ping produced a list and scanned the audience, proclaiming, "The first round of the points tournament is hereby concluded. The top 10 are as follows: Lin Xuan, Zhang He, Lin Yun, Wu Qili, Qin Yu, Lin Shiyun." Zhang Ping recited the names of the top 10 in one breath. As expected, Lin Xuan, due to his illustrious reputation as the greatest genius of Qingyu City, was ranked first, having secured victories just like the others, Lin Yun, Lin Shiyun, and the other top talents from the three major factions, Zhang He, Qin Yu, Wu Qili, all found their places among the top 10. The remaining four, though they had not broken through to the Qi opening realm, were all at the pinnacle of body refinement at the 9th level. As for the others, including Lin Hai, who had surpassed the 9th level of body refinement, they were all eliminated, unable to reach the top 10. After announcing the top 10, Zhang Ping paused before continuing with a louder voice. Congratulations to the 10 of you for entering the top 10 and earning the qualification to proceed to the Lu Yun sect. With these words, a thunderous applause erupted throughout the arena. The crowd gazed enviously at Lin Xuan, Zhang He, and the other 8. The remaining disciples who failed to make the top 10 wore expressions of awe, envy reaching its zenith. From this moment forth, the two groups would no longer inhabit the same realm. The victors would venture to the Lu Yun sect, entering a broader world, while the others remained in the mundane realm, potentially trapped in Qingyu City for life. When they next crossed paths, perhaps they would respectfully address one another as seniors. Yet, all they could do was envy and rue their own inadequacies, lamenting their lack of talent and strength that prevented them from breaking into the top 10. In the eastern stands, Lin Hai, seated, listened to Zhang Ping announce the results and cast a glance at Lin Xuan nearby, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. In this grand competition, Lin Xuan had undoubtedly entered the top 10, and remarkably, he stood in first place. Meanwhile, despite expending vast resources for cultivation, Lin Hai had only managed to reach the 9th level of body refinement over the course of half a month, yet he still fell short, failing to break into the top 10. At this point, the distance between them had truly widened. Reflecting on his past actions towards Lin Xuan, his schemes and machinations, he now realized that Lin Xuan's acquisition of a spot in the Lu Yun sect might catapult him to greatness, while Lin Hai remained stuck in Qingyu City, uncertain of when he might break through to the Qi gathering realm. Years later, when Lin Xuan returned from the Lu Yun sect, invincible in Qingyu City, Lin Hai would likely still be struggling at the Qi opening realm. Should Lin Xuan seek retribution, Lin Hai would be doomed. Contemplating this, Lin Hai could not help but shudder, dread intensifying in his gaze. A wave of regret washed over him. Had he known Lin Xuan was such a genius, why had he ever provoked him? Was that not akin to courting death? Truly, he felt blind. Beside him, Lin Shihong observed his grandson's changing demeanor and shook his head, inwardly lamenting. Lin Xian remained oblivious to the fact that merely entering the top 10 had frightened Lin Hai half to death. At this moment, he was focused on his attribute panel, which shimmered before him. Having entered the top 10 and ranked first, Lin Xian's presence incited quite a stir among the spectators. Concurrently, the influx of energy points surged. Lin Xian was all smiles. "Brother Lin Xian, what brings you such joy?" Lin Shiyun's gentle voice chimed in. "I am delighted that we all made it to the top 10 and can go to the Lu Yun sect together." "Indeed," Lin Shiyun nodded, her smile unwavering. The two then engaged in light-hearted banter. However, Lin Xian failed to notice the deepening trace of worry that lingered in Lin Shiyun's eyes. A shadow that refused to dissipate. The high-ranking members of the four major factions, upon hearing this outcome, displayed varied expressions. The members of the Lin family were elated, their faces beaming with joy. In contrast, the other three factions wore solemn expressions, their gazes imbued with seriousness. Among the top 10, were disciples of the Lin family. Nearly half. Even the Zhang family of the city lord's estate fell short. Did this not symbolize something significant? The leaders of the three major factions felt a weight in their hearts, hesitant to speculate further. At the high platform, Zhao Xuxin, the envoy from the Lu Yun sect, sat at the central seat, flanked by Zhang Wenyong, the city lord, and Lin Shiyuan, the strongest of Qingyu City. The two other patriarchs from the other factions sat on the outermost sides. "This time, we have truly uncovered a promising talent," Zhao Xuxin remarked, his gaze sweeping over Lin Xian, nodding in approval. Lin Shiyuan also exhibited a smile, subtly acknowledging Zhao Xuxin's sentiment. Yet, Zhang Wenyong and the other two patriarchs found their smiles faltering, a sense of foreboding creeping into their hearts. The envoy was treating Lin Xian with special regard. Could it be? The three exchanged glances, casting their eyes toward Lin Xian in the stands, each pondering. Nevertheless, Zhang Wenyong mustered a faint smile, as he had prepared a trump card and still harbored considerable hope. After a while, the noise in the arena subsided. Zhang Ping returned to the stage, announcing in a clear voice, "The grand competition continues. Next, we shall commence the second round, a knockout stage to determine the top 3. It will be a series of duels. The victors will advance, while the defeated will be eliminated until the top 3 are determined. The list will once again be decided by the high-ranking members of the four major factions to ensure fairness. Let us begin." The first match, Chen Yu versus Wu Cheng. As these words fell, the arena fell silent. All eyes were glued to the stage, brimming with anticipation. This was a contest between the top 10, with each participant at the pinnacle of the 9th level of body refinement, far more thrilling than the previous points tournament, especially with Chen Yu, the foremost genius of the Chen family. Stepping into the arena for the first match, the audience was filled with eager expectation. Soon, the two individuals ascended the arena. Chen Yu, the foremost genius of the Chen family, had once held the title of the greatest among the four prodigies of Qingyu City. At this moment, he had already transcended into the enlightenment realm, although his cultivation had only recently been established and his aura was yet to stabilize. The enlightenment realm was a realm beyond comparison to the 9th layer of body refinement. On the other hand, Wu Chen was the second genius of the Wu family, renowned in Qingyu City, having reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of body refinement. Upon the referee Zhang Ping announcing the commencement of the match, the two engaged in combat, captivating the audience with their display. This battle was indeed far more exhilarating than the previous rounds of point accumulation. However, it did not last long. Chen Yu's innate talent surpassed that of Wu Cheng, and now with a significant advancement in cultivation, Wu Cheng stood no chance. Within 10 exchanges, Wu Cheng was forcefully knocked off the stage. Chen Yu emerged victorious, advancing into the top 5. The next match was Zhang He against Chun Zhong. Zhang Ping's voice resonated. Shortly thereafter, Zhang He claimed victory. The subsequent match featured Lin Xian versus Lin Shiyun. Zhang Ping announced once more. The audience's gaze swiftly converged on Lin Xian in the stands, imbued with a peculiar significance. Lin Xian and Lin Shiyun were recognized as a couple within Qingyu City, having long been betrothed. Many spectators were taken aback, as they had not anticipated that these two would face off in the second round. A number of onlookers were eager to witness Lin Xian's decision. Soon, the two approached the arena. "Match begin," Zhang Ping proclaimed, his eyes glimmering with anticipation for the unfolding events. "I concede," Lin Shiyun's voice echoed. Subsequently, the two clasped hands and descended from the arena, making their way toward the stands. The crowd erupted with murmurs. This outcome was both unexpected and yet somehow anticipated, leaving many at a loss for words. Zhang Ping displayed a resigned expression as he announced the result. Lin Xian emerged victorious, advancing into the top 5. In a mere span of 10 minutes, the top 5 had been determined. Lin Xian, Lin Yun, Zhang He, Wuqili, and Qinyu. Once again, the Lin family dominated with 2 representatives. The next match featured Zhang He against Lin Yuan. Zhang Ping declared. Instantly, the audience was electrified. This was a clash between 2 of the original 4 prodigies of Qingyu City, promising to be far more thrilling than any previous contest. Anticipation ran high among the spectators. Before long, the 2 ascended to the arena. Upon Zhang Ping's announcement to commence, they engaged in a fierce battle. Both were in the early stages of the Enlightenment realm, their cultivation levels seemingly comparable, with their innate talents also closely matched. The contest appeared evenly balanced, rendering it quite intense. The audience was riveted, eyes unblinking, thoroughly engrossed in the spectacle. However, Zhang He, being the original foremost prodigy, possessed a slight edge in talent over Lin Yuan. Additionally, Lin Xuan's meteoric rise had placed considerable pressure on the city lord's mansion, resulting in increased resources being allocated to Zhang He. This allowed Zhang He to open one more meridian than Lin Yuan. As time elapsed, the equilibrium began to shift in Zhang He's favor. After 20 minutes, he forcefully knocked Lin Yuan off the stage, achieving victory and securing his place among the top 3. A wave of cheers erupted throughout the arena. Zhang Ping, beaming with joy, announced the result. Now, it was time for the final match featuring Lin Xuan. Zhang He understood this well, taking deep breaths while casting a challenging glance at Lin Xuan. In contrast, Lin Xuan merely scoffed, dismissing the provocation. To him, this match held no significance. It was merely a means to accumulate energy points. Zhang He's taunts hardly warranted his attention. After a few breaths, the atmosphere settled somewhat. Zhang Ping continued. Next match, Lin Xuan versus Wuqili. As these words fell, the arena erupted into an even greater clamor, quickly calming once more. Chapter 21. A swift victory. All eyes were fixed upon Lin Xuan. It was his turn to take the stage once again, facing none other than Wuqili, the first prodigy of the Wu family and one of the original 4 prodigies. The crowd was filled with eager anticipation, wondering if Lin Xuan would emerge victorious once more. Would he finally reveal his true strength? In the previous matches, he had dispatched his opponents in a single strike. The spectators were keen to discover whether Lin Xuan, the foremost genius of Qingyu City, truly lived up to his title. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Lin Xuan patted Lin Xuan's hand affectionately, rising with an air of calmness as he approached the arena. Wuqili, bearing a serious expression, followed suit. The 2 soon faced each other atop the stage. Zhang Ping surveyed the pair, his eyes glimmering with anticipation, and announced, "Commence the match." As his words resonated, he stepped aside, awaiting the unfolding duel. The focus of everyone in attendance converged upon them. Lin Xuan glanced at Wuqili's attribute panel, noting its similarity to Lin Yuan's. He was unlikely to be a worthy opponent, yet he could serve as a source for energy points. Lin Xuan pondered the best method to secure his victory and maximize his gains. Meanwhile, Wuqili, with a grave expression, declared, "Lin Xuan, I have heard of your prowess. Your innate talent may surpass mine, but your training period is shorter than mine. I have already broken through to the Enlightenment realm. Thus, you should concede." With a fierce shout, Wuqili unleashed a punch. His cultivation in the Enlightenment realm was his greatest asset. Throughout, he had yet to witness Lin Xuan exhibit prowess beyond the body refinement realm. Rumors had suggested that merely half a month ago, Lin Xuan was only at the 7th layer of body refinement. He was convinced that Lin Xuan had yet to reach the Enlightenment realm, which fueled his confidence in a potential victory. Unfortunately for him, he was gravely mistaken, and the consequence would be his exclusion from the top 3. Shattered Jade Fist. Wuqili roared as he struck, his fist surging with formidable power, seemingly transcending the body refinement realm and reaching the Enlightenment realm. The crowd turned their gazes toward Lin Xuan, uncertain of how he would respond. Shattered Jade Fist. Lin Xuan countered, launching a punch of his own, executing the same technique with comparable proficiency. To everyone's astonishment, the force of his strike matched Wuqili's without any discernible difference. A palpable shock rippled through the audience. Could it be that Lin Xuan had indeed broken through to the Enlightenment realm? As Wuqili observed Lin Xuan's refusal to evade and his choice to meet him head-on, a sense of dread gripped him. If Lin Xuan were still in the body refinement realm, it would be manageable. Even if Lin Xuan had reached the 9th layer of body refinement, his innate talent was superior. However, the chasm between the body refinement realm and the Enlightenment realm was monumental. If Lin Xuan had truly transcended and was capable of challenging beyond his level, Wuqili could scarcely fathom the ramifications. At that moment, he had no choice but to confront the reality before him. Under the scrutiny of the entire audience, their fists collided. Bang! A sound reminiscent of boulders crashing echoed throughout the arena. In an instant, as they separated, Lin Xuan merely staggered slightly, remaining firmly in place, unharmed. Conversely, a sharp crack reverberated from Wu Qili's bones. Ah! A piercing scream followed, as Wu Qili was hurled backward as if struck by a colossal stone, crashing to the ground below the stage. The arena fell into an immediate silence. The spectators fixating on Lin Xuan, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. After several breaths, the crowd erupted into fervent excitement. No way, did I just see that correctly? One of the four great geniuses, Wu Qili, was unexpectedly sent flying by a single punch from Lin Xuan. This seemed utterly implausible. Was Lin Xuan's strength truly that formidable? It was evident that he had surpassed the Qi awakening stage. The crowd buzzed with fervent discussions, their eyes fixated on Lin Xuan. Their hearts filled with astonishment. Lin Xuan, the foremost talent of Qingyu City, had clearly outstripped Wu Qili, who was merely one of the original four geniuses. In terms of innate ability, Lin Xuan undoubtedly excelled. Many speculated that Lin Xuan was likely to emerge victorious in this contest, and they were not mistaken. However, they never anticipated such a stark contrast to the previous match, which had involved a protracted struggle. Instead, this encounter ended with a single, decisive blow. As Lin Xuan effortlessly dispatched Wu Qili, the scene was one of sheer domination, as if the two were not on the same level, resembling an elder instructing a junior. This outcome left the spectators in utter disbelief, struggling to comprehend the reality before them. On the arena's floor, Wu Qili's right arm was grotesquely bent, a clear indication of fracture. The excruciating pain radiating from his arm elicited cries of agony. He gazed at Lin Xuan on the stage, shock coursing through him as he grappled with the outcome. He had believed that after breaking through to the Qi awakening stage, he would be able to contend with Lin Xuan, harboring hopes of victory. Yet reality dealt him a crushing blow. Not only did he fail to win, but he was also unceremoniously knocked off the stage by Lin Xuan's punch. The vast chasm between their abilities felt surreal, as if he were trapped in a dream. Yet the persistent pain in his arm served as a brutal reminder of the truth he could not deny. Lin Xuan had undoubtedly surpassed the Qi awakening stage. Wu Qili murmured to himself, recognizing that only by achieving this breakthrough could Lin Xuan have bested him. The thought deepened his shock, as he recalled Lin Xuan's astonishing progression over the past half-month, leaping from the 7th level of body refinement to the Qi awakening stage at an alarming rate. Even among those who had just recently broken through to the early stages of Qi awakening, he found himself utterly outmatched, having been instantly defeated. This stark disparity in talent surpassed his wildest imaginations. It was not until he was carried off the stage on a stretcher by the medical personnel from the city lord's mansion that he began to regain his composure, though only to offer a bitter smile. On the high platforms surrounding the arena, the leaders of various factions stood in stunned silence, astonished by the unfolding events. Their hearts raced with shock as they looked upon Lin Xuan, their perceptions of him shifting dramatically. If they had merely heard of his prowess before, they were now witnesses to an undeniable truth. Lin Xuan was indeed the genuine first talent of Qingyu City, and even more gifted than the rumors suggested. The fact that he had effortlessly defeated Wu Qili, once one of the four greatest geniuses, was a testament to his extraordinary abilities. In the eastern stands, the senior members of the four major factions remained in stunned disbelief, including members of the Lin family. Though they had been aware of Lin Xuan's breakthrough at the Lin family's martial arts arena, they had not anticipated the sheer magnitude of his strength. Both he and Wu Qili had achieved the Qi awakening stage within the same month, yet the disparity in power was staggering. Wu Qili, once a formidable talent, had been defeated in an instant, far beyond their expectations. Lin Yun, witnessing the scene, could not help but smile wryly. After witnessing Lin Xuan's strength, he abandoned any thoughts of rivaling him, conceding the honor of being the Lin family's foremost talent to Lin Xuan. In the stands, while the Lin family disciples erupted in joyous cheers, the other faction's disciples were left trembling in shock, realizing they were no match for Lin Xuan. They had witnessed his true power, and the title of Qingyu City's first genius was well-deserved. In the section reserved for the city lord's mansion, Zhang He, who had previously exuded confidence when facing Lin Xuan, now clutched his hands tightly, his complexion pale and lips quivering. The strength Lin Xuan exhibited was beyond anything he had anticipated. He was clearly no mere peer. One might even compare him to a master from a previous generation. Zhang He felt his confidence evaporate, replaced by trepidation. I still possess the blood-boiling technique. Yes, the blood-boiling technique will ensure my victory. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope flickered in Zhang He's eyes, akin to a drowning man grasping at a final lifeline. On the high platform, City Lord Zhang Wenyong, along with the patriarchs of the Chun and Wu clans, were equally astonished. Once they regained their composure, their expressions darkened. Lin Xuan's displayed strength had far exceeded their expectations. This was not the prowess of someone who had merely broken through to the Qi awakening stage within a month. Indeed, He seemed to surpass even many at the mid-stage of Qi awakening. Only those in the late stages might possess a reliable chance against him. Faced with such power, their disciples stood little chance of contending. It appeared their plans had met with failure. Yet, a flicker of light remained in Zhang Wenyang's eyes as he inadvertently glanced at Zhang He. On the arena floor, only Zhao Zhuxin from the Flowing Cloud sect and Lin Qiyu, the strongest in Qingyu City, remained unaffected, their expressions unchanged, their smiles unwavering. Both were in the spiral realm, several levels above Lin Xuan, and could discern the essence of his strength. They were not surprised by the outcome, but rather amused by it. On the stage, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 1,000 shock energy from Zhang Qixing, a 7th-level warrior of the Qi transformation stage. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 500 shock energy from Wu Long, a peak warrior of the Qi gathering stage. Lin Xuan stood in place, gazing at the rapidly accumulating energy points on his attribute panel, a smile gracing his features. The total now stood at 230,000. Lin Xuan nodded slightly, feeling increasingly satisfied. His method had proven effective. Swiftly defeating a former genius of Qingyu City yielded the best results and the greatest energy rewards. Next, there remained one more opponent, Zhang He. He anticipated that this encounter would grant him another substantial bounty of energy points. Lin Xuan had devised a strategy for dealing with Zhang He. After the competition, he estimated he could accumulate 300,000 energy points before departing Qingyu City. These points would suffice for him to replicate extensively within the Flowing Cloud sect and secure his footing. At that moment, Zhang Ping's voice rang out. In this match, Lin Xuan emerges victorious and advances. He announced loudly, his gaze fixed on Lin Xuan, the complexity of his emotions evident. The swiftness of the match and the display of Lin Xuan's strength had exceeded his expectations. It was only now that he truly registered his responsibilities and declared the result. Although his astonishment lingered, instantly, a greater wave of excitement swept through the crowd. All eyes turned to Lin Xuan, their astonishment palpable. Lin Xuan, under the gaze of the crowd, leaped down from the stage and made his way toward the stands. Brother Lin Xuan, congratulations. Upon returning to his seat, Lin Shiyun greeted him with a beaming smile, her excitement palpable, as if she herself had claimed victory. Haha, merely a stroke of luck, Lin Xuan replied, as they engaged in light-hearted banter. The second round of the elimination tournament continued. With Lin Xuan's defeat of Wu Qili, he secured a place among the top 3, while Wu Qili fell short of that honor. Similarly, Zhang He advanced to the top 3. Next, Qingyu faced off against Lin Yun and Wu Qili. Previously, Lin Xuan had struck Wu Qili with such force that his arm was broken, rendering Wu unable to continue. Thus, Qingyu triumphed over Wu Qili without a fight. Likewise, Lin Yun and Zhang He engaged in a fierce battle, expending a considerable amount of energy and diminishing their strength. Meanwhile, Qingyu, being one of the 4 great talents, remained in peak condition. In their confrontation, Qingyu emerged victorious. Both matches concluded swiftly, and Qingyu secured a place in the top 3. At this moment, the top 3 were determined. Zhang Ping announced loudly, the second round has concluded, and the top 3 are Lin Xuan, Zhang He, and Qingyu. They are also the strongest talents of our Qingyu City and shall receive generous rewards. Congratulations to them. As his words echoed, the arena erupted with enthusiastic applause. The crowd gazed at Lin Xuan, Zhang He, and Qingyu with reverence, admiration, and envy, with most eyes fixed upon Lin Xuan. After all, it was evident from the previous battle that Lin Xuan's prowess surpassed that of the other 2 by a significant margin, making it almost certain that he would claim first place. After a while, as the fervor in the arena began to subside, Zhang Ping continued, next, we will take a half-hour break before proceeding to the final match of this grand competition. This is the customary procedure, as the earlier rounds may have taken a toll. The half-hour is meant for recovery, ensuring fairness. The crowd understood and eagerly awaited. In the previous encounters, he had ended them swiftly without the need for recovery. Not far away, Zhang He cast a serious glance at Lin Xuan before swallowing a medicinal pill and closing his eyes to recuperate. He was about to face Lin Xuan and dared not be careless. Similarly, not far off, Qingyu also consumed a medicinal pill. Glancing at Zhang He before resting to regain his strength. As for Lin Xuan, he did not even spare them a glance. The difference in their standings was clear. Qingyu recognized that he was no match for Lin Xuan and had given up on the first place. Viewing Zhang He as his main opponent in the pursuit of second place, Zhang He regarded Lin Xuan as his rival, hoping to rely on his final trump card to seize first place. In contrast, Lin Xuan remained indifferent, not regarding either of them as worthy adversaries. Chapter 23. The final match soon. Half an hour passed. Zhang Ping leaped onto the stage, surveying the crowd, and announced loudly, "This grand competition's third round. The final match for the top 3 rankings is about to commence. The first match will be Zhang He versus Chunyu." As his voice fell, a profound silence enveloped the arena. All eyes were riveted on the stage. This arrangement clearly indicated that Lin Xuan was expected to claim first place, with the winner of Zhang He and Chunyu's match facing him to determine the champion. The crowd was not surprised. After all, Lin Xuan's displayed strength had already surpassed that of Zhang He and Chunyu. Before long, the two ascended the stage. Upon Zhang Ping's signal to begin, they launched into a fierce battle. Zhang He was determined to win to face Lin Xuan and claim first place, thus holding nothing back and giving it his all. Chunyu, striving for second place, also exerted his full strength. However, both were among Qingyu City's 4 great talents, and their strength was not vastly different. Zhang He, not wanting to reveal his trump card too early, found himself in a stalemate with Chunyu, neither gaining the upper hand. The clash was intense, captivating the spectators who watched with bated breath. However, in terms of shock value, it could not compare to Lin Xuan's swift annihilation of Wu Qili in the previous bout. Minutes ticked by, and eventually, Zhang He gained the upper hand. A few moments later, with a full-powered strike, he sent Chunyu flying, securing his victory and momentarily claiming second place. Zhang Ping declared, "In this match, Zhang He is victorious. We will take a half-hour break before proceeding to the next match." Despite Zhang He's victory, Zhang Ping's expression remained grave, revealing no hint of joy. It was entirely normal for Chunyu to be defeated. There was nothing to celebrate. Only if Zhang He could defeat Lin Xuan would there be cause for excitement. However, given the difficulty of overcoming Chunyu, it was hard to imagine what the upcoming match against Lin Xuan would entail. Even though Zhang Ping was the city lord's representative, he did not hold high hopes for Zhang He's prospects in the next duel. Lin Xuan, on the other hand, merely scoffed. Soon enough, another half-hour passed. Zhang Ping announced loudly, "The second match will be Lin Xuan against Zhang He." Instantly, the arena fell into a hushed silence. It was as though everyone held their breath, their gazes fixed on Lin Xuan and Zhang He, brimming with anticipation. This promised to be the most intense match of the grand competition, determining the champion. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Xuan and Zhang He rose from their seats. In no time, they found themselves on the stage, facing each other. Zhang He, with a serious expression, glanced at Lin Xuan and said, "Let the match begin." He then stepped aside, awaiting the ensuing clash. Lin Xuan maintained a calm demeanor, refraining from making the first move. His gaze swept over Zhang He. Suddenly, a thought crossed Lin Xuan's mind, and with a flicker of insight, he activated his ability. Ding! Consuming 1,000 energy points, he successfully copied Boiling Blood Technique, second tier, initial stage, incomplete. A faint warm current coursed through him. A smirk of amusement flickered in Lin Xuan's eyes as he realized that this incomplete blood technique was Zhang He's hidden card. He silently mused, maintaining his usual expression. Having mastered the boiling blood technique, he understood that it could temporarily enhance one's strength by boiling one's vital energy. Yet, Lin Xuan remained unfazed. His numerous talents far exceeded Zhang He's, coupled with his advanced martial arts skills. Even if Zhang He activated this blood technique and significantly boosted his power, Lin Xuan did not regard him as a threat. Instead, he could leverage this to gain even more energy points. Lin Xuan contemplated further. The grade of this blood technique was beyond his expectations. Although it was indicated as second tier, it had consumed 1,000 energy points, which would typically be required for a third-tier treasure. This suggested its power could rival that of third-tier martial arts. Clearly, the potency of blood techniques was not to be underestimated, even if they could only be unleashed for a brief moment. In the future, he would need to be cautious when encountering such techniques. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, unnoticed by anyone else. Across from him, Zhang He, with a grave expression, clasped his hands and said, "Lin Xuan, you are indeed powerful. However, defeating me will not be so simple." Though Zhang He's words bore no hint of arrogance, it was clear that even with his hidden card, he felt uncertain. Observing this, Lin Xuan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Zhang He was quite the generous soul, offering him energy points right from the start. But why stop there? Keep sending those energy points my way, and I promise not to injure you too severely, Lin Xuan thought, maintaining an impassive facade. Is that so? Then let us see how it goes. He replied with a calm demeanor, unleashing a punch. Shattered Jade Fist. The force surged forth, splitting the air with a deafening crack, its might astounding. Compared to the punch that had sent Wu Qili flying, this one bore even greater power and moved with astonishing speed, creating a flurry of afterimages that left no room for evasion. With a powerful shout, Zhang He unleashed a formidable punch. The force behind his strike was exceptionally fierce, representing his strongest blow, barring his final trump card. He yearned to gauge the extent of his disparity with Lin Xuan, under the watchful eyes of the gathered spectators. Their fists collided with a resounding boom. The impact reverberated outward, creating ripples in the air. This time, Lin Xuan merely trembled slightly before regaining his composure, standing unfazed. In contrast, Zhang He's expression shifted, as he felt an overwhelming force akin to a raging torrent surge toward him, far beyond his capacity to withstand. He instinctively retreated several dozen meters, stabilizing himself just at the edge of the arena to avoid falling off. In this grand competition, one could only be deemed defeated if they fell from the stage, voluntarily conceded, or were rendered incapable of resistance. Zhang He had narrowly avoided defeat. Yet his resilience did not go unnoticed. The onlookers sighed in unison. The disparity in their strengths was glaringly evident. Lin Xuan's prowess was clearly superior to Zhang He's. Many in the crowd concluded that Lin Xuan was destined to claim victory in this competition. Zhang He, while commendable for being the only one to withstand a punch from Lin Xuan without defeat, was ultimately overshadowed by Lin Xuan's exceptional abilities. On the platform, Lin Xuan regarded Zhang He at the edge, a satisfied expression gracing his features as he clenched his fist. His control of power had been commendable. This strike had been deliberately restrained. Otherwise, without revealing his final card, Zhang He would have been sent flying off the stage. This strategy was also part of Lin Xuan's plan to amass energy points in the ensuing rounds. Meanwhile, Zhang He rose to his feet, shaking off the ache in his right arm, his gaze towards Lin Xuan filled with astonishment. Although he had witnessed Lin Xuan's earlier matches and recognized his formidable strength, he had never anticipated such a vast gulf in their capabilities. He could scarcely endure a single punch, nearly succumbing to defeat. Observing Lin Xuan's composed demeanor, it was clear that he had held back significantly. This realization left Zhang He even more astounded. Despite both being in the initial stages of enlightenment, Lin Xuan's strength far surpassed his own, indicating a talent that was evidently superior. Reluctantly, Zhang He acknowledged this undeniable truth, though he clung to the hope of his own hidden strength. Lin Xuan, your strength is formidable, but today, victory shall still belong to me, he declared coldly, invoking the blood-boiling technique. The spectators around him couldn't help but chuckle at his audacity, having just witnessed him barely withstand one of Lin Xuan's punches. Now, he claimed he could still emerge victorious? They questioned the source of Zhang He's confidence. However, the laughter quickly faded as they observed Zhang He's aura intensifying. His energy surged from the initial to the mid-stage of enlightenment at an astonishing pace, and it did not cease until he stabilized at the late stage. The atmosphere around him swelled, accompanied by a gust of wind. Yet, his physique appeared slightly inflated, and bloodshot veins marred his eyes. The crowd, however, was oblivious to these details, their focus locked onto Zhang He's rising prowess. Disbelief washed over them. Just moments ago, he had been at the initial stage, and now he had ascended to the late stage? Had he concealed his true strength all along? Despite their astonishment, confusion reigned. They turned their attention back to Lin Xuan, filled with regret and pity. While Lin Xuan was undoubtedly talented, worthy of being hailed as the greatest genius of Qingyu City, it seemed destined that he would now fall to second place. In the eastern stands, the Lin family fell into a solemn silence. The family head and elders wearing grim expressions. They recognized this as a form of special secret technique that temporarily boosted Zhang He's power, a blatant act of cheating. If they could discern this, surely the representatives from the Lu Yun sect would as well. They were left with no choice but to suppress their fury. What had once appeared to be a chance for first place now seemed reduced to a struggle for second. Nevertheless, Lin Xuan retained his title as the foremost genius of Qingyu City. Lin Shiyun, filled with concern, watched Lin Xuan intently, not preoccupied with whether he would win, but merely hoping he would not be injured. Meanwhile, the Wu and Chen families reveled in schadenfreude, while the Zhang family from the city lord's manor wore expressions of glee, shedding their previous despondency as if victory was already within their grasp. To them, it was evident that Lin Xuan was destined for defeat. On the high platform, Zhang Wenyong smiled upon witnessing Zhang He activating the blood-boiling technique, elevating his strength to the late stage of enlightenment. He remained skeptical, doubting that even Lin Xuan, despite his remarkable talent, could contend with someone 2 stages above him. Such a prodigy was unheard of. Turning to Lin Shiyun, he anticipated a display of frustration from him. However, he was met with disappointment. Lin Shiyun and the envoy Zhao Tsuxin bore expressions of indifference, as if the spectacle before them was unworthy of their concern. An ominous feeling welled within Zhang Wenyong. Yet he dismissed it, believing firmly in Zhang He's victory. In his view, Lin Xuan's demeanor stemmed from a cold disposition, disinterested in the family's affairs, rather than a belief in Lin Xuan's capabilities. Rumors of Lin Xuan's aloofness had circulated within Qingyu City for some time. Otherwise, given his unparalleled strength, the Lin family would have long dominated the city, leaving no room for the other three major factions to compete. Regrettably, Zhang Wenyong was mistaken, not only about Lin Xuan, but also about Zhao Zixin's attitude. Unbeknownst to him, both Zhao Zixin and Lin Xuan remained intently focused on the ongoing match. A glint of cold light flickered in Zhao Zixin's eyes. Such acts of cheating could not escape his notice. Their reluctance to intervene stemmed from their confidence in Lin Xuan. As a practitioner of the condensation realm, he possessed a clarity of perception far beyond that of the enlightenment realm, enabling him to see through the situation with profound insight. They could all discern that Lin Xuan's foundation was robust, and his strength far surpassed that of all his junior peers present. Throughout the competition, Lin Xuan had not showcased his true capabilities, which is why he refrained from intervening. It was rare to discover such a remarkable talent in a small city like Qingyu. Zhao Zixin was eager to witness the true extent of Lin Xuan's power and talent. He decided to test Lin Xuan with Zhang He, who had reached the late stage of the enlightenment realm. If Lin Xuan could hold his ground, it would be ideal. If not, he would step in to assist him. In his view, the combined worth of the other 9 spots paled in comparison to Lin Xuan alone. Moreover, he would impose severe punishment on the Zhang family afterward to deter any similar misconduct. This trend of cheating must not proliferate. It must be eradicated. Chapter 25. The Might of the Fist on the Arena. Lin Xuan gazed at Zhang He, raising an eyebrow, a hint of solemnity crossing his features. The prowess of the boiling blood technique exceeded his expectations. With Zhang He's vitality, he could reach the late stage of the enlightenment realm. If Lin Xuan were to employ it, he would likely attain the pinnacle of the enlightenment realm. If utilized correctly, it could serve as a formidable trump card. At this moment, Zhang He, through the boiling blood technique, had barely achieved the late stage of the enlightenment realm, yet he still fell short compared to true late-stage practitioners. However, he was significantly stronger than those in the mid-stage, let alone the early stage. Hence, the crowd viewed Lin Xuan with skepticism. Yet, Lin Xuan remained composed, merely displaying a slight gravity. To garner more energy points, he realized he needed to reveal more of his strength. He thought to himself, maintaining an outwardly impassive demeanor. Facing him, Zhang He, invigorated by the boiling blood technique, felt an overwhelming surge of power and could not help but laugh. Although he felt somewhat stiff and pained, these sensations paled in comparison to his newfound strength. Confident of securing victory against Lin Xuan, he exclaimed, "Lin Xuan, I told you, I shall be the victor in this match. It is time for that to be realized. Prepare to be defeated." With that, Zhang He charged at Lin Xuan like a massive boulder, shattering the air around him, reaching Lin Xuan's front in mere moments. His speed was astonishing, leaving many Enlightenment Realm practitioners only able to see a fleeting shadow, their expressions shifting with regret for Lin Xuan's impending fate. Mountain-shaking fist, Zhang He bellowed, unleashing a powerful punch. The technique remained unchanged, but in Zhang He's hands, its might surged exponentially beyond previous iterations. The force of his punch trembled like a mountain, unmatched in its intensity. "Is this your reliance?" Lin Xuan's scoff echoed through the arena. He shook his head and coldly replied, "With this alone, you are still far from defeating me." He then retaliated with a punch of his own, shattered jade fist. It was the same technique as before, yet this time, its power had grown tremendously, far surpassing its earlier manifestation. The onlookers gasped, astonished by the revelation that Lin Xuan had concealed much of his strength. Perhaps no one had compelled him to truly unleash his full capabilities until now. As they pondered this, their expressions shifted dramatically, and their faith in Lin Xuan increased. Although they remained skeptical, they no longer believed Lin Xuan was destined to lose. Across from him, Zhang He felt the impact of Lin Xuan's punch, and his expression changed. He struggled to comprehend the reality that Lin Xuan had, without revealing his true strength, previously sent him reeling. Just how high was Lin Xuan's innate talent? It was beyond his imagination. Yet, he clung to the belief that regardless of Lin Xuan's prowess, he would still emerge victorious. After all, could Lin Xuan truly transcend 2 realms? In the next moment, under the watchful gaze of the entire arena, their fists collided with a thunderous crash. The sound reverberated throughout the square, lingering in the air. Subsequently, both fighters were forced apart. This time, Lin Xuan did not remain rooted but staggered back, retreating several meters before managing to steady himself. The crowd sighed inwardly, realizing that despite Lin Xuan's exceptional talent, it could not match true cultivation levels. He had lost this round. However, Before they could dwell on this, Zhang He, who had initially stood his ground, suddenly changed color dramatically. Uffed, he spat out a mouthful of blood. But that was not all. Blood began to spurt from every pore of his body, transforming him into a ghastly figure. With a horrifying scream, Zhang He was sent flying like a ragdoll, crashing onto the stage below with a dull thud. Witnessing this scene, the crowd was momentarily frozen in disbelief. The arena fell into an eerie silence as nearly everyone stared at the spectacle, utterly shocked and incredulous. It took several breaths for the stunned audience to regain their wits. A collective intake of breath echoed throughout the square as the atmosphere buzzed with commotion. Did I just see that correctly? Zhang He, at the late stage of the Enlightenment realm, was actually sent flying by Lin Xuan, who was at the early stage. This is astounding. What a remarkable display of strength. Lin Xuan truly deserved the title of the greatest talent in Qingyu City. His prowess was unmatched among the junior practitioners. The crowd murmured excitedly, their gazes fixated on Lin Xuan, filled with disbelief and awe. The sight before them was nothing short of astonishing. Zhang He had employed some method to reach the late stage of the Enlightenment realm, yet even so, he was still far inferior to Lin Xuan, who had only recently broken through to the early stage. Lin Xuan, albeit having retreated 7 to 8 meters, the furthest he had retreated so far in the competition, had left Zhang He bloodied and defeated, having flown off the stage. The contrast was stark and grim. Initially, many believed Zhang He would likely win this match, yet the outcome was entirely reversed. Lin Xuan had utterly dominated Zhang He. The chasm between expectation and reality left the spectators in utter shock, struggling to comprehend what had transpired. In the eastern stands, within the Lin family section, Lin Xuan's triumph over Zhang He had secured his victory in this match. No other contestant remained a challenge for him in the competition. This signified that Lin Xuan had claimed the top spot. After years of waiting, the Lin family finally had a disciple who had won first place in the grand competition. The crowd erupted in joy. Chapter 26. Punishment. While the Lin family rejoiced in Lin Xuan's triumph, Lin Hai, after the initial shock, was consumed by a profound sense of dread. The elder Lin Qiyu, witnessing the events unfold, was filled with astonishment and delight, yet he couldn't help but sigh softly. Lin Xuan's innate talent exceeded even his most optimistic expectations. It seemed prudent to accompany Lin Hai to apologize to Lin Xuan after the competition. Pride must not be allowed to obstruct the path forward, lest the consequences be dire. The other three major factions, after a moment of shock and disbelief, collectively sighed. The title of the first genius of Qingyu City was indeed well-deserved, and he had left the other disciples far behind. The so-called talented disciples paled in comparison to Lin Xuan, who, upon entering the Luyun sect, was likely to soar to great heights. It was best for them to refrain from challenging the Lin family, at least until news of Lin Xuan's demise, if ever, surfaced. Such thoughts lingered in the minds of the high-ranking officials of the three factions. On the high platform, Zhao Tuxin and Lin Qiyuan exchanged knowing smiles, nodding in approval. Lin Xuan had performed admirably, meeting their expectations. His ability to surpass realms within Luyun's sect warranted his title of genius. However, the two elders from the city lord's mansion, Zhang Wenyong, along with the other two ancestral figures, gazed in disbelief, their eyes wide in shock. Even as masters of the transformation realm, they had never witnessed such a display of talent, which was almost too extraordinary to fathom. With such a prodigy, the rise of the Lin family seemed inevitable. It appeared that Qingyu City would soon fall under their dominion. After several minutes of commotion, the arena gradually fell silent. Zhang Ping then declared, "In this match, Lin Xuan is the victor." After speaking, he cast a complex look towards Lin Xuan. As the outcome he most dreaded had indeed come to pass, he had no choice but to announce it. From this day forth, or rather, from this very moment, it marked the true ascendance of the Lin family, while the Zhang family's reign began to fade. Lin Xuan, however, paid little heed to the thoughts of others. He observed the rapidly increasing energy points on his attribute panel, nodding with satisfaction. His strategy had proven correct, defeating Zhang He, who had reached the late stage of the Enlightenment realm. With one punch garnered him far more energy points than if he had faced Zhang He without utilizing his secret technique. Yet, he was somewhat surprised by the sheer power of the boiling blood technique, which had significantly enhanced Zhang He's strength. That single punch, though it sent Zhang He flying, had nearly exhausted all his strength. Fortunately, he had achieved his objective. With a smile, Lin Xuan leaped off the arena, under the gaze of all present, and ascended to the stands. After receiving congratulations from Lin Shiyun, he engaged in light-hearted banter, noticing that Lin Shiyun seemed even more jubilant. Though he could not discern if it was merely his imagination, the competition was drawing to a close, with all matches now concluded. Zhang Ping also descended from the platform. heading towards the high stage where it was now the city Lord Zhang Wenyong's turn to deliver the final remarks. However, just as Zhang Wenyong stood to announce, the envoy from Luyun's sect, Zhao Tsuxin, rose. This was not a customary practice, leaving Zhang Wenyong perplexed. Yet, as Qingyu City fell under the jurisdiction of Luyun's sect, and with Zhao Tsuxin's cultivation level surpassing his own, Zhang Wenyong dared not oppose him and could only await his words. After surveying the crowd, Zhao Tsuxin proclaimed, "The competition has concluded, and the top 10 have been determined. However, I have some important matters to address. Within the jurisdiction of Luyun's sect, we uphold fairness and meritocracy. The selection of disciples adheres to these principles. Though this individual did not succeed, we at Luyun's sect are resolutely against any form of cheating. Therefore, we shall impose penalties on the one who cheated, Zhang He, expelling him from the top 10 and revoking his eligibility to join Luyun's sect. Additionally, the Zhang family, who condoned this misconduct, shall also face repercussions, losing management rights over their assets in Qingyu City for 3 years, which will be awarded to the Lin family as compensation." As he concluded, Zhao Tsuxin's cold gaze fixed upon Zhang Wenyong. The latter felt a tremor of fear, realizing that any refusal on his part could result in dire consequences. A mere city lord held little significance in the eyes of the envoy from Luyun's sect. "Yes, envoy, my Zhang family accepts the punishment," he declared, never anticipating that employing the boiling blood technique would lead to such a downfall. Qingyu City was too small, lacking awareness of Luyun's sect's regulations. Otherwise, even in defeat, he would not have chosen this path. Thoughts of resistance had never crossed his mind. A small city family was but an ant in the eyes of their adversaries. Easily crushed, his words ignited a wave of astonishment throughout the arena. No one had foreseen the situation evolving in this manner. Yet they had witnessed the might of Luyun's sect as the strongest force in Qingyu City. The city lord's mansion did not dare to resist. Concurrently, those qualified for the top 10 to join Luyun's sect now felt an even greater sense of envy and reverence. In the square, Zhang He, already grievously injured and nearly bloodied, was driven to the brink of collapse, spewing blood and losing consciousness. He was swiftly carried away by the city lord's men for treatment. The expressions of the city lord's entourage were somber and dejected. Their gamble had not only failed but had also bolstered the Lin family's prestige while incurring severe penalties. It was likely that the city lord's mansion would never recover from this blow. The members of the Chun and Wu families shared similar solemn expressions. Though the city lord's mansion, the most formidable force in Qingyu City, had weakened, they felt no joy. They had secretly allied with the city lord's mansion to counter the Lin family. Now, with the city lord's mansion in retreat, the Lin family had reaped substantial benefits. It was evident that the already strong Lin family would experience significant expansion, potentially dominating all of Qingyan City in the near future. All of this stemmed from Lin Xuan, the Lin family's foremost genius. Had it not been for Lin Xuan's meteoric rise, the original first genius of the Lin family, Lin Yuan, would have stood no chance against Zhang He. Chapter 27. Initiative. Originally, while the Lin family was fortified by Lin Qiyuan, Qingyu City's strongest warrior, his infrequent appearances allowed for a semblance of balance against the Lin family. In the short term, they could still contend. However, with Lin Xuan's emergence, that equilibrium had been shattered, tipping the scales in favor of the Lin family. The high-ranking officials of the 3 factions cast glances at Lin Xuan, each silently lamenting their predicament. Lin Xuan's talent had been laid bare for all to witness. Once he entered Luyun's sect, he was likely to soar beyond their reach. They could only bemoan their misfortune, not daring to direct their ire towards Lin Xuan. Simultaneously, they pondered their escape routes. The rise of the Lin family's influence was unstoppable. With Lin Xuan's remarkable potential, they needed to seek alternatives to avoid being subsumed. On the other hand, the Lin family rejoiced, exuberant with excitement. From this day forth, their power would witness a significant surge, and the prospect of monopolizing Qingyu City was within reach. Their elation was palpable. In the stands, Lin Xuan wore a smile, indifferent to the unfolding situation in Qingyu City. However, witnessing the influx of energy points filled me with joy. From the high platform, Zhao Tsuxin continued to speak aloud. The competition has concluded, and Zhang He has been removed from the top 10, replaced by the 11th contender. Now all 10 of you, come up to the high platform. As his words fell, Lin Xuan, Lin Shiyuan, Chen Yu, and the others from the top 10 rose and made their way to the platform. A flicker of delight flashed in Lin Xuan's eyes. An opportunity had arrived. Soon, the 10 individuals gathered on the platform. Lin Xuan's gaze swept across the scene. Swish. Name, Zhao Tsuxin. Cultivation, 3rd layer of the condensing rotation realm. Talent, supreme cultivation talent. Medium strength talent, medium speed talent, low-grade sharp metal attribute talent, low-grade Gale attribute talent, secondary grade sword path talent. Martial arts, wind element technique, 5th rank medium, minor completion. Wind slashing sword technique, 5th rank medium, minor completion. Mountain split fist, 5th rank low, major completion. Barbarian elephant decision, 5th rank medium, minor completion. Phantom step, 5th rank low, major completion. Personal treasures, none. Lin Xuan regarded Zhao Tsuxin's attribute panel, his eyes glimmering. As expected of a messenger from the sect, this attribute panel was remarkable, even surpassing that of Lin Xuan. At once, Lin Xuan concentrated his thoughts. Ding. Consumed 10,000 energy points, successful replication, obtained supreme cultivation talent. Ding. Consumed 3,000 energy points, successful replication, obtained medium speed talent. With Lin Xuan's numerous 5th rank martial arts at his disposal, he had yet to unleash their true power, and thus he did not require further replication. Recently, he had come to appreciate the importance of talent, so he replicated all of Zhao Tsuxin's gifts. All of this transpired in an instant, unnoticed by anyone. Zhao Tsuxin surveyed the top 11, particularly casting a few more glances at Lin Xuan, his eyes twinkling with amusement, and said, "Congratulations to you all for earning the qualification to proceed to the Luoyuan sect. Here is the Luoyuan token. You are to arrive outside the city lord's mansion by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning with it. I will escort you to the Luoyuan sect." With a wave of his hand, 10 black tokens fell precisely into the hands of Lin Xuan and the others. Lin Xuan examined the token in his hand, unsure of the material it was crafted from. But it had a metallic feel, with his name inscribed on the back. Then, Zhao Tsuxin turned his attention to Zhang Wenyong. "City Lord Zhang, please distribute the rewards." "Yes, esteemed messenger," Zhang Wenyong replied. The Zhang family had 2 members in the top 10, but the most talented, Zhang He, had been ousted, and the family had faced severe repercussions. How ironic that he had to personally distribute the rewards. First place in the competition, Lin Xuan, reward, 1 Qi nourishing pill. He handed a jade vial to Lin Xuan. Second place, Chen Yu. Given the earlier severe punishment of the Zhang family and Zhang He, the distribution of rewards stirred little reaction among the crowd. Soon, the rewards for the top 10 were smoothly distributed. Amidst a murmur of sentiments, everyone departed. The events of the day had been filled with unforeseen circumstances, leaving their hearts heavy. They dispersed in various directions. "Brother Lin Xuan, this is our last day in Qingyu City. Shall we go out and explore a bit more?" Lin Shiyun's sparkling eyes glimmered as she playfully coaxed Lin Xuan. "Of course," Lin Xuan replied, affectionately ruffling her hair, his face alight with a smile. He rarely denied Lin Shiyun's requests. Subsequently, the two left the Lin residence to enjoy their time in Qingyu City. As the competition concluded, the high-ranking members of various factions and spectators departed, and the events of the competition spread through Qingyu City with the swiftness of a tempest. The city was once again abuzz with the news, and many were astounded by Lin Xuan's formidable talent. His reputation in Qingyu City soared to new heights, even overshadowing that of city lord Zhang Wenyong. Simultaneously, news of the Zhang family's severe punishment circulated, and various factions recognized the Lin family's unstoppable rise. Many small and large forces began to discreetly seek favor with the Lin family, neglecting the city lord's mansion. Lin Xuan and Lin Shiyun wandered through Qingyu City until the sun dipped below the horizon and night fell, at which point they made their way back. That evening, in the chief's residence, within the bedroom, Lin Xuan and Lin Shiyun sat by the bed, with Lin Shiyun nestled in Lin Xuan's embrace. Lin Xuan spoke softly, wishing for more time with her, but acknowledging the constraints of their ancient feudal society, as they were not yet wed. Lin Shiyun's cheeks flushed with shyness as she playfully pushed Lin Xuan away. The curtains on either side fell, shrouding the intimate scene within. With the enchanting beauty's initiative, Lin Xuan, naturally, did not refuse. Before long, a piercing scream echoed through the night, and a beautiful evening swiftly passed. Morning dawned, a ray of sunlight streaming through the window. Lin Xuan rose to dress, and, noticing a pool of blood on the bed, his gaze softened with infinite tenderness. He stored the blood-stained sheets in his spatial pocket. Where is Shiyun?" Lin Xuan murmured, stepping out of the bedroom, only to find a tall figure in the courtyard. Chapter 28. Departure. As Lin Xuan exited the bedroom, he encountered a towering figure in the yard, none other than Lin Xuan. "Disciple Lin Xuan, greetings, third elder." Lin Xuan hurried over, cupping his hands in respect, feeling somewhat awkward. However, Lin Xuan's expression was grave. A pang of anxiety gripped Lin Xuan's heart. He quickly reassured, "Please rest assured, third elder. My feelings for Shiyun are sincere. I would never let her down. Who would have thought that Shiyun would do so much for you?" Lin Xuan responded, his solemnity deepening, sighing. Lin Xuan was perplexed by this remark. What do you mean? As long as Shiyun is happy, I will not interfere in your matters. However, my consent alone holds no weight, Lin Shiyun continued, his words laced with melancholy. Lin Xuan grew even more confused. Scanning the surroundings. No need to search. Shiyun has already left, Lin Shiyun stated. Left? Lin Xuan was utterly bewildered. She has literally departed, leaving Qingyu City, leaving Songyuan country. Lin Shiyuan's voice shattered Lin Xian's last glimmer of hope. How is that possible? Lin Xian exclaimed in distress. Just yesterday, he had solidified his relationship with Lin Shiyun, and now she was gone. Alas, Lin Shiyun sighed. Had I known you would react this way, please sit. I will explain everything. Lin Xian took a seat on a stone bench. Lin Shiyun began recounting his tale. Originally, Lin Shiyun was an ordinary disciple of the Lin family in Qingyu City. Unable to aspire to the position of family head and unwilling to harm his siblings, he left Qingyu City to venture into the world. Years passed, and Lin Shiyun successfully broke through to the transformation realm. One day, during an adventure, he discovered a severely injured woman. Her beauty captivated him at first glance. Soon, they fell in love over time and had a daughter, Lin Shiyun. However, a powerful warrior soon sought them out. The woman then revealed her true identity to Lin Shiyun. She was a saintess of a major force, and during a struggle with another saintess, she had been ambushed and severely injured, leading her to traverse the spatial rift and arrive here. She promised that on their daughter's 16th birthday, she would send someone to retrieve them. Years passed, and even Lin Shiyun began to believe it was a dream. Yet, this morning, on Lin Shiyun's 16th birthday, her mother indeed sent someone to take her away. Without mentioning Lin Shiyun at all, the arrival of a powerful individual, capable of tearing through the void, was undeniable. Since this person was sent by Lin Shiyun's mother, Lin Shiyun found himself unable to intervene, nor did he have any justification to do so, thus permitting Lin Shiyun to be taken away. The atmosphere in the arena fell into a prolonged silence, suffused with sorrow. Indeed, it was evident that his strength was insufficient. Lin Xian clenched his fists, inwardly lamenting his weakness. Had he possessed greater power, he would never have allowed Lin Shiyun to be taken, regardless of her captor's identity. His inadequacies were glaring. He had been oblivious to Lin Shiyun's abduction from the very start. Turning to Lin Shiyun, Lin Xian spoke in a low voice. Despite his anger, he had not yet lost his composure. The entity capable of rending the void was beyond his current reach. However, he vowed not to let this transgression go unpunished. Just because he was powerless now did not imply he would always be so. King Martial Realm. When you reach the King Martial Realm, come find me, and I shall reveal everything to you. Lin Shiyun, though reluctant to discourage Lin Xian, could not help but voice his thoughts upon seeing the latter's determined gaze. Very well. Then I shall strive for the King Martial Realm. Thank you, Elder San, for your guidance. Lin Xian inhaled deeply and clasped his hands in gratitude. He had never heard of the King Martial Realm, nor did he understand its significance, but he believed he would reach it. After all, he possessed a replication system, rendering such hurdles trivial. Subsequently, he bid farewell to Lin Shiyun and, after tidying himself, departed the Lin residence, heading towards the city lord's manor. With Lin Shiyun gone, there was little left in the Lin family or Qingyu City to which he felt attached. His immediate priority was to elevate his cultivation to the King Martial Realm, a feat that Qingyu City obviously could not facilitate. At the very least, he needed to establish himself within the Luyun sect, which far surpassed Qingyu City in strength, controlling not only Qingyu City, but also 12 surrounding prefectures. It was one of the 4 great sects of the Songyuan nation, with the royal family unable to surpass the 4 sects, merely standing alongside them. Soon, he arrived at the city lord's manor, where Zhao Tsuxin and other high-ranking figures from various factions had gathered in the open space outside. The moment Lin Xian arrived, he attracted numerous gazes, with many eager to greet him and forge connections. However, upon noticing Lin Xian's cold demeanor, which hinted at a desire for solitude, they soon retreated. 100 meters away, a towering black eagle, over 10 meters in height, stood. This beast, known as the Black Feather Eagle, was a high-grade 4th-tier magical beast, endowed with superior bloodline talent, inferior power talent, lower-tier speed talent, and moderate wind attribute talent. Lin Xian's eyes widened in surprise as he encountered the creature's attributes. This attribute panel could indeed serve as a warning mechanism. After a brief wait, at 8 o'clock, the top 10 participants, excluding Lin Shiyun, had assembled. Let us depart, Zhao Tsuxin commanded, leading the 9 towards the Black Feather Eagle. Lin Shiyun's absence elicited no comments from Zhao Tsuxin, who was evidently already aware of the situation. The others, though puzzled, remained silent, recognizing Zhao Tsuxin's authority. The black feather eagle tilted its body slightly, allowing Zhao Zixin and the 9 to ascend onto its back. With a pat on the eagle's back, it soared into the air. Under the watchful eyes of the gathered crowd, it departed Qingyu City, becoming a mere black that quickly vanished from sight. The onlookers sighed in unison, each departing in their own thoughts. The black feather eagle unfurled its massive wings, spanning over 20 meters. The 10 individuals, including Zhao Zixin and Lin Xuan, sat comfortably upon its back. Sensing Lin Xian's somber mood, the other 9, including Zhao Zixin, chose to refrain from disturbing him. Beep, consuming 1,000 energy points, replication successful, acquired moderate wind attribute talent. Beep, consuming 500 energy points, replication successful, acquired lower tier speed talent. At this moment, Lin Xian was engaged in replicating the talents of the black feather eagle. The recent departure of Lin Xuan had profoundly underscored his lack of strength, intensifying his yearning for power. The treasures possessed by the black feather eagle could legitimately enhance his abilities, and he would not let this opportunity slip by. With ample energy points at his disposal, he replicated everything except for the bloodline talent. The bloodline talent appeared to be unique to magical beasts, akin to the cultivation talents of humans. Replicating it could yield unpredictable consequences, so he chose to abstain. Instead, he opted to utilize his acquired talents. His current talents were already commendable. These additions would merely serve as embellishments without causing any noticeable fluctuations in his aura, thus avoiding Zhao Zixin's scrutiny. He proceeded to use them. Beep, congratulations to the host for advancing to moderate wind attribute talent. Beep, congratulations to the host for advancing to lower tier blade path talent. Soon, a gentle warmth enveloped him. Lin Xian glanced at the slightly altered attribute panel before him, nodding in satisfaction. He then closed his eyes to meditate on the refined jade decision. Time flowed steadily. The black feather eagle transformed into a shadow, darting across the sky. After 2 hours, they finally reached their destination, the Luyan sect. As they gazed down, a sense of awe washed over them. Within the mountains, an endless array of palatial structures sprawled, each one more opulent than the city lord's manor of Qingyu City. Surrounded by swirling mists and bustling crowds, it resembled a legendary celestial realm. Zhao Zixin guided the black feather eagle into the heart of the sect, landing in an expansive plaza. "Follow me," he instructed, leading the group towards a nearby grand hall. He elaborated along the way. "Do not assume that having gained qualification grants you entry into the Luyan sect. You must still undergo a talent assessment. Of course, the specifics of each individual's talent remain confidential, and our sect will not pry too deeply. We will only conduct a general assessment of the talent grade and facilitate the awakening of attribute talents." Upon hearing this, the previously curious individuals who had been exploring their surroundings suddenly stiffened, their expressions turning tense. Only Lin Xuan maintained his cold demeanor. Among the 9, his talent was the highest. If he were deemed unqualified, the others would have no hope whatsoever. Thus, he felt no concern. At that moment, he scanned the area, seeking suitable targets for replication. Unfortunately, most of those present appeared to be new disciples, none showcasing attributes that surpassed his own. Soon, Zhao Zixin led the group into the grand hall, positioning Lin Xian and the others at the end of the line. Zhao Zixin took his place at the side, observing. "Old Zhao, how did it go? Did you find any promising candidates?" inquired a middle-aged steward, smiling as he looked at Zhao Zixin. "Lin Xuan, isn't that a needless question? What exceptional talent could possibly emerge from a small city like Qingyu?" scoffed another middle-aged man clad in gray. "That may not be the case. I genuinely found a promising candidate this time," Zhao Zixin replied with a light chuckle, remaining vague. "Is that so? I shall watch closely," Lin Xuan responded, his gaze shifting towards Lin Xian and the others. The gray-clad man also huffed, redirecting his attention. Although Zhao Zixin's power was rather ordinary among the stewards, his discerning eye was sharp. If he deemed someone a promising candidate, they were likely to be exceptional, piquing the curiosity of the 2 men. The other stewards shared similar sentiments. Lin Xian remained unaware that, due to Zhao Zixin's remarks, the gaze of several stewards had turned towards him. At this moment, he was surveying the grand hall. The hall was quite spacious, with minimal furnishings. Ahead lay 3 tables, on the left 2. Each bore a crystal orb the size of a human head, with a person seated behind each, dressed similarly to Zhao Zixin. They were likely responsible for assessing talent strength and awakening attribute gifts. The individual on the far right was tasked with recording. Within the hall, there were indeed many aspects worthy of replication. For instance, the 3 stewards in charge and some new disciples undergoing tests. Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and a thought crossed his mind. Ding. Consumed 500 energy points. Replication successful. Acquired low-grade with attribute talent. Ding. consumed 500 energy points, replication successful, acquired, inferior sword path talent. After expending several thousand energy points, he had replicated all the talents in the hall that caught his interest. Upon selecting to use them, a faint warmth flowed through him, and he glanced at the empty attribute panel before him. With all 5 elemental attribute talents, along with sword and knife talents, he felt content. Before him, the test continued. Talent strength 2.5 degrees, not qualified. No attribute talent. Elimination. After completing the replication of talents, Lin Xuan observed the ongoing talent tests. Soon, he discerned a pattern. At least a talent strength of 3 degrees, along with a low-grade attribute talent, was required to be deemed qualified. The difficulty was not trivial. At most, only about 30% of individuals could pass the test. It was evident that the Lu Yun sect, with its 12 subordinate counties, recruited 30 individuals from each major county. Each county had 20 small cities, each admitting 10 people, totaling nearly 3,000 individuals. Even the Lu Yun sect, no matter how formidable, did not require so many outer disciples. Naturally, they had to eliminate the majority. Contemplating this, Lin Xuan began to understand. Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead. Lin Xuan turned to see a young man in splendid attire, radiating arrogance, with his palm pressed against the first crystal orb. The orb rippled with 5 waves. Stepping forward, he placed his hand on the next orb, which revealed a burst of flames, a whirlwind, and a golden light, 3 dazzling phenomena. Instantly, the hall buzzed with excitement. Well, a talent strength of 5 degrees? How impressive. And 3 attribute talents, all of decent quality? He must be among the strongest new disciples of our cohort. The crowd murmured, their eyes fixed on the young man. Zhang Tao, talent strength 5 degrees, possesses attribute talents of mid-grade red fire, mid-grade gale, and low-grade sharp metal, qualified. The steward in charge of the tests announced. Excellent, step to the side. Your test results should earn you a spot as an outer potential disciple, another steward praised. Thank you, steward. It seemed none of the other disciples warranted even a glance from him. Chapter 30. Shocked to think, such gains could be had. Lin Xuan's gaze fell upon Zhang Tao, a fleeting glimmer in his eyes. The talents he possessed were indeed commendable and worth pursuing. However, he was a bit too far away, exceeding a distance of 10 meters. He would have to wait. The tests continued. The less than 30% pass rate made Chun Yu and Wu Qili increasingly anxious. If results as impressive as Zhang Tao's did not recur, the process would be swift. In a little over 10 minutes, they were nearing Lin Xuan's turn. Zhang Tao had come within 10 meters of Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan surveyed him. Swish. Name, Zhang Tao. Cultivation, mid-stage Qi opening realm. Talents, superior cultivation talent, mid-grade strength talent, low-grade speed talent, mid-grade gale attribute talent, mid-grade red fire attribute talent, low-grade sharp metal attribute talent. Martial arts, ancient bronze body, 3rd tier upper grade, minor success, flying cloud leg, 3rd tier mid-grade, minor success, spirit cloud step, 3rd tier low grade, minor success. Possessions, none. Lin Xuan then shifted his gaze to the 3 stewards, nodding slightly. Their attribute panels were no less impressive than Zhao Cixin's. Indeed, they were even more remarkable. Such opportunities could not be missed. Immediately, Lin Xuan focused. Ding. Consumed 10,000 energy points. Replication successful. Acquired superior cultivation talent. Ding. Consumed 1,000 energy points. Replication successful. Acquired mid-grade red fire attribute talent. In a mere breath, he spent several tens of thousands of energy points replicating all the valuable attributes from Zhang Tao and the 3 stewards. Upon selecting to use them, ding. Congratulations. Host has upgraded to superior cultivation talent. Ding. Congratulations. Host has upgraded to mid-grade sharp metal attribute talent. After a wave of warmth coursed through him, Lin Xuan felt a significant enhancement in his physical strength. Gazing at the empty void before him, he saw, swish. Divine level replication system. Host, Lin Xuan. Realm, early stage Qi opening. Talents, superior cultivation talent, mid-grade talents, strength, speed, knife technique, sword technique, mid-grade attribute talents, sharp metal, wood, heavy water, red fire, thick earth, gale. Martial arts, golden flame decision, 5th tier mid-grade, minor success, red flame blade technique, 5th tier mid-grade, minor success, shattered jade decision, 5th tier mid-grade, minor success, cracked metal fist, 5th tier low grade, major success, floating crossing, 5th tier low grade, major success. Energy points, 160,000. Space, 21. Looking at the attribute panel before him, Lin Xuan's expression was one of satisfaction. It was no surprise that within less than a day at the Tsang Yuan kingdoms for major sects, he had already amassed such gains. His choice had indeed proven to be astute. Lin Xuan, it's your turn. At that moment, Lin Yun's voice reached him. Noticing Lin Xuan in a daze, Lin Yun nudged him softly, reminding him in a low voice. It turned out that the preceding group had completed their tests, and it was now their team's turn. As the first in the Qingyu City Grand Competition, they were naturally at the forefront and the first to undergo testing. Lin Xuan stepped forward. On the left side of the hall, Zhao Zixin also shifted his gaze, a glimmer of anticipation crossing his face. Although he had witnessed Lin Xuan's combat prowess during the grand competition and knew his talents were commendable, he was unaware of their specific level. Now was the perfect opportunity to gauge it. If Lin Xuan's talents were high enough to become an outer potential disciple, Zhao Zixin might even receive a reward. This was an additional incentive provided by the Lu Yun sect for the recruitment of disciples. Nearby, the other stewards, including Lin Xuan, followed Zhao Zixin's gaze. They had previously heard Zhao Zixin mention discovering a promising candidate. Could it be this one? They were eager to see just how remarkable this promising candidate truly was. Meanwhile, the commotion among the stewards caught the attention of the three testing stewards and Zhang Tao. All four turned their eyes toward Lin Xuan. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Lin Xuan placed his palm on the first crystal orb on the left. Instantly, the orb began to ripple with waves. 1 wave, 2 waves, 3 waves, 4 waves, 5 waves, but it did not cease. In an instant, the hall fell silent. All eyes converged on the crystal orb, their hearts racing. Another genius with a talent strength of 5 degrees. The gazes directed at Lin Xuan transformed completely, now filled with awe, envy, and admiration. Yet, this was just the beginning. The next moment, everyone widened their eyes in disbelief as they beheld the orb. After completing 5 waves, it began to create a 6th wave, and its speed showed no signs of diminishing. Soon, after finishing 6 waves, it abruptly came to a halt. Gazing at the orb, filled with 6 complete waves of ripples, the crowd stared in astonishment, unable to believe their eyes. The arena fell into a profound silence, with all present rendered motionless. Suddenly, a chorus of gasps filled the air, followed by a cacophony of murmurs. Could it be? Had the talent truly reached 6 degrees? And not just that, but a complete 6 degrees. It appeared that this individual was undoubtedly the foremost prodigy among the new disciples of this cohort. Indeed, compared to Zhang Tao's 5 degrees of talent, this person's prowess was in an entirely different league. The crowd buzzed with astonishment, their gazes fixed upon Lin Xuan, their faces awash with shock. Previously, 5 degrees of talent was already deemed exceptional, a hallmark of genius, and sufficient to secure a spot as a potential outer sect disciple. 6 degrees, however, was virtually unheard of. Now, with Lin Xuan's test results soaring to 6 degrees, and a complete 6 degrees at that, how could they not be utterly flabbergasted? Beside the main hall, several deacons were similarly taken aback, their expressions a mix of shock and awe. Lin Xuan cast a complex glance at Zhao Zixin and chuckled wryly. This must be the promising talent you spoke of, right? Your discerning eye remains as sharp as ever. The other deacons nodded in agreement, expressing their admiration for Zhao Zixin. Even the previously dissenting gray-cloaked deacon altered his stance, offering congratulations. Brother Zhao, congratulations indeed. His gaze shifted to Lin Xuan, equally stirred by the revelation. Although he had witnessed Lin Xuan's remarkable abilities during the Qingyu City competition, he never anticipated such staggering results from the test. It is essential to note that 5 degrees of talent already signified a genius-level aptitude, with prospects of entering the inner sect. Lin Xuan's 6 degrees suggested an even greater potential, with achievements likely to surpass even that of deacons like himself, possibly reaching the rank of inner sect elders. Zhao Zixin was engulfed in disbelief, never imagining that within a mere small town, he would discover such a top-tier talent. Observing that all attention had shifted away from him to Lin Xuan, his expression darkened. How infuriating. Today, the spotlight should have belonged to me, Zhang Tao. How dare he steal my thunder? His fists clenched tightly, then relaxed as a glint of malice flashed in his eyes when he looked at Lin Xuan. In front of the main hall, the 3 deacons were also taken aback by Lin Xuan's test results, which soon transformed into elation. Quickly, Zhao Di, notify Elder Chen. This is a top talent with a 6-degree aptitude, instructed the highest-ranking deacon to his companion on the left. Turning to Lin Xuan, he donned a broad smile, saying, Lin Xuan, is it? Come, let us awaken your attribute talents. His demeanor was warm and inviting, a stark contrast to his previous coldness. As if he were an entirely different person, the disciples within the hall exchanged glances, speechless at the disparity in treatment. Yet, they could comprehend the situation, after all. This was an individual with a 6-degree talent, likely the foremost genius among the new disciples, deserving of such preferential treatment. Lin Xuan nodded and approached. his gaze fixed on the attribute panel before him, where energy points surged impressively. He had not anticipated accruing such a substantial number of energy points from this test. Arriving at the second crystal ball, Lin Xuan placed his palm upon it. He had heard that apart from naturally awakened attribute talents, most were developed through acquired awakening, which could only be achieved in the 4 major sections. Once awakened, not only would one's strength significantly increase, but the potential for further growth would also be greatly enhanced. Consequently, despite the high elimination rates, factions in various cities fervently sent their younger disciples to the sections, even if they failed the test and could not truly enter. Awakening their attribute talents was still a commendable outcome. Lin Xuan gazed at the crystal ball with eager anticipation, eager to discover the nature of his innate talents beyond those he had replicated. All eyes in the arena were drawn to him, curious to see the extent of his attribute talents, given his astonishing 6-degree aptitude. Soon, the crystal ball began to react. A burst of golden light emerged, growing increasingly radiant. A mid-grade sharp gold attribute talent, quite impressive, remarked the deacon overseeing the attribute talent assessment. Following that, a cluster of azure vines coalesced, accompanied by flames, flowing water, a towering mountain, and a whirlwind. 6 extraordinary phenomena materialized within the crystal ball, evenly distributed among them. The deacon at the front gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, "How could this be? All 6 attribute talents are mid-grade at the least." It was a known fact that to maintain confidentiality for the disciples, the crystal ball could only reveal mid-grade talents, even for those with higher levels. Yet, even so, he was profoundly shaken. 6 attribute talents, each at least mid-grade. Such a level of talent was unprecedented, something he had never encountered, nor even heard of before. It was likely that no such existence could be found within the entire Luyun sect. And yet, here it was, right before his eyes. How could he not be astounded? The arena fell silent once more, the crowd utterly dumbfounded. After a considerable pause, the murmurs erupted into a frenzy. Incredible! 6 attribute talents, all of such high caliber? How could this be? Truly remarkable. No wonder he is the foremost prodigy among our new disciples. The discussions intensified, and the astonishment in their gazes toward Lin Xuan deepened. Nearby, the deacons were similarly shaken, rendered speechless. They had never anticipated Lin Xuan's talent to be so extraordinary, with his attribute talents surpassing their wildest imaginations. Only Zhang Tao, standing a short distance away, wore an increasingly grim expression. He had only tested 2 mid-grade attribute talents, while Lin Xuan had unveiled 6. It was as if he were being mercilessly crushed underfoot. It was crucial to understand that the more attribute talents one possessed, the broader the avenues available for choice. Additionally, it allowed for the study of a wider array of martial arts. Within the same tier, one's combat strength would be significantly amplified. Lin Xuan's 6 attribute talents, all of them at least mid-grade, clearly outclassed him by a substantial margin. In the presence of such prowess, Zhang Tao felt utterly overshadowed. Damn it! How could such a person appear and obstruct my path? Anger surged within him as he glared at Lin Xuan, his fists cracking ominously. However, all eyes remained fixated on Lin Xuan, entirely oblivious to Zhang Tao's growing frustration, which only fueled his ire further. "You wait, I won't let you off easily." Zhang Tao vowed silently, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Lin Xuan remained oblivious to the jealousy he had incited through his talent test. Even if he were aware, it would not concern him. He understood that those who harbor envy and resentment towards others would never achieve greatness. Such individuals, if they crossed paths with him, he could easily dismiss without a second thought. At that moment, he focused on the attribute panel before him, noting that his energy points had significantly replenished, nearing 200,000. Lin Xuan murmured softly, a glimmer flickering in his eyes. With a complex gaze, he was met with an announcement. "Lin Xuan, your talent intensity is rated at 6, with attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and wind, all of medium quality. You are deemed qualified." The declaration stirred quite a commotion once again. The speaker then turned to Lin Xuan, a smile broadening on their face. "Please hold on for a moment, Lin Xuan. Here's a chair for you to sit and rest if you feel weary. Once all evaluations are complete, we will arrange the remaining matters for you. Rest assured, with your results, securing a spot as an outer sect potential disciple is inevitable. If all goes as expected, you will undoubtedly be the foremost among the new disciples in terms of potential. Shortly, Elder Chen will come to present you with the identity token of the first potential disciple." The steward's demeanor was gentle, treating Lin Xuan as an equal, even with a hint of extra warmth, for Lin Xuan's 2 talent assessments had been astonishingly high, leaving him quite astounded. Chapter 32. The True Inheritance. No need. "I have arrived." At that moment, a robust voice resonated. The crowd turned to see a short, plump elder with graying temples entering, followed respectfully by the steward who had previously exited. We pay our respects to the third elder. Several stewards present, whether responsible for the assessments or the likes of Zhao Zixin, all reacted with a start, bowing in respect. They had not anticipated that the third elder of the outer sect would be summoned. The third elder was one of the three great leaders of the outer sect, with a status and strength far surpassing that of Elderchin, who was in charge of recruiting disciples. His cultivation level transcended the condensation realm. Having entered the opening spirit realm, typically, ordinary matters of the outer sect would not disturb the third elder, yet here they were. Witnessing a mere talent assessment for new disciples achieving such a feat, Lin Xuan and the other disciples in the Grand Hall observed the steward's respectful demeanor. Even without recognizing this third elder, they understood that his status and power were considerable, far exceeding that of a steward, prompting them to bow in deference as well. "Please rise," the third elder said calmly. The crowd straightened up. His gaze swept across the two crystal orbs before settling on Lin Xuan, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. "You are the one whose talent intensity has reached 6, Lin Xuan?" Lin Xuan bowed slightly, his gaze meeting that of the elder. Name, Luo Yuanyang. Cultivation, first layer of the opening spirit realm. Talent, supreme quality cultivation talent, medium quality strength talent. Superior quality speed talent, medium quality blade talent, medium quality sharp metal attribute talent, medium quality crimson fire attribute talent, superior quality gale attribute talent. Martial skills, wind elemental crimson gold technique, 6th tier, medium quality, minor accomplishment, tornado blade technique, 6th tier, low quality, minor accomplishment, explosive flame fist, 6th tier, low quality, minor accomplishment, cloud walking steps, 6th tier, low quality, minor accomplishment. Personal treasures, none. As Lin Xuan regarded the attributes of this third elder, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Indeed, as a powerful figure of the opening spirit realm, he possessed numerous treasures of considerable grade, far stronger than the stewards like Zhao Zixin. Regrettably, Lin Xuan's energy points had dwindled to below 200,000, preventing him from replicating everything. He could only select the most significant attributes. With a thought, he activated the replication process. Ding. Consumed 30,000 energy points. Replication successful. Acquired supreme quality cultivation talent. Ding. Consumed 3,000 energy points. Replication successful. Acquired superior quality speed talent. Ding. Consumed 30,000 energy points. Replication successful. Acquired wind elemental crimson gold technique. 6th tier, medium quality, minor accomplishment. In mere moments, he replicated the majority of Luo Yuanliang's treasures, depleting his nearly 200,000 energy points in the process. All of this transpired in an exceedingly brief span, unnoticed by anyone. The third elder regarded Lin Xuan with a satisfied expression, stating, "Talent intensity of at least 6, with all 6 attributes being at least of medium quality. Quite impressive. It appears you possess the potential for true inheritance. Among this new batch of disciples, you are undoubtedly the most gifted." The third elder's praises were abundant. Although he could not discern Lin Xuan's true potential, he sensed the young man's robust foundation, far surpassing all other new disciples. Furthermore, this was despite having come from the secular realm, without the resources and martial arts typically available within the sect. One could only imagine the heights Lin Xuan could reach once he entered the sect, equipped with ample resources. Such exceptional talent was rare even within the entirety of the Luyun sect, warranting the third elder's elevated regard. Meanwhile, Zhao Zixin, Lin Xuan, and the other stewards were left in shock, their gazes fixed on Lin Xuan, filled with awe. The third elder had actually claimed that Lin Xuan possessed the potential for true inheritance. Had they misheard? In the entire Luyun sect, among tens of thousands of martial artists, there were only 28 true disciples, fewer than 30. Each true disciple stood on par with inner-sect elders in terms of both strength and status, with prospects of breaking through to the spirit realm and reaching the pinnacle of Zhongyuan country. They could hardly fathom that a talent like Lin Xuan, emerging from a small town, could possess such potential. They were utterly incredulous. Yet, the words from the third elder compelled them to believe. He was not merely an outer sect titan, but also an inner sect elder, with insights far beyond their comprehension. If even the third elder expressed such sentiments, how could it be false? Instantly, the stewards were further astonished, casting envious glances at Zhao Zixin, wondering how great the rewards for him would be. Perhaps he would break through several layers of cultivation, even reaching the mid-stage of the condensation realm, thereby creating a definitive gap between himself and his peers. How could they not feel envy and resentment? At that moment, Zhao Zixin, however, was lost in thought, unable to grasp the full implications. He had never anticipated that the genius Lin Xuan, discovered in the ordinary small town of Qingyu, would emerge as a top-tier talent with the potential for true inheritance. All the disciples present were similarly captivated by Lin Xuan, astonished beyond belief. Those who had risen to prominence from various cities to reach the Luyun sect were undoubtedly the elite talents of their respective locales, possessing some understanding of the sect. Even if they were not entirely aware, they could surmise the significance of true disciples. At the very least, they were poised to ascend to the higher echelons of the Luyun sect, which was one of the four great powers of Tsungyuan country, parallel to the royal family. To become a high-ranking member of the Luyun sect was tantamount to reaching the pinnacle of Tsungyuan country. Such individuals were indeed a rarity, and they had not expected to witness the emergence of someone with the potential for true inheritance right before their eyes. Their astonishment was palpable, yet disbelief lingered heavily in the air. Were it not for the third elder's endorsement, they would have never believed it, even with his confirmation. The surreal nature of the revelation left them in a state of disbelief. Meanwhile, Zhang Tao clenched his fists, his expression twisted with emotion, internally screaming, "How is this possible? How can this be happening?" He refused to accept that Lin Xuan, the one who had stolen his spotlight, could possess the potential for true inheritance. No matter how strong his talent, without growth, a genius remained merely a genius. Zhang Tao's gaze towards Lin Xuan turned cold and resentful. Lin Xuan, however, paid no heed to such sentiments. "Thank you, Third Elder, for your kind words." He silently focused on the energy points surging within the void before him. Chapter 33. The First and Potential. The Third Elder, witnessing Lin Xuan's demeanor, felt even greater admiration. "This is the identity token for the first potential disciple of the new entrance. Take it." Suddenly, the Third Elder smiled gently and said, "Since you are new to our sect, allow me to elaborate. The outer sect's potential disciples are granted special privileges typically reserved for the most gifted among us, enjoying the same benefits as the top 10 outer sect disciples, including resources for cultivation, housing, martial arts manuals, and more. As the top potential disciple, your treatment is akin to that of the leading outer sect member. However, this is only for a duration of 3 months. After this period, any further privileges will depend solely on your own strength." As he spoke, he produced a black token and handed it to Lin Xuan. The elder in charge of recruiting disciples, Elder Qin, was merely an ordinary outer sect elder, yet he too could bestow the identity token of a potential disciple. Being one of the 3 great figures of the outer sect, the third elder naturally had this ability. The others were not surprised by this. Rather, they gazed at Lin Xuan with immense envy. After the third elder's explanation, the disciples present understood the stark contrast in treatment between potential disciples and ordinary ones. Akin to the difference between the top 10 outer sect members and their peers, the disparity was immense, and there was no need for elaboration. Lin Xuan, as the top potential disciple, stood at the pinnacle, far surpassing the other 9 in the outer sect. They found it almost unimaginable and could only feel profound envy. Despite entering the sect at the same time, it was clear that Lin Xuan had already established a significant distance from them in terms of innate talent. Moreover, his formidable aptitude would only widen this gap over time, making it increasingly difficult for them to even catch up. At this moment, the elders exchanged glances, each reflecting shock in their eyes. They were astonished that the third elder had personally taken the time to explain things to Lin Xuan, an amiable gesture that the other elders might not experience. Clearly, Lin Xuan was more of a prodigy than they had anticipated. "Thank you, third elder," Lin Xuan said respectfully as he accepted the token. The token was completely black, gleaming with a metallic luster, engraved with the 3 characters of the Flowing Cloud sect. And on the reverse side were the words top potential. Lin Xuan gazed at the token, nodding slightly, his eyes glimmering with excitement. This was fortuitous indeed. With his talent grade elevated, he needed resources to enhance his cultivation level, and now they were being offered to him. After exchanging a few more words and receiving further praise from the elder turned and departed, leaving the gathered disciples in awe. Notably, the third elder had not spared a glance at Zhang Tao throughout the encounter. A potential disciple with a talent strength of 5 could enter the inner sect without issue, but reaching the ranks of true disciples was exceedingly difficult. Such a person was hardly worthy of his attention. Once the third elder's figure vanished from sight, the disciples' gazes shifted back to Lin Xuan, filled with admiration, envy, and awe. Although they were all new outer sect disciples, it was evident that Lin Xuan had transcended their world. His rapid rise and potential to enter the inner sect, perhaps even becoming a true disciple, inspired both admiration and envy among them. Meanwhile, Zhang Tao remained unnoticed, standing aside with a dark expression, glaring at Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan, unfazed by the stares, stood still, slightly nodding as he observed the attribute panel in front of him. Thanks to the third elder's actions, he had accumulated a significant number of energy points. However, having just replicated the treasures from the third elder, his energy points were nearly depleted, and he needed to gather more. The rate at which he could collect energy points in the Flowing Cloud sect was far superior to that in Qingyu City, and he had no worries. Once today's event spread, he was confident that a substantial influx of energy points would follow, allowing him to replicate and enhance his strength further. The talent assessment continued. Though most gazes remained fixed on Lin Xuan, their astonishment had yet to subside. The subsequent results mirrored those of earlier tests, with only a 30% pass rate. Not only had Lin Xuan, a top-tier genius with a talent strength of 6, achieved this feat, but even Zhang Tao, with a talent strength of 5, had failed to pass. Occasionally, there would be a disciple with a strength of 4, but with Lin Xuan and Zhang Tao in the forefront. Especially with Lin Xuan's status as a top-tier genius who drew the attention of the third elder, these results failed to spark any significant reaction. As for the group from Qingyu City, aside from Lin Xuan, only Lin Yun, Wu Qili, and Chun Yu passed the assessment, while the remaining 5 were eliminated. Fortunately, they had awakened 1 or 2 attribute talents, so their journey was not entirely in vain. Lin Yun, Wu Qili, and Chun Yu stood behind Lin Xuan, gazing at his figure in awe, unable to fully process the situation. They could hardly fathom that, despite hailing from Qingyu City, their own talent barely qualified them for the assessment, while Lin Xuan emerged as the #1 genius among the new disciples. At that moment, they finally grasped why Lin Xuan had effortlessly overwhelmed them during the previous competition among the 4 major factions. Even Zhang He, who had resorted to cheating to reach the late stage of the Qi awakening realm, was no match for Lin Xuan's prowess. It became clear that the gap in their talents was vast, akin to an insurmountable chasm. Time flowed like water, and soon the disciples within the Grand Hall completed their assessments. Out of more than 300 disciples, fewer than 100 passed. Subsequently, they were led out of the hall to make way for a new batch of disciples. Those who did not pass were sent back, while the successful candidates, now outer sect disciples, were escorted by several stewards to arrange their accommodations. As the top potential disciple, Lin Xuan received the highest level of treatment among them. Half an hour later, Lin Xuan arrived at a quaint courtyard. After a brief inspection, satisfaction graced his features. Although modest in size, the courtyard was exquisitely designed and fully equipped, far superior to the small wooden houses occupied by ordinary outer sect disciples. More importantly, the entire Flowing Cloud sect was imbued with gathering arrays, resulting in a density of spiritual energy that far surpassed most outer sect areas, let alone Qingyu City, which could not even compare. Excellent, Lin Xuan remarked with satisfaction. There was no need for tidying up. The courtyard had already been cleaned, allowing him to move in effortlessly. Afterward, Lin Xuan entered the cultivation room and sat cross-legged on a mat. Ultimately, enhancing his own strength remained paramount. In the cultivation room, Lin Xuan settled on the mat, and with a thought, he began to utilize the various treasures he had replicated today. A warm current flowed through his body, and his aura began to rise gradually. Time drifted by like a gentle stream, accompanied by the clear sounds of enhancement ringing in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, for enhancing your cultivation talent. Ding! Congratulations, host, for advancing to the 6th tier of the mid-grade martial art Fingyuan Qi Jinju. Ding! Congratulations, host, for leveling up your high-grade wind attribute talent. Half an hour later, Lin Xuan opened his eyes, a powerful aura radiating from him, creating ripples in the air. He looked at the attribute panel before him, noting the subtle changes, as well as the significant increase in his physical strength, nodding in approval. He continued his cultivation, then brushed his right middle finger against an ancient ring, causing a bottle of blood-boosting pills to materialize in his hand. As the top potential disciple among the new entrants, the resources available to him were extraordinarily abundant, rivaling even those of the leading outer sect members. Moreover, after the talent assessment, he had conveniently received a month's worth of resources. This storage ring was a complimentary gift. Time passed swiftly, and before he knew it, 2 days had gone by. Lin Xuan had successfully opened dozens of acupoints. During this period, apart from leaving the cultivation room for meals and rest, he was essentially engrossed in closed-door training. In just 2 days, the news of his outstanding aptitude test results and his emergence as the most promising new disciple spread, creating quite a stir. He garnered a certain level of fame within the outer sect of the Liyun sect, and correspondingly, he reaped a significant amount of energy points. After reviewing his attribute panel and resting adequately, he prepared to continue his secluded cultivation, as his training resources were far from depleted. However, at that moment, a cold, mechanical voice from the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Detected an excessive number of martial arts skills. Fusion function activated. With that, the voice faded away. Fusion function? Lin Xuan mused, his gaze flickering as understanding dawned upon him. Instantly, a wave of information flooded his mind. Lin Xuan closed his eyes to comprehend it. After a few breaths, he reopened his eyes, which now shone with brilliant light. The fusion function was indeed remarkable. It aligned perfectly with his previous conjectures. This function allowed the consumption of energy points to merge one martial art into another, thereby enhancing its grade and efficacy. Previously, he had replicated numerous martial arts, not all of which were applicable. He had merely chosen those that appeared to be of high grade, with promising potential and abundant energy points. Much like shopping in a supermarket in his past life. Now, however, this fusion function was precisely what he needed. It not only enabled him to utilize various martial arts, but also elevated their grade and potency, making it exceedingly convenient. Moreover, it preserved the strengths of the original martial arts while eliminating their weaknesses. The martial arts created through fusion bore a resemblance to their originals, yet were entirely distinct entities. He had initially harbored concerns that showcasing the martial arts he had copied from others might attract undue attention or provoke unforeseen consequences. However, this concern was now entirely alleviated. With such numerous advantages, Lin Xuan was thoroughly satisfied. He promptly set aside his cultivation to begin fusing the various martial arts he had acquired. The system had not provided an overly detailed explanation in this regard, so he had to explore it on his own. Before long, Lin Xuan began to grasp the nuances involved in fusing martial arts. Firstly, it was essential that techniques and martial arts could not be fused indiscriminately. Only techniques could fuse with techniques, and martial arts with martial arts. Secondly, techniques were primarily focused on cultivating true qi energy, and as long as there was no significant conflict, they could generally be fused. However, martial arts were different. For instance, palm techniques could only be fused with other palm techniques, while sword techniques could only merge with sword techniques, and not with palm techniques. Lastly, the energy points consumed varied according to the levels of the martial arts being fused. For a first-tier martial art, merging it into another required 200 energy points. For second tier, 500 energy points, and for third tier, 1,000 energy points. This was consistent with the energy points required to replicate a treasure of the same grade. Having clarified these aspects, Lin Xuan exhaled a sigh of relief and began the extensive fusion process. He had a sufficient number of energy points at hand, and fusing them should suffice. Once familiar with the rules, the fusion process became exceedingly swift and efficient. After several minutes, Lin Xuan completed the fusion and looked at his attribute panel with a glimmer of excitement. Ding. God-level replication system. Host, Lin Xuan. Realm, mid-stage qi opening. Talent, exceptional cultivation talent. Superior talents, speed, sword path. Intermediate talents, strength, blade path. Superior attribute talents, sharp metal, fierce wind. Intermediate attribute talents, green wood, heavy water, red fire. Thick earth, heavy water. Martial arts, Hanyuan decision, 6th tier superior, minor achievement. Fengyan blade technique, 6th tier intermediate, minor achievement. Qihua sword art, 6th tier inferior, minor achievement. Manxiang decision, 6th tier intermediate, minor achievement. Baleful fist, 6th tier intermediate, minor achievement. Jingtide palm, 6th tier inferior, minor achievement. Suikong leg, 6th tier inferior, minor achievement. Ruiying Suishing, 6th tier inferior, minor achievement. Energy points, 8741. Spatial inventory, 25. Gazing at the attribute panel, Lin Xuan noted that the martial arts category had been significantly streamlined. After a series of fusions, he had successfully condensed the multitude of martial arts into just a few, encompassing techniques, blade arts, sword arts, fist and palm techniques, and body techniques, covering a comprehensive range of disciplines, all of which were of commendable quality. This was sufficient for him to annihilate opponents of the same tier and even challenge those of a higher tier. Lin Xuan felt increasingly content. The only regret was that although he possessed a high-grade technique, it was not particularly useful in the body refinement and qi opening realms, where the focus was on strengthening the physique and enhancing vital energy. During these stages, one primarily needed to consume pills and spiritual herbs, executing martial arts to assimilate and integrate them. It was only upon reaching the gathering qi realm, when the physique was sufficiently robust to endure the tumultuous influx of spiritual energy, that the technique would be necessary to absorb the spiritual energy and elevate one's cultivation level. Thus, this technique would have to remain dormant for now. After a brief rest to restore his mindset and regain tranquility, Lin Xuan resumed his cultivation, consuming pills and spiritual herbs, executing the Manxiang decision, absorbing energy, and fortifying his physique and vital energy. Time flowed slowly, and before he knew it, another 2 days had passed. In the cultivation room, Lin Xuan sat cross-legged on a mat, a faint illusion of a man-eating elephant flickering behind him. Roar. The faint roars of several man-eating elephants emanated. An even more potent aura radiated from Lin Xuan, spreading outwards in all directions. Lin Xuan exhaled deeply, feeling the surging energy within his physique, and gazed into the void before him. At last, I have broken through to the late stage of qi opening, he murmured softly, nodding slightly. Chapter 35. Provocation. The Manxiang decision was indeed a 6th-tier intermediate body refining martial art, yielding impressive results. In just 3 days, he had broken through 2 levels, reaching the late stage of qi opening. Lin Xuan nodded slightly as he gazed into the void. However, the consumption of resources was also considerable. The month's supply of training resources had been entirely depleted in just 3 days. Lin Xuan could only sigh inwardly at this. Without training resources, relying solely on absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth would significantly diminish his training speed, even with his remarkable talent. Such a slow rate of progress was unsatisfactory to Lin Xuan, and he realized he needed to acquire more training resources. He pondered briefly and decided to visit the martial arts pavilion. The martial arts pavilion was where the Luoyuan sect stored its martial arts and was a vital location within the sect. In reality, he could directly spend energy points to replicate the martial arts of other warriors and even gain their training experience without needing to practice, making it exceedingly convenient. However, this was his greatest secret, one that must not be revealed. He needed to conceal it, and the martial arts pavilion would serve this purpose. Furthermore, as a significant location in the Luoyuan sect, it was likely to be guarded by numerous martial arts experts. Perhaps he could encounter someone worthy of replication. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xuan made his decision. He rose from the cultivation room, tidied himself, and exited the small courtyard, heading straight for the martial arts pavilion. Any new disciple, within a month of entering the sect, was entitled to visit the first floor of the martial arts pavilion and select a 3rd-tier martial art. Not to mention, as the most promising new disciple, he had the privilege to choose freely without restrictions on quantity, albeit limited to 3rd-tier martial arts. On his way, Lin Xuan scanned his surroundings, searching for worthy treasures to replicate. However, being in the outer sect, most of the disciples' talents were inferior to his, and replicating their skills would be a waste of energy points. Thus, Lin Xuan did not focus on their talents, but rather on other aspects. Soon enough, he made considerable gains, as most new outer sect disciples were at the qi opening realm. Unable to afford storage rings or medicinal pills, Lin Xuan carried with him the compact resources essential for his cultivation, which he could conveniently replicate. Throughout the day, he had collected a few energy points, and he was not one to let such an opportunity slip by. As he meandered along a winding path, he intentionally drew near to the new disciples within a 10-meter radius. With a mere thought, he activated the replication process. Ding. Consumed 500 energy points. Replication successful. Obtained first-class blood essence pill, 1 bottle. Ding. Consumed 1,000 energy points. Replication successful. Obtained medium-class red blood ginseng, 1 piece. As he continued on his way, Lin Xuan felt a small pile of cultivation resources accumulating within his spatial pouch. He was increasingly satisfied, and it was not until he had exhausted his energy points that he ceased his endeavors. He then hurried directly towards the martial arts pavilion. However, it was not long before he was halted once more. The individuals who blocked his path were none other than Lin Yuan, Wu Qili, and Qinyu, 3 compatriots from Qingyu City. Lin Xuan, help us. We're in dire need. Lin Yuan exclaimed, his expression fraught with urgency. Be cautious. There may be those who wish to harm you. The 3 rushed over, their outer disciple robes bearing visible signs of damage, indicating that their recent days had been far from pleasant. What happened? Speak clearly, Lin Xuan inquired, his concern piqued, especially for Lin Yuan, who shared the same family name. However, before they could elaborate, a group of individuals surged toward them from a distance. Leading them was a well-dressed youth, Zhang Tao, another potential disciple who had tested alongside Lin Xuan a few days prior. Lin Xuan, you finally decided to show yourself. I thought you would continue to hide like a turtle. Zhang Tao's voice rang out coldly, followed by a chorus of mocking laughter from his companions. That's him. Over these past 3 days, Zhang Tao has used his status as a scion of a prominent family to gather a group of followers and has been oppressing us. The injuries we bear are from this group. Qin Yu explained hastily, casting fearful glances at Zhang Tao's entourage. Upon entering the Luoyuan sect, they had quickly realized that their talents were insignificant, relegating them to the lower echelons where they were subjected to humiliation. So it is. Lin Xuan's expression hardened upon hearing this. He understood that Zhang Tao's deliberate harassment was a ploy to provoke him into action. What business do you have? Lin Xuan addressed Zhang Tao coldly. Nothing of great importance. Merely that I believe you are unworthy of the title of the top potential disciple. Zhang Tao retorted sharply. Let us battle, and I shall demonstrate how I will claim your title for myself. Do not be too hasty in your refusal. Should you wish to protect your 3 compatriots, you will find it prudent to comply. You are the top potential disciple, shielded by this status, so I cannot touch you. However, your companions are another matter. Unless you can ensure their safety at all times, they may face dire consequences. Thus, you should acquiesce. Very well. I accept your challenge. A glint of cold determination flickered in Lin Xuan's eyes. This was his first experience of being threatened in such a manner. It appeared he must demonstrate his prowess. Otherwise, he would be subject to the indignities of the likes of Zhang Tao. Excellent. Zhang Tao's face broke into a smile as he waved his hand. Step back. Let me test the strength of our esteemed top potential disciple, Lin Xuan. He was utterly confident in his abilities. Having recently advanced to the later stages of the Qi opening realm, while Lin Xuan had only reached the early stages during the testing. Everyone, step back. Lin Xuan instructed Chun Yu and the others calmly. They, along with Zhang Tao's followers, complied, creating a space around them. The commotion soon attracted a crowd of outer disciples, who gathered to watch and whisper amongst themselves. Isn't that Lin Xuan, the top genius among the new disciples? And Zhang Tao, the other potential disciple? What are they up to? Can't you see? Zhang Tao covets Lin Xuan's status as the top potential disciple. Although Lin Xuan possesses greater talent, in the Luyan sect, strength reigns supreme. If Zhang Tao were to defeat Lin Xuan openly, he would take his place as the new top potential disciple. Ah, I see. This will be a spectacle. Who do you think will prevail? It should be Zhang Tao, right? Although Lin Xuan has slightly higher talent, Zhang Tao's cultivation level is superior. As the onlookers whispered, Zhang Tao made his move. With a fierce shout, he charged at Lin Xuan, delivering a powerful punch. Cracking rock fist. The force behind his blow was akin to a mountain's might, striking with incredible power. He held nothing back, aiming not only to win but to severely injure Lin Xuan. Seeking retribution for the humiliation he had suffered, the spectators felt the intensity of the attack, their expressions shifting as they recognized its overwhelming force. Most ordinary practitioners in the later stages of the Qi opening realm would struggle to withstand such a blow. Given Lin Xuan's previous performance, they doubted he could even reach the mid-stages of the Qi opening realm within a mere 3 days, let alone the later stages. All eyes turned toward Lin Xuan, eager to see how he would respond to this formidable challenge. The top disciple among the new entrants was expected to showcase extraordinary skill, yet Lin Xuan remained unfazed. He countered Zhang Tao's punch with one of his own, shattering jade fist. The 2 fists collided with a resounding crash, echoing through the arena. In an instant, Lin Xuan stood firm, his demeanor unchanged, as if nothing had transpired. In stark contrast, Zhang Tao's expression twisted in pain. "Aya!" he cried out, resembling someone struck by a boulder, as he staggered backward, retreating several meters before collapsing to the ground, howling in agony. His right arm was grotesquely bent, blood spattering, indicative of a fracture. The crowd was momentarily stunned, disbelief etched on their faces as they gazed at Lin Xuan. A profound silence enveloped the arena before it erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Did Lin Xuan just defeat him with a single punch and incapacitate Zhang Tao's arm? They speculated, surmising that Zhang Tao's earlier threats had ignited Lin Xuan's fury, prompting him to retaliate fiercely. It seems Lin Xuan, the top genius among the new disciples, truly lives up to his reputation. Just 3 days ago, he was at the early stages of Qi opening, and now he can dispatch opponents in the later stages with ease. Not only is he the top genius among the new disciples, but he may also be regarded as a prodigy among all outer disciples. It won't be long before he emerges as a formidable figure. However, Zhang Tao was not easily deterred. He had a cousin, Zhang Mingliang, a practitioner in the gathering Qi realm. The question remained as to how Lin Xuan would respond to such challenges, especially during the 3-month protection period granted to the top potential disciple, during which others could not confront him unless he willingly accepted challenges. 3 months later, with Lin Xuan's innate talent, it is entirely plausible that he could contend with Zhang Mingliang. The gathered disciples engaged in incessant discussions, their gazes fixated on Lin Xuan, revealing a mixture of astonishment and incredulity. Even Zhang Tao, who had reached the late stage of the Qi awakening realm, could not withstand a single punch from Lin Xuan. The strength Lin Xuan showcased had unequivocally established him as the foremost new disciple. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd began to comprehend that Lin Xuan's status as the first genius among new disciples was indeed well-deserved, aligning closely with the rumors circulating in recent days, perhaps even exceeding them. Unperturbed by the opinions of others, Lin Xuan focused intently on the rapidly increasing energy points displayed on his attribute panel, nodding slightly. With a cold demeanor, he approached Zhang Tao, who lay on the ground, staring in disbelief as Lin Xuan drew near, his mind screaming, "How is this possible? This cannot be real." He was unwilling to accept that he had been bested and sent flying by Lin Xuan's punch. Yet, the searing pain radiating from his arm incessantly reminded him of the harsh truth. He was indeed inferior to Lin Xuan in both talent and strength. Regardless of his reluctance to acknowledge it, this was an undeniable fact. Zhang Tao finally understood that Lin Xuan not only surpassed him in innate talent, but had far exceeded his expectations. Just 3 days prior, he had been at the initial stage of the Qi awakening realm. Yet, in a mere 3 days, this late-stage practitioner found himself unable to endure even a single strike from Lin Xuan. It was evident that Lin Xuan's talent was formidable beyond measure. Contemplating this, a wave of regret surged within Zhang Tao for having provoked Lin Xuan. He was arrogant and conceited, prone to jealousy and vanity. But he was not foolish enough to disregard the boundaries of whom to provoke. Lin Xuan, with a talent that dwarfed his own, was clearly someone he could not afford to offend. Alas, it was too late for such realizations. Standing before Zhang Tao, Lin Xuan spoke in a low voice. "Zhang Tao, I have always adhered to the principle of not provoking others unless provoked. However, should you dare to challenge me, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. Consider this a lesson. If you ever attempt to instigate me again, perhaps by using Lin Yun or Chun Yu to threaten me, I will not hesitate to render you incapacitated. Do not presume that your status as a scion of a prominent family grants you the right to act arrogantly here. This is not your domain. This is the Luyun sect, and I am the foremost genius among new disciples. Believe me when I say that should I decide to incapacitate you, I would face little to no repercussions while you would become a mere cripple." As he spoke, his piercing gaze struck Zhang Tao's chest like a blade. Zhang Tao trembled, his eyes widening in unrestrained fear. He realized Lin Xuan was not jesting. He was entirely serious and intended to follow through. Quickly lowering his head, he murmured, "I understand," unable to meet Lin Xuan's gaze, his voice trembling. "Remember your words from today?" Lin Xuan patted Zhang Tao's shoulder, rising to walk towards Lin Yun and the others. Meanwhile, the group of subordinates who had been with Zhang Tao remained paralyzed with fear, too intimidated to make a move, let alone intervene. These subordinates were recent recruits whom Zhang Tao had coerced into submission over the past 3 days, leveraging his strength and status as a scion of a prominent family. With Zhang Tao having been effortlessly defeated by Lin Xuan, they were even less inclined to speak up. Approaching Lin Yun, Wu Qili, and the others, Lin Xuan remarked, "All is resolved now. Focus on your cultivation. Gaining entry into the Luyun sect is no small feat, so do not squander this opportunity." "Thank you, Brother Xuan. We are truly grateful for your assistance," the 3 expressed, bowing in appreciation and addressing him as Brother Xuan. This encounter had opened their eyes to Lin Xuan's true prowess. The disparity in strength was staggering, as the 3 of them together could not contend with Zhang Tao. Yet Lin Xuan had sent him flying with a single blow, incapacitating his arm. The realization of the vast chasm that separated them from Lin Xuan extinguished any thoughts of comparison, replacing them with a newfound respect. Chapter 37. Broadening horizons. After exchanging a few casual words with Lin Yun and Chun Yu, Lin Xuan turned to leave, aware of the awed and admiring gazes from those present as he made his way toward the martial arts pavilion. This recent battle with Zhang Tao had yielded a significant accumulation of energy points, and he anticipated even more would flow in once word spread. Satisfied, he strolled leisurely along the path, gathering various alchemical and spiritual resources. Before long, he arrived at the martial arts pavilion. Situated at the junction of the inner and outer sects, accessible to both inner and outer disciples for selecting manuals. From afar, the pavilion appeared as a quaint 4-story building, exuding an aura of historical significance that commanded respect. The first floor housed a collection of miscellaneous records, historical documents, medical texts, and third-tier martial arts manuals. The second and third floors contained manuals of Tier 3 and above. Generally, outer disciples were permitted only on the first floor, while inner disciples and those with true transmission status could access the upper levels. The fourth floor, reserved for sect legacies, was off-limits except to those who had achieved significant merits, such as true transmission disciples, elders, and the sect leader. Lin Xuan was well aware of these norms. After surveying the area, he entered the first floor of the pavilion, which opened into a spacious hall lined with numerous antique bookshelves. Many disciples were busy selecting manuals. To the right of the entrance, a counter was manned by a steward overseeing the management of the premises. Lin Xuan's gaze swept over the scene, and he internally sighed. This steward was considerably stronger than Zhao Zixin and others, having reached the late stage of the condensation realm. However, he was still far inferior to the third elder. After having replicated the treasures of the third elder, Lin Xuan's talent and martial skills had reached the pinnacle among outer disciples, rendering the steward's possessions unremarkable in his eyes. As for the outer disciples perusing the manuals, they were mere newcomers, hardly worth his notice. He proceeded deeper into the first floor, spending several minutes selecting a variety of manuals encompassing various techniques, including methods for body movement, swordsmanship, and unarmed combat, although he did not intend to cultivate them. These manuals were of a high caliber, reaching upper-tier third tier. Once he had made his selections, Lin Xuan planned to take them to the counter for registration. Suddenly, he paused, glancing at the adjacent shelf of miscellaneous records. Since he was already there, he decided to explore further. I have just arrived in this world for over a month. Aside from memories in my mind and experiences from this past month, I know little about this martial world. This is a perfect opportunity to broaden my understanding, Lin Xuan mused. The Luoyan sect is one of the 4 great sects of the Zhongyuan kingdom, a leading force, and the quality of its literature far surpasses that of the Lin family. This moment was ideal for expanding his horizons. After a brief contemplation, Lin Xuan resolved to delve into the miscellaneous section. He placed his selected manuals aside and casually picked up a book to examine. Lin Xuan's innate talent had already reached a peak among outer disciples, and many inner disciples could not compare. His comprehension had similarly grown with his talent, far exceeding that of an ordinary individual. At this moment, Lin Xuan was engrossed in the books he held, his eyes darting across the pages at an astonishing speed. While other warriors might still be deciphering the characters, Lin Xuan had already committed the content to memory, nearly achieving the level of photographic recall. Is this the advantage of genius? In this state of realization, he nodded slightly and continued to peruse the volumes. Time flew by, and before he knew it, several hours had elapsed. Lin Xuan set down the last slightly tattered book with a look of satisfaction. After spending a morning, he had finally finished reading. He glanced at the sky outside, murmuring to himself, feeling a profound sense of accomplishment. The Luoyan sect truly deserved its reputation as one of the 4 major sections. This was merely a collection of miscellaneous notes from the first floor, yet it encompassed a wealth of knowledge on martial arts, alchemy, formation techniques, spirit herbs, beast taming, geography, and astronomy. It could be said to be comprehensive in scope. Although he had only scratched the surface, it was sufficient for a warrior to establish a solid foundation. Having completed his reading, Lin Xuan had gained a preliminary understanding of this martial world. In the future, regardless of the subject matter, he would no longer be a bewildered novice. Subsequently, Lin Xuan picked up several selected manuals from the side and approached the counter, intending to register them. However, before Lin Xuan could utter a word, a few outer sect disciples who had also chosen their manuals couldn't help but snicker. Could this fellow be a fool? He actually picked so many manuals? He must be a new disciple, unaware of the outer sect rules, thinking he could select freely here. Even seasoned disciples are allowed to choose only one manual at a time, let alone a newcomer. This guy is just waiting to be scolded by the steward. Haha. Lin Xuan, however, paid them no mind, placing the manuals on the counter and addressing the steward, saying, "Steward, these are the ones I have selected. Please register them." The steward's expression turned stern, and with a cold huff, he replied, "You must be a new disciple, right? Don't you know to familiarize yourself with the rules of our Luoyan sect? It's quite bothersome to see new disciples behave like this every time. Each person may only select one manual at a time, as per regulations." The steward huffed, his beard bristling, reprimanding him. The other outer sect disciples nearby also wore sneers, eagerly anticipating the spectacle. "No, I want to select these. Please register them for me," Lin Xuan replied, still composed and unhurried. "What? Do I not have the authority to direct you, an outer sect disciple?" The steward's eyes flickered with anger, ready to teach this new disciple a lesson. The surrounding outer sect disciples intensified their mocking gazes, but in the next moment, they all froze. Their eyes were drawn to a black token that Lin Xuan revealed. The token boldly displayed the character's potential first. "Well, steward, is this acceptable?" Lin Xuan asked calmly. The steward looked at him, disbelief creeping into his expression. They began to murmur quietly among themselves. Is that the identity badge of the potential first new disciple? He is the Lin Xuan who was praised by the third elder for his extraordinary talent? If it is indeed him, he is permitted to select multiple manuals. Chapter 38. A shift in attitude. Numerous disciples nearby gathered around, whispering in astonishment as they regarded Lin Xuan, their eyes filled with amazement. They had never anticipated encountering Lin Xuan, the new disciple who had earned accolades from the third elder for his exceptional potential. The few outer sect disciples who had previously mocked Lin Xuan now displayed expressions of regret. They had not realized that their careless words had offended Lin Xuan, the disciple with the highest potential. He had been lauded by the third elder as possessing true inheritance potential, his talent undoubtedly among the elite of the outer sect, surpassing even many inner sect disciples. He was destined to enter the inner sect and possibly attain the status of true heir, becoming a figure of significance within the sect. Such a prodigious talent was far beyond the reach of ordinary outer sect disciples like them. They instantly regretted their actions, wishing they could slap themselves for their thoughtless remarks. Meanwhile, a few newly arrived disciples began discussing another topic. Not long ago, I saw another potential disciple, Zhang Tao, who had broken through to the late stage of the Qi awakening realm, challenge Lin Xuan, only to be defeated in an instant. Wasn't it said that Lin Xuan was still in the early stage of the Qi awakening realm during the talent assessment 3 days ago? How could he possibly defeat a late-stage Qi awakening disciple, especially one with potential? I know you might not believe me, but I witnessed it myself. It's the truth. Yes, we all saw it. A lot of people were present. Once you go out, you can verify it. Upon hearing this, the surrounding outer sect disciples looked at Lin Xuan with even greater astonishment. The disciples who had mocked Lin Xuan trembled slightly, fear flashing in their eyes as they realized the implications. They could no longer afford to provoke him. Lin Xuan could already defeat late-stage Qi awakening disciples, indicating that his strength had reached at least the peak of the Qi awakening realm. They were nowhere near his match. Their feelings of regret intensified, and they lowered their heads, quietly retreating from the crowd, abandoning the manuals they had chosen. They only hoped that Lin Xuan would not notice them. Since they could not confront him, they resolved to avoid him. They believed that with Lin Xuan's extraordinary talents, he likely had plenty on his plate. As long as they kept their distance, he would not pay them any mind. This was the thought that lingered in their minds. Meanwhile, all eyes in the vicinity were fixed on Lin Xuan, and indeed, no one paid attention to them. They successfully slipped away unnoticed. In truth, Lin Xuan was indifferent to their presence. As long as they did not cross paths with him, he had no intention of wasting time dealing with every talkative nuisance, especially when he had his cultivation to attend to. Is this truly the new outer sect disciple praised by the third elder for his true inheritance potential? Indeed, he was remarkable. Soon, the steward's demeanor shifted entirely as he smiled lightly, saying, "Ah, it is Lin Xuan, my esteemed nephew. I must admit, I was mistaken earlier. Since it is you, you are naturally permitted to select several manuals. If you find these insufficient, you may choose more. If you need assistance, I have been on duty here for a few months and can recommend a few for you." There was even a hint of flattery in his tone. Lin Xuan was indeed a disciple of true potential, and his future prospects far surpassed the steward's own, warranting such a change in attitude. The surrounding outer sect disciples were left stunned, their eyes wide in disbelief. They could hardly comprehend the transformation in the steward. In their memories, this steward had always been strict and aloof, constantly reprimanding disciples for minor infractions. When had he become so accommodating? Was this still the same steward they knew? The steward, however, paid no mind to the disciples' opinions and continued to focus on Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan remained composed, stating, "That will suffice. Please register them." "Of course," the steward replied, nodding repeatedly, and swiftly completed the registration. "This is the sect's regulation. I hope you understand," he added as a reminder. "I understand," Lin Xuan affirmed. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, he turned to leave, heading toward his residence. Along the way, he maintained a seemingly casual gait, taking note of the alchemical and spiritual herbs on the new disciples he encountered. After defeating Zhang Tao, he had accrued a substantial number of energy points, allowing him to continue his replication. Though he had not encountered any formidable sect figures during this trip, it had broadened his horizons and was not in vain. Coupled with the resources he had replicated along the way, Lin Xuan felt satisfied. However, he did not anticipate being stopped once again on his way. A group of foreign disciples obstructed the path, led by a young man who bore a slight resemblance to Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao was among the crowd behind, his gaze fixated on Lin Xuan, his eyes reflecting fear. "You, the one who bullied my cousin Zhang Tao?" The leading youth confronted Lin Xuan, his voice cold and commanding. Lin Xuan's eyes swept over the opponent. Name, Zhang Mingliang. Cultivation level, second layer of Qi gathering realm. Talents, exceptional cultivation talent, inferior strength talent, inferior speed talent, inferior knife technique talent, medium wind attribute talent, inferior red fire attribute talent, inferior sharp metal attribute talent. Martial arts, raging wine decision, upper grade, minor achievement. Bronze body, upper grade, minor achievement. Red fire palm, medium grade, minor achievement. Flying serpent step, lower grade, minor achievement. Personal artifacts, none. Gazing at the attribute panel, Lin Xuan remained unfazed. The opponent was indeed Zhang Tao's cousin, as he had heard. However, He did not regard him with any seriousness. In comparison to Zhang Tao, this attribute panel was somewhat lacking. He was merely an ordinary Qi-gathering realm novice. Although Lin Xuan had only recently broken through to the later stage of the Enlightenment realm, his numerous talents, coupled with advanced martial arts, surpassed what an ordinary Qi-gathering realm novice could offer. Step aside. Lin Xuan uttered a single word. His energy points were currently insufficient, and he deemed the opponent's attributes unworthy of his time. What did you say? Zhang Mingliang was momentarily taken aback, struggling to believe his ears. Since his breakthrough into the Qi-gathering realm, no Enlightenment realm warrior had ever displayed such an attitude towards him. I said, step aside. Lin Xuan reiterated. You're bold. Zhang Mingliang felt an explosion of fury, shouting, you're courting death. Lin Xuan remained calm, a playful smile gracing his lips. What? Do you wish to strike me? You should know I am a potential disciple, right? You can certainly give it a try if you dare. You. Zhang Mingliang was rendered speechless, his anger choking him. As Lin Xuan had stated, he was indeed a potential disciple, ranked first among them, enjoying a 3-month protection period. As a senior disciple, he could not contend with Lin Xuan. However, if you wish to avenge your cousin, I can offer you an opportunity, Lin Xuan's voice echoed. Zhang Mingliang looked over. Perceiving Lin Xuan's smirk, a sense of foreboding arose within him. What opportunity? He inquired. Don't you want to teach me a lesson? How about this? Wager 3 inferior spirit stones against me in a duel. If I win, the 3 inferior spirit stones are mine, and I will agree to fight you, allowing you to teach me a lesson and avenge your cousin. What do you say? Lin Xuan spoke with indifference. Inferior spirit stones were a product of concentrated spiritual energy within stones. For warriors above the Qi-gathering realm, they were invaluable for cultivation, formations, alchemy, and more, serving as a form of currency. One inferior spirit stone equated to a staggering 1 million gold coins in the secular realm. To put it into perspective, the entire Lin family in Qingyu City would not earn a net profit equivalent to just a few inferior spirit stones in a month. 3 inferior spirit stones amounted to 3 million gold coins, a significant sum for Zhang Mingliang. Hearing this, Zhang Mingliang hesitated. He had only intended to relieve his cousin's grievances, but losing 3 inferior spirit stones would be a substantial loss. Presently, he possessed only 5 inferior spirit stones, which he had accumulated over his time in the sect. The 4 major sects and the royal family strictly controlled spirit stones, making them easier to obtain only within the sect. At that moment, Lin Xuan's mocking voice pierced through. What is the matter, Zhang Mingliang? Are you, a Qi-gathering realm warrior, afraid to accept the challenge from me? An Enlightenment realm warrior? Lin Xuan, you. Zhang Mingliang clenched his fists, rage surging within him. The surrounding disciples had gathered due to the commotion, their voices rising in a cacophony. Indeed, how can one who doesn't dare to fight an Enlightenment realm warrior claim to be courageous? If this news reaches the elders, it will be quite interesting. I imagine the elders would be displeased, wouldn't they? Haha. The onlookers reveled in the drama, their excitement palpable. Zhang Mingliang's expression darkened further. It was an obvious provocation. As a Qi-gathering realm warrior, it would be expected for him to win against an Enlightenment realm warrior. But if he were to lose, the consequences would be dire. No one would agree to such an evidently disadvantageous wager. He initially intended to refuse, but now he had no choice. With Lin Xuan's antics, word of this would undoubtedly spread. If he dared to refuse, it would tarnish his reputation among the elders and higher-ups in the outer sect. He was not among the top 10 outstanding talents of the outer sect. Continuing on this path would ruin his future. Thus, he found himself compelled to accept. Very well, Lin Xuan, you are impressive. Zhang Mingliang's tone was grim as he replied. Fine, I accept. However, should I lose, I must give you 3 inferior spirit stones, which is no small sum. What will your wager be? At this juncture, he had no option but to engage in battle and defeat Lin Xuan. He still could not believe that he, a Qi-gathering realm warrior, would not be a match for Lin Xuan, an Enlightenment realm warrior. Although Lin Xuan was lauded as the most talented among the new disciples, even praised by the 3rd elder for his potential, he was merely at the Enlightenment realm, and his talents had yet to be fully realized. If I lose, you may do with me as you wish. How does that sound? Lin Xuan replied nonchalantly. Good, Zhang Mingliang stated firmly. Lin Xuan's straightforward agreement did not bring Zhang Mingliang any joy. Instead, it filled him with an increasing sense of dread. Yet, he found himself compelled to fight. Behind, Zhang Tao's eyes sparkled with delight, his gaze fixed intently on the two. Lin Xuan's eyes also glimmered, yet his expression remained unchanged. His provocation had succeeded. It was time to reap the rewards. He valued not only the 3 inferior spirit stones, but also a substantial number of energy points. If he could defeat Zhang Mingliang despite the level difference, it would undoubtedly create quite a stir. leading to a significant influx of energy points. As one of the four major sects in Songyuan Kingdom, the Lu Yun sect was a treasure trove of resources. Many powerful experts possessed remarkable treasures. Yet he had been unable to acquire them due to insufficient energy points. Now, the opportunity had arrived. After amassing a considerable number of energy points, he could finally engage in extensive duplication. The surrounding outer disciples began to withdraw, clearing a wide area for Lin Xuan and Zhang Mingliang to duel. Zhang Mingliang then turned to Lin Xuan, his voice icy. Lin Xuan, prepare to be defeated. With those words, Zhang Mingliang wasted no time, charging at Lin Xuan like a colossal stone, exuding unmatched might. Red Fire Palm. Upon reaching Lin Xuan, Zhang Mingliang shouted, unleashing a palm strike. The scorching palm imprint, ablaze with fiery light, descended with a thunderous crash. In an instant, a wave of heat radiated outward, causing the surrounding air temperature to rise sharply. The sheer force of the attack made the outer disciples' expressions shift. This strike would likely be insurmountable even for other Qi gathering realm disciples. Zhang Mingliang was indeed a well-known expert among the outer disciples. The crowd turned their attention to Lin Xuan, eager to see how he, an Enlightenment realm warrior, would counter this assault. To their astonishment, Lin Xuan's expression remained unchanged. He stepped forward, his figure flickering as he effortlessly evaded the strike. Such speed, such mastery of movement. Many disciples gasped in awe. The swiftness of his movements made even some Qi gathering realm warriors feel inadequate. An Enlightenment realm warrior was capable of executing techniques that surpassed those of a Qi gathering realm warrior. Such a scene left the onlookers profoundly shaken. It must be said, is it any wonder that even the three elders have praised this new disciple as a prodigy on his very first day? The other disciples mused to themselves. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan murmured softly, his gaze flickering, is this true energy? True energy is a powerful force, drawn from the essence of the heavens and earth and refined through martial arts. Yet, the sheer might of it was something Lin Xuan had never witnessed before. Feeling the wave of heat, he realized that it was impossible for him to withstand it directly. Otherwise, he would surely bear a significant scar. It seems I have underestimated the combat prowess of the gathering Qi realm, Lin Xuan thought, shaking his head slightly, though his expression remained calm. Across from him, Zhang Mingliang realized his strike had met only empty air, and his expression turned grave. He understood that Lin Xuan, the potential champion among new disciples, possessed strength far beyond his expectations and dared not take any more liberties. Flying snake steps, he exclaimed, immediately activating his movement technique to pursue Lin Xuan. Chapter 40, The Stalwart Confrontation, Scarlet Fire Palm. On the training ground, Zhang Mingliang unleashed a series of fiery palm strikes toward Lin Xuan, each imbued with a blazing essence. Yet, one after another, Lin Xuan deftly evaded them. After a dozen attempts, even Zhang Mingliang, a practitioner of the gathering Qi realm, found himself panting heavily, while Lin Xuan maintained his composure, not sustaining even a scratch. The onlooking outer disciples were equally astonished. Setting aside other considerations, Lin Xuan's agility surpassed that of most early-stage practitioners of the gathering Qi realm. It seemed that only those at the mid-level of that realm could rival him. Despite being merely at the initial enlightenment stage, Lin Xuan's skill and movement transcended an entire realm, leaving the other disciples in a state of great astonishment. They began to comprehend why the third elder had praised Lin Xuan as possessing true talent, elevating him to the status of the most promising new disciple. This prowess alone spoke volumes about his innate gifts, clearly surpassing everyone present, including all the new disciples. The title of the first genius among new disciples was indeed well-deserved. On the other side, Zhang Mingliang's followers exchanged incredulous glances, overwhelmed by shock, unsure of how to proceed. This was a duel between Lin Xuan and Zhang Mingliang, and in the public eye, they dared not intervene, opting instead to observe in silence. Among the crowd, Zhang Tao's expression darkened further, a mixture of fear and disbelief crossing his features. He had not anticipated Lin Xuan's extraordinary talent, which had once again exceeded his expectations. Just 3 days prior, Lin Xuan had been at the initial enlightenment stage, yet he had effortlessly defeated Zhang Tao, who was at the later stage of the same realm. Now, he had surpassed an entire realm in speed. Even Zhang Mingliang of the gathering Qi realm could not keep up. Such a display was utterly astonishing. After years of martial arts training and being a direct descendant of a prominent clan, Zhang Tao had never witnessed anything like it before. Even now, witnessing it firsthand, he felt a deep sense of disbelief, struggling to accept that what he saw was not an illusion. Fear gripped him even more as regret bubbled within. Why had he provoked such a remarkable talent? One misstep could bring calamity not only upon himself, but also upon his entire family. At this moment, Zhang Tao found himself hesitating, contemplating whether he should apologize to Lin Xuan after this duel, seeking forgiveness. Yet, doing so would tarnish his pride, and he was reluctant to do so. However, a new thought began to form in his mind. Regardless of the outcome of this duel, he resolved not to provoke Lin Xuan again. Even if Lin Xuan were to lose, he would refrain from humiliating him further because Lin Xuan was a talented disciple valued by the Third Elder. At most, he could only inflict a minor physical setback on him. He could not afford to do any more harm. Otherwise, the Third Elder's wrath would be unbearable for him and his family. And what if Lin Xuan bore a grudge? Given Lin Xuan's formidable talent, it would not take long for him to become a true powerhouse. Zhang Tao feared that he and his family would suffer greatly as a consequence. Weighing the pros and cons, he ultimately decided against provoking Lin Xuan any further. Meanwhile, Zhang Mingliang, after several failed aggressive attempts to strike Lin Xuan, wore an expression of utmost displeasure. He had not anticipated that he, a practitioner of the Gathering Qi realm, would be outmatched in movement by Lin Xuan, who had only been learning for 3 days and was still at the initial enlightenment stage. He had indeed underestimated Lin Xuan. However, he could not afford to lose this battle, as it would mean a complete loss of face and a significant depletion of his resources. Resolute, Zhang Mingliang halted his attacks and coldly declared, "Lin Xuan, all you do is evade. Is that what makes you a hero? If you have the guts, confront me head-on and let us see who is superior. This duel was initiated by you. If all you can do is dodge, then I will take my leave and call it a draw. Do not expect to claim those 3 inferior spirit stones." In response to Lin Xuan's taunts, he felt no hesitation in counter-challenging. "Indeed, if you have the guts, face the boss directly." Zhang Mingliang's followers chimed in, taunting. The surrounding outer disciples scoffed, their laughter ringing out. They failed to acknowledge the vast disparity in cultivation levels, questioning the audacity of demanding a head-on confrontation. Yet, despite their mockery, Zhang Mingliang remained an outer sect expert, and none of them were his match. Thus, they merely observed with a cold gaze, refraining from openly challenging him. However, an unexpected scene soon unfolded, leaving everyone dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes, as if they had misheard. Yet, Lin Xuan maintained an expression of calm indifference. Is this the power of the Gathering Qi realm? He mused inwardly. After much experimentation, he felt increasingly assured. It's time to conclude this. All right, you said it. Zhang Mingliang's eyes lit up with excitement. He remained unconvinced that Lin Xuan's agility could surpass his own, believing that his speed, boosted by his higher realm, would give him the advantage. Yet, Lin Xuan's ability to withstand such a challenge was in question. Behind him, Zhang Mingliang's followers erupted in cheer. The surrounding disciples sighed inwardly, recognizing the impulsiveness of youth and hoping Lin Xuan would not suffer too grievously. If he were to be seriously injured and require months of recovery, he risked being surpassed by other promising disciples. The notion of Lin Xuan winning seemed far-fetched. After all, how could someone at the initial enlightenment stage overpower a practitioner of the Gathering Qi realm? Such feats were rare even among the true disciples of the Luoyuan sect, let alone for an outer disciple like Lin Xuan. At that moment, not a single soul among the crowd believed in Lin Xuan's chances. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed, his demeanor unchanged. Soon after, Zhang Mingliang shouted and charged at Lin Xuan, unleashing his scarlet fire palm. A scorching wave of heat accompanied the palm strike, pressing forward relentlessly. Zhang Mingliang, wary of any further mishaps, refrained from any more words and simply attacked, seeking to force Lin Xuan back with a single blow. As the palm print descended, Lin Xuan stood firm, neither dodging nor flinching, which filled Zhang Mingliang with delight. He added more force to his strike. This time, surely, Lin Xuan would be grievously injured. But in the next moment, Lin Xuan retaliated with his own wind-pushing palm. With a single strike infused with his overwhelming power, Lin Xuan's attack surged forth, creating a tempest that instantly dissipated the incoming wave of heat. Before Zhang Mingliang's scorching palm could land, it was already rendered ineffective by the forceful gust, which acted as an invisible barrier, preventing Zhang Mingliang from advancing a single step forward. How is this possible? Zhang Mingliang's heart screamed in disbelief. At that moment, Lin Xuan moved. Chapter 41. A devastating blow. The chilling gale surged forth, barring Zhang Mingliang's advance. Suddenly, he sensed the tempest dissipate before him. In that instant, Lin Xuan's figure appeared right in front of him. A palm struck down. The wind-dispersing palm. It was the same technique, its might undiminished. Yet, in his moment of panic, Zhang Mingliang found himself unable to resist. He could only instinctively attempt to block the attack. However, Lin Xuan was swifter, evading his arm and landing a blow upon his chest. Bang! A thunderous explosion echoed as Zhang Mingliang felt as though a massive boulder had crushed his chest. An excruciating pain surging through him. Unable to contain himself, he spat out a mouthful of blood, hurtling backward like a ragged sack, flying several dozen meters away. He crashed to the ground, producing a muffled thud and stirring up a cloud of dust. At that moment, Zhang Mingliang's breath was weak, blood pouring from his mouth. His chest caved in significantly. He was gravely injured. Swish. Observing this scene, the arena fell into a profound silence. Everyone stood rooted to the spot, their expressions blank. Disbelief etched upon their faces. After a few breaths, some gradually began to react. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A chorus of gasps filled the air. The crowd erupted in a frenzy. Could it be that Zhang Mingliang, an outer sect expert at the Qi gathering stage, was defeated just like that? This was simply unbelievable. How could someone at the opening stage defeat an opponent a full realm above him? This was extraordinary. They had always regarded Lin Xuan as the most promising talent in the outer sect, but this was the manifestation of a genius beyond compare. The discussions swirled with astonishment. Their gazes fixated on Lin Xuan, now imbued with profound shock and incredulity. Before this duel, they had anticipated Lin Xuan's certain defeat. Yet, he had effortlessly evaded Zhang Mingliang's frenzied assaults with his agility. To their astonishment, instead of being severely injured as they had presumed, Lin Xuan stood unscathed while Zhang Mingliang lay battered. The stark disparity was too much for them to comprehend. They felt a surreal sensation, as if caught in a dream. For this scene was simply too unreal. To overcome an opponent of a higher realm and inflict such grievous harm was a feat typically reserved for the top 3 geniuses among the true disciples. Moreover, they had not demonstrated Lin Xuan's effortless prowess. Years had passed without anyone achieving such a feat, and yet here was a newcomer, barely 3 days into his initiation. How could they not be utterly astounded? Meanwhile, Zhang Mingliang's followers stood frozen in shock. Even witnessing their leader's injury, they dared not approach to offer assistance. They merely stood there, wide-eyed with fear. They had never imagined that their provocation of Lin Xuan would lead to such a devastating outcome for Zhang Mingliang. Among the crowd, Zhang Tao trembled with dread, overwhelmed by the revelation of Lin Xuan's extraordinary talent, which had surpassed his wildest expectations. Even someone like his cousin, who had spent years in the Luyun sect and reached the Qi gathering stage, had proven utterly helpless against Lin Xuan. The disparity in skill was staggering. He was simply unable to keep up. In their confrontation, Zhang Mingliang was left grievously wounded. Such a sight sent waves of terror through Zhang Tao. This was no mere indication of potential. Lin Xuan was a force to be reckoned with, one who could aspire to be among the top 3 true disciples. What did it mean to be among the top 3? The current sect master, the Grand Elder, and the Supreme Elder. These were the most formidable figures within the sect and the pinnacle of strength in the Zhongyuan kingdom, all of whom had once been among the true disciples' elite. The implications were staggering. As Zhang Tao contemplated this, his heart raced with fear and regret. Lin Xuan's formidable talent hinted at an unfathomable future. This level of genius was beyond his ability to provoke. It transcended the capacity of his entire family to contend with. If Lin Xuan were to mature, even in modest measure, he could easily bring ruin upon Zhang Tao's family with a mere gesture. He feared that the so-called noble family behind him would waste no time in sacrificing him to appease Lin Xuan, stripping his father of his position as head of the family and seeking forgiveness from Lin Xuan. Overwhelmed by these thoughts, Zhang Tao was consumed by regret. Why had he acted on impulse, provoking such a formidable individual over a matter of pride? If his actions led to his family's downfall, he would bear the weight of grave sin. Resolute, Zhang Tao pushed down his fear and approached Lin Xuan, casting aside his pride. He needed to seek Lin Xuan's forgiveness. He would endure any humiliation, desperate to resolve their grievances. Otherwise, he would be branded a traitor to his family. Without their backing, what value would he hold? His pride would be rendered meaningless. At that moment, Lin Xuan remained unaware of the shock he had instilled in those around him. However, he was pleased as he observed the rapid increase in his attributes on the panel before him. He approached the injured Zhang Mingliang, who lay on the ground, breath weak and blood still flowing from his mouth. Lin Xuan felt no remorse for Zhang Mingliang's dire condition. During their confrontation, Zhang Mingliang had shown him no mercy, even intensifying his attacks. Lin Xuan was under no obligation to show leniency. With a single, unrestrained blow, he had incapacitated his opponent. Naturally, he had not aimed for Zhang Mingliang's heart. Otherwise, that strike would have been sufficient to shatter it, ending the battle instantly. The Luyun sect had regulations against fatal attacks during competing matches. They valued fair competition, not bloodshed. Thus, Lin Xuan refrained from delivering a lethal blow. In addition, their conflict was merely a minor dispute, not a matter of life and death. rendering a fatal strike unnecessary. With all eyes upon him, Lin Xuan approached Zhang Mingliang and calmly stated, "Zhang Mingliang, where are my spoils? Present them." Coughing, Zhang Mingliang could not help but emit a few more coughs, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Fear flickered in his eyes. How could he not be terrified in the presence of such a prodigious talent capable of overwhelming him at the opening stage? With great effort, Zhang Mingliang suppressed his agony and brushed his fingers over his storage ring. 3 small stones, glowing faintly and roughly the size of his thumb, fell before Lin Xuan. Chapter 42. Apology I concede. I am truly convinced. This is the wager. You may take it. Zhang Mingliang spoke in a low voice, still coughing blood, unable to meet Lin Xuan's gaze. The thought of denying his loss never even crossed his mind. Lin Xuan, having defeated Zhang Mingliang at the opening stage, had proven his extraordinary talent beyond any doubt. Such genius was far beyond what Zhang Mingliang, his cousin Zhang Tao, or even their families could contend with. He willingly surrendered what amounted to nearly half of his savings accumulated over several years. He even intended for Zhang Tao to apologize and offer reparations to Lin Xuan to mend their estrangement. Very well, Lin Xuan said, accepting the 3 inferior spirit stones into his storage ring, ready to turn and leave. At that moment, a hurried voice interrupted, "Senior brother Lin, please wait." Lin Xuan turned to see Zhang Tao approaching rapidly. A chill ran through Lin Xuan's heart. Did this fellow dare to persist in his pursuit? It seemed he needed to take more decisive action. As Zhang Tao drew near, he bowed respectfully and said, "Senior brother Lin, I acknowledge my past mistakes. I implore you to overlook my transgressions and grant me your forgiveness this once. This is my token of apology, please accept it." His demeanor was earnest and respectful, akin to that of a junior addressing an elder, rather than a fellow outer disciple who had entered the sect at the same time. The surrounding disciples were taken aback, their astonishment palpable. As a promising disciple, Zhang Tao was considered one of the few talented newcomers, second only to Lin Xuan. His reputation was significant, particularly due to his ostentatious behavior and vanity. His actions over the past 3 days had only served to reinforce this perception. Yet now, he exhibited such humility and deference. Was this truly the Zhang Tao they were familiar with? The disciples could hardly believe their eyes. However, realization soon dawned upon them. They understood that Lin Xuan was the one before whom Zhang Tao bowed, a genius capable of defeating opponents of higher realms at the Qi awakening stage, with limitless potential. Such prodigies, as long as they did not fall, would likely achieve the status of true disciples in the future. There was even a considerable chance that they could ascend to the upper echelons of the sect, becoming top-tier powerhouses in the entire Tsangyuan kingdom. An existence of such caliber was something Zhang Tao, and indeed the forces backing him, could not provoke. Thus, the once arrogant and conceited Zhang Tao was compelled to swallow his pride and acknowledge his fault before Lin Xuan. With this understanding, the spectators' shock regarding Lin Xuan's terrifying talent only deepened. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow, his expression one of surprise. He had not anticipated Zhang Tao's sudden change in demeanor. Curiosity piqued. He took out his storage ring to inspect the contents. Such a quantity. Lin Xuan's heart skipped a beat. Inside lay an abundance of pills and spiritual herbs, resources intended for cultivation at the Qi awakening stage. The combined worth of these items likely surpassed 3 inferior spirit stones. Lin Xuan even felt that these resources could suffice for his breakthrough to the Qi gathering stage. These cultivation resources were not solely provided by the sect for promising disciples. They also bore the support of the influential family backing Zhang Tao. However, Zhang Tao's intention to present such a significant array of resources, along with the storage ring, as an apology perplexed Lin Xuan. He looked at Zhang Tao, who now bore a look of reverent awe, devoid of any previous arrogance. Scanning the crowd, he noted that the other disciples also regarded Zhang Tao with a mixture of respect and admiration. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xuan's eyes glimmered with understanding. It was clear that his overwhelming defeat of Zhang Mingliang had instilled fear in Zhang Tao. Lin Xuan had no favorable impression of such a spoiled youth as Zhang Tao, yet he could not dismiss the opportunity presented to him. Given this, our past grievances are settled. We have no further ties, Lin Xuan stated coolly as he put away the storage ring. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tao's face lit up with joy as he quickly bowed, exclaiming, "Thank you, Senior Brother Lin. Thank you. However, should you cross me again in the future, I shall not be merciful." Lin Xuan's voice rang out once more. Yes, Senior Brother Lin, rest assured, I guarantee there will not be a next time." Zhang Tao was well aware that he could not provoke such a top-tier genius again. Lin Xuan nodded, finding amusement in Zhang Tao's excessively respectful demeanor. It seemed this fellow had been thoroughly frightened. With that, he turned and walked towards the small building. Moreover, Once word of today's confrontation spread, it would undoubtedly stir quite a commotion among the outer disciples. At that time, the influx of energy points would be substantial. Lin Xuan felt a sense of satisfaction as he glanced back at Zhang Tao, Zhang Mingliang, and their entourage of subordinates. He couldn't help but reflect on the nature of gossip, which seemed to be an intrinsic trait of humanity across any realm. After everyone had departed, Zhang Tao and the others finally regained their senses and rushed to assist their leader, Zhang Mingliang. Zhang Tao produced a healing pill and administered it to Zhang Mingliang, who soon felt better and ceased coughing blood. "What did you give to senior brother Lin?" Zhang Mingliang inquired, looking at Zhang Tao. "I gave him all my cultivation resources, including the support from my family that helped me establish my footing in the outer sect. I surmised that, given senior brother Lin's talent, he likely consumed all his resources in just 3 days, achieving such formidable strength. Hence, I presented all my cultivation resources to him as an apology," Zhang Tao explained. Zhang Mingyang fell silent for a moment before responding. "Zhang Tao, you did well. The fact that senior brother Lin accepted your apology indicates that your assessment was correct. His talent far exceeds our expectations. Transforming this small gesture into a resolution of our grievances is already quite favorable. As for your lost cultivation resources, they can be earned back. Once my injuries have healed sufficiently, I will take you hunting for demon beasts to help you gain experience." "Thank you, cousin." "No need for thanks. We are family." Zhang Mingliang waved his hand. "However, I must advise you that this place is not our clan nor our county. It is the Luoyuan sect, one of the top powers in Songyuan Kingdom. Here, even an outer elder could effortlessly obliterate our Zhang family. Many individuals, such as senior brother Lin, are not to be trifled with. I hope you can temper your temperament. Otherwise, I may not be able to save you next time." "Understood, cousin." At that moment, neither of them dared to utter Lin Xuan's name, only referring to him as senior brother Lin. Chapter 43, Qi Gathering Stage. Level 4 Lin Xuan was unaware that numerous events transpired in his absence. With ample cultivation resources at his disposal, he was determined not to waste time. Elevating his realm and strength was his foremost priority. While Lin Xuan was in seclusion, the outer sect of the Luoyuan sect experienced another significant upheaval. The outer disciples were astonished to learn that the target of this commotion was none other than Lin Xuan, the individual praised by the third elder as possessing true disciple potential, the foremost genius among the new disciples. 3 days earlier, Lin Xuan's reputation had already spread due to his talent assessment results and the third elder's accolades. Yet, they never anticipated such swift developments. This time, however, the news exceeded all prior expectations. 3 days prior, Lin Xuan had only been at the early stage of Qi awakening during his talent assessment. Now, after emerging from seclusion, he was confronted by another promising disciple, Zhang Tao. At this point, Zhang Tao had advanced to the late stage of Qi awakening and sought to challenge Lin Xuan for the title of the top potential disciple, leveraging their cultivation disparity. The outcome, however, was that Lin Xuan swiftly defeated him. Upon hearing this, the crowd was shaken. To battle across realms and achieve such a decisive victory was a testament to Lin Xuan's exceptional talent as the leading genius among the new disciples. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Lin Xuan emerged from seclusion intending to select martial arts manuals at the martial arts pavilion. On his way back, he was once again intercepted, this time by Zhang Tao's cousin, the outer sect expert Zhang Mingliang, who had reached the second level of the Qi gathering stage. Lin Xuan remained unfazed, engaging in battle with Zhang Mingliang. He first outmaneuvered Zhang Mingliang with superior agility, rendering him unable to land a hit. Subsequently, spurred on by Zhang Mingliang's provocations, Lin Xuan engaged in a direct confrontation. Even so, he remained unscathed. Zhang Mingliang was forcefully hurled away by Lin Xuan, sustaining severe injuries on the spot. Upon hearing this, the outer disciples were left in utter shock, remaining in a daze for a considerable time. This was not merely a case of surpassing ranks. It was a leap across a substantial realm, a feat of immense difficulty, magnified several-fold. Particularly striking was the contrast between the Qi opening realm and the Qi gathering realm. The former could only harness one's own physical strength and vitality, while the latter could refine the energies of heaven and earth into a higher grade of vital energy. When combined with one's inherent vitality, the resultant power far exceeded that of the body refinement realm. Yet, despite this, Zhang Mingliang, at the Qi gathering realm, was still defeated by Lin Xuan, who merely resided in the Qi opening realm. This left the disciples profoundly unsettled, struggling to regain their composure. They were now thoroughly convinced of the third elder's words. Lin Xuan possessed genuine potential. Moreover, the innate talent displayed by Lin Xuan was evidently more than just remarkable. One could surmise that he would soon achieve the status of a true disciple and become a formidable figure among them. After all, it was rare for anyone within the current true disciples to defeat someone at a higher realm so effortlessly, especially in Lin Xuan's case. Quickly, the news reached the ears of the third elder, who exhibited a slight tremor of astonishment before breaking into a smile, exclaiming, "I was right. This young man has shown his brilliance so swiftly." Zhao Zuxin, the steward who brought Lin Xuan from Qingyu City to the Luoyuan sect, was equally taken aback. Unable to comprehend the extraordinary talent Lin Xuan possessed, which consistently exceeded his expectations. "It seems I have unearthed a remarkable individual," Zhao Zuxin mused before retreating to seclusion for cultivation. As this news spread, Lin Xuan's reputation soared once more, becoming known among the outer disciples and stewards alike. Even the top 10 outer disciples and the elders of the outer sect had heard whispers of his exploits, while the outer sect buzzed with excitement over Lin Xuan. He himself entered a prolonged period of secluded cultivation. Having reached the Qi opening realm, with ample resources for training, there was no need for him to consume food. As the top potential new disciple, he had no sect tasks to attend to and could focus solely on enhancing his strength. Lin Xuan spent nearly every day in the training chamber, striving to open the Qi points and break through to the next realm. As time flowed gently by, half a month passed without a soul seeing Lin Xuan. The initial fervent discussions gradually subsided. In the training chamber, Lin Xuan sat cross-legged on a mat. Suddenly, a faint cracking sound emanated from him. A surge of overwhelming energy radiated from Lin Xuan, creating small whirlwinds within the chamber. With a deep breath, Lin Xuan opened his eyes, gazing into the void before him. Before him appeared a shimmering attribute panel. Host, Lin Xuan Realm, 4th level of the Qi Gathering Realm talent, exceptional cultivation talent, high-tier talents, speed, swordsmanship, medium-tier talents, strength, blade technique, high-tier attribute talents, sharp metal, fierce wind, medium-tier attribute talents, greenwood, heavy water, crimson fire, thick earth, heavy water, martial arts, Hanyuan decision, 6th tier upper grade. Minor success, wind flame blade technique, 6th tier medium grade, minor success, red moon sword technique, 6th tier lower grade, minor success. Barbaric elephant decision, 6th tier medium grade, minor success. Dominance fist, 6th tier medium grade, minor success. Raging waves palm, 6th tier lower grade, minor success. Shattering void leg, 6th tier lower grade, minor success. Shadow following technique, 6th tier lower grade, minor success. Energy points, 2, 74 million personal space, 44. Gazing at the attribute panel, a glimmer of light flashed in Lin Xuan's eyes. He felt a more potent power coursing through his body, with vital energy condensing in his dantian, and he nodded in satisfaction. He had amassed 270,000 energy points. Lin Xuan mused quietly, nodding slightly. His earlier provocation of Zhang Mingliang, followed by their battle where he overcame a higher realm opponent, was intended to spread his name and gather energy points. Unexpectedly, this frightened both Zhang Tao and Zhang Mingliang, resulting in a bounty of cultivation resources as compensation. Now, after over half a month, his resources had been entirely consumed, including 3 inferior spirit stones he had obtained. Relying on his exceptional cultivation talent, he had continuously broken through, advancing from the late Qi opening realm to the equivalent of the mid-Qi gathering realm, achieving the 4th level. His energy points had also reached 270,000. A remarkable dual achievement that left Lin Xuan immensely satisfied. Next, it was time for him to replicate extensively and further enhance his capabilities. Subsequently, Lin Xuan retrieved a timing tool, checking it with a serious expression. "Time has passed so quickly. It's been a month since I joined." Thus, the outer sect competition was set to commence today. Lin Xuan contemplated, recalling the sect's regulations that stipulated an outer sect competition would be held 1 month after new disciples' initiation. Chapter 44. The intent of the realm. The outer sect competition occurs annually, and this year's event was scheduled at this particular time to showcase the strength and foundation of the senior disciples to the newly initiated, encouraging them to strive for progress. Of course, participation in this competition was not mandatory for the new disciples, considering their limited time in the sect and the gap in strength compared to the seniors. However, should any new disciple wish to participate, they would be permitted. For Lin Xuan, this presented a splendid opportunity. How fortunate, he mused with a smile. He had just accumulated a wave of energy points and was eager to replicate some treasures. The outer sect competition would gather all outer disciples, and with the oversight of the outer sect elders, the venue would surely be rife with treasures suitable for replication. Moreover, by participating in the competition, he could earn additional energy points. With his recent breakthroughs to the mid-Qi gathering realm, he was uncertain just how much his strength had surged. This competition would serve as an excellent platform for verification. Was it still morning? Lin Xuan glanced out at the sky. There was ample time. Rising from his meditation, he left the training chamber. After freshening up and donning clean outer disciple attire, he departed his courtyard and made his way to the outer sect training ground. The outer sect competition required the disciples to gather first at the training ground. Before long, Lin Xuan arrived. The training ground was already bustling with hundreds of outer disciples. His arrival naturally drew significant attention. However, today, he was not the center of focus. The gazes of the gathered disciples were predominantly directed towards three others, who were surrounded by numerous admirers. The disciples looked upon them with a mix of reverence and awe. These were the top three of the outer sect. The three great experts, dressed in white, with a sword on his back, the elegant figure of Qing Feng's sword Chun Yuza, the foremost expert of the outer sect, commanded the most attention. Next was the second-ranked Duanshui blade Zhou Lei, a tall, rugged-looking youth clad in black. Lastly, there was the red-clad, curvaceous Guan Lin Xuan, whose demeanor was cool and composed. It was said that these three great experts were all at the pinnacle of the Qi-gathering realm, mere steps away from entering the Qi transformation realm and joining the inner sect. Their formidable strength surpassed that of other outer disciples, having engaged in several skirmishes with Qi transformation realm practitioners without faltering. Having arrived early for the competition, these three, being the strongest and most renowned among the outer disciples, overshadowed Lin Xuan, a new disciple. However, Lin Xuan was indifferent to this. His gaze swept across the first-ranked Qing Feng, sword Chun Yuza. Name, Chun Yuza realm. First level of the Qi transformation realm. Talent, exceptional cultivation talent, medium-grade strength talent, medium-grade speed talent, high-grade swordsmanship talent, high-grade wind attribute talent, medium-grade sharp gold attribute talent. Martial arts, clear wind sword technique, 4th rank, medium grade, perfected. Wind chasing steps, 4th rank, low grade, perfected. Gale palm, 4th rank, medium grade, perfected. Comprehension, sword intent embryonic form. Personal treasures, a clear wind sword, 4th rank, low grade spiritual weapon. Gazing at Chun Yuza's attribute panel, Lin Xuan felt a jolt of surprise. Unexpectedly, this foremost expert of the outer sect had silently broken through to the Qi transformation realm, without a whisper of news reaching him. Had he not been able to see his attribute panel, he might have been entirely unaware of this concealment. With a breakthrough into the Qi transformation realm, one could enter the inner sect, rendering participation in the outer sect competition unnecessary. Yet, Chun Yuza had still chosen to come, likely drawn by the rewards of the outer sect competition, seeking to enhance his reputation in the process. However, these matters were of no concern to Lin Xuan. After a brief astonishment, he shifted his attention to the treasures possessed by Chun Yuza. His gaze swept across the attribute panel. True to his status as the first in the outer sect, Chun Yuza possessed a remarkable array of treasures. As his eyes continued downward, they landed on the last line, causing his heart to tremble violently. What? Could it be that he was mistaken? He actually saw comprehension of intent. A glimmer of disbelief flickered in Lin Xuan's eyes. Intent represents the embryonic form of the laws of heaven and earth. Once manifested during the execution of martial arts, it could amplify one's power exponentially, 3, for times, or even dozens of times was not beyond possibility. It could be said that a warrior possessing intent could effortlessly annihilate opponents of the same rank who lacked it. However, the difficulty of comprehension was immensely high, not to mention the Qi transformation realm. Even many in the condensation realm had yet to grasp the entry-level understanding of intent. These were insights Lin Xuan had gleaned from his recent observations in the martial arts pavilion. Moreover, Chun Yuza had merely reached the first level of the Qi transformation realm. It was evident he had only recently broken through, and yet he had comprehended intent, albeit only the embryonic form of sword intent. This was indeed remarkable, leaving Lin Xuan profoundly shaken. Nonetheless, this astonishment quickly transformed into elation. Even if Chun Yuza possessed profound fortune and exceptional talent, having comprehended intent at the Qi transformation realm, what of it? Eventually, it would all come into his possession. With this embryonic form of sword intent, his own strength would experience a significant surge. It was almost effortless gain. Lin Xuan nodded slightly, his gaze shimmering, yet his expression remained composed and inscrutable. He then cast his eyes over the other top 3 and top 10 of the outer sect. Their attribute panels appeared before him one by one. As expected, their attributes were significantly inferior to Chun Yuza's. It seemed that Chun Yuza was indeed the true first genius of the outer sect, surpassing many inner sect disciples in talent. Lin Xuan mused inwardly, thus commenced his actions. To the untrained eye, it appeared as though he was merely wandering aimlessly, yet in truth, He was subtly drawing near to each outer sect genius within 10 meters, completing his copying within a breath and departing. Ding. Consumed 3,000 energy points. Copying successful. Obtained medium-grade speed talent. Ding. Consumed 3,000 energy points. Copying successful. Obtained medium-grade Crimson Fire attribute talent. Given that the martial arts level he possessed had reached the 6th rank, he was on par with the 3rd elder of the outer sect. He found the martial arts of these outer sect disciples unremarkable, thus he primarily copied their talents. In a short while, Lin Xuan had successfully copied all the treasures he deemed valuable from the outer sect disciples, leaving only the final one, the foremost expert, Chen Yuza. Lin Xuan strode directly towards Chen Yuza. Chen Yuza, along with his surrounding disciples, turned their gazes toward Lin Xuan. Naturally, the disciples recognized Lin Xuan, the first in potential among the new disciples, including Chen Yuza himself. Recently, Lin Xuan had garnered considerable attention, and he had even been subtly dubbed the first talent of the outer sect, usurping the title that originally belonged to Chen Yuza. Chen Yuza had certainly taken notice of Lin Xuan. However, he found himself perplexed as to why Lin Xuan approached him. Had they not only met for the first time? Chapter 45. Su Anlin. Could it be that he sought a duel? Chen Yuza speculated silently. He then shook his head. This seemed unlikely. Although Lin Xuan exhibited remarkable talent, even eclipsing his own to some extent, he had only been initiated a month prior. Whether he could even break through to the gathering Qi realm was still an open question. Meanwhile, he had already quietly surpassed the Qi transformation realm and, by fortuitous chance, comprehended the embryonic form of sword intent. Even the early-stage inner-sect disciples of the Qi transformation realm might not prove to be his match, let alone a newly emerged genius yet to mature. With this thought, Chen Yuza felt reassured. He also couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing that he, the foremost expert of the outer sect, was concerned that a new disciple, who had only entered a month ago, might pose a threat to him. If this were to be revealed, it would surely elicit laughter. However, Chen Yuza's amusement quickly turned to seriousness. This was primarily due to Lin Xuan's astounding performance, something he felt he could not achieve. Fortunately, Lin Xuan was among the latest intake and not from his own cohort. Otherwise, he might have felt overwhelmed by Lin Xuan's presence. While Chen Yuza ruminated on these thoughts, and the surrounding disciples gazed intently at Lin Xuan merely strolled past Chen Yuza as if he were indeed there to idly wander. This left Chen Yuza and the others even more perplexed. Lin Xuan's gaze flickered. Seizing this opportunity of proximity, he swiftly copied the treasures from Chen Yuza. Ding. Consumed 30,000 energy points. Copying successful. Obtained exceptional cultivation talent. Ding. Consumed 10,000 energy points. Copying successful. Obtained embryonic form of sword intent. Ding. Consumed 3,000 energy points. Copying successful. Obtained high-grade swordsmanship talent. As the cold voice reverberated in his ears, a spark of joy flickered in Lin Xuan's eyes. After passing by Chen Yuza, Lin Xuan reached the edge of the square in a less crowded area. With a thought, he promptly chose to utilize his gains, simultaneously exerting all his efforts to conceal his aura. Ding. Congratulations to the host for enhancing cultivation talent. Ding. Congratulations to the host for advancing to the embryonic form of sword intent. Ding. Congratulations to the host for upgrading to high-grade swordsmanship talent. A gentle wave of warmth coursed through Lin Xuan, and he felt a significant increase in strength. Upon glancing at his attribute panel, he noted that various talents had seen substantial improvement. Speed, swordsmanship, and several attribute talents had all reached the high-grade level. Lin Xuan's expression revealed satisfaction. At that moment, a unique resonance surged within him, as if a veil had been lifted, revealing all secrets. No longer did he face any obstacles. His mastery was rapidly advancing. Regrettably, this was not a place for cultivation. Otherwise, Lin Xuan estimated his swordsmanship prowess could soar to impressive heights in a short span. Was this the essence of intent? Indeed, it was profoundly mysterious. Lin Xuan mused, his gaze brightening with increased joy. After a while, a sudden commotion erupted ahead. Lin Xuan turned to look and saw an elderly man alongside a youth approaching. The training ground buzzed with excitement. The Grand Elder of the Outer Sect had arrived. In previous instances, it had always been the second and third elders presiding over the competition. Was there a change this time? Moreover, the esteemed disciple Su Anlin was also present. Indeed, Brother Su was a true disciple, rarely seen within the sect, making his appearance at the Outer Sect competition quite remarkable. It was rumored that Su Anlin was set to challenge the true disciple Luo Feishue of the Hanshua sect to vie for a position on the potential rankings. Why would he come here instead of focusing on his cultivation to enhance his strength? Amidst the fervent discussions of the crowd, Lin Xuan discreetly noted several key terms such as the true disciple Su Anlin, the Hanxue sect, and Luo Feishui. From the surrounding conversations, he discerned that the approaching figures, a venerable elder and a young disciple, were none other than the outer sect's grand elder and the true disciple Su Anlin. Unexpectedly, the replication of the outer sect's formidable experts had significantly augmented their strength and talent. Moreover, a substantial gift was being presented today. The grand elder was at least as formidable as the third elder, presumably a powerful figure in the opening spirit realm. The third elder had already undergone replication once. Per the system's rules, a warrior's artifact could only be replicated a single time. Should the third elder preside over the competition, replication would no longer be possible. However, with the grand elder in charge, the timing was fortuitous. Additionally, as a true disciple, Su Anlin was also at least in the opening spirit realm, undoubtedly possessing numerous valuable artifacts. What enhancements could Lin Xuan gain by replicating the treasures of these two individuals? It was likely to be a momentous surge in power. How could Lin Xuan not be elated? He swiftly maneuvered through the crowd to the forefront, gazing towards the grand elder and the true disciple Su Anlin. Name: Su Anlin. Cultivation: second layer of opening spirit realm. Talent: spirit-grade cultivation talent, supreme strength talent, supreme speed talent, supreme swordsmanship talent, supreme wind attribute talent, high-grade sharp gold attribute talent, high-grade crimson fire attribute talent, high-grade thick earth attribute talent. Martial arts: fierce wind sword technique, 6th grade, upper tier, minor accomplishment, wind crushing palm, 6th grade, upper tier. Major accomplishment: explosive flame fist, 6th grade, upper tier. Major accomplishment: swift wind phantom technique, 6th grade, upper tier. Major accomplishment. Intent realm: 2 points in sword intent, 1 point in wind intent, half a point in fire intent. Personal artifacts: 1 azure Xian sword, 6th grade, upper tier spirit artifact. Gazing at Su Anlin's attribute panel, Lin Xuan could not help but draw a sharp breath. This attribute panel was the most formidable he had encountered to date. Even Zhao Quixin and the third elder paled in comparison before such prowess. Truly, the distinction of a true disciple. How impressive! Lin Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He then turned his attention to the grand elder. Unsurprisingly, although the grand elder's cultivation surpassed Su Anlin slightly, reaching the third layer of the opening spirit realm, his other attributes fell significantly short compared to Su Anlin's. Of course, he was still superior to the third elder. As Lin Xuan scrutinized the attribute panels of both individuals, his gaze flickered with determination. The abundance of treasures on these two was simply too enticing to overlook. He needed to find an opportunity to draw within 10 meters of them. However, Lin Xuan began to feel a twinge of concern. Over the past half-month, he had amassed 27,000 energy points, which he had thought sufficient. Yet, it now seemed that it might not be enough to replicate all their treasures. In that case, he would have to perform exceptionally well in this grand competition to earn additional energy points. Lin Xuan pondered deeply. Such an opportunity to approach a true disciple and the outer sect grand elder was rare. He had to extract every last bit from both of them. Meanwhile, the grand elder, accompanied by Su Anlin, arrived at the forefront of the square. After a brief wait, as the gathered disciples reached a sufficient number, he spoke in a resonant voice. Chapter 46. Prestige. The outer sect grand elder stood at the forefront of the square, flanked by the coldly composed true disciple Su Anlin. The square was teeming with outer sect disciples. The grand elder surveyed the area, and when the time seemed ripe, he declared, "This outer sect competition will be presided over by me. Let us first address the rewards you are most concerned about. As in previous years, those who place in the top 20 will receive rewards. The top 20 will earn 100 contribution points. The top 10 will earn 200 contribution points. The top 3 will earn 500 contribution points. The second place will earn 1,000 contribution points. The first place will earn 3,000 contribution points." As his words fell, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The disciples were electrified, their excitement palpable. Even the top 3 outer sect experts were no exception. It should be noted that in past competitions, the maximum reward for the top 20 was merely 50 contribution points, with the first place not exceeding 1,000. But now, the rewards had at least doubled, with the first place tripling. How could they not be ecstatic? Even Chen Yuza, the outer sect's foremost expert who had broken through to the transformation realm, wore a look of delight. Another 3,000 contribution points would soon be credited. This had indeed been a fortuitous decision to participate. Among the crowd, Lin Xuan's eyes sparkled. Contribution points? He mused. He understood that contribution points were the currency circulating within the Luyun sect, used to exchange for martial arts and acquire cultivation resources. Moreover, with sufficient contribution points, one could even summon an elder for specialized guidance. Essentially, apart from a few major legacies, one could purchase anything one desired within the Luyan sect. The most direct representation was that 10 contribution points could be exchanged for a low-grade spirit stone, but the reverse was not possible. This was quite telling. Yet, he never anticipated that the competition would offer so many contribution points. If he could secure a top position, he would have ample resources to break through to the transformation realm. Suddenly, his anticipation for this competition intensified. Silence. The Grand Elder raised his hands, and a thunderous voice reverberated, causing the crowd to feel their blood surge. Was this the might of a powerful figure in the opening spirit realm? Lin Xuan's gaze burned with fervor as he felt the pressure, deepening his yearning for martial prowess. The crowd fell silent, the disciples refraining from any further movements, gazing up at the Grand Elder with respect. The Grand Elder continued, "Now, let the competition commence. The first event will be to navigate the puppet tower. Follow me." With that, he turned and walked towards the training ground, with true disciple Su Anlin and other outer sect stewards trailing behind, followed by the throng of disciples. This was the established protocol of past competitions, to use the puppet tower first, eliminating the majority to determine the top 20, before proceeding to direct duels. The disciples were accustomed to this routine. The top 10 from the outer sect stood at the forefront, followed by older disciples, while those with lesser abilities or merely curious newcomers lingered at the back. This was also an unspoken rule of the outer sect. Lin Xuan, however, advanced directly towards the front, pushing his way forward. The position of the top 10 was very close to the Grand Elder and Su Anlin, within the 10-meter replication range. Such an opportunity was not to be missed. His unusual actions immediately attracted the attention of many disciples. Who is this person? How dare he push forward? That position is reserved for the outer sect experts. Don't you recognize him? He is Lin Xuan, the first among the new disciples in terms of potential. The recently rumored genius of the outer sect. If it is Lin Xuan, even if his cultivation is not high, he should have the qualification to stand at the forefront alongside the top 10 of the outer sect. The disciples whispered amongst themselves, creating a lively buzz. Under the scrutiny of their discussions, Lin Xuan soon reached the very front, standing alongside the top 10 of the outer sect. Upon noticing the sudden addition of Lin Xuan, the expressions of the top 10 disciples turned icy. A few were poised to drive him away. This was their domain, representing their status. How could ordinary disciples dare to intrude without provoking their ire? However, as they focused on Lin Xuan, their expressions froze, and their hands faltered. As the top 10 of the outer sect, they not only possessed formidable strength, having mostly reached the peak of the gathering Qi realm, but they also had many followers relaying information. They were well versed in the dynamics of the outer sect. Naturally, they were aware of the meteoric rise of Lin Xuan. Especially Lin Xuan's various performances left them astounded. Fortunately, Lin Xuan had only recently entered the sect. By the time he truly rose to prominence, they would all have advanced to the inner sect, thus avoiding being overshadowed by him. This thought allowed them to regain some composure. However, upon seeing Lin Xuan surge to the forefront of their domain, the top few among them exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. Logically, Lin Xuan's current strength should not be on par with theirs. He lacked the qualification to stand among them. Yet, his talent was undeniably extraordinary and fearsome. Should they expel Lin Xuan now, they would face dire consequences if he were to rise in the future and seek revenge. Conversely, allowing a new disciple to infiltrate their top 10 would diminish their prestige and dignity. Reluctantly, they turned their gaze towards the foremost figure, Chen Yuza, the strongest among the outer sect. Observing the situation, Chen Yuza nodded slightly, indicating no need for action. The remaining disciples in the top 10 felt a sense of relief. Since their leader had spoken, there was no need for further intervention. They decided to let Lin Xuan remain, ignoring him as if he were invisible. After all, despite being hailed as the most talented disciple of the outer sect, he was still not their match. They were not yet prepared to bow or ingratiate themselves to him. Unbeknownst to them, when Chen Yuza's gaze shifted towards Lin Xuan, the latter felt an instinctive response, turning his head in that direction. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment, and Chen Yuza experienced an unsettling tremor in his heart, as if he had encountered a formidable adversary. This realization made him hesitate to take any action, allowing Lin Xuan to occupy the foremost position among the top 10. This moment was fleeting, and Chen Yuza himself could not ascertain whether it was merely a figment of his imagination. Nevertheless, a tinge of apprehension towards Lin Xuan began to take root within him. Lin Xuan remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil his presence had stirred. He also did not realize that a single glance had instilled fear in Chen Yuza. He was oblivious to the various unspoken rules that govern the outer sect. However, even if he had known, he would not have cared. This was a world where strength reigned supreme. Any hidden rules could be shattered by a single punch. Should anyone dare to obstruct him, he would not hesitate to let them taste his might. Within the outer sect, disregarding the top 3 experts, he felt confident against the remaining disciples in the top 10. At that moment, Lin Xuan's focus was unwavering, fixated on the Grand Elder and the true disciple, Su Amlin, who stood less than 10 meters in front of him. Chapter 47. Successful Replication. Meanwhile, the crowd behind him erupted in astonishment. The disciples gazed at Lin Xuan's figure, their hearts racing with disbelief. They could hardly fathom that a new disciple had managed to breach the top 10 of the outer sect, and remarkably, he had not been expelled. This was nothing short of incredulous. It was worth noting that previously, an outer sect expert at the later stages of the Qi-gathering realm had attempted to step forward to make a name for himself, only to suffer serious injuries, which subsequently affected the overall results of the competition. It was after this incident that the disciples realized that the front row was reserved for the top 10 disciples of the outer sect. Those not of the same tier were strictly prohibited from standing alongside them. Yet now, Lin Xuan, a new disciple, had achieved what even seasoned disciples at the peak of the Qi-gathering realm could not. This revelation left the disciples utterly shocked. At that moment, another new disciple, also recognized for his potential, noticed Lin Xuan drawing attention and felt a pang of envy. He too attempted to push forward, but alas, before he could come close, a top 10 outer sect disciple sent him flying with a single punch. Although he was deemed a talented disciple, having only been admitted for a month, he was still merely at the enlightenment realm, far from a match for a peak Qi-gathering disciple. The force of the blow sent him crashing backward, causing him to spit blood and sustain significant injuries. Why can Lin Xuan do it, but I cannot? I too am a disciple of potential, he thought indignantly. Get lost. A new disciple at the enlightenment realm does not deserve to stand with us. The top 10 disciple barked dismissively, unwilling to waste further breath. The potential disciple's face flushed red as he felt the pressure from his opponent and dared not utter another word, though he continued to glare at Lin Xuan's back, filled with resentment. At that moment, an elder disciple helped him up and said, "Young one, did you not see all of us older disciples behind? Do you think we do not wish to be up front? It is not that we do not want to. It is that we cannot. Anyone not of the top 10 tier will be expelled," the elder disciple explained. But why can Lin Xuan, as a new disciple, do so? The potential disciple still questioned, unwilling to accept the answer. Because Lin Xuan is favored by the third elder, with immense potential to become a top true disciple. Surely you have heard of his exploits recently? I can assure you, Lin Xuan's chances of becoming a true disciple far exceed those of the top 10. Even the top 3, and even the first-ranked expert, Chen Yuza, the elder disciple elaborated. That is why, despite being a new disciple, he can occupy the foremost area. Lin Xuan's potential is boundless, and the senior disciples of the top 10 afford him due respect. If you possessed Lin Xuan's potential and talent, you could join him as well. I guarantee no one would stop you. If not, cease your prattle and stand at the back properly. Do not think about seeking the spotlight. Apart from Lin Xuan, none of you new disciples are worthy. The elder disciple concluded sternly, his expression turning cold as he reprimanded. He had little tolerance for the presumptuousness of such self-important youths. If they possessed talents akin to Lin Xuan, perhaps they would be deserving. But to be arrogant without any merit was simply asking for a beating. I understand. The potential disciple nodded repeatedly, fear evident on his face. He finally comprehended the vast chasm between himself and Lin Xuan. They were simply not on the same level. Daring not to voice any further grievances, he turned and retreated to the back of the group. The surrounding disciples stirred, realizing the rumors were indeed true. Although they had previously heard of Lin Xuan's exceptional talent, regarded as the foremost genius of the outer sect, they had only heard whispers and had not witnessed it firsthand, leaving them somewhat skeptical. Now, after the elder disciple's explanation and seeing Lin Xuan standing securely in the top 10 domain, they finally grasped the truth. Lin Xuan's talent was indeed formidable, even surpassing the rumors. Ahead, the Grand Elder and the true disciple Su Amlin, along with the various stewards, were fully aware of the happenings behind them. However, this was merely a conflict among outer sect disciples. As long as it did not involve malicious intent or result in serious harm, they generally refrained from interference. Competition among outer sect disciples invigorated the environment, fostering the emergence of even more outstanding disciples. If they could not endure minor disputes within the sect, how could they possibly survive the harsh realities of the outside world, let alone speak of strengthening the sect? Such inept disciples were better off discarded. Thus, the higher echelons of the sect typically disregarded conflicts among disciples, provided they did not escalate too far. At the forefront of the disciples, Lin Xuan stood near the center. He too was unaware of the significant changes occurring among the disciples due to his presence. At that moment, his focus was fixed on the Grand Elder and the true disciple Su Anlin as he prepared to replicate their treasures. Both were formidable experts of the spirit realm, adorned with abundant treasures. However, after previously replicating the energy points from the outer sect disciples in the training ground, he was left with only 200,000 energy points, insufficient to replicate all the treasures from both individuals. Hence, Lin Xuan pondered which treasures to replicate. Before long, Lin Xuan made a decisive choice. First, he would replicate his innate talent and comprehension. Talent signifies potential and future prospects. The higher the talent, the greater the potential, allowing for a more expansive and smoother journey in martial arts. Such opportunities are not to be overlooked. Additionally, certain talents, such as those related to strength and specific attributes, serve to enhance combat capabilities. As for comprehension, it can directly elevate one's strength. Once comprehension is manifested, combat prowess can experience exponential growth, far surpassing the state prior to its acquisition. In the upcoming grand competition, he requires an ample amount of energy points. Furthermore, the rewards for the competition are exceedingly generous, which he greatly desires. Thus, it is imperative to possess formidable strength. In this context, comprehension becomes advantageous. Without further delay, Lin Xuan focused his thoughts. Ding. Consumed 30,000 energy points. Replication successful. Acquired. Second level sword intent. Ding. Consumed 100,000 energy points. Replication successful. Acquired. Spirit level cultivation talent. Ding. Consumed 10,000 energy points. Replication successful. Acquired supreme strength talent. In but a breath, his 20,000 energy points were entirely depleted, transformed into several treasures. Lin Xuan gazed at the attributes panel displaying the replicated treasures, a smile gracing his face. With these treasures, his strength would experience another surge. However, with the Grand Elder and Su Anlin, both formidable figures in the spirit opening realm, present, it was unwise to merge them just yet. He would have to wait until entering the puppet tower to do so, as it would be considerably safer there. After all, the system was his greatest secret, and any hint of exposure must be avoided. Subsequently, Lin Xuan maintained a calm demeanor, walking alongside the other disciples, following the Grand Elder's lead toward the tower ahead. Soon, they arrived before a towering structure, 100 meters high. The tower, shrouded in darkness, exuded a sense of weightiness. It was indeed the puppet tower. Chapter 48. Challenge. All external disciples gathered in the open space beside the puppet tower. The Grand Elder stood at the forefront, his hands raised to quell the murmurs. Once the crowd had quieted, he proclaimed, "The first round of the grand competition consists of the puppet tower elimination round. The rules remain unchanged from previous years. Disciples in the spirit opening realm must clear the first floor, while those in the gathering chi realm must clear at least 3 floors to be deemed qualified. Should you fail to meet these standards, do not blame the sect for reducing your monthly cultivation resources." He continued, "The top 20 performers will secure their spots in the subsequent challenges. Let us begin." With that, he and Su Anlin took their seats on a nearby stone bench to observe. Disciples participating in the grand competition, please form an orderly line. Those not participating should move to the periphery, several stewards announced. Following their arrangements, the disciples began to queue. Although the puppet tower occupied a vast area of several hundred meters, its internal space was rather limited and could not accommodate nearly 2,000 disciples at once. Thus, they were required to enter in small groups. Naturally, the senior disciples were obligated to participate, lest they face a reduction in their cultivation resources, while new disciples had the freedom to choose. Ultimately, only Lin Xuan, Zhang Tao, and a few other promising disciples, alongside some new disciples who considered themselves capable, chose to compete. The older disciples were not surprised by this. It had always been the case that new disciples merely went through the motions without any significant achievements, much less entering the top 20. Each of the top 20 were peak practitioners in the gathering chi realm, experts among experts, an accomplishment unattainable by new disciples. Even with Lin Xuan, an exceptionally gifted prodigy with true potential, this exception would not apply. Soon, the lines were organized, 200 disciples per group, comprising about 10 small teams. Each small team included one of the top 10 external disciples. Lin Xuan found himself in the 7th team. First team, you may proceed. Remember, you have a maximum of 15 minutes. The same applies to the other teams, commanded the stewards after arranging the teams. As the command was issued, the first team of 200 surged toward the entrance of the puppet tower. All eyes were fixed on Sun He, the top 10 external disciple in the first team, eagerly anticipating his performance. As the first team entered the puppet tower, sounds of clashing echoed within. Before long, 15 minutes had elapsed, and the first team was expelled from the tower, with only 2 individuals having successfully cleared all 6 levels. Unsurprisingly, both were peak practitioners in the Gathering Chi realm, one being Sun He, while the other was also a well-known expert, just shy of the top 10. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. He had not anticipated the challenge posed by the puppet tower. Only those at the peak of the external rankings or near that level could succeed. Second team, you may enter, instructed the steward. Shortly after, the second team made their entrance into the puppet tower, and their results soon emerged. Again, only 2 individuals had cleared the levels. Third team, enter. The steward's cool voice rang out once more, yet this time, there was a hint of excitement. The disciples began to murmur among themselves. Among the third team was Zhou Lei, the second-ranked external disciple. The anticipation grew palpable as they wondered how he would perform, recalling his last attempt, which had taken 10 minutes. They speculated if he could surpass that time. With the crowd's attention fixed on the third team, they entered the puppet tower. The disciples were not disappointed. Zhou Lei emerged in just 7.5 minutes, having cleared the levels. The other member of the third team, however, took a full 15 minutes to succeed, creating a stark contrast between their performances. Zhou Lei's achievement quickly became the highest score of the event, leaving the rest far behind and causing a significant stir among the crowd. Disciples and stewards alike were left in awe. Truly, Zhou Lei, the second-ranked external disciple, displayed remarkable strength. The competition continued with the fourth team. The disciples refocused their attention. This time, Lin Xuan, the third-ranked external disciple, was participating. As the only female among the top 10, and acknowledged as the most beautiful disciple, her popularity rivaled that of the first-ranked Chen Yuza. Naturally, she drew the crowd's attention. Unlike Zhou Lei, who was robust, Lin Xuan's approach was agile. When it came to speed, she could match or even surpass Zhou Lei. The challenge within the puppet tower involved overcoming assaults from various puppets to reach the top level. One could employ sheer brute force to clear the levels or rely on agility for a more graceful passage, the latter being the swifter method. Thus, many speculated that Lin Xuan's performance might even outshine Zhou Lei's. Not long after, the results for the fourth team were revealed. Indeed, Lin Xuan cleared the levels in just 5 minutes, surpassing Zhou Lei's time significantly and temporarily claiming the top position, inciting a wave of cheers from the crowd. The challenges continued, yet the majority remained fixated on Lin Xuan. The fifth team entered the tower, but few paid attention, and they quickly completed their challenge. As the sixth team prepared to enter, the disciples perked up once more, for it included Chen Yuza, the first external disciple. Given that Lin Xuan, the third, had completed her challenge in 5 minutes, there was great anticipation for Chen Yuza's performance. As the sixth team entered the puppet tower, Chen Yuza did not disappoint, completing the challenge in a mere 3 minutes, an achievement that nearly shattered long-standing records. Suddenly, a chorus of gasps filled the air. The subsequent challenge faced by Team 7 garnered little attention. Lin Xuan was a member of Team 7. Upon the command from the steward, Lin Xuan and his fellow disciples charged into the puppet tower. Upon entry, they were met with a vast expanse. Black puppets, towering like men, surrounded them, launching an assault. Are these the puppets? Lin Xuan's eyes flickered, yet his expression remained composed. He discerned that the aura emanating from these puppets was merely at the Qi awakening stage, posing little threat to him. The immediate priority was to utilize the treasures he had previously replicated from the esteemed disciple Su Anlin to enhance his innate prowess. With a thought, Lin Xuan felt waves of warmth surging within him, flowing and swiftly being absorbed. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have advanced your cultivation talent to the spirit rank. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have achieved a twofold sword intent. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have upgraded to an exceptional strength talent. Chapter 49, Power Surge, the Godly Replication System. Host, Lin Xuan. Realm, 4th layer of Qi gathering. Talent, spirit rank cultivation talent, exceptional talents, speed, strength, sword path, superior knife path talent, exceptional attribute talents, sharp metal, fierce wind, superior attribute talents, red fire, thick earth, medium attribute talents, green wood, heavy water. Martial arts, intent, twofold sword intent, one-fold wind intent, half-fold fire intent. Energy points, 140,000. Spatial storage, 44. In the first layer of the puppet tower, Lin Xuan surveyed the altered attribute panel before him, nodding slightly. This transformation was a result of the replication from the esteemed disciple Su Anlin. Although his cultivation remained unchanged, Lin Xuan could sense a monumental shift in his strength. Dispatching his former self would be effortless. He felt a deep satisfaction. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. And amidst the chaos of 200 outer disciples engaged in fierce combat, the steward responsible for documentation remained oblivious to Lin Xuan's transformation. Next, it was time to conquer the challenge and accumulate energy points, Lin Xuan mused. He was eager to test the extent of his newfound power. With that, Lin Xuan stepped forward. Whoosh! The crowd sensed a gust of wind whipping through the air. Following a series of crackling sounds, they were momentarily blinded, only to realize that the multitude of puppets blocking their path had been shattered, reduced to rubble on the ground. Instantly, disbelief washed over the onlookers. What had just occurred? Who had vanquished so many puppets? Brotherly, was it you? The first floor was abuzz with excitement. Disciples exchanged fervent whispers, utterly astonished. The capability to destroy so many puppets in the blink of an eye was staggering, a feat far beyond what any outer disciple could achieve. Yet, it had undeniably unfolded before their eyes. All eyes converged on a tall, lean young man, Lin Xuan, one of the top 10 experts within Team 7. He was ostensibly the strongest among them, and thus, the only one who could potentially accomplish such a feat. It wasn't Team E. Lin Xuan shook his head. Then, he dropped an even larger bombshell. It was Lin Xuan. After entering, I kept an eye on him. He erupted with power and swiftly dispatched those puppets, advancing to the second floor at an incredible speed. I barely caught a glimpse of his movements. As he spoke, astonishment filled Li Cheng's eyes. He had not anticipated Lin Xuan's prowess to be so formidable, far surpassing his own. The moment Li Cheng's words fell, the atmosphere turned eerily silent, only to erupt moments later into a cacophony of gasps. This was Lin Xuan's doing. How could that be? Brotherly himself confirmed it. And given his unfamiliarity with Lin Xuan, there was no way he could fabricate such a claim. It must be true. So it was indeed Lin Xuan? Hadn't he just joined a month ago? How could his strength be so extraordinary? To achieve this level of capability, even the top 3 outer disciples would struggle. Clearly, Lin Xuan's talent exceeded all rumors. In just a month, he had attained such terrifying power. The disciples buzzed with disbelief and awe. They could hardly accept that the spectacle before them was the work of a newcomer who had only recently joined. But with the strongest among them, Li Cheng. Admitting he could not match Lin Xuan, disbelief turned into acceptance. Realizing this, the disciples were further astounded. In just a month since his entry, Lin Xuan surpassed the top 10 outer disciples and was nearly on par with the 3 greatest experts, perhaps even stronger. This pace of cultivation and level of strength was truly alarming. They had genuinely witnessed the staggering talent of Lin Xuan. Even the steward, who was responsible for recording the events, was left in stunned silence, unable to fathom the reality. As someone who had observed countless outer disciples challenge the puppet tower, he had never seen anyone achieve what Lin Xuan had. Not even those who were already esteemed disciples could accomplish such a feat. After a long pause, the disciples finally regained their senses. They exchanged glances, all wearing wry smiles. Thanks to Lin Xuan's actions, most of the puppets on the first floor had been destroyed. They could simply advance to the second floor without any further combat. Under normal circumstances, they would have felt elated by such an occurrence. But now, they couldn't even muster a smile. A newcomer who had only been initiated for a month had already surpassed them, seasoned disciples who had trained for years, leaving them far behind. Their emotions were complex, shaken to the core, unable to find peace. On the second floor, Lin Xuan stood at the staircase, watching as the remaining puppets began to stir and approach him, a smile gracing his face. Is this my current strength? It feels exhilarating. Lin Xuan mused, clenching his fists. His power had surged dramatically. Even without invoking any intent, he far surpassed his previous self. Just moments ago on the first floor, he had hardly exerted himself, charging through and casually dispatching a few, and the puppets crumbled as if made of tofu, unable to withstand his might. He now understood that his strength was no longer comparable to his former self. Let us continue. The puppets on the first floor were merely at the Qi awakening stage, far too fragile to test his true capabilities. The puppets on the second floor had reached the Qi gathering stage and were much sturdier. With that, Lin Xuan charged forward like a colossal stone, crushing through the assembly of puppets. The sheer force compressed the air, resulting in a thunderous explosion. As he passed, numerous puppets were sent flying, dismembered and shattered upon impact. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xuan vanished up the staircase to the third floor. By the time the disciples from the first floor ascended to the second, they were met with a scene of countless puppet remnants strewn across the ground, leaving them once again in a state of shock. Outside the puppet tower, the Grand Elder and Su Amlin sat on stone benches, sipping tea and observing the competition. Su Amlin, however, was starting to show signs of impatience. Elder Lu, did you summon me merely to witness this? He was a true disciple of the Spirit Awakening realm, and among the more than 20 true disciples, he was considered among the elite. A group of outer disciples engaged in a competition, which, in his eyes, seemed like mere child's play. If this was all there was to witness, it would be an egregious waste of time, wouldn't it? Amlin, in 2 months' time. Do you have confidence in your battle against Luo Feishue? Chapter 50, The Passage. No. Su Anlin shook his head, hesitating for a moment before declaring, however, in this battle, victory shall be mine. His words resonated with a resolute determination. The Grand Elder, upon hearing this, remained unfazed. I have heard that you are currently attempting to break through your cultivation methods to reach the mid-stage of the spirit-opening realm? Indeed, Su Anlin nodded. If I can achieve this breakthrough, victory will surely be mine. The Grand Elder replied, if that is the case, I can unequivocally predict your defeat in this battle. What? Su Anlin felt a surge of indignation. The Grand Elder continued calmly, you are too impatient. At this rate, in 3 months' time, you will not achieve a breakthrough. Rather, your methods may backfire, severely diminishing your strength. This is why I assert your inevitable defeat. Su Anlin bowed his head in silence. The Grand Elder added, your perspective is too limited. Although Luo Feishue is the most talented disciple of the Hanyue sect, he is yet to mature on the potential rankings of Artsang Yuan Kingdom. He does not even place in the top 20. To defeat Luo Feishue, you are willing to risk a backlash from your methods. What will you do if you encounter an opponent even stronger? After the Grand Elder's words, Su Anlin found himself at a loss for words, succumbing to further silence. Xiang Mingxian of Qingfeng Valley, also at the second layer of the spirit opening realm, could easily overpower those at the 4th or 5th layers with a single move. What would you do if you faced him? You are the most gifted disciple of our Lu Yun sect in this generation, second only to Lu Qianyu. Do not let the sect down. Upon hearing this, Su Anlin's expression shifted, as if he had come to a realization, and he clasped his hands, saying, I understand. The Grand Elder nodded approvingly. Watch closely. This competition may yield surprises. Within the puppet tower, at the 6th level, Lin Xuan surveyed the debris strewn about and felt somewhat speechless. Is everything so fragile? This first round of eliminations is truly lackluster. The only one who seemed a bit tougher was that giant. Lin Xuan lamented. He had surged through from the 1st level to the 6th without encountering a single obstacle. Even the last guardian, a towering puppet standing at 3 meters, exuded an intimidating presence but barely lasted a moment before he dismantled it with ease. He had not even taken 10 seconds to accomplish this. Such simplicity and ease explained Lin Xuan's demeanor. Simultaneously, he was somewhat astonished. He finally grasped the extent of his own strength. It seemed that in the gathering Qi realm, he had no rivals. Even at the peak of that realm, he could likely defeat opponents with just a few moves. As for those in the transformative Qi realm, he was uncertain. In the transformative Qi realm, the strength of the body and the acupoints would receive further fortification, and the true energy would grow more potent, enabling attacks from afar. Striking down foes from 100 paces away was no longer mere legend. The might of this realm far surpassed that of the gathering Qi realm. Subsequently, Lin Xuan shook his head and made his way to a side passage, leaving the puppet tower. Before long, a throng of outer disciples rushed up. Upon seeing the remnants scattered across the ground, they were struck with astonishment, chattering incessantly. Wow, even the 6th level has been destroyed. This is incredible. Is he really a new disciple? Perhaps only Chen Yuze, Zhou Lei, and Guan Yuanshuang among the outer disciples could possibly contend with Lin Xuan. They marveled at the first genius of the outer sect. In the 7th group, the disciples were profoundly shocked. Their group had barely engaged in battle. Having sprinted all the way, they had spent less than a minute. Yet, despite this, they still could not catch up to Lin Xuan's figure. With each level ascended, they were met with the sight of shattered puppets. Even upon reaching the final level, the strongest 6th floor, the scene remained the same, leaving them utterly astonished and unable to believe their eyes. Their hearts were tumultuous, for they realized that the outer sect was on the verge of producing an extraordinary talent. As they witnessed this spectacle, they were not only filled with shock, but also immense excitement. Soon after, they all turned and began descending the stairs. The adjacent passage was designated for disciples who had completed the challenge. It could only accommodate 2 or 3 individuals at a time, with nearly 200 present. It was impossible for them to use it. Moreover, they had only made it to the 6th level due to Lin Xuan's influence. Aside from their brief tussle on the 1st floor, they had hardly fought at all and could not truly claim to have completed the challenge. They felt embarrassed to use the side passage. In the open space, the outer disciples gathered, with a central area cleared out as they encircled 3 individuals. Chen Yuze, Zhou Lei, and Guan Yuanshuang, the 3 foremost experts of the outer sect, stood there. Chen Yuze, you have won, Zhou Lei declared begrudgingly. However, the puppet tower was merely a warm-up. The upcoming confrontations are the main event. This time, I will not be defeated. Indeed, Guan Yuanshuang, Her expression cold yet filled with fighting spirit, added, "The subsequent battles will be crucial. Just wait. No need for that." Chen Yuza chuckled lightly, unconcerned. "You can have the title of the first in the outer sect. I shall no longer compete with you, for we are no longer on the same level. After the competition, I intend to leave the outer sect." With that, he flicked his finger. Whoosh! A beam of light shot forth, leaving a thumb-sized black hole in the ground several meters away. This is true energy separation? You have already broken through to the transformative Qi realm? Zhou Lei and Guan Yu and Xuan were taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief as they gazed at Chen Yuza. "Indeed, it has only been a few days since my breakthrough." Chen Yuza replied nonchalantly, his smile radiant. He had clearly achieved the transformative Qi realm, yet still participated in the competition, not only for the rewards, but also for this very moment. At this instant, Chen Yuza felt an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. Zhou Lei and Guan Yu and Xuan, after a few breaths of stunned silence, looked at Chen Yuza with trembling eyes, only to sink into despair, losing all fighting spirit. In the gathering Qi realm, we were not even Chen Yuza's opponents. Now that he has reached the transformative Qi realm, there is no need for us to fight at all. As Chen Yuza stated, they were indeed not on the same level anymore. There was no further need to compete. What? Senior Brother Chen has broken through to the transformative Qi realm. Senior Brother Chen truly deserves to be the strongest in the outer sect, achieving a breakthrough so swiftly. It seems that this time, Senior Brother Chen is assuredly the first. The surrounding disciples were equally astonished, buzzing with excitement, their discussions lively. Meanwhile, few remained focused on the puppet tower. To them, the results of the 3 top experts in the outer sect had already been revealed, with Chen Yuza reaching the transformative Qi realm. The outcome of this competition seemed settled, with no suspense remaining. Thus, there was no longer any need to pay attention to the puppet tower. At that moment, a slender figure emerged from the puppet tower. A few individuals glanced over and, upon checking the time, realized that this group had only just entered. Had not even a minute passed? Chapter 51, Shock. Less than a minute had passed, and he had already exited? This was astonishing. A few who were still observing the outer disciples were momentarily taken aback and then broke into mocking laughter. He came out so quickly. He could not have completed the challenge, could he? He must be a new disciple who was frightened out of the puppet tower. They continued to ridicule. The commotion drew the attention of many other outer disciples, who turned their gazes toward him. Isn't that Lin Xuan, the recently renowned and celebrated first genius of the outer sect? How could he emerge so swiftly? It has barely been a minute, and even Senior Brother Chen, who has reached the transformation realm, took 3 minutes to complete it. Surely, he hasn't passed the test already, has he? It is likely that upon entering the puppet tower, he was overwhelmed by the multitude of puppets and fled in fear. I never imagined that the first genius of the outer sect would possess such little courage. This so-called prodigy is indeed living in a false reputation. Indeed, the disciples murmured among themselves, creating a cacophony of voices, especially upon witnessing Lin Xuan's emergence. The ridicule became incessant. At this moment, the disciples were certain that Lin Xuan had run away. Moreover, having only joined a month prior, his performance surpassed that of these seasoned disciples, stirring feelings of discontent and envy within them. Now, with an opportunity at hand, they unleashed their grievances through continuous mockery, eager to diminish Lin Xuan's worth. Nearby, the elder seated on the stone bench furrowed his brow upon observing the scene. Suan scoffed. The outer sect has produced such a waste. Truly, each generation is weaker than the last. But to reach such a conclusion is rather premature, interjected the elder, who recognized Lin Xuan as the recently emerged first genius of the outer sect. Though he doubted Lin Xuan could clear the challenge in such a short time, he did not believe he was the type to seek mere attention. Just then, the steward responsible for recording the results rushed out, his expression frantic. It seemed even he could no longer bear the situation and intended to reprimand Lin Xuan. Ha! Several disciples erupted in mockery. The elder stood and approached, sternly admonishing. Sunwen, why have you come out? Aren't you supposed to record the results? Elder, there is no need for further recording. Sunwen gasped for breath, his eyes wide with shock as he pointed at Lin Xuan in the distance, exclaiming, because all the puppets within the puppet tower have been destroyed by him. The elimination round cannot continue. At these words, the arena fell into a profound silence. All eyes widened in disbelief as they turned toward Lin Xuan, struggling to accept the revelation. Had they misheard? All the puppets in the puppet tower had been annihilated by this new disciple? This seemed too fantastical to be true. It was known that the puppets within the tower were crafted from special materials, incredibly sturdy. Even the first level's puppets were challenging to destroy, and the puppets on the 6th level were significantly stronger than those at the peak of the gathering Qi realm. Even those who had broken through to the transformation realm, like Chen Yuza, avoided direct confrontation to pass the challenge. The thought of destroying the puppets had never crossed their minds. Now, however, the steward claimed that a mere newcomer, having only entered a month prior, had accomplished this feat. Not only had he destroyed the puppets, but he had obliterated every single one within the puppet tower. The disparity between their own experiences and this revelation was staggering, almost unfathomable. The disciples felt as if they were lost in a dream. A surreal sense of disbelief enveloping them, as they found the scene before them too implausible. At that moment, a throng of nearly 200 disciples from the 7th group emerged from the puppet tower. Senior Brother Lin is truly formidable. Indeed, even the puppets on the 6th floor were vanquished by him. He must be not only the first genius of the outer sect, but a top talent within our entire Luyan sect. Yes, indeed. The disciples emerged, chattering excitedly, clearly still reeling from the shock of their recent experience. As they gathered in the open space, their hearts trembled once more as they processed the situation. So many disciples had exited, all echoing the same sentiments. Even if Lin Xuan had deceived the steward, it would be impossible to fool 200 outer sect disciples at once. Could it be true? Had Lin Xuan really single-handedly destroyed all the puppets in the puppet tower? The surreal scene had indeed come to fruition. The disciples were further astounded, even questioning their very existence, as the sight before them shattered their understanding of reality. Yet, the overwhelming evidence confirmed the facts. This stark contrast was too much for them to digest in such a short span of time. Suddenly, a harsh sound pierced the air. The disciples turned to see a steward responsible for recording results approaching with a fishing net filled with numerous puppet fragments. Elder, these are the remains of some puppets from the 6th floor. I knew you wouldn't believe it, so I had them brought out. If you still doubt, you may enter the puppet tower to see for yourself, explained Steward Sun One. The disciples gazed in awe at the puppet remnants, gasping in astonishment. These truly appear to be the remains of the 6th floor puppets. I just saw some of them, exclaimed one disciple at the peak of the gathering chi realm. Is this the Black Giant? It has been destroyed? Shouted a disciple from the top 10 of the outer sect. It seems to be the remains of the Black Giant. But how could it be destroyed? The Black Giant was the final guardian puppet, towering over 3 meters. How could it have been vanquished? Yet, among the debris lay unmistakable remains of the Black Giant. How could it be? Even the Black Giant had been defeated? As the disciples surveyed the extensive collection of puppet fragments on the ground, their gazes toward Lin Xuan changed dramatically, with gasps of astonishment echoing through the crowd. The atmosphere erupted like boiling water. My goodness, it's real. Senior Brother Lin is exceptionally powerful. Is he truly a new disciple? With such strength, few in the top 10 of the outer sect could rival him. The disciples buzzed with excitement, their astonishment reaching a crescendo. As they looked at Lin Xuan, they trembled with shock. Despite their reluctance to believe, the sight of the puppet remnants before them forced them to accept the truth. It was indeed a fact. Lin Xuan had single-handedly destroyed all the puppets within the puppet tower, completing the challenge in under a minute. Chapter 52. Challenge. The atmosphere was filled with uproar as the disciples fervently debated the events unfolding before them. After a considerable time, they gradually calmed down. Their gazes toward Lin Xuan had transformed completely. No longer filled with derision, mockery, or scorn, they were now imbued with admiration, awe, and envy. Lin Xuan had once again proven his extraordinary talent through his prowess, deserving of their respect. They no longer dared to treat Lin Xuan as just a newcomer. After all, his performance far surpassed that of seasoned disciples. It was simply extraordinary. The disciples who had previously mocked Lin Xuan the harshest now lowered their heads in shame. Unable to meet his gaze, they had never anticipated that what they deemed impossible would be accomplished by Lin Xuan, revealed before the eyes of all. This realization left them profoundly shocked and deeply embarrassed. They should not have underestimated him simply due to his status as a newcomer. Meanwhile, Chen Yuze, Zhou Lei, and Guan Yuanshuang also looked at Lin Xuan, their hearts shaken. They had initially thought Lin Xuan was merely a new disciple, regardless of how strong his talent was. His brief time in cultivation meant he posed little threat to them. Thus, they had paid little attention to him since the start of the competition. However, they now recognized that their previous assumptions were profoundly misguided. Lin Xuan's talent had far exceeded any prior expectations. The term the first genius of the outer sect scarcely does justice to the reality at hand. Should the current scene be genuine, then Lin Xuan, who has merely been initiated for a month, could indeed pose a significant threat to their rankings. It is astounding to recall that just a month prior, during the aptitude test for entry, Lin Xuan was still at the nascent stage of the awakening realm. Now, however, he has ascended to at least the chi-gathering realm, and his prowess has even surpassed the pinnacle of that realm. Such rapid advancement has left them utterly astounded. Even Chen Yuze could not suppress a look of gravity that crossed his face. If what Elder Sunwen claimed is true, that Lin Xuan fought his way through the puppet tower, even defeating the formidable Iron Giant who guarded the final checkpoint, and accomplished this feat in less than a minute. Then Lin Xuan's strength might well eclipse his own. Nonetheless, despite the multitude of evidence presented, without witnessing it firsthand, he found it difficult to fully believe. Moreover, he has himself broken through to the transformation realm, significantly amplifying his strength compared to before. More crucially, he possesses a hidden card, his nascent sword intent. While still in its formative stage, this intent embodies the most fundamental manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth. Once unleashed, it bestows upon him a power akin to that of the very forces of nature, potentially propelling his strength to an even greater height. Even those disciples at the nascent stage of the transformation realm might not stand a chance against him. Considering all these factors, he was convinced that Lin Xuan, no matter how exceptional his talents, could not possibly rival him. This time, the championship would undoubtedly be his. However, the thought of needing to reveal all his trump cards to secure victory over a mere month-old initiate like Lin Xuan left him in awe of Lin Xuan's prodigious talents. He surmised that he could only maintain a temporary lead over Lin Xuan in this competition, for it would not be long before Lin Xuan entered the inner sect and surpassed him, perhaps even by a wide margin. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder's gaze fell upon Lin Xuan, displaying a hint of astonishment. As a high-ranking member of the sect, he had witnessed many prodigies. Yet few possessed talent on par with Lin Xuan's. In this generation of the sect, only the true disciple Lu Qianyu and Su Anlin could be compared. In fact, Su Anlin might even be slightly inferior to Lin Xuan. The emergence of two such outstanding geniuses in the sect was already remarkable. Now, with Lin Xuan's arrival, it was indeed a delightful surprise. Lin Xuan had done exceedingly well. After expressing his commendation for Lin Xuan, the Grand Elder surveyed the crowd and announced in a resonant voice, "Since the puppets within the puppet tower have been destroyed, the remaining groups will forego the elimination rounds. The successful candidates from Group 7 are Lin Xuan and Li Cheng. The successful candidates from Groups 8, 9, and 10 are drawn from the top 20 of the previous competition. Of course, this may seem somewhat unfair. Thus, I shall grant you an opportunity for free challenges shortly. That concludes the first round of elimination. The second round, also an elimination round, will determine the top 10. Lin Xuan's eyes sparkled with delight as he gazed at the rapidly increasing energy points on his attribute panel, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. He had accumulated an additional 80,000 energy points. Nodding slightly, he seized the moment, as he was within 10 meters of the Grand Elder and true disciple Su Anlin, allowing him to gather a bit more energy points. With a thought, he activated his abilities. Ding! Consumed 30,000 energy points and successfully copied Fiery Wind Sword Technique, 6th grade, Superior, Mastered. Ding! Consumed 30,000 energy points and successfully copied Swift Wind Mirage Technique, 6th grade, Superior, Mastered. In the blink of an eye, the 80,000 energy points he had just acquired were depleted, replaced by several treasures of considerable quality. Lin Xuan nodded in approval, then joined the throng heading towards the martial arts arena. Amidst the crowd and the mingling of auras, Lin Xuan utilized all the treasures he had just copied, further enhancing his strength. Regrettably, there were still numerous treasures from the Grand Elder and Su Anlin that he could not replicate. For the upcoming competition, he would need to demonstrate greater prowess to earn more energy points, Lin Xuan mused. The outer sect disciples, guided by several stewards, swiftly departed from the puppet tower. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder and Su Anlin remained beside the heap of puppet remnants. Su Anlin stared at the debris, lost in thought. How about you? Could you achieve such a feat during your time in the outer sect? The Grand Elder inquired. Not at all, Su Anlin replied. I never anticipated that this year's new disciples would yield such an extraordinary talent. It should not be a problem for him to rank prominently on the potential list of Tsungyuan Kingdom in the future. Indeed, I too did not foresee this. The Grand Elder remarked with a hint of nostalgia. So, was this trip worth it? Yes, Su Anlin nodded. Let us depart. Perhaps more surprises await. With that, the two exited the vicinity of the puppet tower. The Grand Elder and Su Anlin ascended to a nearby high platform while the disciples gathered around the martial arts arena, encircling the three central stages. From the high platform, the Grand Elder announced, the first round of eliminations is complete. The top 20 have been determined. However, due to the destruction of the puppet tower, the 8th, 9th, and 13th groups were unable to conduct their first round of matches. To ensure fairness, you may challenge any of the top 20 at your discretion. Should you win, you will replace them in the top 20. Should you lose, there is no need for further explanation. Remember, each of you may only challenge once, and likewise, each of the top 20 may only accept one challenge. Furthermore, you have only half an hour. Once 30 minutes have passed, the list of the top 20 will be finalized. Let the challenges commence. With the Grand Elder's words, a stir swept through the square. Several stewards approached, following the Grand Elder's instructions to position Qinyuza, Zhou Lei, Lin Xuan, and the others among the top 20 below the high platform, while the remaining disciples gathered on the opposite side of the square. The two sides were distinctly separated. Qinyuza, Zhou Lei, Lin Xuan, and the other 20 stood beneath the high platform, some appearing calm and composed, exuding confidence in their abilities, such as Lin Xuan, Qinyuza, and Zhou Lei, who were seasoned top-tier outer sect experts. The newer disciples, who had recently ascended in rank, displayed anxious and hurried expressions, scanning the opposite disciples with trepidation, fearing a challenge that might displace them from the top 20. The disparity was evident, laid bare before all. On the opposing side, the disciples hesitated to issue challenges immediately. After all, the top 20 were among the elite of the outer sect. Defeating them was no simple task. However, with only half an hour for challenges, the minutes slipped away. Soon, one disciple could no longer contain himself and stepped forward. Disciple Wuchen wishes to challenge Zhao Kun, he declared. Very well, a steward replied, nodding. He ascended the stage to officiate the match between the two disciples. In no time, they were engaged in a fierce battle, and the outcome was swiftly decided. The challenger emerged victorious, securing a spot in the top 20. This victory galvanized the other outer sect disciples, prompting many to initiate challenges across the three platforms. Yet, regrettably, the top 20 were all formidable opponents, making successful challenges exceedingly rare. One by one, the challengers fell short, with only one additional disciple managing to succeed aside from the first. The remaining disciples, feeling as though they had been doused with cold water, lost the excitement they had previously felt. Yet time was of the essence, and one by one, they stepped forward to issue challenges. Disciple Wang Kuei wishes to challenge Lin Xuan, boomed a robust disciple. At these words, the crowd was momentarily taken aback, their spirits ignited anew. Whether among the top 20 or on the other side, even the Grand Elder on the high platform sensed the palpable tension. Lin Xuan had previously exhibited remarkable prowess in the first round within the puppet tower. Even the three foremost experts of the outer sect, including Qinyuza, the first among them who has transcended to the realm of Qi transformation, seemed to pale in comparison. Ultimately, it is evidence that must elucidate the truth, though none have witnessed the events with their own eyes. Even with irrefutable proof, a sliver of doubt lingers in the hearts of the onlookers, preventing them from fully believing. At long last, someone has stepped forward to challenge Lin Xuan. The challenger must be a top-tier expert of the outer sect, someone who has reached the pinnacle of Qi gathering. While it may not reveal the entirety of Lin Xuan's power, it will undoubtedly provide some insight. The crowd is filled with anticipation. Among the top 20, Lin Xuan displays a look of surprise. He did not expect anyone to challenge him. However, this presents a perfect opportunity to earn some energy points. Thus, he steps forward. Soon, the two ascend the arena, standing in opposition. The contest commences. As announced by the officiating elder, opposite him, Wang Kuei coldly declares, Lin Xuan, although I am unaware of the methods you employ to deceive everyone, including the Grand Elder, the time for your concealment has come to an end. Surrender to me. Having never witnessed Lin Xuan's prowess, many disciples harbor doubts regarding his strength. A small faction outright refuses to believe that a new disciple could possess such formidable power. Wang Kuei belongs to this skeptical group. With his words spoken, Wang Kuei launches his attack. Crushing rock fist. He unleashes a punch, sending forth a powerful shockwave that shatters stone and rumbles the earth with considerable force. The spectators' eyes widen in astonishment. With this singular blow, it is evident that Wang Kuei possesses the strength to rank among the top 20. They then turn to Lin Xuan, eager to see how he will respond. With a cold laugh, Lin Xuan dismisses the need for words. Those who lack vision merely deceive themselves by accusing others of trickery. It is time for them to confront the stark reality of true strength. Simultaneously, he intends to seize a few energy points. Without hesitation, Lin Xuan retaliates with a palm strike. Raging Waves Palm. The gust of his palm stirs the air, generating surging waves of energy that rival Wang Kuei's punch in magnitude. As their strikes collide, Wang Kuei's expression shifts dramatically. He feels as if he is being engulfed by a tsunami, the overwhelming force threatening to shake the heavens. This is beyond what a practitioner at the Qi gathering stage can endure. In that moment, Wang Kuei realizes that the events at the puppet tower might indeed have been orchestrated by Lin Xuan. His strength is formidable, and there is no deception to be found. Yet, he cannot accept this truth, instinctively refusing to believe it, which prompted him to issue a challenge. He sought to expose Lin Xuan while simultaneously elevating his own status among the top 20. But now, it is evident that he has gravely miscalculated. The power behind that palm strike is far beyond his capacity to withstand. Regret surges within him, but it is too late. As their strikes meet, a resounding crack echoes through the arena, followed by Wang Kuei's fist falling helplessly to the ground. Lin Xuan's palm presses against Wang Kuei's chest. A sickening crunch reverberates as Wang Kuei's ribcage collapses inward. In an instant, he is sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground as if struck by a cannonball. At this moment, Wang Kuei is grievously injured, blood pouring from his wounds, reduced to a mere shadow of his former self, his breath faint and labored. The arena falls silent for a heartbeat before erupting into a cacophony. Good heavens, Wang Kuei, who possesses top 20 strength, has been defeated in an instant? Am I seeing things? They murmur incredulously. He is severely wounded. It will likely take months for him to recover. He was so arrogant. Perhaps he provoked Lin Xuan, no, Lin Xixiang, and faced his wrath. Clearly, Lin Xixiang is exceedingly powerful. Only the three masters of the outer sect could possibly contend with him. The disciples are shaken, astonished that Wang Kuei, who evidently ranks among the top 20, has been so swiftly vanquished by Lin Xuan, a newcomer of merely 1 month. This indicates that, just a month prior, Lin Xuan was merely at the initial stage of Qi awakening. And now he possesses the strength to surpass the majority of those at the peak of Qi gathering. Such progress is truly astounding. None in the outer sect can compare to Lin Xuan. In fact, even within the inner sect, there are few who can rival him. Among the core disciples of the sect, only a handful can be considered his equals. It is no wonder that the third elder praised him as possessing the talent of a true disciple. His gifts are indeed extraordinary. Concurrently, the doubts surrounding Lin Xuan's performance within the puppet tower have all but dissipated, as he has now demonstrated strength that can rival the very best of the outer sect. However, complete skepticism remains. For the feat of ascending from the 1st to the 6th floor of the puppet tower, demolishing the final guardian in under a minute, is beyond what any outer sect disciple could achieve. Even Chen Yuza, who has reached the realm of Qi transformation, required 3 minutes to accomplish the same. While Lin Xuan's talent is astonishing, it is still inconceivable that he could have developed such power in just a month. On the other side of the crowd, Zhang Tao and Zhang Mingliang, two cousins, are equally stunned. After a prolonged silence, they finally process the situation. Exchanging glances, they can see the shock mirrored in each other's eyes, along with a sense of relief. They had not anticipated Lin Xuan's talent to exceed their wildest expectations. In just 1 month, he has achieved a level of strength that allows him to dominate the peak of Qi gathering, placing him among the top 20, potentially even higher. Such rapid advancement is nothing short of astonishing. Fortunately, they had recognized Lin Xuan's remarkable talent early on and had taken steps to resolve their grievances with him. Otherwise, with this level of power in just a month, who knows what he might achieve in a few more. The thought is too daunting to contemplate. They're relieved they managed to mend their relationship, averting a dire outcome. Simultaneously, they resolve never to provoke such a prodigy again. Rather, they will seek to befriend him. If they can align themselves with him, it would be beneficial for both them and their families. Though the chances are slim, it is worth a try. The other new disciples, drawn to witness the spectacle, are left with complex emotions, reflecting on their own inadequacies. None of them managed to pass the puppet tower's elimination round, not even reaching the Qi gathering stage. Yet Lin Xuan has effortlessly dispatched a peak Qi gathering practitioner, securing his place among the top 20, with a strong possibility of advancing further. The disparity is staggering. It is as if one resides in the heavens while the other dwells in the depths of the earth. They cannot fathom that they entered the sect alongside Lin Xuan just a month ago. Yet the evidence is irrefutable, leaving them with no choice but to accept the truth. Ultimately, they can only muster a bitter smile. Every generation seems to produce an extraordinary talent, and in their cohort, they have drawn the short straw with Lin Xuan. With his presence, their cohort will be remembered, but it is likely that whenever their generation is mentioned, only Lin Xuan's name will be spoken, overshadowing all others. There is no escaping it. His superiority is far too pronounced, akin to the luminous moon eclipsing mere dust. They can only stand in the shadows, gazing up in silent admiration. Chapter 54. Advancement among the disciples. There were initially many who wished to challenge Lin Xuan, perceiving him as the weakest among the top 20 new disciples. However, after witnessing the dismal fate of Wang Kuei, they could not help but feel an immense sense of relief for not having acted upon their intentions. It became apparent to them that Lin Xuan's talent exceeded their understanding and perception, transcending their limited expectations. The three foremost experts of the outer sect wore solemn expressions. Aside from Chen Yuza, who had already broken through to the transformation realm, the other two, Zhou Lei and Guan Yuanshuang, appeared grave. Even if they were to confront Lin Xuan, they doubted their ability to replicate his swift and decisive victory over Wang Kuei. Lin Xuan's prowess suggested that his strength likely equaled or even surpassed theirs. This realization left the trio in awe of Lin Xuan's extraordinary talent. Undoubtedly, his genius far surpassed their own, and if he continued on this trajectory, it would not be long before they were rendered obsolete by this newcomer. As the top 3 experts of the outer sect, they were acutely aware of their own prestige. Despite Lin Xuan's status as a top-tier genius within the Luyun sect, he remained a new disciple, and they were unwilling to be overshadowed by him. A shared glance among the 3 conveyed their determination. On the high platform, Su Anlin's gaze was fixed upon Lin Xuan, his eyes narrowed in contemplation. The Grand Elder nodded approvingly, a satisfied expression gracing his features. Lin Xuan's talent ranked among the finest even among the true disciples, and should he continue to develop, his potential was limitless, promising significant benefits to the entire sect. As a senior member of the sect, the Grand Elder felt a sense of joy. On the arena, a voice chimed, congratulating the host for acquiring a shock energy of 3,000 from Su Anlin, a practitioner at the 2nd level of the Awakening Realm, and 700 from Chen Yuza, a practitioner at the 1st level of the Transformation Realm. Lin Xuan listened to the continuous, crisp notifications resonating in his ears, observing the rapidly increasing energy points on his attribute panel with satisfaction. The influx of several thousand energy points was quite commendable. He hoped to showcase his abilities further in the upcoming grand competition, ideally securing 1st place. Achieving this would not only yield substantial energy points but also grant him 3,000 contribution points, equivalent to at least 300 inferior spirit stones, converted into training resources. This would suffice for his breakthrough into the transformation realm. Having enhanced his training talent to the spiritual tier, Lin Xuan found that his other talents were equally remarkable, possibly surpassing those of true disciple Su Anlin. He anticipated no bottlenecks transitioning from the gathering chi realm to the transformation realm and then to the condensation realm. With rapid breakthroughs, he would not encounter instability in his foundation, merely a lack of ample training resources. Perhaps this opportunity would perfectly remedy that scarcity. Lin Xuan pondered silently before turning to the referee, stating, Elder Zhang, it is time to announce the results. Elder Zhang, momentarily taken aback by the outcome of the match, had not anticipated such a swift conclusion. His complex expression revealed the dawning realization that yet another top-tier genius might arise within the sect. He then proclaimed loudly, in this match, Lin Xuan emerges victorious. The announcement was met with a wave of astonishment from the crowd. No one dared to look down upon Lin Xuan simply because he was a new disciple. The evidence from the puppet tower had indirectly demonstrated his prowess, but now, under the watchful eyes of the assembly, Lin Xuan had unveiled his true strength, leaving no room for doubt. Among the new disciples, Lin Xuan became an idol, eclipsing any thoughts of rivalry, for he had surpassed them by an insurmountable margin. They could only harbor admiration, reverence, and envy. The challenges continued, and after Lin Xuan, several others attempted to break into the top 20. Within half an hour, all challenge opportunities were exhausted, yet only 3 succeeded in joining the ranks of the top 20. The remaining challengers faced defeat, while these 3 were well-known figures within the outer sect, having reached the pinnacle of the gathering chi realm. This underscored the challenges faced. The Grand Elder's voice echoed from the high platform, declaring, the challenges have concluded. The list of the top 20 is confirmed. The next round will continue as an elimination tournament, with pairs battling it out. The victors will advance while the defeated will be eliminated. We shall determine the top 10. The list is with me. Elder Zhang, please come and collect it. Let us begin. With that, Elder Zhang leapt from the arena to retrieve the match list. Meanwhile, the gazes of the other disciples were fixed on Lin Xuan, Chen Yuza, Zhou Lei, and the others in the top 20, filled with envy. Entering the top 20 positioned them among the elite of the outer sect, far surpassing their peers. Moreover, any disciple who broke into the top 20 would receive a substantial reward of 100 contribution points, equivalent to at least 10 inferior spirit stones, a significant sum for ordinary disciples, evoking their envy. Among the top 20, only Lin Xuan stood out as a new disciple, clearly not at the peak of the gathering chi realm, making him all the more conspicuous. The attention he garnered surpassed that of the outer sect's foremost expert, Chen Yuza, allowing Lin Xuan to accumulate even more energy points. Chen Yuza, in contrast, felt a twinge of frustration. He had not anticipated being overshadowed by a newcomer. He had thought that after breaking through to the transformation realm, he would command all attention, yet Lin Xuan's emergence had diminished his spotlight. The second round of the elimination tournament commenced. The first match featured Wang He against Yifeng. The clashes among the top 20 disciples were fierce battles at the pinnacle of the outer sect, not to be missed. As Elder Zhang's voice resonated, the arena fell silent. All eyes fixated on the stage, eager for the upcoming duel. 2 outer disciples stepped forth from the top 20 to engage in combat. Both at the pinnacle of the gathering chi realm, their strengths closely matched. For over 10 minutes, the contest remained evenly matched until exhaustion of their vital energy finally determined the outcome. The second match then commenced. Chapter 55, Surrender time flowed swiftly. Before long, for matches had concluded, the next battle pitted Lin Xuan against Yin Zipping. As another contest unfolded, the referee Elder Zhang's voice resonated from the high platform. The crowd collectively gasped, their attention converging on Lin Xuan, eyes sparkling with anticipation. While they knew Lin Xuan was likely to triumph and could potentially secure a place in the top 10, they yearned for the confirmation that could only come from witnessing it firsthand. The new disciples were particularly animated, cheering for Lin Xuan. Despite his exceptional talent and ascension to the top 20, he remained a new disciple. To the other new disciples, Lin Xuan represented their collective aspirations. The greater his achievements in the grand competition, the more honor they would bask in. As the spectators watched intently, Lin Xuan and the unremarkable yet skilled disciple Yin Zipping stepped onto the arena. The match commenced, as announced by Elder Zhang. With a gaze filled with pity, he cast a glance at Yin Zipping. Of all the possible opponents, he had drawn Lin Xuan. From the previous round, it was clear that Lin Xuan possessed strength that could rival the three foremost experts of the outer sect. Facing Lin Xuan was, without a doubt, a guaranteed defeat. A swift defeat at that. It was indeed unfortunate. As expected by Steward Zhang, Yin Zipping lamented his ill fortune. Had he drawn another opponent, he might have had a chance to enter the top 10. But against Lin Xuan, he was essentially doomed to retreat. The memory of Lin Xuan's previous match, where he had severely injured Wang Kuei with a single strike, sent a shiver down his spine. He doubted his own strength could even compare to Wang Kuei's. If Wang Kuei had met such a grim fate, how could he expect any better? Contemplating this, Yin Zipping made a decisive choice and respectfully declared, "Brother Lin, your strength is formidable. I am unworthy. I concede this match." With that, he leaped down from the stage and made his way into the crowd. In Yin Zipping's mind, having already accepted defeat, he saw no path to the top 10. Earning 100 contribution points for placing in the top 20 was still commendable. To struggle on and risk injury would only hinder his progress for months, a substantial loss indeed. Recognizing this, he understood his course of action clearly. Meanwhile, the spectators were momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the scene before them. A concession in the competition among the top 20? Was this a jest? For someone in the top 20, an elite among the peak practitioners of the Chi-gathering realm, to concede was a privilege not even the top 3 of the outer sect could expect. That a new disciple like Lin Xuan would enjoy such treatment astonished many. How could Lin Xuan, having only joined a month prior, wield such influence? In the outer sect, voluntarily conceding was often seen as a loss of face. The disciples had recently emerged from the secular world, typically no more than a few years in the sect, and they valued their reputation greatly. Thus, few would concede in a major competition, even if they knew defeat was inevitable. They would rather showcase their martial prowess. Yet today, a disciple had conceded, and a top 20 practitioner at that, leaving many unable to accept the reality. However, as memories of Wang Kuei's brutal downfall resurfaced, understanding began to dawn upon the crowd. Yin Zipping had been intimidated by Wang Kuei's tragic fate. Though Lin Xuan was a newcomer, his ruthless approach was evident. Each of his previous opponents had suffered significant injuries, and serious wounds were commonplace. The martial world was undeniably brutal, where life and death could hinge on a mere disagreement. Yet these outer sect disciples, having been carefully sheltered by their respective factions before entering the sect, had never truly experienced such peril. Their knowledge stemmed from hearsay and tales from elders, leading them to fight without genuine malice. In contrast, Lin Xuan's fierce tactics prompted a re-evaluation of their own approaches. Thus, the other disciples could empathize with Yin Zipping's concession. Nevertheless, their gazes toward Lin Xuan were now tinged with a newfound respect, and they instinctively kept their distance. Upon the high platform, the Grand Elder and Su Anlin turned their attention to Lin Xuan, their expressions calm, yet tinged with admiration. The path of martial arts was inherently one of conflict against heaven, earth, and man, fraught with the threat of death. Therefore, a ruthless demeanor was a requisite for any martial practitioner. If one could not embody this principle, they could never hope to become a formidable warrior. Lin Xuan, a mere newcomer, had already mastered this, deeply gratifying the Grand Elder and heightening his regard for Lin Xuan. As for the other outer sect disciples, they remained blissfully naive. Did they truly believe that kindness would be reciprocated in this world where the strong devour the weak? A true martial powerhouse stands atop the corpses of countless others. Such a mindset would likely lead to their demise should they venture beyond the sect. It seemed imperative to arrange more practical training for these outer sect disciples, allowing them to witness the harsh realities of the world and strip away their naivete. Otherwise, After such extensive cultivation, they would simply perish outside, wasting the sect's resources and efforts. On the arena, Steward Zhang announced, in this match, Lin Xuan emerges victorious and advances to the top 10. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan stepped down from the stage and moved towards the area designated for the other top 20 disciples. He was somewhat surprised by Yin Zipping's concession. But entering the top 10 and gaining energy points was sufficient for him. He didn't feel the need to dwell on it. Lin Xuan scoffed at the situation, finding it ordinary. However, he cared little, for with the system at his disposal, he could continually replicate treasures and rapidly enhance his strength. He would not linger long in the outer sect before entering the inner sect, indifferent to the sentiments of others. In fact, it was likely he would not remain within Lu Yun's sect for more than a few months. As the competition progressed, several more matches unfolded, and the second round of eliminations drew to a close. After a while, the Grand Elder's resonant voice echoed, "The second round of eliminations has concluded. The top 10 have been determined. Chen Yuza, Zhou Lei, Guan Yuanshuang, Lin Xuan, and Suya. They are the elite disciples of the outer sect and shall receive bountiful rewards from this competition. Congratulations to them." As his words fell, a thunderous applause erupted throughout the arena. The disciples gazed upon Chen Yuza, Lin Xuan, and the others with envy, admiration, and awe. To rank among the top 10 was a testament to their extraordinary talent and prowess, deserving of the respect they received. Particularly for Lin Xuan, as a newcomer. Not only had he secured a place in the top 10, but he was also the fourth name the Grand Elder had announced. The order of names was indicative of their theoretical rankings, suggesting that Lin Xuan stood at least fourth among the new disciples in the Grand Elder's eyes. This revelation sent shockwaves through the hearts of the disciples, leaving them unsettled. Though previous evidence had hinted at this conclusion, the Grand Elder's affirmation carried a weight that was altogether different. At this moment, they were truly convinced that Lin Xuan, a mere newcomer, possessed the strength to rank among the top 3 of the outer sect. Having joined merely a month ago only underscored Lin Xuan's impressive potential, leaving the disciples in awe once more. The top 10 disciples gathered on one side, distinguishing themselves from the other ordinary disciples. Among them, Lin Xuan maintained a calm demeanor, his gaze fixed on the void before him. The Grand Elder's acknowledgement had earned him considerable energy points, and he felt a sense of satisfaction. After a brief pause, as the arena settled into silence, the Grand Elder continued, "We shall now proceed to the third round, the contest for the top 3. As the rewards for 4th and 10th place are identical, we shall not differentiate between them. Only the top 3 will be ranked. This will remain a knockout format. 2 competitors will face off, the victor advancing, and the loser eliminated, until the top 3 are determined. The matchups have been provided to Steward Zhang, who will announce them. Let us begin." On the stage, Steward Zhang, acting as the referee, held a list and declared, "In the first match, Zhou Lei will face Feng Yuan." As the words fell, the disciples present all exhibited a flicker of excitement. The contest for the top 10 promised to be significantly more thrilling and intense than the previous battles for the top 20. The first match featured Zhou Lei, the second-ranked outer disciple, making his entrance, an event not to be missed. All eyes converged upon the group of the top 10. Among them, Zhou Lei and a female disciple named Feng Yuan stepped forward. Feng Yuan was the only female disciple within the top 10, aside from Guan Yuanshuang. While she may not have matched Guan Yuanshuang in prowess, she surpassed the majority of her outer sect peers. With her exquisite beauty, she was nearly regarded as a goddess among the female disciples of the outer sect. The combination of Zhou Lei's reputation as the second-ranked disciple and Feng Yuan's presence instantly ignited a wave of applause and fervor among the crowd. Soon, the two ascended to the stage and commenced their fierce duel. As expected, Zhou Lei, the second-ranked master, emerged victorious. Many disciples murmured disapprovingly, reproaching Zhou Lei for lacking chivalry towards the fairer sex. However, Zhou Lei paid them no heed, his gaze sweeping over Lin Xuan, igniting a flicker of combat spirit within him. In his estimation, Chen Yuza had already transcended to the transformation realm, rendering him an unworthy opponent. Among the outer disciples, only Lin Xuan, the new disciple, posed a true challenge. Regrettably, Lin Xuan maintained an air of indifference, scarcely glancing in Zhou Lei's direction. Zhou Lei felt no irritation. After all, with Lin Xuan's evident strength, none among the outer sect could rival him, save for the 3 of them. A confrontation between the two was inevitable, and he looked forward to witnessing just how formidable Lin Xuan, the outer sect's top talent, truly was. The competition continued, and another match concluded. The next bout was Lin Xuan against Suya. Elder Zhang's voice resonated from the arena. In a flash, the gaze of nearly every disciple turned towards the group of the top 10 once more. It was Lin Xuan's turn to compete. This time, His opponent was among the top 5 from the previous competition. Could Lin Xuan compel his adversary to concede, or even defeat him in a swift manner? The anticipation among the disciples was palpable. Defeat was a notion no one entertained. Lin Xuan had already demonstrated extraordinary prowess, firmly establishing himself as a top-tier disciple. Aside from the 3 prominent experts of the outer sect who could possibly vanquish Lin Xuan. On the other hand, Suya wore a grim expression. He had not anticipated facing Lin Xuan. Had he avoided the 3 top experts and Lin Xuan, he might have harbored hopes of entering the top 5. Although the rankings from 4th to 10th were indistinct, being among the top 5 carried a certain prestige. Now, facing Lin Xuan, he could only lament his misfortune. Yet, as a member of the previous top 5, his dignity forbade him from conceding. He steeled himself to face the challenge. Soon, both stepped out from the crowd and onto the stage. The contest commenced. Elder Zhang announced, stepping aside to await Lin Xuan's performance. Opposite him, Suya clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Suya pays respects to senior brother Lin. I humbly request your guidance." His tone was exceedingly courteous, hoping Lin Xuan would show mercy. Indeed, Lin Xuan nodded, stepping forward. A gentle breeze swept through, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. The next moment, he reappeared before Suya. How astonishingly swift! All the outer disciples gasped, their pupils contracting in disbelief. This speed was such that most could not even perceive the trajectory of his movement. Compared to Guan Yuanshuang, who was renowned for her speed even while still in the gathering Qi realm, Lin Xuan was hardly lacking. This was Lin Xuan's first true display of power. And the disciples finally grasped that he possessed strength that could easily place him among the top 3 of the outer sect. The 3 foremost experts wore grave expressions. Even without mentioning other skills, Lin Xuan's agility alone sufficed to mark him as a formidable adversary. Chen Yuza, slightly more composed, had recently broken through to the transformation realm, experiencing a significant surge in strength. He felt less threatened by Lin Xuan's speed, but remained vigilant. After all, this was only Lin Xuan's initial exhibition of power, and the extent of his abilities remained uncertain. He could not afford to be careless. The embarrassment of being defeated by a newcomer who had only been in the sect for a month would be too great. On the stage, Suya was taken aback as Lin Xuan suddenly appeared in front of him, his heart racing with fear. Although he was aware of Lin Xuan's formidable strength, he had not anticipated it to this extent. He could not even discern the trajectory of Lin Xuan's movement. The gap between them was beyond words. Yet, there was no time for contemplation, for Lin Xuan had already struck. Mountain-shattering fist. Lin Xuan unleashed a punch, its force rippling forth like the devastating impact of a shattering mountain, a terrifying display. Chapter 57. Instantaneous defeat of Zhou Lei. Not only was Lin Xuan's movement incredibly swift, but his attacks were equally ferocious. Suya's expression shifted dramatically, his heart pounding with trepidation. However, it was too late to evade. He could only instinctively brace himself for the impact. A resounding crash echoed through the arena. Suya felt an overwhelming force surge towards him. An impact so immense it felt as though he had been struck by a colossal boulder, sending him uncontrollably flying backward. He crashed into the ground, producing a muffled thud. As he gazed at his clearly fractured arms, blood seeping forth, a bitter smile crept upon his face. Indeed, Lin Xuan lived up to the rumors. He showed no mercy. Yet, compared to the severe injuries inflicted by Wang Kuei previously, he considered himself fortunate. He promptly made his way towards the crowd to tend to his wounds. In this bout, Lin Xuan emerged victorious, advancing into the top 5. On the stage, the referee declared, eliciting a wave of astonishment among the spectators. All eyes turned to Lin Xuan, their expressions filled with awe. They had once again witnessed the depths of Lin Xuan's power. Even against a member of the previous top 5, he had decisively won in a single strike. Just how formidable was his true strength? The crowd couldn't help but wonder, speculating that only the top 3 of the outer sect, or perhaps even the first expert Chen Yuza, who had broken through to the transformation realm, could compel Lin Xuan to reveal his full potential. Observing the rapidly increasing energy points on his attribute panel, Lin Xuan nodded slightly. Indeed, the more decisive the victory, the greater the resonance and energy points garnered. In the upcoming matches, he resolved to achieve swift victories whenever possible. The competition for the top 3 continued, and soon the remaining 2 matches concluded. As anticipated, Guan Yuanshuang and Chen Yuza, the 2 prominent experts of the outer sect, also advanced to the top 5, each securing swift victories. However, with Lin Xuan's extraordinary performance preceding them, their matches failed to elicit much excitement. They could only smile wryly, recognizing their unfortunate circumstances of facing such a prodigy in this round. On the stage, Elder Zhang proclaimed, "The top 5 have been determined. The third round will commence. Next up, we will have the true contest to decide the top 3. First up, Lin Xuan versus Zhou Lei. The two of you ascend to the stage. As his words resonated, a wave of excitement swept through the arena. Almost all eyes were riveted on the unfolding battle. They had not anticipated such an electrifying clash for the top 3, with the first match being a showdown between Lin Xuan and Zhou Lei. Lin Xuan, a newly emerged genius whose exceptional talent far surpassed the title of the Outer Sect's top prodigy, faced Zhou Lei, an established powerhouse of the Outer Sect. With Chun Yuza having advanced to the transformation realm and poised to enter the Inner Sect after the competition. The title of the Outer Sect's foremost expert was expected to fall to Zhou Lei. Yet, with Lin Xuan's emergence, that was now uncertain. Who would prevail in their encounter? The anticipation was palpable among the crowd. Zhou Lei's gaze swept over Lin Xuan, radiating an aura of fierce determination. Lin Xuan, however, remained unfazed, his demeanor indifferent, as if Zhou Lei were merely a minor character rather than the second strongest disciple of the Outer Sect. This attitude astonished the onlookers. Could it be that Lin Xuan's prowess was such that even Zhou Lei did not regard him with respect? This thought heightened everyone's anticipation for the impending duel. Upon noticing Lin Xuan's demeanor, Zhou Lei snorted coldly, his irritation palpable. Such pretense. We are about to step onto the stage. Let us see how long you can maintain this facade. With that, the two ascended the platform. The competition begins, announced Elder Zhang, stepping aside. He observed the two with eager anticipation. As a new disciple, Lin Xuan had achieved an impressive string of victories. Now, facing a true top-tier expert from the Outer Sect, could he sustain his winning streak? Elder Zhang was equally eager to witness the unfolding contest. On the opposite side, Zhou Lei refrained from launching an immediate attack. Instead, with a serious expression, he clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Junior brother Lin, your ascent as a new disciple up to this point attests to your exceptional talent, far surpassing ours. However, your time in the sect has been brief. The next grand competition shall be your stage. For now, I suggest you cease your progress here." "Cease? You underestimate me." Lin Xuan scoffed, saying no more before launching into action. He stepped forward with the weight of a boulder, pressing toward Zhou Lei. The air around him howled, as if being torn apart, exuding an unmatched ferocity. "Let us see what you've got," Zhou Lei retorted, recognizing that further words were futile. Only true strength could convey meaning. He unleashed a powerful punch. Explosive rock fist. The air crackled and shattered under the force of his strike, its power astonishing. The gathered disciples felt a chill run through them. Indeed, as the second strongest of the Outer Sect, this punch could overwhelm most at the pinnacle of the Qi-gathering realm. Even if Lin Xuan were not at the transformation realm, he could not be far off. The disciples turned their attention to Lin Xuan, speculating whether he would choose to withstand this formidable blow. Who would emerge superior was about to be revealed. On the platform, Lin Xuan assessed the might of Zhou Lei's punch and remarked nonchalantly, "Impressive, but insufficient." Dominating fist. Lin Xuan then appeared before Zhou Lei, delivering a punch of his own. The force surged forth, resonating with chilling sounds of tearing air, as if it could rend the very fabric of reality. The strength was terrifying. In the next instant, their fists collided with a resounding boom. A deafening explosion echoed, and the resulting shockwave radiated outward in visible ripples. Many disciples were jolted backward by the force, their eyes wide with shock. The spectacle of the two combatants left them in awe. The sheer power of the residual waves was staggering. What level of might did their actual attacks possess? After the first blow, Lin Xuan withdrew his fist and stood aside, his expression still calm, as if nothing had transpired. Zhou Lei, after a brief moment of stunned silence, screamed as if struck by a cannonball, hurtling off the platform and crashing to the ground below. He coughed up blood. His right arm bent at an unnatural angle, clearly broken and severely injured. The arena fell into a hushed silence, with nearly everyone staring in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. It took several breaths for reality to sink in. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as the crowd erupted into excitement. Could it be that Zhou Lei, the second strongest disciple of the Outer Sect, had been so effortlessly defeated? Was it truly a case of being obliterated? The notion felt surreal, as if they were witnessing a performance rather than a genuine contest. The spectators turned their astonished gazes toward Lin Xuan and the injured Zhou Lei, their shock palpable. They had anticipated a thrilling battle. Even if Lin Xuan triumphed, they imagined it would be after a fierce struggle lasting many minutes. Yet, the outcome was a swift and decisive defeat for Zhou Lei. This turn of events far exceeded their expectations, leaving them unable to comprehend it fully. Even Chun Yuza, the foremost expert of the Outer Sect, bore a serious expression. While he had considered Lin Xuan's potential victory, he had never anticipated Zhou Lei would be so swiftly vanquished. In his past encounters at the Qi gathering stage, he had bested Zhou Lei multiple times, but had never achieved such an overwhelming victory. Even now, at the transformation realm, he doubted his ability to replicate Lin Xuan's feat, yet here was Lin Xuan, having accomplished it, leaving Chen Yuze deeply impressed. His understanding of Lin Xuan's extraordinary talent sharpened. The young man was undoubtedly among the elite geniuses of the Luoyuan sect. Chen Yuze had initially thought that after his breakthrough to the transformation realm, aided by the nascent form of his sword intent, he would secure the top position in the upcoming competition. However, it now seemed that Lin Xuan posed a significant threat. The question remained whether his skills, combined with his sword intent, could overshadow Lin Xuan's prowess. Particularly striking was the fact that Lin Xuan had achieved such strength within just a month of entering the sect. Lacking any guarantee of victory for himself, Chen Yuze felt a renewed sense of awe regarding Lin Xuan's innate abilities, realizing that the outer sect had indeed birthed a remarkable talent. The new disciples, too, were swept up in exhilaration, celebrating Lin Xuan's impressive feat. They might not grasp the full significance of the battle, but Lin Xuan's ascension into the top 3 as a new disciple brought them pride. His presence ensured that the senior disciples could no longer bully them under the guise of seniority. Above, Su Anlin remained seated, though his expression now bore traces of fluctuation. The Grand Elder's gaze settled on Lin Xuan, astonishment mingling with delight. Lin Xuan had once again provided a surprising revelation, revealing a true talent. The Grand Elder could only wonder if this brilliance could be sustained. On the platform, a voice chimed, "Congratulations to the host for earning 3,000 shock energy from Su Anlin, a second-layer awakening realm warrior. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1,700 shock energy from Zhang Quan, a fifth-layer condensation realm warrior." As Lin Xuan listened to the cool notifications echoing in his ears, he beheld the rapidly increasing energy points before him, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. His predictions had indeed come to fruition. The seismic impact of defeating Zhou Lei, the second strongest of the outer sect, was far greater than before, yielding an abundance of energy points. In a short span, he had amassed several thousand energy points. He was confident that soon he would accumulate well over 100,000. By the time he approached the Grand Elder and Su Anlin after the competition, he would be able to replicate all the treasures they possessed. Lin Xuan's expression reflected his contentment. At that moment, the referee, Elder Zhang, declared, "This match has concluded," with Lin Xuan emerging victorious and advancing into the top 3. The shock in the eyes of those gazing at Lin Xuan was profound, their disbelief unyielding. How could it be that Zhou Lei, on the brink of breaking into the transformation realm within a month or two, was so decisively defeated by Lin Xuan, who had only recently entered the sect? The scene was utterly beyond their expectations, leaving them reeling. Lin Xuan, unfazed by the commotion, leaped down from the platform and walked toward the gathering of the top 20. Wherever they passed, the top 20 disciples of the outer sect all voluntarily stepped aside, their faces adorned with expressions of awe and admiration. This was the might bestowed by strength. In a world where martial prowess reigns supreme, such deference is commonplace. Lin Xuan had long grasped this truth and paid it no mind, casually choosing a spot to await the next match. The tournament continued. The next bout featured one of the 3 foremost experts of the outer sect, the only female disciple, Lin Xuan, who was set to face another disciple ranked within the top 10. As the strongest female disciple of the outer sect, renowned for both her beauty and physique, she was often celebrated as the most alluring among them. Her appearance was expected to incite a wave of cheers. However, at this moment, the response was rather muted. Although the other disciples turned their gazes towards her, their enthusiasm had seemingly waned. Observing this, Lin Xuan couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. She understood that this was a result of Lin Xuan's previous match, where he had effortlessly dispatched Zhou Lei, the second-ranked expert of the outer sect, leaving everyone stunned. The impact of that victory had stirred their hearts, and they had yet to recover. Lin Xuan could only smile helplessly. In comparison to Lin Xuan, she felt woefully inadequate. There was no recourse but to accept this. The match concluded swiftly, and as anticipated, Lin Xuan triumphed with ease, defeating her opponent in less than 10 moves. The disparity between the top 3 and the remaining top 10 disciples was indeed substantial. Yet, witnessing Lin Xuan's effortless victory over another top 10 disciple, the crowd's astonishment only deepened, especially considering that Zhou Lei, who was stronger than Lin Xuan, had succumbed to Lin Xuan in a single strike. This left everyone in awe of Lin Xuan's prowess. Remarkably, Lin Xuan had only been a disciple for a month, and such strength was undoubtedly a testament to his innate talent. The crowd was further astounded by his remarkable gifts. Lin Xuan also garnered another wave of energy points from this display. On the high platform, The voice of the Grand Elder resonated. The third round of the tournament has concluded. The top 3 have been determined. Chen Yuze, Lin Xuan, and Guan Yuanshuang. They are all exceptional talents of our Lu Yun sect and will receive focused training and generous rewards from the sect. Congratulations to them. As his words fell, thunderous applause erupted throughout the arena. All eyes were fixed on the trio, Chen Yuze, Lin Xuan, and Guan Yuanshuang, with expressions of envy, admiration, and reverence. Being among the top 3 in the outer sect not only marked them as elite experts but also ensured their status as prodigies within the inner sect, leading to promising futures. Additionally, as part of the top 3, they would each receive a minimum of 500 contribution points, equivalent to at least 50 spirit stones. A fact that evoked immense envy among the other disciples. Furthermore, Lin Xuan, as a new disciple, had secured at least the 2nd position, drawing even more attention as he surpassed Chen Yuze, the acknowledged first-ranked expert of the outer sect. After a brief moment, the Grand Elder's voice rang out once more. Next is the 4th round of the tournament, the ranking matches for the top 3. The matches will proceed in pairs to determine their final standings. However, considering the considerable consumption of energy in your previous battles, you will have a brief rest of 15 minutes. After a quarter of an hour, the 4th round officially commenced. This announcement from the Grand Elder did not evoke any surprise among the crowd. It was a customary rule of past tournaments. While it seemed that Lin Xuan, Chen Yuze, and Guan Yuanshuang had little exhaustion, the rules must still be adhered to. Quickly, the 15 minutes passed. The Grand Elder's voice echoed once again, rest time is over. The 4th round, the ranking matches for the top 3, has officially begun. On the arena, Elder Zhang announced loudly, the first match of the 4th round features Lin Xuan versus Guan Yuanshuang. Instantly, a stir of excitement rippled through the crowd. This was entirely understandable, as Chen Yuze was widely recognized as the first, and the outcome of Lin Xuan and Guan Yuanshuang's duel would determine who would face him for the ultimate title. While the audience was curious about the final outcome, what truly thrilled them was the confrontation between Lin Xuan and Guan Yuanshuang. Lin Xuan had previously annihilated Zhou Lei, the 2nd-ranked expert, and they anticipated he would emerge victorious again, wondering how swiftly he could do so. As the attention of all gathered fell upon them, Lin Xuan and Guan Yuanshuang stepped forward onto the arena. The match commenced as Elder Zhang declared. His gaze swept over the two with an expectant glimmer. The previous battle had concluded too swiftly for him to fully process, and he was eager to observe the prowess of this newly emerged top talent, Lin Xuan. Senior brother Lin, please show mercy, Guan Yuanshuang said with an earnest expression, clasping her hands in a respectful gesture. She addressed Lin Xuan, a new disciple, as senior brother without hesitation. In the martial arts world, strength precedes age, and Lin Xuan's ability to dispatch Zhou Lei indicated he had surpassed her in skill, making her address appropriate. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Within the outer sect, she had never referred to anyone as senior brother, let alone a newcomer like Lin Xuan. This sparked considerable surprise among the disciples. However, Guan Yuanshuang paid no heed to their reactions, her gaze fixed on Lin Xuan, her eyes shimmering with a mix of admiration and intrigue. Lin Xuan's tall stature and handsome features, combined with his exceptional talent, undeniably stirred her emotions. Yet, she was also aware of his cold and ruthless demeanor, fearing she might be gravely injured in the bout, prompting her earlier plea. As a woman, sustaining severe injuries would present serious complications. Understood, Lin Xuan replied, a hint of a smile breaking through Guan Yuanshuang's otherwise composed demeanor, captivating many disciples present. Now, I shall make my move. In an instant, Guan Yuanshuang's expression turned serious again as she wielded a crimson whip, elegantly flicking it towards Lin Xuan. The whip transformed into a serpent-like entity, coiling towards him with remarkable force, producing sharp cracks in the air. Should it strike an ordinary pinnacle chi-gathering disciple, it would undoubtedly leave a mark. Such was the prowess of the top 3 experts of the outer sect. Even a casual attack was beyond the reach of many. The crowd pondered how Lin Xuan would respond. Historically, he had displayed unparalleled strength, and this straightforward assault seemed ideally countered by Guan Yuanshuang's agile whip technique. Even if Lin Xuan were to win, it would likely be a challenging feat as the anticipation built. Lin Xuan remained unperturbed, raising his palm to meet the attack. In an instant, a fierce gust of wind surged forth, sending the serpentine whip flying away with ease. Lin Xuan's casual motion rendered Guan Yuanshuang's strike ineffective, leaving the audience in shock. Was this truly the strength of a top-tier genius? It was astonishing. Guan Yuanshuang's expression shifted as well. She had not anticipated that her whip technique, meant to counter brute force, would falter against Lin Xuan. Wasn't he just a month into his training? Surely, in that brief span of time, he couldn't have amassed such formidable martial skills. This realization left her bewildered. Simultaneously, she began to comprehend the extent of Lin Xuan's extraordinary talent, far exceeding her expectations. It appeared that victory in this match was beyond her reach. Not to mention, his palm technique effectively countered her whip style, coupled with Lin Xuan's inherent strength. There was no way for her to prevail. Fortunately, Zhou Lei had already been eliminated in his prior match against Lin Xuan, placing him behind her in the standings. As Chun Yuza entered the inner gate, she found herself in second place, marking a slight improvement. Moreover, if she could withstand a few blows from Lin Xuan, it would be considered a commendable performance, at least proving her superiority over Zhou Lei. However, the thought of facing a new disciple like Lin Xuan left her in a rather disheartened state, prompting a bitter smile. There was no denying Lin Xuan's extraordinary talent. The two were clearly on entirely different levels. There was little she could do. Soon, Lin Xuan turned her gaze towards Lin Xuan, preparing to make another move. Yet, Lin Xuan had no intention of continuing the bout. It was time to conclude this match. He murmured softly to himself. The energy points gained from a quick defeat and an extended struggle were entirely different. Naturally, he opted for the former. He stepped forward, and a gentle breeze swept past him as his figure gradually dissipated into a shadow. In an instant, Lin Xuan appeared before Lin Xuan and unleashed a powerful palm strike. The wind-pushing palm. The force of the strike was fierce, howling relentlessly, its energy surging. Its might surpassed that of his previous attack by a considerable margin. How swift! Lin Xuan's expression changed drastically. As one of the top 3 external disciples and the fastest among them, even Chun Yuza, who had yet to break through to the Qi transformation realm, could not match her speed. Yet now, she found herself unable to discern Lin Xuan's movements, leaving her utterly stunned. The ferocity of his attack was already formidable, and his speed was equally astonishing. It seemed as if he had no flaws whatsoever. How could someone who had only been in the sect for a month possess such strength? Lin Xuan struggled to accept this reality. However, there was no time for contemplation as Lin Xuan's palm strike descended upon her. The violent gusts surged forth like an unstoppable tide, overwhelming in its force. She had to find a way to defend herself with all her might. She could not afford to be defeated in an instant. Regrettably, Lin Xuan was underestimating the situation. When the wind strike truly descended, she felt its terrifying power. The force, akin to towering waves, seemed to manifest as a calamity of nature, its might beyond imagination. In an instant, her defenses crumbled. Lin Xuan could no longer withstand it. She felt a sharp pain in her chest as she was sent flying backward, tumbling off the arena and landing on the plaza below. Dazed, she felt the world spinning around her. When she regained her senses, she realized she was on the ground beneath the arena. With a muffled groan, she noticed a trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth. A bittersweet smile crossed her face. Indeed, she had been defeated, and in the most decisive manner. Thank you, senior brother Lin, for showing mercy. She bowed her hands in respect towards Lin Xuan on the arena. As rumors suggested, Lin Xuan had shown no mercy in his strikes. Chapter 60, The Duel with Chun Yuza. In this match, Lin Xuan emerged victorious, securing second place. On the arena, Elder Zhang announced the results. As his voice echoed, the crowd erupted into a commotion, their gazes fixated on Lin Xuan, astonished. Although many had anticipated this outcome, witnessing it firsthand was still profoundly shocking. Zhou Lei and Lin Xuan, 2 of the top 3 external disciples, had been swiftly defeated by Lin Xuan, undeniably showcasing his strength, which had reached the pinnacle of the external disciples. Even if he could not match Chun Yuza, who had recently broken through to the Qi transformation realm and was set to enter the inner gate after this competition, it raised the question, could this new disciple, who had only been inducted for a month, become the strongest among the external disciples? Contemplating this left the other disciples in awe of Lin Xuan. Furthermore, who could say that Lin Xuan would not be a match for Chun Yuza? He had consistently dispatched his opponents in a single blow, never revealing his true capabilities. Who knew whether he could surpass his limits? With Lin Xuan's formidable talent, it was not impossible for him to challenge opponents of higher realms. The other disciples were left in even greater astonishment. Even Chun Yuza's expression grew solemn. After witnessing Lin Xuan's 2 matches, he felt uncertain about his chances against him and could only do his utmost. The time for their duel would soon arrive. The elder on the platform regarded Lin Xuan with increasing admiration. Lin Xuan, standing atop the arena, showed no intention of leaving, turning to Elder Zhang and calmly stating, Elder Zhang, there remains one final match. Let us proceed. Elder Zhang was momentarily taken aback. Very well. Although a brief pause was customary to recover one's energy, Lin Xuan had dispatched his opponents so swiftly that he had expended little. Given Lin Xuan's request, he readily acquiesced. Turning to the crowd of the top 20, he called, Chun Yuza, step onto the arena. All right, Initially, Chen Yuza had believed that after breaking through to the Qi transformation realm, no one in the external sect could rival him. However, the emergence of Lin Xuan, with strength surpassing the gathering Qi realm, warranted a fierce contest. Soon, Chen Yuza ascended the arena, standing in opposition to Lin Xuan. The match began, as announced by Elder Zhang. With that, he stepped aside, eagerly watching the two. This was the final and most thrilling match of the competition. Everyone in attendance was now fully engaged, their eyes riveted to the scene. This was the ultimate showdown. Both were top-tier experts among the external disciples. Chen Yuza, the seasoned champion, had recently broken through to the Qi transformation realm, his strength beyond question, transcending the confines of the external sect. Yet Lin Xuan was no less impressive. As the most promising new disciple of this cohort, his remarkable talent had long surpassed what could be imagined within the external sect. In just a month since his induction, he had already achieved strength far beyond that of the pinnacle of the gathering Qi realm, having decisively eliminated Zhou Lei and Lin Xuan, two of the external sect's greatest champions. This illustrated his prowess, a seasoned champion against a rising prodigy, who would ultimately emerge victorious. All were eager to find out. Regardless of the outcome, the disciples understood that both were far beyond their reach, existing in a realm they could only admire from afar. On the arena, Chen Yuza, with a solemn expression, clasped his hands and said, "Lin Xuan, your ascent as a new disciple to this level has truly exceeded my expectations. Your consecutive victories demonstrate unmatched strength and talent, unparalleled among the external disciples. However, defeating me shall not be an easy feat." He refrained from boasting of victory, as he genuinely lacked confidence and would not exaggerate. Chen Yuza's words stirred a wave of astonishment among the gathered disciples. Even he, who had broken through to the Qi transformation realm, expressed uncertainty about his chances of winning. Was Lin Xuan's strength truly this formidable? They could hardly believe it. Upon hearing Chen Yuza's words, both Lin Xuan and Lin Xuan felt a jolt of realization. They exchanged glances and shared a wry smile. It was unexpected that even a Qi transformation expert like Chen Yuza might not secure victory. Lin Xuan's strength had transcended the gathering Qi realm and reached the level of Qi transformation. No wonder he had dispatched both of them with such ease. It seemed their defeat was not unwarranted. Simultaneously, they marveled at Lin Xuan's talent. In just a month, he had attained such strength. What could he achieve in a few more months? Would he ascend to the status of an inner disciple, a true disciple, or even an elder? The possibilities were beyond their imagination. On the arena, Lin Xuan nodded slightly, his demeanor calm and composed, leaving his intentions unclear, as if entirely indifferent to the situation. Such an attitude only heightened Chen Yuza's unease, instilling a sense of foreboding within him. Nevertheless, at this juncture, overthinking was futile. It was time to engage in battle. "Lin Xuan, I shall make my move." With that, Chen Yuza ceased his words, unleashing a powerful aura of Qi transformation that surged forth like a tempest. Charging towards Lin Xuan, the wind pursuing steps, the gale palm, Chen Yuza let out a low shout and struck out with the palm. The force surged forth, shattering the layers of air as it descended upon Lin Xuan with extraordinary momentum. The disciples gathered in the square felt a sudden rush, as if a tempest were approaching, causing them to instinctively retreat. They gazed at Chen Yuza on the arena, their hearts trembling. Is this the power of the Qi transformation realm? It is truly formidable. They could not even perceive the trajectory of the attack, let alone withstand the residual force. It felt as though the two were not even on the same level. Only then did they comprehend the terrifying disparity between the Qi transformation and Qi gathering realms. The difference was astonishingly vast. The crowd's eyes remained fixed on the arena, curious about how Lin Xuan would respond this time. Would he be able to unleash an even greater strength? However, Lin Xuan's expression remained unchanged as he also struck out with the palm, the surging wave palm. With a powerful blow, waves of energy rolled forth, creating visible ripples that spread outwards with forceful exuberance. Once again, the disciples were jolted back, their chests feeling as though a colossal stone had crashed down upon them. Their astonishment deepened. Lin Xuan's strength was indeed extraordinary. This time, he truly unleashed a greater power. He had transcended the Qi gathering level and reached the Qi transformation realm. The onlookers gained a clearer understanding of Lin Xuan's terrifying talent. Lin Xuan and Zhou Lei felt a bitter pang in their hearts. So it turned out that Lin Xuan had not revealed his true strength during their previous battles. This was Lin Xuan's true power, only provoked by someone of Chen Yuza's caliber. And they could not do the same. They lacked the qualification. Chapter 61. Sword intent in the next moment. Under the watchful eyes of all, the two palms collided. Bang! A thunderous explosion erupted, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. Many disciples in the square felt their blood surge, and their eardrums ache from the impact. Their expressions turned to astonishment as they watched the two on the arena. After the clash, both retreated several meters before stabilizing their stances. They had exchanged an equal blow. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Just a month ago, Lin Xuan was merely at the early stage of the Qi awakening realm, and now, although he was still at most at the Qi gathering stage, he stood toe-to-toe with Chun Yuza, who had already broken through to the Qi transformation realm. This indicated that Lin Xuan truly possessed the strength of the Qi transformation realm. Though many had anticipated this, witnessing it firsthand was still profoundly shocking. Defeating someone in the Qi gathering realm with the Qi awakening realm was one thing. But achieving the strength of the Qi transformation realm while still in the Qi gathering stage was a testament to the unparalleled talent of the sect's top geniuses. Indeed, it was extraordinary, far beyond what they could compare. The crowd sighed in their hearts. On the arena, Chun Yuza regarded Lin Xuan with a heart full of shock. Despite being somewhat prepared, witnessing it firsthand was still difficult to accept. Could Lin Xuan truly be so monstrous? The former champion and the first genius of the outer sect felt utterly insignificant in Lin Xuan's presence. However, now was not the time to dwell on such thoughts. He did not wish to be defeated by Lin Xuan and become a stepping stone for him. But achieving victory would not be simple. At the very least, based on the previous palm strike, it was unlikely that he could win with normal Qi transformation strength. He would have to reveal his trump card. Otherwise, a draw or a loss would be embarrassing. Moreover, having broken through to the Qi transformation realm, he clearly had the opportunity to enter the inner sect. Yet he still participated in the grand competition, seeking glory in the end. Revealing this trump card was inevitable, after all. Thus, Chun Yuza spoke solemnly. Lin Xuan, your strength is impressive, surpassing nearly all the outer sect disciples. However, in this battle, I will not accept defeat. From now on, I will hold nothing back. Prepare yourself. His words stirred a great commotion in the arena. The Qi transformation realm was not the full extent of Chun Yuza's strength. He still had more to reveal. It was no wonder he was the top expert of the outer sect. The disciples were filled with anticipation, especially the senior disciples, who hoped for Chun Yuza's victory. Although Chun Yuza had already broken through to the Qi transformation realm and was about to enter the inner sect, he represented the senior disciples. In contrast, Lin Xuan, with his exceptional talent and formidable strength, had surpassed all but Chun Yuza among the outer sect disciples. Yet, as a newcomer of merely a month, he represented the new disciple group. If Lin Xuan were to emerge victorious, it would signify that the new disciples had triumphed over the seniors. They would lose all face and dignity, unable to show their faces before the new disciples, let alone in other respects. Therefore, they all hoped for Chun Yuza's victory in this final contest. Conversely, the new disciples entirely opposed this, wishing for Lin Xuan to unleash his power once more and secure first place in the grand competition. In doing so, the new disciples would gain significant prestige and no longer fear oppression from others in the outer sect. On the arena, all right, Lin Xuan uttered a single word. His expression grave. Gone was the previous nonchalance. He understood that Chun Yuza was unlike any opponent he had faced before. He was far more formidable. A swift victory would not be easy. Thus, Lin Xuan chose not to attempt a single strike kill this time. Instead, he aimed to withstand the challenge, testing the true strength he had acquired after replicating so many treasures. Moreover, having achieved a series of victories, defeating Chun Yuza would certainly send ripples through the outer sect and perhaps even reach the inner sect. The energy points he would gain would be substantial, so there was no need to reveal too much to achieve a swift victory. On the opposing side, Chun Yuza wore a solemn expression as he reached for a long sword, the clear wind sword. The blade shimmered with a faint light, effortlessly slicing through the air above, demonstrating its unparalleled sharpness. Immediately, a force akin to tearing through the void emanated from Chun Yuza, spreading outwards in all directions. The disciples in the square felt as though a razor had grazed their skin, a painful sensation washing over them. They instinctively retreated, even finding it difficult to meet Chun Yuza's gaze, their eyes stinging, prompting them to avert their eyes from his presence. Their astonishment reached its peak. What kind of martial art is this? How could it be so powerful? I can hardly bear to look. The square descended into chaos as the disciples buzzed with fear and awe. The overwhelming power that left them unable to even gaze upon it was truly astounding. On the high platform, the Grand Elder and the true disciple Su Anlin, both of whom had attained the Spirit Awakening realm, were far less affected by the chaos below. However, they too felt a significant shock. Is this sword intent? No, it is the embryonic form of intent. As high-ranking members of the sect, they recognized it at a glance. Yet even so, they were greatly astonished. They had not anticipated the emergence of such a top-tier genius like Lin Xuan in the outer sect. And here was another who had just broken through to the Qi transformation realm and grasped the embryonic form of intent. Excellent, excellent. The Grand Elder's expression transformed into one of delight. The concept of intent is the initial manifestation of the laws of the universe. The difficulty of comprehension is immense. Not to mention the Qi transformation realm. Even many in the condensation realm have yet to grasp it. Although they had reached the spirit awakening realm, they had only comprehended a fraction. Yet Chen Yuza, still in the Qi transformation realm, had already begun to touch upon the concept of intent. Though it was merely an embryonic form, it was already quite remarkable. Thus, the Grand Elder was exceedingly excited. Indeed, achieving an entry-level understanding of intent in the Qi transformation realm makes one invincible at the same level, and he surely possesses the potential to reach the spirit awakening realm. Su Anlin, standing beside him, also bore a look of astonishment. Although Chen Yuza may not compare to Lin Xuan, he is certainly a prodigy in his own right. He was surprised to discover that among this new group of disciples, two geniuses worthy of his attention had emerged. In comparison to you, of course, he seems insignificant. However, when set against the other outer disciples, he is a rare find. Naturally, he cannot hold a candle to Lin Xuan. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder chuckled lightly and remarked casually, however, in this upcoming contest, Lin Xuan may very well face defeat. Though it is merely a nascent form, it embodies a profound intent, wielding immense power. Once unleashed alongside martial arts, it is as if augmented by the very forces of nature, exponentially magnifying its potency. While Lin Xuan possesses commendable strength, he is still only at the 4th level of Qi gathering and has not practiced for long. In contrast, Chen Yuza, having reached the transformation of Qi stage, could amplify his power severalfold, making it exceedingly difficult for Lin Xuan to prevail. As for Lin Xuan grasping the profound intent, neither of them had considered it, for not only the Flowing Clouds sect but the entire Song Yuan kingdom has never recorded such an occurrence. Chapter 62. The Clash on the High Platform. The conversation between the Grand Elder and Su Anlin was not hushed. The disciples present were all at least in the awakening stage, with many in the Qi gathering stage. Their bodies were well honed, and their senses acute. From a distance of 100 or 200 meters, they could hear the exchanges clearly. Upon hearing the words from the high platform, the disciples suddenly understood. The atmosphere became more animated. So, this is the nascent form of sword intent. Brother Chen truly deserves his title as the foremost expert among the outer disciples, able to comprehend intent even at the first level of the transformation of Qi stage. The power of intent is formidable. Once unleashed, the might of martial arts surges dramatically. Indeed, Lin Xuan may very well face defeat now. Achieving second place is already commendable for him. To lose against the profound intent is not a disgrace. The disciples buzzed with excitement, taken aback by Chen Yu's ability to grasp the essence of intent so soon after breaking into the transformation of Qi stage. Although it was merely a nascent form, it surpassed that of most inner disciples. As they marveled at Chen Yu's understanding, they also whispered among themselves. The streak of victories that had propelled Lin Xuan to prominence might soon come to an end. After all, the power of intent is not something easily countered by those merely in the Qi gathering stage. The older disciples wore expressions of schadenfreude. Lin Xuan, a new disciple, had trampled over them, achieving victory after victory, now standing at second place. Surely, it was time for him to fall. The older disciples eagerly anticipated Lin Xuan's defeat. Meanwhile, the new disciples felt disheartened. They had initially believed that Lin Xuan could surge to the top. Such an achievement would shatter records within the Flowing Clouds sect and bring glory to their new disciple cohort. However, with Lin Xuan now poised to falter, they felt a sense of reluctance. Yet, after Chen Yuza revealed his understanding of intent, even if they wished for Lin Xuan to triumph, their confidence in him waned. Unless Lin Xuan could also comprehend intent, which seemed implausible as he had yet to reach the pinnacle of the Qi gathering stage. How could he possibly grasp such a concept? The notion seemed almost fantastical. Among the crowd, Zhou Lei and Guan Yuanshuang exchanged glances, both wearing bittersweet smiles. They had not anticipated that the three of them, once rivals, would see Chen Yuza pull ahead by a significant margin. Having broken through to the transformation of Qi stage and comprehended intent, Chen Yuza was no longer a competitor they could contend with. A wave of despondency washed over them. However, they also hoped Chen Yuza would defeat Lin Xuan to claim first place. Lin Xuan, a new disciple who had only been initiated for a month, had shone too brightly. Even they, who ranked among the top 3 outer disciples, had been bested by Lin Xuan. If he were to fall, it would diminish his brilliance, which would ease their own discomfort. At this moment, no one in the crowd seemed to support Lin Xuan. But would the outcome truly unfold as they anticipated? Perhaps not. On the arena, Lin Xuan fixed his gaze upon Chen Yuza, who had revealed the nascent form of sword intent, his eyes narrowing slightly. So, this is intent, powerful indeed. Lin Xuan nodded slightly. He too possessed intent, far exceeding that of Chen Yuza. The nascent sword intent of Chun Yuza did not affect him. It was an opportunity to test the might of this intent before determining how much of his own to reveal in order to best Chun Yuza. Opposite him, after displaying the nascent sword intent, Chun Yuza smiled confidently, regaining his composure. Lin Xuan, prepare to be defeated. Chun Yuza felt no need for further words. A victory over Lin Xuan would speak volumes. He doubted that Lin Xuan, merely at the chi gathering stage, could withstand his swordplay, bolstered by intent. Clear wind. Brush the moon. Chun Yuza called out, sweeping his sword forward. In an instant, a beam of sword light shot forth, gentle as a breeze, yet harboring an underlying ferocity. The speed was astonishing, reaching Lin Xuan in the blink of an eye. Not good. Lin Xuan is in danger. How can he not evade? The disciples gasped, fearing the gruesome sight of Lin Xuan being cleaved in two. However, as the sword light struck, Lin Xuan's form began to dissipate slowly. It was merely an afterimage. At that moment, Lin Xuan's speed surged beyond what he had shown before. What astonishing speed! Is this truly the prowess of Brother Lin? The disciples were awestruck by Lin Xuan's sudden display of strength, their admiration for his talent growing. Even the Grand Elder and Su Anlin on the high platform turned their gaze, their expressions tinged with appreciation. Though Lin Xuan was only at the 4th level of Qi gathering, the speed he exhibited rivaled that of many inner disciples at the 4th level of transformation of Qi. It was evident how extraordinary his talent was. Yet, despite this, no one seemed to favor Lin Xuan. There was a sense of regret surrounding him. Had Chun Yuza not comprehended intent, even with his breakthrough to transformation of Qi, he would not have been able to match Lin Xuan at such speeds. Alas, Chun Yuza had grasped intent, and the nascent sword intent posed a challenge even for many mid-tier transformation of Qi practitioners. As for Lin Xuan, the disparity was even greater. On the arena, Chun Yuza's pupils constricted, taken aback by Lin Xuan's speed. He had not expected Lin Xuan to still possess hidden strength. Truly, he was a genius capable of ranking among the elite within the sect. Had he not fortuitously comprehended the nascent sword intent during a life-and-death crisis, he might have been the one facing defeat. Fortunately, he had succeeded in his understanding. A sense of relief washed over Chun Yuza. Then, he coldly declared, Lin Xuan, while your strength is formidable, I cannot match your agility. Yet, you will still be the one to lose this contest. With that, Chun Yuza unleashed 3 swift strikes with his sword. Clear wind sweeps the ridge. 3 beams of sword light shot forth, forming a triangle as they advanced toward Lin Xuan, sealing off all avenues of retreat. Each beam was significantly stronger than the previous one. This time, Lin Xuan had no escape. The crowd held its breath, their eyes glued to the arena. Surely, Lin Xuan would fall now? Yet, as the 3 beams descended, Lin Xuan's figure twisted and blurred, slipping through the narrow gaps between them with incredible precision. A faint sound echoed, a testament to his deftness. What an exquisite technique! What keen eyesight! The disciples marveled at Lin Xuan's performance, their astonishment palpable. On the arena, Lin Xuan furrowed his brow, realizing that he could no longer hold back. It seems I can no longer retain my strength, he whispered, his fingers tracing the torn fabric at his chest. The gash, though small, indicated that he had not fully evaded Chun Yuza's sword aura. Truly formidable, he mused. With a swift motion, he grasped a sword, one he had casually replicated upon arriving at the training ground, a 3rd-tier spiritual weapon suited for gathering energy. While it paled in comparison to Chun Yuza's Qifeng sword, it sufficed for this contest. Across from him, Chun Yuza observed the torn fabric and felt a surge of confidence, preparing to unleash more power to defeat Lin Xuan. However, he halted, bewildered by Lin Xuan's words. Could it be that Lin Xuan still harbored hidden strength? At this stage, even a typical 4th-tier energy transformation practitioner would struggle against him. But Lin Xuan had yet to reveal his full potential? The thought was both thrilling and terrifying. As Lin Xuan drew forth the sword, Chun Yuza's confusion deepened. Lin Xuan's mastery of martial arts was impressive. Could his swordsmanship surpass that, potentially defeating him? The crowd of disciples surrounding the arena turned their attention to Lin Xuan, puzzled by his intentions. Was he truly planning to counter Chun Yuza with swordplay? Yet, with Chun Yuza employing his profound sword intent, the effectiveness of other sword techniques would be diminished. They found themselves perplexed by Lin Xuan's strategy. However, due to the distance and the tumultuous sounds of the arena, they were unaware of Lin Xuan's whispered thoughts. Had they heard, they might have been left in stunned silence. On the high platform, the Grand Elder and the true disciple Su Anlin sensed something amiss, their gazes converging with anticipation. Lin Xuan returned to his calm demeanor, and with a slight flourish of his sword, he manifested a dazzling sword flower. The intent is indeed powerful, not something an energy-gathering practitioner can withstand. But you are not the sole one to comprehend this intent. As his words echoed, a terrifying sharpness emanated from Lin Xuan, gradually spreading outward. The sound was akin to fabric being torn, reverberating through the air with an ominous presence. The surrounding disciples were momentarily stunned before their eyes widened in shock. What did Lin Xuan mean? Did he also possess such power? Before they could ponder further, a wave of piercing sharpness washed over them, causing a stinging sensation on their skin. Looking down, they saw faint cracks forming on their arms, blood oozing forth as if sliced by countless tiny blades. The pain was excruciating. What kind of attack was this? It was overwhelmingly powerful. The disciples were filled with dread, their faces pale as they instinctively recoiled, as if a demon lurked at the center of the arena. At that moment, a cacophony rang out. The swords strapped to the backs of the disciples trembled uncontrollably, as if yearning to take flight. They struggled to hold their weapons down, but an invisible force seemed to draw them, compelling them to resist with all their might. Their hearts raced in terror. On the high platform, the Grand Elder and Su Anlin stood in shock, their expressions a mixture of excitement and disbelief. Once again, it was the manifestation of intent. The symphony of 100 swords was not merely a semblance, it was true sword intent. This was the nascent form of sword intent. They whispered to themselves, their eyes alight with astonishment, focusing intently on Lin Xuan. Despite Lin Xuan's impressive displays since the competition began, none had been as shocking as this. He had unveiled his sword intent, not just a hint, but a fully formed manifestation. The nascent sword intent was significantly more challenging to comprehend than the embryonic form. Moreover, Lin Xuan was merely at the 4th level of energy gathering, just a month prior. He had entered the sect with cultivation at the early stage of the opening aperture realm. Now, after a month of rapid advancement, he had not only crossed a major boundary but attained the mid-level of energy gathering, along with an impressive mastery of various martial arts. Yet now, he revealed his intent. A fully formed sword intent. The Grand Elder and Su Anlin were engulfed in profound shock, unable to fathom the magnitude of Lin Xuan's talent. They were both practitioners of the opening spirit realm, having grasped a fraction of such intent through arduous training. They understood the immense difficulty of comprehending sword intent. Even Su Anlin, a true disciple with exceptional talent, had only attained this level after considerable hardship in the mid-stage of the spiraling realm. Yet here was Lin Xuan, achieving it at the energy gathering stage. The disparity was staggering, and they found it hard to accept. But witnessing it unfold before their eyes left no room for doubt. Gradually, they regained some composure, their gazes fixed on Lin Xuan, the astonishment in their hearts only deepening. A breakthrough of such magnitude, coupled with profound martial arts mastery and the comprehension of a fully formed intent within such a short time, could only signify extraordinary talent. This reaffirmed Lin Xuan's exceptional potential. The Grand Elder and Su Anlin's hearts trembled at the realization. Although Lin Xuan's performances had consistently surpassed their expectations, they had never anticipated such a degree of brilliance. It seemed their previous estimations had been far too modest. To achieve fully formed intent at the energy gathering stage was unprecedented within the entire sect and even the entire Zhongyuan kingdom. This shattered all previous records. One could only imagine the implications of such unprecedented talent, surpassing all within the sect and even the standards of the Zhongyuan kingdom. Such a prodigy would undoubtedly stand as one of the finest talents within the Qiang domain. Could it be that the Luyun sect was on the verge of producing a true genius? The Grand Elder's eyes sparkled with a sudden bold thought, murmuring softly to himself. What? Su Anlin, overhearing, was equally taken aback, his heart racing in disbelief. It's impossible, he murmured, overwhelmed by the revelation. In the entire Qiang domain, there could only be one individual worthy of the title of genius. He could hardly believe Lin Xuan could be the next one. Yet, Lin Xuan's consistent performance made it seem not entirely improbable. Chapter 64. Victory. This exchange between the Grand Elder and Su Anlin resonated throughout the plaza, reaching the ears of the disciples who had retreated hundreds of meters away, now untouched by the overwhelming aura. They fell into a stunned silence, followed by an eruption of excitement. Brother Lin Xuan has comprehended sword intent, a fully formed sword intent. How could this be possible? Brother Lin Xuan is at most at the Qi gathering stage, right? Indeed. It seems that our Luyun sect has never had a precedent of comprehending the realm without reaching the Qi gathering stage. The disciples murmured amongst themselves, astonished, their gazes fixed on Lin Xuan on the arena, filled with disbelief. Previously, when Chun Yuza broke through to the Qi transformation stage and revealed his comprehension of the realm, it was already quite remarkable. Even among the inner disciples, he was considered a top talent. Yet now, a new disciple like Lin Xuan has also grasped the realm. Not merely a nascent sword intent like Chun Yuza's, but a fully formed realm, a semi-complete sword intent. It was utterly beyond their comprehension. However, This news was conveyed through a conversation between the Grand Elder and senior brother Xuanlin, whose high standing in the sect made it impossible for them to fabricate such claims. Could it be that this is indeed true? Realizing this, the disciples were even more shaken, awed by Lin Xuan's extraordinary talent. Beyond their wildest imaginations, it was terrifying. On the arena, Qinyuza looked across at Lin Xuan, whose brilliance was blinding, and could not help but reveal a bitter smile. The realm, the fully formed realm, the semi-complete sword intent. Indeed, I am destined to be defeated. At this moment, witnessing Lin Xuan also displaying the realm, surpassing his semi-complete sword intent, Qinyuza felt his fighting spirit diminish and a sense of despair emerged. To comprehend a fully formed realm at the Qi gathering stage was no longer merely a prodigy, but a true monstrosity. How could he possibly compete against such a being? Yet, at this juncture, he could not concede defeat. Lin Xuan, your exceptional talent has once again exceeded my expectations. However, since we have revealed our trump cards, let us settle this with one decisive strike. Qinyuza declared loudly. Even in defeat, he wished to fall nobly, not in cowardice. All right, Qingfeng slash, Qinyuza shouted, his true energy surging as he unleashed a sword strike. This blow was his full effort, without the slightest reservation, channeling all his true energy and sword intent. He merely hoped to avoid a crushing defeat. A streak of sword light, akin to a gentle breeze, shot forth with incredible speed and power, barreling toward Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan, still at the Qi gathering stage, possessed true energy but could not yet project it outside his body to release sword light. However, under the enhancement of his semi-complete sword intent, his attack was formidable nonetheless. He swung his sword, without employing a formal technique, merely executing a pure cutting strike. Yet, augmented by his sword intent, it was immensely powerful. In the next moment, it accurately struck the streak of sword light. Crack! A sharp sound rang out. Lin Xuan's ordinary slash unexpectedly split the streak of sword light in two, dissipating into the surrounding spiritual energy. The power of the slash diminished slightly, but continued downward, the force surging through the air toward Qinyuza. This was not a true energy sword light, but rather a manifestation of air pressure empowered by sword intent and formidable force. Nonetheless, it was still quite powerful. The speed was astonishing, and in an instant, it reached Qinyuza's front. Feeling the overwhelming force, Qinyuza's expression changed drastically. But it approached too quickly for him to do anything but block with his sword. Clang! A metallic sound echoed as Qinyuza was sent flying, landing on the square below the arena. His treasured sword continued to vibrate uncontrollably in his hand. A long blood mark appeared across his chest, staining his garments crimson, a wound inflicted by that force. Fortunately, for Qinyuza, it was merely a minor injury. However, with his fall from the arena, he was considered defeated. Swish! The arena fell into a profound silence once more. The disciples widened their eyes, stunned in place. The atmosphere soon erupted into chaos. Unexpectedly, it was brother Lin Xuan who emerged victorious, and he defeated Qinyuza, who was at the Qi transformation stage, with a mere slash that didn't even utilize a formal sword technique. The potency of the semi-complete sword intent far surpassed that of a nascent sword intent. Brother Lin Xuan, as a new disciple, had achieved the title of Outer Sect Champion, truly breaking records. The disciples chattered excitedly, their gazes fixed upon Lin Xuan, utterly amazed. No one had anticipated that in this grand competition, the ultimate victor would be Lin Xuan, a new disciple. Originally skilled disciples ranked second and third in the Outer Sect. Zhou Lei and Guan Yuanshuang were effortlessly defeated by Lin Xuan. Even Qinyuza, who had already broken through to the Qi transformation stage and comprehended a nascent sword intent, was struck down by Lin Xuan's single slash. Such a scene was beyond their belief, yet it unfolded right before their eyes, leaving them no room for skepticism. They were overwhelmed, nearly at a loss for words. Below the arena, Qinyuza gazed at Lin Xuan, now the center of attention, and could not help but let out a bitter laugh. Indeed, I have lost. Although he had known he would be defeated when Lin Xuan revealed his semi-complete sword intent, he had wished to face Lin Xuan in a single, decisive move, merely to avoid an embarrassing loss. He never anticipated that Lin Xuan would not even employ a formal technique, simply executing a casual slash that obliterated his full-powered strike and sent him flying. This scene was as though Lin Xuan were the one at the Qi transformation stage while he was at the Qi gathering stage, rather than the other way around. The gap was simply too vast. He could not even withstand Lin Xuan's casual blow. Qinyuza shook his head, a sense of despair welling up within him. Before such a prodigious talent, he felt utterly ordinary, unable to muster even the slightest thought of resistance. Forget it, Qinyuza sighed, forcing a smile as he turned to walk toward the crowd. Among the crowd, the senior disciples appeared dejected, their heads hanging low, while the new disciples cheered joyfully. Zhou Lei and Guan Yuanshuang exchanged a long, blank stare, sharing a bitter smile that turned into a sigh. As they looked at the approaching Chen Yuza, their earlier enthusiasm faded entirely. In the face of this new disciple, who was akin to a monster, the competition between them and Chen Yuza felt trivial. Regardless of whether it was the two of them or Chen Yuza, they now seemed inconsequential. On the arena, the referee, Elder Zhang, was equally stunned, never expecting that the ultimate victor of this match would be Lin Xuan, a new disciple. Even Chen Yuza, who had broken through to the Qi transformation stage and possessed comprehension of a realm, could not withstand defeat. The shock in his heart did not lessen in the slightest. Looking at Lin Xuan, he realized that the outer sect, no, the entire Liyun sect, was likely about to witness the emergence of an extraordinary being. He promptly announced, "This match is won by Lin Xuan, who claims the first place." Chapter 65. Rewards. As Elder Zhang's voice resonated throughout the square, the entire area erupted into a frenzy. Lin Xuan, as a new disciple, had truly secured the title of Outer Sect Champion, shattering unprecedented records. Instantly, everyone present was deeply astonished by Lin Xuan's performance, achievements, and talent. On the arena, a chime sounded, "Congratulations to the host for receiving 3,000 shock points from Su Anlin, a second-layer awakening realm warrior. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1,800 shock points from Zhang Qiushan, a fourth-layer condensation realm warrior." Listening to the continuous, crisp notifications from the system, Lin Xuan gazed at the rapidly increasing energy points in the void before him, his expression reflecting satisfaction. Now, his total energy points were once again approaching 200,000. The remaining treasures from the Grand Elder and Senior Brother Su Anlin would be sufficient for further replication. Furthermore, once today's events from the competition spread, both the outer and inner sects would undoubtedly experience a significant upheaval. At that time, he would be able to harvest another wave of energy points. Before long, he would break through to the Qi transformation stage and enter the inner sect. These energy points would also be enough for him to replicate extensively within the inner sect, allowing him to establish a firm foothold. A glimmer of light flickered in Lin Xuan's eyes as he nodded. Subsequently, he retracted his attribute panel and descended from the arena. Under the watchful eyes of all present, he walked toward the crowd. As he passed, the disciples displayed looks of reverence, instinctively parting to create a path for him. Lin Xuan casually chose a spot to stand. Yet around him lay a significant empty space, as none dared to approach. His performance had indeed been nothing short of extraordinary, leaving others feeling utterly diminished in his presence. Unable to hold their heads high, with Lin Xuan around, they felt reduced to mere ordinary beings. And only by distancing themselves could they perceive a semblance of their own worth. They avoided him, too intimidated to draw near. Lin Xuan was aware of this dynamic, but remained indifferent. A pinnacle warrior is inherently a rarity, and the strong often walk a solitary path. If one cannot endure such solitude, how could they aspire to become a formidable martial artist? As time passed, the atmosphere gradually settled. The Grand Elder rose from his seat. Surveying the crowd, his gaze lingering on Lin Xuan with a glint of satisfaction and admiration, before he proclaimed in a resonant voice, "The grand competition is nearing its conclusion. And the most outstanding performer is none other than Lin Xuan. A newcomer who has been here for merely a month has clinched the first place, setting a new record for the outer sect." The Grand Elder continued to laud Lin Xuan before addressing the next order of business. "Now, we shall proceed to the award ceremony. The top 3 competitors, please ascend the platform. I shall present the awards. For the top 10, please hand your identity tokens to Elder Zhang, who will accompany you here. As for the top 20, after the competition, proceed to the administrative hall with your identity tokens to collect your rewards." The award process clearly ranked the outer sect's top 20 into distinct tiers, with only the top 3 receiving significant attention from the Grand Elder. Following this announcement, the crowd erupted into fervent applause as Lin Xuan, Chen Yuza, and Guan Yuanshuang made their way to the platform, all eyes upon them. According to their rankings, Chen Yuza trailed Lin Xuan, standing in second place. However, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. This award felt less like a reward and more like a punishment. As a seasoned disciple at the transformation stage, he had been bested by a mere novice at the gathering stage, leading to a mortifying loss of face. Receiving his award now was akin to enduring public humiliation. In stark contrast, Guan Yuanshuang, who stood in third place, wore a calm expression, even gracing the moment with a smile. She had maintained her rank, while Zhou Lei, who had originally been second, had fallen behind her due to unfortunate timing, encountering Lin Xuan too early and being swiftly defeated. Soon, the trio reached the platform. Lin Xuan's gaze swept over the Grand Elder and Su Anlin, and with a thought, he activated his ability. Ding. Consume 3, 000 energy points, successful replication. Acquired explosive flame fist, 6th tier, superior grade. Ding. Consumed 3000 energy points, successful replication. Acquired superior water attribute talent. In a mere breath, he had replicated all remaining treasures from the 2 spirit realm warriors, a look of satisfaction crossing his face. Not far off, the Grand Elder smiled at Lin Xuan and his companions, beckoning them forward. Lin Xuan, come here. Lin Xuan approached, bowing respectfully. Disciple Lin Xuan greets the Grand Elder and the esteemed senior brother. The Grand Elder chuckled. Lin Xuan, please present your identity token. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan retrieved his token from his storage ring and handed it over. Although you are merely at the 4th layer of the gathering stage, with your talent, it should not take you a month to break through to the transformation stage and enter the inner sect. Therefore, I have allocated 5,000 contribution points for you, 3,000 as the reward for your first place in the competition, and the remaining 2,000 as resources for your remaining 2 months as a potential disciple, converted directly into contribution points. Thank you, Grand Elder, Lin Xuan replied, accepting the identity token with a deep bow, his eyes alight with joy. 2,000 contribution points equated to at least 200 top-grade spirit stones, a substantial amount, especially for an outer sect disciple. He was indeed elated. With these 5,000 contribution points, he could exchange for ample cultivation resources, facilitating a quicker breakthrough to the transformation stage, and perhaps even advance several small realms thereafter. However, Lin Xuan understood that as a potential disciple, the resource allocation for a month would not even amount to 100 points. The Grand Elder had generously granted him at least 10 times that amount, underscoring the importance of his cultivation. Behind him, Chun Yuza and Guan Yuanshuang exchanged astonished glances. Their mouths agape. 2,000 contribution points was a sum many inner sect disciples might not even possess. To have this amount allocated to Lin Xuan, especially under such seemingly unjust circumstances, was remarkable. The atmosphere shifted to one of deep envy as Chun Yuza, who had just broken through to the transformation stage and joined the competition with hopes of glory and rewards, found himself overshadowed by Lin Xuan's meteoric rise. The Grand Elder's unexpected boon of 5,000 contribution points to Lin Xuan left him feeling utterly eclipsed. From now on, let us strive diligently to meet the expectations and nurture the support of our sect. The Grand Elder encouraged with a gentle smile, nodding in affirmation. The disciples understand. After offering a few more words of encouragement to Lin Xuan, the Grand Elder motioned for him to step back and take his place to the side. The ceremony continued with the awards for Chun Yuza and Guan Yuanshuang, but having witnessed Lin Xuan's bountiful rewards, their enthusiasm was greatly diminished. Although the rewards for this competition were significantly greater than in previous years, Chun Yuza's reward of 1,000 contribution points was a mere fifth of Lin Xuan's, and Guan Yuanshuang's was even less, making their accolades seem rather insignificant. Before long, their awards were distributed. Despite being among the top 3 outer sect disciples, their achievements paled in comparison to Lin Xuan's, and thus they received no special treatment from the Grand Elder. At that moment, Chun Yuza broke the silence. Grand Elder, may I now enter the inner sect? He had expected to bask in glory after his breakthrough to the transformation stage and participation in the competition. However, instead of the spotlight shining upon him, it had been claimed by Lin Xuan, whose extraordinary talent had eclipsed him entirely. Chun Yuza's previous admirers had even shifted their affections from him to Lin Xuan, leaving him feeling isolated and overshadowed. Numerous disappointments led him to feel that the outer gate had become a place of sorrow, prompting him to wish to depart swiftly for the inner gate. Very well. You have successfully transcended to the transformation stage and are thus qualified to enter the inner gate. Simply report to the outer gate hall to complete the necessary formalities. The Grand Elder remarked, a hint of helplessness flickering in his eyes. He could discern Chun Yuza's sentiments. After all, achieving the transformation stage at such a young age and grasping the rudiments of intent was commendable, placing him among the elite of recent years in the outer gate. He ought to have been the focus of admiration, garnering attention from numerous outer gate elders. However, the recent competition had introduced Lin Xuan, a prodigy who, despite being new, had reached the 4th layer of the gathering chi stage and revealed sword intent, dominating the rankings. In comparison, Chun Yuza seemed utterly ordinary. Indeed, in contrast to Lin Xuan, only a scant few within the entire Flowing Cloud sect could rightfully be termed geniuses. The rest were merely average martial artists. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for Chun Yuza to desire a swift exit from the outer gate to the inner gate, and the Grand Elder felt no inclination to dissuade him or engage in trivial talk. Subsequently, The Grand Elder presented identity tokens to the top 10 contenders, each receiving an additional 200 contribution points. After extolling Lin Xuan and his companions, he instructed them to descend the platform alongside Elder Zhang. He then proclaimed, "The rewards for the competition have been distributed." This year's contest was indeed thrilling, filled with unexpected twists. Overall, many disciples have made significant progress, which deserves encouragement. I hope you all continue to advance and swiftly break through to the transformation stage, entering the inner gate to bring glory to our sect. That is all I wish to convey. With that, the outer gate competition comes to a close. You may disperse. As his words echoed, a wave of enthusiastic applause erupted. The disciples then formed groups and departed. Lin Xuan made his way directly toward the small building, intent on enhancing his talent and strength. Given Lin Xuan's strikingly handsome visage, coupled with his extraordinary talent and prowess, one would expect numerous outer gate disciples to seek his favor. However, due to his ruthless display during the competition, which even left the outer gate's most beautiful disciple, Lin Xuan, injured, coupled with Lin Xuan's cold demeanor that signaled a desire for solitude, no one dared to approach him. Lin Xuan relished this solitude. In the world of martial arts, strength is paramount. Connections become irrelevant. With absolute power, one can command everything from a lofty position, drawing wealth, beauty, and authority to oneself. The web of relationships crumbles before genuine strength. Thus, prioritizing the enhancement of his power was his foremost concern. All else was inconsequential. Before long, the disciples and the overseeing steward had vacated the area, leaving only the Grand Elder and Su Anlin on the high platform. "What do you think?" The Grand Elder inquired of Su Anlin. To comprehend half-formed sword intent within a month of entering the sect, Lu Qianyu was not this impressive during his time in the outer gate. Su Anlin remained silent for a prolonged moment before finally responding. "Indeed. Perhaps our flowing clouds sect might produce a true genius." The Grand Elder echoed this sentiment, his expression brimming with excitement. "Yes," Su Anlin nodded, though reluctant to admit it. He had to concede that Lin Xuan's talent surpassed his own, and even that of Lu Qianyu. Perhaps he could indeed become a true prodigy. At that moment, Su Anlin lamented, appearing greatly affected by the realization. The Grand Elder, witnessing this, could only offer a wry smile and shake his head. His intention in bringing Su Anlin to observe the outer gate competition was to establish a contrast with ordinary disciples, bolstering Su Anlin's confidence in preparation for the upcoming battle in 2 months. Yet, having witnessed this, the outcome was counterproductive. He could only wonder what changes lay ahead. Chapter 67. Transmission. However, the Grand Elder swiftly cast aside these thoughts and redirected his attention to Lin Xuan. Within a month of joining, he had achieved the status of the outer gate's foremost disciple and, while still at the 4th layer of the Gathering Chi stage, had grasped a fully formed intent. Such talent could be deemed extraordinary. If nurtured well, he could easily become the next Lu Qianyu and must not be overlooked. The Grand Elder resolved to report Lin Xuan's achievements to the higher echelons of the sect. With this in mind, the Grand Elder turned and made his way toward the core area of the sect. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Lin Xuan wasted no time and proceeded directly to the training room, settling onto the meditation cushion. With a focused thought, he chose to utilize his newfound abilities. Instantly, a torrent of warm energy surged through his being, flowing with the force of waves. Congratulations, host, on advancing to the Supreme Quality Scarlet Fire Attribute Talent. Congratulations, host, on achieving mastery of the 6th tier of the Superior Martial Art, Explosive Flame Fist. Congratulations, host, on advancing to the Superior Quality Heavy Water Attribute Talent. Simultaneously, Lin Xuan's aura began to steadily escalate. While he engaged in the process of absorbing and merging the replicated treasures, the entire outer gate of the Flowing Cloud sect trembled with astonishment, even causing ripples within the inner gate. This day marked the annual outer gate competition, held to motivate new disciples precisely 1 month after their initiation. Newcomers were permitted to participate, albeit most were eliminated in the first round without leaving a significant impression. Thus, expectations were low. However, no one anticipated the emergence of a remarkable exception like Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan, as a newcomer, had only been in the sect for a month. During the entrance examination, his talent garnered the personal praise of the outer gate's 3rd elder, who recognized him as possessing true potential, igniting considerable excitement. The protagonist of this competition, who would soon astonish both the inner and outer gates, was none other than he. In the first round of the outer gate competition, navigating the puppet tower, Lin Xuan delivered an astounding performance. Initially, the former outer gate champion, Chen Yuza, showcased his transformation stage prowess, clearing the challenge in a mere 3 minutes, marking the highest record in recent years. Yet, in comparison to Lin Xuan, his achievement appeared rather mundane. Lin Xuan completed the challenge in under a minute, demolishing everything in his path, including the formidable guardian at the final level. All present were left in a state of profound shock, unable to believe their eyes. Such a feat had not been witnessed in the decades since the establishment of the puppet tower within the Flowing Cloud sect. The Grand Elder, Su Anlin, and the Outer Gate disciples outside the tower were equally incredulous. It was only when the disciple responsible for recording scores emerged to report and presented the remnants of the puppets, including the shattered guardian, that they began to accept the truth. Even so, the lingering doubt persisted, for despite the undeniable evidence, without witnessing it firsthand, they could not fully believe. The astonishment among the onlookers remained palpable, with many still holding on to skepticism. Yet, Lin Xuan's subsequent performances only served to solidify his extraordinary reputation further. Thus, the second round of the competition commenced. Although skepticism lingered, the Grand Elder overseeing the event permitted Lin Xuan to advance to the top 20. However, since Lin Xuan was part of the 7th team and had utterly dismantled the puppets, the remaining 3 teams could not continue their elimination rounds. The Grand Elder, prior to the second round, granted the outer disciples an opportunity to challenge the top 20, with the victors poised to take their places. As anticipated, some found Lin Xuan's previously deemed absurd achievements hard to believe and initiated a challenge. This challenger was none other than Wang Kuei, a top-tier expert among the outer disciples, whose cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the Qi-gathering realm, possessing strength worthy of being among the top 20. However, the outcome was disastrous. He was swiftly defeated and severely injured by Lin Xuan in a single move. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. Truly, a top genius with genuine talent, having entered the sect for merely a month, had already surpassed the pinnacle of the Qi-gathering realm. Such progress was exceedingly rare, not just within the inner and outer sects, but throughout the entire Luoyuan sect. Returning to the tournament, Lin Xuan's decisive victory over Wang Kuei indeed qualified him to rank among the top 20. Moreover, he became the sole new disciple in recent years to achieve such a position. Following this, Lin Xuan continued his winning streak, smoothly advancing into the top 10. This came as no surprise to the onlookers. Having dispatched Wang Kuei with ease, Lin Xuan's prowess was clearly on par with the top 3 experts of the outer sect. Yet, what transpired next again sent ripples of astonishment through the crowd. Lin Xuan faced off against Zhou Lei, one of the top 3, as well as Guan Yu and Shuang, the second and third-ranked competitors, and astonishingly, he annihilated them as well. From the onset of the tournament, Lin Xuan had consistently delivered swift victories. Upon reaching the top 3, he again demonstrated his overwhelming strength. The spectators were left in utter shock. Such power, surely, was not far from that of the transformation realm, right? In just a month, Lin Xuan had achieved such remarkable progress. The crowd was once more left in awe of his extraordinary talent. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The true astonishment was yet to unfold. As the tournament neared its conclusion, Lin Xuan prepared to duel against Chen Yuza, the long-established #1 expert of the outer sect. This time, Chen Yuza not only revealed his cultivation at the transformation realm, but also displayed a semblance of intent. Although it was merely a nascent form of sword intent, it was still intent nonetheless. With this enhancement, the power of his martial arts could multiply exponentially, even outpacing many mid-stage inner disciples of the transformation realm, who would hardly be his match. Surely, this time Lin Xuan would face defeat, or so the crowd speculated. Yet, even in this final match, Lin Xuan erupted once more. Indeed, it was the intent. A new disciple, having merely entered the sect for a month, and at most possessing the cultivation of the Qi-gathering realm, had also comprehended intent, not just any nascent form of intent, but a fully realized one, the half-formed sword intent. With this mastery, Lin Xuan effortlessly overcame Chen Yuza, seizing first place in the tournament. With that, the competition concluded. Everyone present was left in a state of disbelief, standing frozen in place, eyes wide with incredulity, even spiraling into existential doubt. What? Surely, they must have misheard? A new disciple, still at the Qi-gathering realm, had comprehended intent, and not just any intent, but a fully formed one, the half-formed sword intent. This was something even the current master disciple, Lu Qianyu, had not achieved. That Lin Xuan could accomplish such a feat was beyond their comprehension. They nearly believed it to be an illusion, a figment of their imagination, for it seemed too fantastical, too surreal, to be real. Chapter 68, The Sect in Turmoil. Yet, this news emerged from the outer disciples and the management present at the tournament. Surely, such a multitude could not be fabricating the truth. Moreover, both the Grand Elder and the true disciples Su Anlin were present at the time. Neither of them denied or refuted the claims. With the testimonies of these two esteemed figures, the truth became undeniable. Was it indeed true? The crowd sank deeper into shock. To achieve such heights in merely a month could only be attributed to Lin Xuan's exceptional talent. This implied that Lin Xuan's abilities surpassed the rumors of his prowess. He was no longer merely a disciple of genuine talent. His gifts were beyond description. The crowd was left in awe of Lin Xuan's capabilities, which might even eclipse those of the current master disciple, Lu Qianyu. Despite their reluctance to accept this reality, it remained an undeniable fact. At the very least, during his time in the outer sect, Lu Qianyu's performance paled in comparison to Lin Xuan's. Lin Xuan's extraordinary gifts positioned him among the elite within the entirety of the Luyuan sect, and perhaps even within the broader Zongyuan kingdom. The spectators were engulfed in profound astonishment, struggling to regain their composure. Simultaneously, Lin Xuan's reputation soared, swiftly spreading throughout the outer sect to the point where he became a household name. Even within the inner sect, his fame was notable, having reached the ears of many inner disciples. In fact, due to Su Anlin's presence, numerous true disciples began to take an interest in Lin Xuan. In the core area of the Luyuan sect, within the Luyuan Great Hall, the sect master listened intently as the Grand Elder respectfully reported the events of the day's tournament. The occurrences had been so staggering that after leaving the outer sect's martial arena, he felt compelled to relay the news, which had ultimately reached the sect master's ears. Garnering his attention, the sect master even summoned him personally to verify the details. The Grand Elder subsequently recounted the tournament's events in their entirety. The figure before him was tall and slender, casting only a silhouette for the Grand Elder. "It seems he is indeed a genius worthy of cultivation," came a calm voice, laced with subtle fluctuations, indicating that even he was not entirely unperturbed. The Grand Elder remained silent, listening intently. After a moment, the voice continued, "Resources will be allocated generously. As for other matters, do not interfere. Allow him to cultivate at his own pace like the other disciples. The sect will monitor his development discreetly." "Understood, Sect Master." The Grand Elder bowed respectfully before turning to leave. Once the Grand Elder's figure had completely vanished from sight, a deep sigh resonated within the hall. "To be a prodigy is no easy task," he lamented. Time passed swiftly, and before long, several hours had elapsed. Lin Xuan finally opened his eyes, exhaling deeply. Feeling the surge of power coursing through his body, he nodded in satisfaction. The treasures he had replicated this time were numerous, and fully assimilating them had indeed taken considerable time. He then gazed into the void before him, noting that his strength had significantly increased. As Lin Xuan contemplated, he observed the attribute panel suspended in the air, his brow furrowing slightly. It appeared that he had replicated a considerable number of high-grade martial arts. However, the sheer volume was rather overwhelming. Perhaps it would be prudent to synthesize them first. Thus, Lin Xuan immersed himself once more in the synthesis of martial arts. After spending another half an hour, he finally completed the process. He turned his gaze back to the void before him. Swish. God-level replication system host. Lin Xuan realm. 4th layer of Qi gathering realm talent. Spiritual grade cultivation talent. Superior talent. Speed, strength, swordsmanship, high-grade saber talent. Superior attribute talent. Sharp gold, gale, crimson fire. High-grade attribute talent. Crimson fire, solid earth, azure wood, heavy water. Medium-grade attribute talent. Frost, lightning. Martial arts. Hunyuan decision. 7th grade low tier. Minor achievement. Wind flame saber technique. 6th grade high tier. Major achievement. Fierce windsword formula. 6th grade high tier. Major achievement. Barbaric elephant decision. 6th grade high tier. Major achievement. Overbearing fist. 6th grade high tier. Major achievement. Raging waves palm. 6th grade high tier. Major achievement. Sky splitting leg. 6th grade high tier. Major achievement. Shadow following technique. 6th grade high tier. Major achievement. Intent. 2/10 sword intent. 1/10 saber intent. 1/10 wind intent. 1/10 gold intent. Half-formed fire intent. Energy points. 2. 37 million. Personal space. 44. Gazing at the attribute panel suspended in the void, Lin Xuan nodded slightly. This attribute panel of his, aside from the cultivation level, could very well be regarded as one of the finest within the entire outer and inner sects of the Flowing Cloud sect, excluding those at the Spirit Awakening realm and higher-ranking sect leaders, as well as true disciples. Nevertheless, it was quite impressive. Lin Xuan felt a sense of satisfaction. To think, in such a short span of time, he had accumulated over 200,000 energy points. His gaze shifted downward, landing on the bottom of the attribute panel, and he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. This figure was rather excessive. After he had replicated the remaining treasures from the Grand Elder and Su Anlin on the training platform, he had only a little over 60,000 energy points left. Yet, just a few hours later, it had astonishingly surged to 230,000, an increase of 170,000. The rate of growth was quite astonishing. He was taken aback. It seemed that the recent grand competition had stirred quite a commotion. After a few breaths, Lin Xuan exhaled deeply to calm his mind. Murmuring to himself, his eyes transformed into a glimmer of joy. The greater the upheaval caused, the more energy points he would amass. The greater the number of treasures he could replicate, the faster his strength would increase. Naturally, Lin Xuan was elated. Moreover, given this trend, it was conceivable that he could ultimately acquire 50 to 60 million energy points, sufficient for replicating numerous high-grade treasures. Lin Xuan felt even more content. Next, he intended to visit the Outer Sect's Golden Source Hall to exchange for some cultivation resources. After a while, Lin Xuan composed himself, stowed away the attribute panel, and rose. His innate talent was now substantial, and his foundation was exceedingly stable. All he lacked were cultivation resources. He also possessed a considerable 5,000 contribution points. He aimed to elevate his cultivation to the Qi transformation realm and ascend to the Inner Sect. Having already ranked among the elite of the Outer Sect, there was little of value left for him to replicate, making it unnecessary to linger any longer. To expedite his progress and replicate higher-grade treasures, he needed to venture into the Inner Sect. After tidying up, Lin Xuan left his courtyard and strode directly towards Golden Source Hall. Golden Source Hall served as the place for exchanging cultivation resources within the Outer Sect. It offered a variety of pills, spiritual herbs, swords, and other essential items for martial artists, all purchasable with contribution points, making it quite convenient. Of course, one could also use gold coins or spirit stones for purchases. However, contribution points served as the internal currency of the Flowing Cloud sect, making transactions more straightforward and often offering discounts. In contrast, using gold coins or spirit stones lacked such benefits. Chapter 69. Star Treatment. Upon leaving his courtyard, Lin Xuan made his way directly to Golden Source Hall. On the day of his report, the deacon responsible for guiding him through the entrance had already shown him around. He was somewhat familiar with the surroundings. However, along the way, Lin Xuan noticed that wherever he went, people would glance at him with surprise and whisper among themselves. Lin Xuan couldn't help but smile. He had not anticipated that the events of the Outer Sect competition would spread so rapidly, becoming common knowledge. Nevertheless, this was advantageous for him, as it meant he could gather more energy points. He held no resentment, provided these individuals did not provoke him. A mere glance would not diminish his worth. Thus, Lin Xuan chose to ignore them and continued toward Golden Source Hall. Before long, he arrived. Although called a hall, Golden Source Hall was essentially a spacious grand chamber. Inside, there were numerous shelves, systematically arranged with various treasures, each marked with a price for selection. It bore a striking resemblance to a supermarket from his previous life. Moreover, as the only venue in the Outer Sect for purchasing various cultivation resources, it was bustling with activity, even lively. Lin Xuan took a cursory glance around before striding inside. As soon as he entered, a deacon stationed nearby noticed him, his eyes lighting up with a broad smile as he approached. "Lin disciple, welcome to Golden Source Hall. It is indeed an honor. I am Li Hang, the deacon on duty here. You may simply call me Deacon Li. I presume you have come to acquire cultivation resources? Although my own cultivation talent is lacking, I have spent several years in this Golden Source Hall and am quite familiar with it. If you have any needs, feel free to ask me directly. I can help you select the most suitable treasures," Deacon Li said, his demeanor ingratiating. Lin Xuan hadn't even spoken yet, and he had already rambled on extensively. Lin Xuan found himself somewhat speechless. Moreover, Deacon Li's voice was not quiet, and his words immediately stirred a commotion within the grand hall. What did Deacon Li just say? Is he really that Lin Xuan, the Lin brother? Indeed. He is the current top figure in the Outer Sect, Lin Xuan. I also participated in the grand competition and am acquainted with him. Doesn't he seem exceptionally imposing aside from being somewhat handsome? How did he become so formidable? I know, right? At that time, I had no idea that Lin Xuan had only joined the sect for a month and had already reached the Qi gathering realm. Furthermore, he achieved an uninterrupted victory in the competition, defeating even Brother Chun, who had broken through to the Qi transformation realm and comprehended the rudiments of sword intent. He overwhelmingly claimed first place. How astonishing! In the grand hall, nearly everyone's gaze converged on Lin Xuan, engaging in fervent discussions, utterly astonished by his achievements. His performance in the recent Outer Sect competition was nothing short of sensational, likely setting records not seen in the Flowing Cloud sect for decades, if not a century. Thus, although the competition had concluded several hours prior, the fervor had not waned. Instead, it had intensified. Wherever he passed, it incited a wave of excitement. Simultaneously, many were bemused by Deacon Li's behavior. This Deacon Li was the nephew of an outer sect elder, allowing him to secure a position at the lucrative Golden Source Hall. Yet, he spent his days idly, showing little genuine effort. He typically exuded an air of arrogance, disregarding others. Today, however, upon Lin Xuan's arrival, he acted uncharacteristically. Sticking to Lin Xuan like a burr, all smiles, as if Lin Xuan were his elder rather than a fellow outer sect disciple. This spectacle elicited laughter from onlookers. However, they understood Deacon Li's actions quite well. After all, Lin Xuan's displayed talent was extraordinarily remarkable. Within the entire Flowing Cloud sect, including the higher echelons and true disciples, he would likely rank among the top few. Such a superlative genius, provided he did not encounter unforeseen setbacks, was destined for greatness. Becoming a true disciple and ascending to the sect's higher ranks was merely a matter of course, akin to a future top-tier powerhouse of the sect. Deacon Li's flattery made sense. Once Lin Xuan rose to prominence, even a small favor would ensure Deacon Li's prosperity. Thus, Deacon Li's attitude was hardly surprising, given Lin Xuan's extraordinary talent. In fact, some in the crowd even harbored a hint of envy towards Deacon Li. With a thick skin and no concern for subtle jabs, Deacon Li was the first to approach Lin Xuan. Many among them desired to curry favor with Lin Xuan as well. However, to do so publicly, lowering themselves to flatter a new disciple, was somewhat difficult for them to accept. They hesitated. Ultimately, Deacon Li made the first move, leaving them in regretful stasis. In the center of the crowd, Lin Xuan felt the gazes converging on him and the murmurs surrounding him, and he could not help but smile calmly. He had not anticipated enjoying such star-like treatment so swiftly in this life. However, he understood that what these people valued was merely his potential and talent, not his current strength. Should he falter or slow his progress, the situation would shift dramatically, and he might find himself facing scorn from the masses. Because he stood too high, his fall would undoubtedly be tragic. Thus, he dared not to slacken his efforts. He must swiftly transform this potential into genuine strength to face all challenges without fear. In this martial arts world, strength ultimately reigns supreme. Lin Xuan then ceased his idle chatter and directly said, "I trouble you, stewardly, to recommend some resources such as pills and spiritual herbs suitable for cultivating in the qi-gathering realm. The stronger the effects, the better. Price is not a concern." "Very well. Please follow me, Lin Shitzi," replied Li Hang in a solemn tone, aware that Lin Xuan, being such a prodigy, preferred straightforwardness. He aimed to please Lin Xuan and ensure his satisfaction. He led Lin Xuan to the eastern section of the hall, towards the inner shelves of the medicinal area, and retrieved a small vial for him. This is the condensing qi pill, a high-grade third-tier pill, one of the most suitable for cultivation in the qi-gathering realm. It contains 3 pills, redeemable for 3 contribution points, Li Hang explained, then picked up a larger jar from the side. Inside this is the water yuan fruit, a high-grade third-tier spiritual herb used to nourish the body and enhance strength, while also eliminating toxic substances within. With this water yuan fruit, you can continuously consume pills for cultivation without worrying about the accumulation of pill toxins affecting your foundational health. It costs 5 contribution points per fruit. Li Hang continued to recommend 8 different types of pills and spiritual herbs, all of which were high-grade third tier, the most precious resources within the Golden Source Hall. Their values were considerable, with the least expensive requiring several contribution points. Li Hang was aware that Lin Xuan had received additional rewards from the elder due to his talent, amounting to a staggering 5,000 contribution points, which emboldened him to make such recommendations. Otherwise, even someone like Qin Yuza might not afford such precious resources, let alone other ordinary outer disciples. In the end, under Li Hang's guidance, Lin Xuan spent over 2,000 contribution points to exchange for a substantial amount of pills and spiritual herbs, leaving satisfied. The other disciples gazed enviously at Lin Xuan's departing figure. 2,000 contribution points were an amount that even the outer sect's top disciple, Qin Yuza, might not possess, making it utterly unattainable for ordinary disciples. Yet Lin Xuan had casually spent it, exuding an air of indifference. The disparity was immense. Was this the mark of a top-tier genius? They could not compare. The disciples sighed inwardly. Sitting cross-legged, Lin Xuan took out the condensing qi pill, water yuan fruit, and other resources, commencing his seclusion for cultivation. This time, he aimed to directly break through to the transformation qi realm and progress to the inner sect. The outer sect no longer warranted his lingering attention. As time flowed steadily, for days passed unnoticed. Within the cultivation chamber, a powerful aura gradually unfurled, creating waves of energy. Lin Xuan opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. As he gazed into the void before him, he had broken through to the first layer of the transformation qi realm. Sensing the surge of strength within his body, Now multiplied several times, he nodded slightly. With a flick of his finger, a blade of sword energy shot forth, leaving a long scratch on the opposite wall. True Qi has left the body, Lin Xuan murmured with a smile. This was the most evident trait of the transformation Qi realm. With his current strength, even without invoking any profound intent, he could easily defeat Qinyuza with a single strike. At the same time, he witnessed the terrifying nature of his spiritual cultivation talent. He initially thought it would take at least 10 days to half a month to break through to the transformation Qi realm, yet it had only taken 4 days. He had continuously advanced from the 4th layer of the Qi gathering realm to the current 1st layer of the transformation Qi realm, spanning several minor and one major realm. Such a rapid cultivation speed would surely astonish anyone who heard of it. Among the outer sect's thousands of practitioners in the Qi gathering realm, only Qinyuza had managed to break through to the transformation Qi realm, and that took him over a year. None could compare to Lin Xuan, who accomplished it in just a few days. Moreover, after the breakthrough, he immediately solidified his realm, resulting in a significant increase in strength. It was truly astonishing. Lin Xuan began to understand the benefits of possessing exceptional talent. It seemed he needed to prioritize enhancing his innate abilities, particularly his cultivation talent. He pondered this while continuing to survey the attributes panel before him. There were no significant changes aside from the cultivation level, but at the bottom, the energy point tally had accumulated to a remarkable 34,000. Lin Xuan gazed at the energy point count, his smile broadening. In just 4 days of seclusion, he had gained an additional 10,000 energy points, which was quite satisfactory. Although his performance in the outer sect competition had indeed caused quite a stir, that would gradually subside with the passage of time. The initial phase saw the most rapid growth of energy points, which would eventually taper off until it ceased entirely. Lin Xuan estimated that reaching 40 to 50,000 energy points would be his limit. These energy points would suffice for him to replicate numerous valuable treasures. Feeling content, Lin Xuan stowed away the attributes panel, embracing the aura of the transformation Qi realm as he stood up. It was time to proceed to the inner sect. He stretched lazily, turned, and exited the cultivation chamber. After taking a moment to gather the items he needed to bring along into his storage ring, he cast a final glance at his small courtyard, feeling a twinge of sentimentality, before striding toward the outer sect hall. Unexpectedly, after only a month in the outer sect, his cultivation had risen enough for him to move to the inner sect. At this rate, his speed of cultivation and growth and strength would accelerate evermore. He speculated that he would not remain in the inner sect, or even within the Luyun sect, Songyuan kingdom, or even the entire Qiyang domain for long. Lin Xuan reflected quietly. However, none of this mattered much. Coming to this world was meant to behold grandeur, more magnificent vistas, and experience things he had never encountered in his past life. There was no reason to linger in one place indefinitely. Shortly thereafter, Lin Xuan arrived at the outer sect hall. This hall managed all affairs of the outer sect, and one must go through it to advance to the inner sect. Upon entering, Lin Xuan glanced around and noticed that while it lacked the liveliness of the Golden Source Hall, the quality of the martial artists moving about was significantly higher. Even those at the condensing Xian realm and elders of the opening spirit realm were not uncommon. Unfortunately, the treasures they possessed were rather unimpressive and not worth his energy points to replicate. Lin Xuan shook his head and proceeded deeper. Arriving at a nearby counter, he clasped his hands and said, "Steward's son, I am Lin Xuan, and I have broken through to the transformation Qi realm. I wish to enter the inner sect. Please inform the elders." Each outer sect disciple advancing to the inner sect required the oversight of an elder to go through the necessary procedures. After all, inner sect disciples were considered the elite among outer sect disciples, each with the potential to reach greater heights, with at least one steward among them, warranting a degree of attention. Steward's son, engrossed in perusing a tome behind the counter, nodded at Lin Xuan's words and said, "All right, I will notify the second elder." However, midway through his sentence, Steward's son suddenly froze, his expression turning incredulous. "Did you say your name is Lin Xuan?" "Indeed, I am Lin Xuan," he affirmed. "How is that possible?" At this point, Steward's son could no longer maintain his composure and exclaimed in astonishment. The outer sect hall was already a place of great significance, characterized by a solemn atmosphere and relative quietude. Steward's son's exclamation echoed throughout the hall, drawing the attention of nearly everyone present. Soon, the gazes of the crowd fell upon Lin Xuan, observing his visage and sensing his aura. The arena fell into a momentary silence before erupting into a cacophony of voices. Could it be that he was Lin Xuan, the first among the outer disciples? Yet, his aura seemed not to belong to the gathering Qi realm. Indeed, it was the transformative Qi realm. Just moments ago, he had spoken of advancing to the inner sect. How could this be? Just 4 days prior, During the outer sect competition, he had only been at the gathering chi level. How could he have already ascended to the transformative chi realm? This seemed exceedingly implausible. The crowd murmured among themselves, their gazes fixed upon Lin Xuan, filled with shock and disbelief. The events of the outer sect competition had long since spread, becoming common knowledge among all. Through the comments of several attending stewards and the elder of the outer sect, they were aware that Lin Xuan had been at the 4th level of the gathering chi realm, a mid-tier stage in that realm. Within just a month of entering, he had progressed from the initial stage of the aperture opening realm to the mid-tier level of gathering chi, an astonishingly swift advancement. Yet, no one anticipated that Lin Xuan would once again shatter limits. Nearly 4 days post-competition, he had come to the outer sect hall, ready to ascend to the inner sect. Chapter 71. Inner sect. As the onlookers beheld this scene, disbelief washed over them. Such a rate of cultivation was beyond their imagination, yet it unfolded before their very eyes, as if they were ensnared in a dream. Among them, many were at the transformative chi realm, or even at the condensation realm. Thus they could indeed sense Lin Xuan's aura, confirming that he had truly attained the transformative chi realm. This meant that Lin Xuan had indeed accomplished the remarkable feat of breaking through from the 4th level of gathering chi to the 1st level of transformative chi in just 4 days. The crowd was increasingly astounded, their admiration for Lin Xuan's talent reaching new heights, nearly overwhelming them. His display during the outer sect competition had already been extraordinary, yet they had underestimated him. Lin Xuan's innate abilities were far superior to the rumors that had circulated. It was likely he could rank among the pinnacle of the sect. The crowd dared not ponder further, sinking into profound astonishment. "Please wait a moment, Lin Shurji. I shall summon the second elder," said one of the onlookers. He did not dare to offend such a prodigious talent as Lin Xuan, nor delay his time. With that, he dashed into the depths of the outer sect hall. Shortly thereafter, he emerged, not with the second elder, but with the grand elder. Upon seeing the grand elder approach, the crowd was taken aback. They hadn't expected such a high-ranking figure to be involved. The grand elder, who oversaw all matters of the outer sect, held the highest position therein. The outer sect hall indeed fell under his jurisdiction. Typically, the second elder handled most issues, such as disciples advancing to the inner sect. However, this time, the grand elder had taken the initiative, signifying his regard for Lin Xuan. The grand elder's gaze settled upon Lin Xuan, and sensing his aura, he too was taken aback. My, what a remarkable youth, advancing to the inner sect so swiftly. He chuckled lightly, though his astonishment was palpable. As the grand elder, he was acutely aware of nearly all outer sect disciples who made the transition to the inner sect. Yet, he had never encountered anyone like Lin Xuan, who had progressed from entry to inner sect within just over a month. Even the esteemed true disciples, Lu Qianyu and others, had taken longer. It seemed Lin Xuan's talent surpassed even his expectations. Lin Xuan, upon hearing this, bowed and stated, "Disciple has broken through to the transformative chi realm and seeks to enter the inner sect. I humbly request the Grand Elder's approval." Indeed, the Grand Elder nodded slightly, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "With your talent, remaining in the outer sect would indeed be a waste. Follow me." With that, the Grand Elder led Lin Xuan into the depths of the outer sect hall, under the watchful eyes of all present. They traversed the process of entering the inner sect, which, in truth, was not overly complex. It involved merely exchanging the identity token for a new one signifying his status as an inner sect disciple, along with receiving the specialized attire of inner sect disciples and being recorded in the registry, among other formalities. Lin Xuan was also provided with his resources for the first month in the inner sect. In a mere 10 minutes, the entire process was completed. The Grand Elder called over an inner sect disciple on duty at the outer sect hall and said, "Yes, Elder Chun." He then turned to Lin Xuan, clasping his hands in respect. "Lin Shidi, let us proceed." "Very well," Lin Xuan replied, as his gaze swept over Zhou Yu's attribute panel. He couldn't help but marvel. His talent was comparable to the top 3 outer disciples, Chen Yuze, Zhou Lei, and Guan Yuanshuang. This was merely an ordinary inner sect disciple, highlighting the superiority of the inner sect over the outer sect. Soon after, the two exited through a grand door from the depths of the outer sect hall, stepping into a realm infinitely more expansive. The architecture was grander, and the spiritual energy in the air was far denser. This was the inner sect, the heart of the sect, while the outer sect merely constituted its periphery. Behind them, the Grand Elder gazed at Lin Xuan's retreating figure, letting out a quiet sigh. "Lin Xuan, the sect has not granted you any special treatment due to your talent. All must be earned through your own efforts. How far you can go depends solely on you." He eagerly anticipated the day Lin Xuan would rise to prominence. As Lin Xuan took in the surroundings, Marveling at the breathtaking scenery that resembled the celestial realms described in ancient tales, Zhou Yu diligently fulfilled the Grand Elder's instructions, enlightening Lin Xuan about the inner sect's intricacies. Unlike the outer sect, the inner sect was more specialized, with numerous halls such as the Alchemy Hall, Artifact Hall, Array Hall, and Mission Hall, categorized distinctly. In contrast, the outer sect had only 3 main halls: the Outer Sect Hall, the Sect Affairs Hall, and the Golden Source Hall. Outer sect disciples could only enter the inner sect upon breaking through to the transformative Qi realm, becoming inner sect disciples. Each inner sect disciple had previously been among the top outer disciples, thus the total number of inner sect disciples was only a little over 500, significantly fewer than that of the outer sect. Additionally, there were distinctions among inner sect disciples, categorized into ordinary inner disciples, inner sect elites, and strong-ranking disciples. Ordinary inner disciples referred to those with average talent and lower cultivation, merely at the transformative Qi realm, or newly transitioned into the inner sect. Inner sect elites possessed commendable talent, aged no more than 24, and had achieved the condensation realm. Strong-ranking disciples had even higher requirements, each at least at the pinnacle of the condensation realm, with exceptional talent and potential to become true disciples. Every strong-ranking disciple could be considered among the elite of the inner sect, both in strength and talent. With over 500 inner sect disciples, merely 36 could be classified as strong-ranking disciples, indicative of their rarity. Thus, Lin Xuan, having just entered the inner sect, was categorized as an ordinary inner disciple. His treatment was the most basic among inner sect disciples. Lin Xuan attentively absorbed Zhou Yu's explanations, gaining a clearer understanding of the inner sect. After about 10 minutes, Zhou Yu led Lin Xuan to a modest abode. This was the residence for ordinary inner sect disciples. Although it appeared unassuming, it comprised a living room and a bedroom, a significant upgrade compared to the outer sect. Before departing, Zhou Yu earnestly advised Lin Shidi, the inner sect is not a cradle like the outer sect. While it offers more resources and benefits, the competition is far more ruthless. Some actions that may seem unacceptable in the outer sect are permitted within the inner sect, as long as they adhere to the rules. Be prepared. That is all I can share. Wishing you a pleasant life in the inner sect, and may your martial path thrive. After patting Lin Xuan on the shoulder, he exited. Lin Xuan was left somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, he retained confidence in his abilities and did not dwell on Zhou Yu's words. He began to organize his new residence. After half an hour of settling in, just as he was about to take a moment to rest, a loud crash echoed through the air. Chapter 72. An unwelcome visit with a thunderous bang. The door was violently kicked open. A rugged young man strode in, flanked by several followers. "Ah, a new disciple has arrived. How fortuitous." He whistled, a cold smirk playing on his lips. The followers erupted in laughter. "You might not be aware, kid, but this area is under my protection, Zhao Gang's. You owe 100 contribution points or 12 inferior spirit stones every 2 months as a protection fee to ensure your safety. No one dares to disturb you here. But if you fail to pay, your life will become quite difficult." Zhao Gang's eyes flared with anger, as if intending to intimidate Lin Xuan. "Though you are a new disciple, you are still part of the inner circle. Today, I happen to be here, so hand over the protection fee quickly. I have no time to waste. And do not misunderstand the consequences of refusal." He gestured toward the door. Outside, a first-level disciple of the Qi transformation stage lay on the ground, struggling beneath the foot of another inner disciple, his face turning crimson with exertion, yet to no avail. "Is that so?" Lin Xuan scoffed, his gaze sweeping over Zhao Gang. Name, Zhao Gang. Cultivation level, Qi transformation stage, level 7. Talent, superior cultivation talent, inferior strength talent. Medium speed talent, medium blade talent, medium earth attribute talent, medium water attribute talent, inferior wood attribute talent. Martial arts, heavy rock blade technique, 4th rank, superior, major achievement. Rock origin fist, 4th rank, superior, major achievement. Cracking rock palm, 4th rank, medium, major achievement. Personal treasure, 1 heavy rock blade, 4th rank, superior spirit tool. Gazing at Zhao Gang's attributes, Lin Xuan's eyes flickered. As expected of the inner circle, even a random member emerged at the Qi transformation stage's late phase, with talent surpassing that of the top 3 outer disciples, Zhou Lei, Guan Yuanshuang, and others. Yet, this level of strength was insufficient to rob him. Even though he had just broken through to the first level of the Qi transformation stage, the commotion attracted many nearby inner disciples, who gathered outside, chattering in a lively manner. "Ah, Zhao Gang is here to collect his protection fee again. This is going to cost us. There's no way around it. Zhao Gang is in the late phase of Qi transformation, and he has a condensation stage elite backing him. We cannot contend with that." That new disciple is unfortunate. He just entered the inner circle and has already encountered this trouble. He'll probably resist a bit, considering that in the outer circle, a chi transformation disciple is a ruler. He won't yield so quickly. However, after a lesson, he'll bow his head. Sighs and murmurs of sympathy filled the air as the inner disciples expressed their pity for Lin Xuan, yet none extended a helping hand. After all, they were also targets of Zhao Gang's protection fees and were unable to secure their own safety, let alone assist others. Lin Xuan, however, maintained his composure and replied coldly. Level 7 of the Qi transformation stage is commendable, but attempting to rob me is far from sufficient. Although his words and tone were calm, they exuded an unspoken dominance. The atmosphere suddenly fell into a profound silence. All eyes turned to Lin Xuan in astonishment. Even Zhao Gang was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of irritation as he clenched his fists, scoffing. So, you intend to challenge my authority? You still lack the qualifications for such a challenge. Lin Xuan's calm words resonated with an even greater air of supremacy. How about this? I happen to be in need of spirit stones for my cultivation. Transfer the protection fees you've collected to me, and I will allow you to leave unharmed. Otherwise, you may find it quite difficult to exit standing. As his words fell, the area first sank into silence, then erupted into a frenzy akin to boiling water. Well, it has been ages since I've seen such an audacious new disciple. This is not just bravado, it's sheer folly. Zhao Gang will not let him off easily. Indeed, most new disciples are only at the first level of Qi transformation, at the bottom of the inner circle, and even the talented ones barely reach the second level. But Zhao Gang is at the 7th level of Qi transformation, a peak existence among his peers. This kid as provocation will surely lead to dire consequences. The disciples buzzed with excitement. While they had anticipated Lin Xuan would choose to resist, they had not expected him to adopt such a defiant attitude, making it seem as if he were the one at the late phase of Qi transformation, not Zhao Gang. As the crowd processed this, their expressions shifted, and sympathy for Lin Xuan dissipated. Some even reveled in the misfortune they expected to befall him, recalling their own past experiences of resistance that had ended poorly. Lin Xuan's audacity, if he emerged unscathed, would only serve to stoke their resentment. Inside the room, Zhao Gang seethed with fury, incredulous that a mere ordinary inner disciple dared to act so arrogantly before him, especially a new disciple at the first level of Qi transformation. Kid, it seems many have forgotten the might of Zhao Gang, he declared coldly. The aura of Qi transformation erupted from him, sending waves of pressure radiating outward, easily sending his followers flying. The surrounding disciples instinctively recoiled, their faces marked by fear. So powerful. This is Zhao Gang's strength? He is truly formidable. He must rank among the top inner disciples. The disciples trembled under Zhao Gang's pressure, and their anticipation of Lin Xuan's impending defeat grew. Die, kid, Zhao Gang shouted, dismissing any further hesitation, and launched an attack. Rock Origin Fist. He unleashed a punch, sending forth a deep gray fist imprint, its momentum akin to a mountain shattering, bearing down on Lin Xuan. The force was overwhelming. Even a typical Qi transformation stage, level 7 disciple might struggle to withstand it, let alone Lin Xuan, who had just recently broken through to the first level. All eyes were on Lin Xuan, awaiting the spectacle of his imminent defeat and bloodied retreat. Yet, Lin Xuan was no ordinary disciple of the Qi transformation stage. His exceptional talent placed him on par with the most accomplished disciples, augmenting his strength exponentially, far beyond what his peers could achieve. They were destined for disappointment. Better you perish. Lin Xuan scoffed, retaliating in kind. With a punch of his own dominant fist, he unleashed a torrent of power, the air around him fracturing as he propelled his attack forward. The inner disciples, witnessing a new disciple daring to clash with Zhao Gang, could hardly contain their derision. Many scoffed, convinced that this new disciple would leave the encounter with a shattered arm. What kind of fool would challenge an established disciple like Zhao Gang at the 7th level of Qi transformation? Seeing this, Zhao Gang grinned maliciously, increasing the force of his punch. In the next moment, before the eyes of all gathered, the two fists collided with a thunderous crash. The sound echoed, and the shockwave rippled outward, forcing the surrounding disciples to stagger back. Yet, despite their anticipation of a cry of despair, it never came. As the clash resonated within the confines of the house, both individuals withdrew in haste. However, Lin Xuan retreated only 3 steps, swaying slightly before regaining his composure, his expression remaining as frigid as ever, as if nothing had transpired. In stark contrast, Zhao Gang's countenance shifted dramatically. He felt an overwhelming and formidable force surge towards him, akin to a tempest, compelling him to retreat involuntarily. He staggered backward for several meters, finally colliding with the wall, which resulted in a muffled thud, bringing him to a halt. With a grunt, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, the disparity in their strengths was glaringly evident. Witnessing this scene, all the disciples present were left dumbfounded, standing frozen in disbelief. Gradually, some began to regain their senses, and a chorus of gasps filled the air. Could it be that this newcomer had indeed struck Zhao Gang back with a single punch? And worse yet, had he injured him? Was he truly just a first-level disciple in the Qi transformation realm? How could such an exceptional new disciple exist? Perhaps Zhao Gang had not exerted his full strength? Even so, that was still an impressive feat. The disciples murmured among themselves, their gazes fixed upon Lin Xuan, filled with astonishment. They had anticipated that in a direct confrontation, Lin Xuan would be the one to scream in agony and be sent flying, possibly even losing an arm. Yet the reality was the complete opposite. Lin Xuan remained unscathed, while it was Zhao Gang, a seasoned 7th-level intersect expert, who was injured. The stark contrast in their abilities left the disciples in disbelief, their hearts heavy with shock. A first-level disciple in the Qi transformation realm had managed to repel a 7th-level veteran. Such a spectacle was nothing short of astonishing. It had been many years since such a phenomenon had graced the intersect. Even among the current 20-odd true disciples, few had achieved anything comparable during their time as intersect disciples. Yet now, they were witnessing this extraordinary event unfold before their very eyes. It felt surreal, as if they were caught in a dream, their disbelief causing their hearts to remain unsettled for some time. Meanwhile, Zhao Gang's loyal followers were equally terrified. They had never imagined their leader, who had previously dominated this region without challenge, would encounter such a formidable opponent today, especially one who was merely a new disciple. Their expressions betrayed their fear as they retreated, abandoning their earlier bravado. A few rushed to assist Zhao Gang, seeking refuge behind him, as it was the only way they could feel a semblance of safety. Zhao Gang, wiping the blood from his mouth, fixed his steely gaze upon Lin Xuan, his expression dark as a stormy sea. He had not expected to find himself outmatched by a newcomer. Nevertheless, he was aware that his mastery of martial arts did not solely lie in his fists. His true prowess resided in his blade techniques. He remained unconvinced that he could not handle a mere new disciple. Resolute, he grasped a heavy, black sword that materialized in his hand. You are indeed formidable for a new intersect disciple, possessing such talent. However, it is unfortunate that you have crossed paths with me. If I do not incapacitate you today, then I truly do not understand Zhao. His voice was icy as he issued the challenge. Lin Xuan's expression hardened. Was this the cruelty that Zhou Yu had spoken of? Yet he had not anticipated it to be this severe, that one misstep could lead to his downfall. In comparison, the outer sect seemed a paradise. No, perhaps the outer sect was equally ruthless. He simply had risen too swiftly to fully comprehend it. Regardless, he felt no fear. In the world of martial arts, strength reigned supreme, and only the fittest survived. He had been prepared for this, though he had not expected to encounter it so soon. Yet since the challenge had been laid down, he would confront it head-on to avoid further complications down the road. With that resolve, Lin Xuan unsheathed his Qingfeng sword, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes as he prepared to meet Zhao Gang's blade. Let us see if you can withstand the edge of my sword. The onlookers gasped in astonishment at the sight. Zhao Gang, incensed, prepared to unleash his most adept sword techniques, pondering whether this newcomer could withstand his assault. Many doubted the possibility, considering Zhao Gang's superior cultivation. However, the recent punch had indicated that Lin Xuan held the upper hand. The disciples murmured amongst themselves. Having lost their earlier disdain for Lin Xuan, he had proven his worth through his strength, and aside from Zhao Gang, none dared to challenge him. They realized that Lin Xuan had surpassed their expectations, having demonstrated the ability to contend with someone 6 levels above him. It was not out of the realm of possibility that he could achieve further extraordinary feats. Consequently, the disciples began to retreat, with Zhao Gang's followers hastily exiting the building. Recognizing that both combatants had reached the late stages of the Qi transformation realm, they could not endure the aftermath of their battle and dared not draw closer, opting instead to observe from a distance. In that moment, Zhao Gang ceased his words and swung his great blade. Die! The strike unleashed a deep, gray blade of energy, akin to a gathering of rock, surging forth with an overwhelming force. The might of this blow far surpassed that of the previous punch, its speed astonishingly swift. Arriving before Lin Xuan in the blink of an eye, the air split as it descended, a harbinger of devastation. The onlookers felt a chill run down their spines, knowing that none among them could withstand such an attack and would likely be gravely injured. As they awaited Lin Xuan's response, he sprang into action. "Fierce wind!" he cried, thrusting his sword forward. The spectators felt a tempest whip through the air, blurring their vision. An invisible force washed over them, compelling them to retreat once more, their astonishment at Lin Xuan's power growing ever more profound. Zhao Gang, too, felt the tremor of shock resonate within him as he beheld Lin Xuan, his body quaking with trepidation. He had never anticipated such formidable strength. The moment Lin Xuan's sword met the deep gray blade of energy, an explosive clash ensued. Cracking sounds echoed, and in an instant, the rock-like blade was marred by spiderweb-like fissures, shattering into countless fragments of ethereal energy that dissipated into the air. Remarkable, Zhao Gang gasped, his heart pounding with dread. He could scarcely believe that a newcomer possessed such terrifying power. It was likely that he was not far from the pinnacle of the Qi transformation realm. Regret flooded his mind as he questioned why he had provoked such a formidable being. A mere novice, yet with such prowess, his talent was undeniable. And he was not someone Zhao Gang could afford to contend with. Yet at that moment, Zhao Gang had no time for regrets. As Lin Xuan was already making his next move, another thrust of the sword sent a flurry of afterimages racing through the air, each one faster than the last. Accompanied by a piercing sound that echoed through the void, Zhao Gang found himself unable to evade the assault, forced to block with his blade. The clash rang out, sparks flying, and moments later, he was sent hurtling backward as if struck by a cannonball, crashing against the wall. Blood erupted from his mouth. His right arm twisted at an unnatural angle, and his chest caved in, leaving him grievously wounded. His treasured blade clattered to the ground. Outside the building, the other disciples beheld a scene unlike any they had witnessed. In their eyes, it was as if a tempest had swept through, causing them to instinctively retreat. When they focused again, Lin Xuan stood firm while Zhao Gang lay on the ground, bloodied and severely injured. This scene resembled an instantaneous defeat. Suddenly, silence enveloped the arena, quickly followed by gasps of astonishment. Incredible! Zhao Gang had been defeated in an instant. Was this a dream? By a mere newcomer who had just entered the sect? This seemed too surreal. Indeed, it felt utterly unrealistic. A novice had managed to vanquish Zhao Gang so effortlessly. However, it was known that Zhao Gang had the backing of an elite disciple from the inner sect, raising concerns about whether he could handle the situation. The disciples exchanged hushed whispers, their gazes converging on Lin Xuan, filled with shock. Initially, they believed that after Zhao Gang unleashed his most adept sword technique, he could reverse the situation. Yet, the outcome was even more disastrous. He had been defeated outright. Such a spectacle was hard to accept, yet it unfolded before their eyes, compelling them to believe it. To defeat someone 6 levels higher was utterly astonishing. The disciples felt a tremor in their hearts. Simultaneously, they recognized a truth. This newcomer was no ordinary disciple, but a prodigious talent, even a monstrous genius. Otherwise, a fledgling disciple at the early stage of the Qi transformation realm could never defeat a seasoned disciple at its late stage. They exchanged glances, the depth of their astonishment evident in their eyes. They knew that the inner sect was about to witness the emergence of an extraordinary individual, of whom they were now witnesses. As they marveled at Lin Xuan's talent, excitement bubbled within them. Meanwhile, Zhao Gang's followers trembled in fear, unable to fathom that their once dominant leader had been defeated by a newcomer. This scene shattered their worldview, leaving them in disbelief. Facing Lin Xuan, they felt an overwhelming fear. If even Zhao Gang had fallen, how could they possibly contend with Lin Xuan? Were it not for Zhao Gang still lying injured in the room, they would have fled. Yet, the thought of entering the room and assisting Zhao Gang paralyzed them with fear. In that moment, Lin Xuan had become a figure they regarded with the utmost trepidation. Inside the room, Lin Xuan sheathed his Qingfeng sword, a faint smile gracing his lips. This encounter had provided him with a clearer understanding of his strength. He estimated he might rival the pinnacle of the Qi transformation realm. Even if he fell short, it could not be by much. Remarkably, he had achieved this without tapping into his profound intent, relying solely on his innate prowess. It was evident that talent was of paramount importance. To possess such strength required not only the purity and density of his vital energy to far exceed that of his peers, but also the enhancement of his innate abilities. Lin Xuan sighed inwardly once more. He then glanced at Zhao Gang, who was coughing blood on the floor, and remarked coldly, "So, how does it feel? I told you so, didn't I? If you had surrendered sooner, none of this would have happened. Now look, with your injuries. It will take you at least 10 days to recover." Zhao Gang winced at his words, reopening his wounds as blood flowed, yet he remained oblivious to his condition. "How can I know you would be so formidable? What new disciple possesses such strength?" Zhao Gang mused silently, not daring to voice his thoughts, his gaze cast downward, avoiding Lin Xuan's eyes. Lin Xuan, unfazed, continued, "Now, will you hand it over? I would prefer not to resort to violence. Otherwise, I assure you, the consequences are not something you wish to contemplate." "Absolutely not." Zhao Gang's voice rang out defiantly. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow at his obstinacy, intrigued by his resilience even in such a dire state. He decided to take matters into his own hands, confident that this group would not be able to stop him. This is what senior brother Chen Xiao desires. He is an elite of the inner sect, having reached the 3rd level of the spiral realm. Even if you can defeat me, you will not match senior brother Chen. Dare you to steal from senior brother Chen Xiao? He will not let you off easily. Here's what I propose. I shall not collect protection fees from you anymore, out of respect for your strength. Zhao Gang struggled to sit up, wiping the blood from his mouth. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan's expression hardened. So, there was indeed a 3rd-level elite from the spiral realm backing him. No wonder he had the audacity to demand protection fees. However, Lin Xuan felt no fear. He possessed numerous profound intents. Once unleashed, his combat prowess would soar. Even against a 3rd-level spiral realm cultivator, the outcome remained uncertain. He would not let go of this protection fee, as such resources could significantly elevate his cultivation level. Missing this opportunity might mean losing a rare chance for advancement. Very well, I am Lin Xuan, he declared. Chapter 75, Reputation. I am Lin Xuan, now hand it over. Lin Xuan spoke with icy resolve. As his words fell, a profound silence enveloped the arena once more, only to be shattered by an eruption of astonishment. What? He claims to be Lin Xuan? The very Lin Xuan who topped the outer sect competition just days ago? The one who has comprehended profound intent? How can this be? Just 4 days ago, he was only at the 4th level of the Qi gathering realm, and now he has reached the Qi transformation realm? He has entered the inner sect? Such a pace of cultivation is unfathomable. If he truly was Lin Xuan, it would explain how he managed to defeat Zhao Gang, who was at the late stage of the Qi transformation realm, despite being at the early stage. Lin Xuan's performance in the outer sect had showcased talent unparalleled within the sect, with few in the inner sect able to compare. Indeed, he had yet to even unleash his profound intent. Lin Xuan's words might indeed be sufficient to rival senior brother Chen Xiao. Who might think twice before provoking such a promising talent? The disciples buzzed with excitement, their chatter more animated than before, their gazes fixed on Lin Xuan, filled with awe. They had not anticipated that this newcomer was the same Lin Xuan who had shattered records in the outer sect competition just 4 days ago. Such an astonishing rate of progress was truly remarkable. This realization confirmed many rumors surrounding Lin Xuan, amplifying their astonishment at his formidable talent. They understood why a newcomer could defeat someone 6 levels above him, as he was Lin Xuan. This fact alone sufficed to elucidate everything. The disciples regarded Lin Xuan with newfound respect and admiration, their previous scorn and indifference replaced with reverence. Lin Xuan's exploits. Having achieved 1st place in the outer sect within a month of entering and comprehending profound intent, coupled with his recent triumph over Zhao Gang, a seasoned inner sect disciple, were enough to shift their perceptions dramatically. Zhao Gang's followers, witnessing this turn of events, appeared as if struck dumb, unable to believe their eyes. They had merely sought to extort protection fees from a new disciple, only to encounter Lin Xuan, who was currently the most talked-about figure in the sect. Given the recent display of Lin Xuan's overwhelming strength in defeating Zhao Gang, it was evident that the myriad rumors about him were no exaggeration. A genius of his caliber, who had bested Zhao Gang, was not someone they could afford to provoke. No. Even the elite disciple senior brother Chen Xiao behind them might find it unwise to engage with him. Lin Xuan's consistent record of breaking boundaries had indeed set a new standard. The transition from the Qi transformation realm to the rotating realm presents little challenge, requiring minimal time investment. Once Lin Xuan breaks through to the later stages of the Qi transformation realm, manifesting his intent, even senior brother Chen Xiao would find it difficult to contend with him. Contemplating this, the younger disciples were left astounded by Lin Xuan's prodigious talent, and a shiver ran down their spines. They lamented their misfortune in provoking such a formidable genius. A single misstep could lead them to irreversible ruin. Their sole wish was for Zhao Gang not to enrage Lin Xuan. Otherwise, even if Chen Xiao could offer temporary protection, it would not last long. Moreover, it was uncertain whether senior brother Chen Xiao would risk offending such a promising talent for their sake. Inside a building, Zhao Gang leaned against the wall, his pupils dilated in shock. As he listened to the discussions around him, it dawned on him that the individual before him was none other than the recently celebrated Lin Xuan. Given Lin Xuan's extraordinary feats, it was no surprise that he could easily defeat or even eliminate someone like Zhao Gang, who was merely at the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm. After all, this was Lin Xuan. Furthermore, Lin Xuan had yet to unleash his full intent. The half-formed sword intent displayed during the competition had already been sufficient to eliminate him. This was a clear testament to Lin Xuan's terrifying talent, which, despite having only been heard of before, was now witnessed firsthand, leaving Zhao Gang with no choice but to believe. Instantly, Zhao Gang felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. He quickly retrieved a storage ring, placing it on the ground, and bowed his head, murmuring, "Senior brother Lin Xuan, this is the protection fee we collected today. It is all here. Given your esteemed reputation, you are indeed worthy of collecting it. Please take it." At this moment, Zhao Gang dared not address Lin Xuan directly, but referred to him as senior brother. Lin Xuan had bested him, and in the martial arts world, strength commanded respect. Although Lin Xuan had just entered the inner sect, he was indeed worthy of the title of senior brother. Upon realizing that the man before him was Lin Xuan, Zhao Gang understood that the protection fee he had collected would not suffice to shield him. To avoid further harm, he willingly surrendered, abandoning any thoughts of resistance. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow, his expression revealing surprise. Initially, he had merely intended to test the waters, never anticipating such success. His reputation had grown so immense that even the inner sect had taken notice, surpassing Lin Xuan's expectations. However, this was fortuitous. To conquer without conflict was the most elegant resolution. Subsequently, Lin Xuan reached out, and a powerful force drew the storage ring into his grasp. After examining its contents, he discovered a substantial quantity of spirit stones and an identity token, his countenance brightening with satisfaction. "All right, you may leave now. If Chen Xiao inquires, simply state that it was I, Lin Xuan, who took it. He is welcome to seek me out at any time. I shall be awaiting him." With a wave of his hand, the onlookers felt a chill run through them. Indeed, even the early-stage Lin Xuan showed no fear of the inner sect elite, Chen Xiao. Truly, he was a top-tier genius. Zhao Gang and his companions, upon processing Lin Xuan's words, felt as though a heavy weight had been lifted from their shoulders. They rushed in to assist Zhao Gang and hurried outside as if Lin Xuan were a ferocious beast. Lin Xuan chuckled lightly. "Wait." Suddenly, his voice echoed once more. The group froze, turning back with expressions more pained than sorrowful, respectfully inquiring, "What else does senior brother Lin require?" "Zhao Gang has damaged my house. I need you to tidy up the adjacent building. Clean it thoroughly, and then you may leave," Lin Xuan stated nonchalantly. "Consider it done," they replied eagerly. Two of them helped Zhao Gang, while the others hurried into the neighboring building to clean. In no time, it was spotless. After bowing deeply to Lin Xuan and receiving a nod of approval, they assisted Zhao Gang in departing swiftly, not daring to disturb Lin Xuan any further. Chapter 76. A bountiful harvest. Thanks to Lin Xuan's intervention, the inner sect disciples were spared from extortion. They also understood that with Lin Xuan's presence in the inner sect, tranquility would likely be a thing of the past. A genius of his caliber would not settle for mediocrity, and they eagerly awaited further news about him. Lin Xuan, however, paid them no mind. He gathered his belongings from the house into his storage ring and moved to the adjacent building. After spending another 10 minutes tidying up, Lin Xuan seated himself on the bed and examined the storage ring obtained from Zhao Gang. Previously, he had merely glanced at its contents and noted a significant amount of spirit stones. Now, he intended to scrutinize it closely. Soon, Lin Xuan's face lit up with joy as he uncovered a staggering total of 843 inferior spirit stones and over 5,000 contribution points within the nameless identity token. Having secured the first place in the competition, he had only received 5,000 contribution points, of which he had spent 2,000 to break through to the Qi transformation realm, leaving him with merely 3,000. Yet, unexpectedly, upon entering the inner sect, he was presented with an additional 5,000 contribution points and over 800 inferior spirit stones. His pockets were suddenly quite full. Indeed, robbery proved profitable. Lin Xuan couldn't help but marvel at his good fortune. He recognized that his success was due to a fortunate circumstance, leveraging his strength and reputation to seize the protection fees from Zhao Gang. Such an opportunity might not present itself again. Next, he resolved to continue his training. With so many spirit stones and contribution points at his disposal, it was evident that this sum was significant, even for elite inner sect disciples. However, he had forcibly taken it from Zhao Gang, thereby incurring the wrath of elite disciple Chen Xiao. Although his current reputation might intimidate Chen Xiao, it was uncertain whether it would suffice to deter him. There was always the possibility that Chen Xiao might seek retribution. At that moment, Lin Xuan could not guarantee that he could repel Chen Xiao should he unleash all his hidden cards. Moreover, utilizing his full potential would expose many of his secrets, potentially attracting unwanted scrutiny from the sect's higher-ups. Given that even the top disciples like Su Anlin had only grasped a fraction of sword intent, it was rather excessive for an ordinary inner sect disciple at the early stages of Qi transformation to comprehend it. Being a step or two ahead might signify genius, but being 10 or 20 steps ahead bordered on the realm of the monstrous. However, surpassing by 100 steps or more could not be attributed solely to talent. Secrets would undoubtedly be suspected, and with his current limited strength, he would find himself in peril. it would be prudent for him to tread carefully, focusing on enhancing his strength. Once his power was sufficient, everything else would fall into place. Even if secrets existed, no one would dare to investigate further. Furthermore, his innate talent was not lacking. In comparison to the replicated enhancements, he surpassed even the esteemed disciple Su Anlin. Within the inner sect, it would be challenging to find worthy targets for replication. Thus, it would be wise to prioritize the elevation of his strength and cultivation before considering other matters. Having deliberated, Lin Xuan resolved to enter seclusion and continue his training. This time, he would experiment with using spirit stones for cultivation. Gazing at the myriad inferior spirit stones within the storage ring, he smiled gently. In truth, upon reaching the Qi transformation realm, one could forcibly absorb the spiritual energy from spirit stones for cultivation. However, this method only allowed for the absorption of a portion of the energy, resulting in significant waste. Additionally, spirit stones were precious. It took 10 contribution points to exchange for a single inferior spirit stone. Utilizing medicinal pills would be far more economical. Although the effects of pills might not match those of spirit stones, they were considerably more affordable. However, Lin Xuan is now in urgent need of enhancing his strength. The spiritual stones, which he can acquire effortlessly, do not cause him any distress. Thus, he intends to directly utilize the spiritual stones for his cultivation. Subsequently, Lin Xuan proceeds to the training chamber, sits cross-legged on a mat, and takes out dozens of spiritual stones, piling them beside him. He picks up a few, activates the Hunyuan decision, and begins to absorb the spiritual energy for cultivation. Instantly, he feels a refreshing sensation wash over him, and his cultivation speed surpasses all previous records. Indeed, the use of spiritual stones proves to be beneficial. A flicker of amusement glints in Lin Xuan's eyes as he immerses himself deeper into his practice. His aura steadily and gradually rises. While Lin Xuan is engrossed in his secluded training, news about him spreads throughout the inner sect. Lin Xuan, a newcomer who has been in the sect for just over a month, has defeated all outer sect disciples in the outer sect competition, claiming first place, which is already remarkable. Yet today, rumors circulate that Lin Xuan has broken through to the Qi transformation realm and has entered the inner sect. Upon hearing this, those who listen instinctively doubt the claim, but considering Lin Xuan's previous exploits, it does not seem entirely implausible. However, the tale continues to unfold. It is said that on the very day he entered the sect, Lin Xuan encountered Zhao Gang, a seasoned inner sect disciple, who attempted to extort protection fees from him. Unaware that this new disciple was Lin Xuan, Zhao Gang demanded the fees with force. As a top-tier genius and the strongest outer sect disciple, Lin Xuan's pride would not allow him to comply. Not only did he refuse to pay, but he even sought to reclaim the protection fees Zhao Gang had already collected. A conflict erupted between the two, which many anticipated would lead to Lin Xuan's defeat. Yet, contrary to expectations, Lin Xuan maintained his winning streak, even against Zhao Gang, who was at the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm. In fact, Zhao Gang proved to be no match for Lin Xuan, being swiftly overwhelmed and severely injured by just a few of Lin Xuan's strikes. Remarkably, Lin Xuan achieved this victory solely through his innate strength, without resorting to any artistic intent. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into stunned silence, grappling with disbelief. After a while, they could not help but gasp in awe, gaining a clearer understanding of Lin Xuan's formidable talent. In just 4 days, Lin Xuan advanced from the 4th level of the Qi gathering realm to the 4th level of the Qi transformation realm, a staggering feat of rapid progression. The speed of his cultivation, particularly at this stage, is unprecedented. The challenge of moving up through the ranks intensifies as one progresses, making such breakthroughs increasingly difficult. Thus, to achieve this in 3 days is a feat tenfold more challenging than transitioning from the 4th level of the Qi gathering realm to the 1st level of the Qi transformation realm. During this period, he did not rely on duplicating treasures or enhancing his innate talents, yet his speed of advancement astonished him. Could this be the benefit of cultivating with spiritual stones? Lin Xuan pondered, since his talent remained unchanged while his cultivation speed dramatically increased. The sole explanation must be the spiritual stones. His resources for cultivation have shifted from medicinal pills to spiritual stones. By using spiritual stones, he directly absorbs the spiritual energy and refines it into true energy. In contrast, utilizing medicinal pills requires consuming them and refining their potency into pure spiritual energy before converting it into true energy. Thus, it indeed appears that employing spiritual stones is superior. However, the consumption is exorbitant. Although he has advanced from the 1st level of the Qi transformation realm to the 4th level in 3 days, which places him in the mid-stage of the realm, he has also exhausted the more than 800 inferior spiritual stones he had pilfered. These 800 inferior stones translate to 8,000 contribution points, a substantial sum even for intersect elites. This highlights the terrifying nature of such a cultivation method. Regardless, the ability to swiftly enhance his strength remains paramount. After contemplating, Lin Xuan decided to set aside these concerns. After all, he acquired these stones without effort and feels no regret. Achieving such cultivation is indeed commendable. It seems that to rapidly increase his strength in the future, he must continue to utilize spiritual stones for cultivation. Lin Xuan murmured. As for the excessive consumption, he is unconcerned. If the spiritual stones run low, he can always procure more. He needs to devise a means to secure a profession that generates substantial spiritual stones. With a glimmer in his eyes, Lin Xuan rose, retracting his aura and attribute panel. Now that he has exhausted his spiritual stone supply, he can no longer maintain such a rapid cultivation speed, rendering further effort unnecessary. At this point, he believes his strength should be sufficient to confront the early stage of the condensation realm, just as Chen Xiao does. And he can now explore the intersect. Lin Xuan mused. He is uncertain why Chen Xiao has not sought trouble with him over the past 3 days. But he considers it a fortuitous turn of events. With his 3-level advancement and a significant increase in both the quantity and quality of his true energy, even those at the peak of the Qi transformation realm may struggle to contend with him. His formidable martial arts and artistic intents can now unleash even greater power. No longer does he feel apprehensive of his adversary. After tidying up, Lin Xuan stepped out of the courtyard and made his way towards the martial arts pavilion. He had deliberated that as an inner disciple, he could now access the 2nd floor of the pavilion. As a new disciple, he is entitled to select 2 third-tier martial arts from the 2nd floor. He can use these martial arts as a fade to conceal his own techniques. More importantly, he hopes to find that the 2nd floor lacks any formidable sect masters stationed there, presenting an opportunity to replicate some techniques. However, as Lin Xuan approached the martial arts pavilion, he halted once more, stopping outside a plaza. This expansive square, far larger than the outer sect's martial arts arena, is thronged with numerous inner sect disciples. In the center of the plaza, 6 grand arenas are evenly distributed. Within these arenas, inter-sect disciples engage in combat, overseen by an inter-sect steward in the latter stages of the condensation realm. Below each arena, stewards and inner-disciples sit behind tables, seemingly taking notes. This scene hints at the nature of the location. Lin Xuan scanned the area, his eyes glinting with realization. Although Zhou Yu had not mentioned it upon entering the inter-sect, he has now pieced together some understanding. Moreover, he spots a familiar face among the crowd. Consequently, Lin Xuan decides to forego his visit to the martial arts pavilion for now and approaches the scene instead. With his strength, he effortlessly makes his way to the front of the 3rd arena, amidst the surrounding clamor and lively discussions. Lin Xuan quietly listened, his gaze fixed on the 2 combatants on the arena, a flicker of interest in his eyes. Indeed, it was said that he was originally the foremost expert among the outer disciples, showcasing his intent in the recent outer sect competition just days prior. Although it was merely the nascent form of sword intent, it was already formidable. Unfortunately, he encountered Lin Xuan, who had undergone a transformation and ultimately suffered defeat, thus entering the inner sect. He had been at the betting arena for 3 days now, engaging in 5 or 6 battles daily, only leaving when his vital energy was depleted, seemingly seeking to alleviate his frustration. However, he remained merely a new disciple. Managing to hold his ground against those at the 4th level of the Qi transformation stage was commendable. Yet daring to challenge those at the 6th level was sheer folly. He was bound to fail soon. The murmurs of similar sentiments echoed around him. After absorbing this information, Lin Xuan began to comprehend the situation. The betting arena, along with Chen Yuza, was indeed fortuitous. A light chuckle escaped his lips. Indeed, that so-called acquaintance was none other than Chen Yuza. At that moment, Chen Yuza was engaged in combat on the 3rd arena, facing an inner disciple at the 6th level of the Qi transformation stage. On the arena, Chen Yuza wielded the nascent form of sword intent, compelling his opponent to evade repeatedly, too intimidated to counter. However, the nascent sword intent, although potent, consumed an immense amount of vital energy. Chen Yuza, being merely at the 2nd level of the Qi transformation stage, lacked the stamina to sustain this for long. After a few sword strikes, he was already gasping for breath. His face flushed from the excessive expenditure of energy. Eventually, he could no longer summon the sword intent, and his opponent seized the opportunity, sending him flying off the arena in defeat. Seeing this, Lin Xuan merely shook his head, choosing to disregard Chen Yuza and instead focusing on the arena. This was an excellent place, not only to earn energy points, but also to acquire spirit stones. Now that his strength had significantly increased, it was the perfect moment to capitalize on this opportunity. Failing to do so would be a disservice to himself and to this rare opportunity. Chapter 78. Taking action indeed. A new disciple, utterly inadequate. No matter how formidable one may be in the outer sect, upon entering the inner sect, one must humbly bow their head. This young man has learned his lesson. Let us see if he dares to provoke others again. The inner disciples around him erupted in chatter, most mocking and jeering at Qinyuza. Over the past few days, Qinyuza had continuously challenged the senior inner disciples, achieving victory after victory, which had severely embarrassed them. Now that they finally witnessed his defeat, they relished in their schadenfreude. Qinyuza's expression darkened. Yet, he had indeed lost and had no grounds for defense. Young man, as a new disciple, it would be wise to keep your tail tucked in. If you wish to act arrogantly, wait another 2 years, mocked Sun Sheng, the victor on the stage, with a sneer. At that moment, a familiar voice broke through the din. Oh, I too am a new disciple. Why not teach me a thing or two? Qinyuza and the other disciples turned to see a handsome youth stepping forward. In a flash, he landed on the arena. Lin Xuan, what are you doing here? Upon seeing Lin Xuan, Qinyuza realized why that voice had sounded so familiar, exclaiming in surprise. The surrounding disciples buzzed with excitement. Is he the Lin Xuan? Didn't he just enter the sect a month ago? How has he advanced to the inner sect so quickly? Indeed, the inner sect requires at least the Qi transformation stage, right? Just days ago, he was only at the 4th level of the gathering Qi stage. Did you not hear the rumors? 3 days ago, Zhao Gang went to the inner sect's ordinary disciple area to collect protection fees. He encountered a new disciple who refused to pay, leading to a conflict. Zhao Gang was defeated and even lost the protection fees he had collected. Are you saying that new disciple was Lin Xuan? Impossible. I too find it hard to believe, yet the rumors point to Lin Xuan. Moreover, Zhao Gang did not deny it, and that area has not seen protection fees collected since. The disciples continued their discussions, their voices gradually lowering until silence enveloped them. All eyes were drawn to Lin Xuan, filled with astonishment. If these rumors were true, Lin Xuan's talent was indeed terrifying. In just 4 days, he had advanced from the 4th level of the gathering Qi stage to the 1st level of the Qi transformation stage, entering the inner sect. Furthermore, he had reportedly defeated the seasoned Zhao Gang, a former elite among the inner disciples. Such a rapid cultivation pace, coupled with a surge in power, was astonishing. The disciples gazed at Lin Xuan with disbelief and a hint of anticipation. Now that Lin Xuan had stepped onto the arena, the veracity of those rumors could finally be tested. A new disciple who had only entered the sect a little over a month ago not only participated in the outer sect competition, emerging victoriously, but also transitioned to the inner sect with remarkable speed, rumored to have effortlessly defeated seasoned disciples. An aura of brilliance surrounded him, dazzling both the inner and outer disciples, rendering them unable to look away. In stark contrast, their own inadequacies were magnified. Many inner disciples felt a pressure from Lin Xuan's reputation, igniting a sense of frustration within them. Now that he had arrived at the betting arena and willingly stepped onto the stage, it was an opportunity not to be missed. Once word of this spread, numerous seasoned inner experts would likely come to challenge him, perhaps even elite inner disciples. Surely, they would not believe that Lin Xuan, currently at the early stage of Qi transformation, could stand against elite disciples at the congealing spiral stage. The disciples eagerly anticipated the spectacle of Lin Xuan's defeat. His meteoric rise and overwhelming presence had suffocated everyone. If Lin Xuan were to fall, even if just once, it would alleviate some of their burdens. Alas, they were destined for disappointment. Lin Xuan, having the audacity to step onto the arena, was undoubtedly confident in his abilities. Among the crowd, Qinyuza stared blankly at Lin Xuan on the arena. Initially, he had been unable to bear the ridicule from numerous inner disciples after his defeat and contemplated fleeing. However, upon seeing Lin Xuan, he chose to remain. Lin Xuan, I never imagined you would advance to the inner sect so swiftly, he murmured, his heart racing with astonishment. He had thought that although Lin Xuan's combat prowess was extraordinary, having defeated him in the competition, he was still merely at the 4th level of the gathering Qi stage and would require time, at least half a month, if not more, to enter the inner sect. Yet now, barely 7 days had passed, less than 10 days, and Lin Xuan had achieved this feat. Moreover, he could sense that Lin Xuan's aura had already surpassed his own, indicating that Lin Xuan's cultivation had reached at least the 3rd level of the Qi transformation stage. In just 7 days, he had advanced from the 4th level of the gathering Qi stage to beyond the 3rd level of the Qi transformation stage. This speed of cultivation was utterly terrifying. Qinyuza struggled to accept this, yet Lin Xuan stood before him, rendering disbelief impossible. His astonishment regarding Lin Xuan's talent deepened. Listening to the surrounding discussions, Qinyuza felt his shock intensify. If these rumors were indeed true, Lin Xuan was nothing short of a prodigy. Not only had he rapidly elevated his cultivation, but his strength was equally formidable. Was he even human? His gaze remained fixed on the arena, eagerly awaiting Lin Xuan's performance. Unlike other inner disciples, he harbored the hope that Lin Xuan would emerge victorious, preferably achieving a continuous series of triumphs. His desire was for Lin Xuan to vanquish all these so-called seasoned experts of the inner sect, thus curbing their arrogant demeanor. The current environment was starkly different from that in the outer sect. Both Lin Xuan and he were new disciples, belonging to the same faction. The better Lin Xuan performed, the more advantageous it would be for him. Should Lin Xuan achieve an uninterrupted string of victories, his own circumstances would significantly improve. With Lin Xuan around, no one would dare to belittle his identity as a new disciple. His life would become considerably more bearable. On the arena, Lin Xuan maintained a cold demeanor. He indeed harbored intentions to procure energy points and cultivation resources within this battleground, but now he was also filled with indignation. He understood that bullying newcomers was a common occurrence, almost a rule of sorts, regardless of the setting. Yet, as a newcomer himself, he found it increasingly intolerable. Moreover, with his accelerating cultivation speed, he would not remain a newcomer for long. His days as a novice were numbered, and he could not endure such treatment. He was determined to demonstrate that newcomers were not to be trifled with, whether in this bout or in the future. Chapter 79, A Punch That Sends Flying Opposite Him. Sun Cheng wore a grave expression. You are Lin Xuan? If there is no other new disciple bearing that name, then it must be you. Lin Xuan replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Sun Cheng's expression grew even more serious. A name carries weight. Lin Xuan's considerable reputation suggested he must be formidable. He could no longer treat Lin Xuan with the same disdain he had shown Chen Yuza. Instead, he approached Lin Xuan as a formidable adversary. At this moment, Lin Xuan's voice rang out again. What is the wager you have set? 500 contribution points or 55 inferior spirit stones. 10 contribution points can at least be exchanged for 1 inferior spirit stone, but the actual exchange would require a bit more. After all, the sect rules do not permit reverse exchanges. Lin Xuan nodded, recognizing the wager was substantial. Very well, I accept. With that, he produced his identity token and tossed it to the steward standing nearby. Please register this for me. The steward took the identity token, examined it, and was again taken aback. It was indeed Lin Xuan. As an inner-sect steward with a cultivation level in the mid-stage of the condensation realm, he could instantly discern Lin Xuan's cultivation at the 4th layer of the Qi transformation realm. This revelation further astonished him. The identity token was authentic, confirming that this was indeed the newcomer Lin Xuan who had only entered the sect a little over a month ago, when he had undergone the entrance examination. Lin Xuan's cultivation was merely in the early stage of the awakening realm. Yet now, just over a month later, Lin Xuan had ascended to the 4th layer of the Qi transformation realm, equivalent to the mid-stage of that realm. In less than 40 days, he had transcended 2 major realms. Setting aside everything else, this astonishing rate of cultivation was enough to leave one in awe. He began to understand why Lin Xuan was held in such high regard by the sect's higher-ups. This frightening pace of cultivation explained his exceptional talent, placing him among the elite of the entire sect. He gazed at the arena, filled with anticipation. With such rapid cultivation speed, what might his true strength be? It surely would not disappoint. Lin Xuan's immense reputation was bound to attract numerous skilled disciples from the inner sect, including elite members. He believed this match would reveal much. On the arena, the judge glanced at the 2 contenders, confirmed everything was ready, and announced, the duel begins. The surrounding disciples, including those near other arenas, were drawn to the commotion, their eyes converging on the scene. Even if they could not witness Lin Xuan's true power, they would glean some insight into it. All the disciples were eager to discover whether the illustrious Lin Xuan truly lived up to his reputation. On the arena, Sun Cheng declared coldly, Lin Xuan, your ascent to this point as a new disciple indeed speaks volumes of your talent. But I wonder if your strength can match your innate gifts. Let me test that. With that, he charged at Lin Xuan like a boulder, sweeping through with tremendous force. The air whistled as it was crushed in his wake, a display of formidable might. In facing Lin Xuan, Sun Cheng did not dare to hold back, unleashing his full power. Mountain-shattering fist. He roared, launching a punch. The impact reverberated through the mountains. Unmatched in its potency, visible shockwaves radiated outward, accompanied by a cacophony of cracking sounds. The very air shattered under the force of his attack. Lin Xuan, brace yourself. In a mere breath, Sun Cheng was upon Lin Xuan. Observers in the square felt their hearts race. They could barely perceive a blur, let alone counter it. The disciples sighed inwardly. Sun Cheng was indeed a seasoned expert at the 6th layer of the Qi transformation realm. The power of this punch was not something many could withstand within the inner sect. They turned their gaze to Lin Xuan. How would this exceptionally renowned disciple respond? Among the crowd, Qinyuza watched intently from the sidelines. This punch was far superior to the one that had sent him flying. The opponent had likely not used his full strength then. Now, however, he was unleashing his true potential against Lin Xuan, suggesting that, in the eyes of his adversary, Lin Xuan was far stronger than he himself. On the arena, Lin Xuan felt the force of the wind from the punch, yet remained unfazed. Delivering a counterpunch that was but a flicker of shadow, dominating fist, his strength soared to the heavens, exuding unparalleled might. To the other onlookers, it appeared as though Lin Xuan executed a remarkably swift punch. Yet, in Sun Cheng's eyes, Lin Xuan transformed into an unrivaled sovereign, exuding an aura that shook the very heavens. The intensity of his power was incomparable. How could Sun Cheng withstand such a force? In an instant, all fighting spirit evaporated from Sun Cheng's heart. Meanwhile, the two punches collided with a resounding boom. Lin Xuan stood firm, his expression cold, while Sun Cheng let out a pained cry, akin to a ragged cloth, as he was flung from the arena, crashing onto the ground with a dull thud. His right arm bent grotesquely, blood flowed freely, indicating a severe fracture and significant injury. Upon witnessing this scene, the surrounding disciples were left in stunned silence, their eyes wide with shock. After several breaths, some began to regain their composure. The arena erupted into a cacophony, quickly reaching a fever pitch. Sun Cheng had been defeated in such a manner. Was this truly the extent of Lin Xuan's power? Astonishing. He was indeed a top-tier genius. Not only was his cultivation speed remarkable, but his strength was equally terrifying. The disciples buzzed with excitement, their eyes fixed on Lin Xuan, their pupils dilated in disbelief. They had never anticipated that Lin Xuan, clearly a newcomer to the inner sect, could annihilate Sun Cheng, a seasoned expert at the 6th layer of the Qi transformation realm, in such a decisive fashion. With a single punch, Lin Xuan emerged unscathed, while Sun Cheng lay prostrate, bloodied and injured. The disparity in their strengths was unmistakable. At this moment, it seemed Lin Xuan's power was perhaps not far from the pinnacle of the Qi transformation realm. The disciples were utterly astonished. If they had previously harbored doubts about the rumors surrounding Lin Xuan, they were now largely convinced. Such a cultivation speed and such extraordinary combat prowess clearly indicated his exceptional talent. At the pinnacle of the sect, it is indeed astonishing. The disciples were once again left in awe of Lin Xuan's extraordinary talent. Among the crowd, Qinyuza's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared blankly at Lin Xuan. Mumbling to himself, how is this possible? Yet his gaze remained firmly locked on Lin Xuan, the shock and incredulity in his expression unwavering. Chapter 80. Mockery. Qinyuza's attention was fixated on Lin Xuan, his eyes bulging with disbelief and sheer astonishment. Before the duel commenced, he sensed that Lin Xuan's aura surpassed his own, indicating that Lin Xuan's cultivation had evidently progressed beyond his. Coupled with Lin Xuan's inherent combat prowess, Qinyuza had anticipated a fierce battle. However, he had expected that it would be a protracted struggle before Lin Xuan emerged victorious. Yet, the outcome was a swift knockout of Sun Cheng with a single punch. Not only had Lin Xuan not demonstrated his full potential, but Sun Cheng, the very opponent who had previously defeated him while barely revealing his sword intent, now crumbled effortlessly before Lin Xuan. The vast disparity in their abilities left Qinyuza in a state of disbelief. After a long moment, he exhaled deeply, his expression morphing into a bitter smile. He never anticipated that Lin Xuan would not only advance to the inner sect so rapidly but also surpass his strength and cultivation level by such a margin. Lin Xuan's prodigious talent had once again exceeded his expectations. Even having witnessed it firsthand, Qinyuza was left in awe of Lin Xuan's formidable abilities, extinguishing any thoughts of rivaling him. As the crowd settled into silence, nearly everyone in the arena turned their attention to Lin Xuan's platform, shaken by his remarkable performance. Even the spectators surrounding other platforms ceased to focus on their own matches. The competitors on those platforms could only manage a wry smile, realizing that their purpose of engaging in battles to earn contribution points and hone their martial skills had been overshadowed by Lin Xuan's presence. With his arrival, they found themselves relegated to obscurity. They could only helplessly smile, acknowledging their misfortune in encountering such a prodigious genius. Having just entered the inner sect, Lin Xuan had effortlessly dispatched Sun Cheng, who was at the 6th level of the Qi transformation realm. It was evident that Lin Xuan's true strength was not far from the peak of the Qi transformation realm. Remarkably, Lin Xuan had only been within the sect for just over a month, not even 40 days, yet had achieved such formidable prowess. This clearly illustrated the terrifying potential of his talent. It was not merely that they could not compete with Lin Xuan, even if they could. They would not wish to contend with such a boundlessly talented individual. In light of the current situation, they could only resign themselves to their unfortunate fate. The elders at the pinnacle of the condensation realm were equally astounded, their expressions reflecting their shock. They had never anticipated that Lin Xuan would not only cultivate at such an astonishing speed, but also exhibit such remarkable growth and strength without any signs of instability. Truly, he was a figure to be reckoned with. On the platform, a notification rang out. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 2,000 shock energy from Yuan Tianyu, a peak condensation realm warrior. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1645 shock energy from Sun Hua, a 7th level condensation realm warrior. Lin Xuan gazed into the empty space before him, a smile flickering in his eyes as the energy points surged within his attribute panel. This harvest of energy points was quite satisfactory, along with the prospect of earning some spirit stones and contribution points. Regrettably, the ability to replicate was not available at this time. The highest cultivators present were the late-stage elders of the condensation realm. However, the treasures they possessed were vastly inferior to those of the outer sect's Grand Elder and the true disciples. The quality and grade of their items paled in comparison. Even if Lin Xuan were to replicate them, the benefits would be negligible. Thus, he decided against replication, opting instead to accumulate resources and energy points in this dual arena. The prospect of replicating treasures could wait until he reached the martial arts pavilion or other halls within the inner sect. Turning to the still-dazed referee, Lin Xuan inquired, "Referee, is it time to announce the results?" The referee, taken aback by the abrupt conclusion of the match, realized that Lin Xuan had overwhelmed Sun Cheng as if it were a mere exhibition. The disparity in levels was glaring. It appeared that Lin Xuan's talents were indeed even more formidable than the rumors suggested. After a moment of shock, the referee finally regained composure and declared with a loud voice, "In this duel, Lin Xuan is the victor. Lin Xuan has become the new champion." As the words left his mouth, the arena erupted in a clamor. The gazes directed at Lin Xuan underwent a dramatic transformation, shifting from mockery and disdain towards reverence and admiration. Lin Xuan had proven everything through his strength. No one dared to regard him as merely a newcomer any longer. In this world, strength ultimately reigns supreme. All rules and unwritten codes must yield before absolute power. Beside Platform 3, an elder addressed Lin Xuan solemnly, "Lin Xuan, do you wish to continue the dueling and defend your title? If so, please set the stakes and await challengers." "I choose to defend my title," Lin Xuan responded calmly. This was an excellent opportunity to accrue cultivation resources and energy points. He intended to gather enough before departing. As for the stakes, they would be determined by cultivation level. Those at the late stage of the Qi transformation realm could challenge him. For 7th level challengers, the stakes would be set at 1,000 contribution points. For 8th level, 2,000. For 9th level, 3,000. And for those at the pinnacle of the Qi transformation realm, 5,000 contribution points. Of course, elite disciples within the condensation realm could also contend. But the stakes would be significantly higher, requiring at least 10,000. When the time comes for the duel, we will finalize the stakes based on their cultivation levels. Elder, how does this sound? I hope it is acceptable. The crowd was momentarily stunned by Lin Xuan's words. Had they heard correctly? Lin Xuan was suggesting that even those in the condensation realm could challenge him, while he could contend with the late-stage Qi transformation realm warriors. He seemed to be inviting the elite of the condensation realm to battle as well. Surely, he could not be serious. Was he perhaps deluded by his recent victories, leading him to believe he was invincible, even against the elite of the inner sect? Such arrogance was not uncommon among those who had achieved a modicum of success. In that moment, the crowd's perception of Lin Xuan shifted once again. With these few words, he seemed to transform into a villain in their eyes. Their earlier awe of his astonishing performance now fading from memory.